So that's why
if no container, then no pressure.
So the antecedent is not the container; it's the gas.
No, the container is the antecedent for the gas pressure.
Can I be heard now? Oh shoot!
Okay. This is weird.
Where's the container?
The definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. That's the definition of gas pressure.
But we have atmospheric pressure.
And where's the definition of atmospheric pressure?
What's the definition of atmospheric?
Where's the force being demonstrated in nature? On the wall of the container.
Gas pressure.
No.
No.
You don't see the container, so how are you saying that?
Because we have gas pressure.
We have atmospheric pressure.
That doesn't make any sense.
We don't have gas pressure.
Why would there be a container outside of the atmosphere if we don't see it? How are you asserting that?
I can interact with lots of things that I can't visibly see. You understand that ice or glass or things can be translucent, right?
Bingo!
Yes, but you can still physically touch them.
Okay, well I haven't gone up.
You know they exist. We don't know that there's a container that exists.
Yeah, we have gas pressure. For you to say up there is a vacuum and the gas is not dispersing into that vacuum is the violation of the second law. Entropy is not increasing in a situation where it should.
I'm not even claiming
there's a vacuum. Do you understand that the universe is an isolated system, and that's a closed system, even closer?
Universe? What's
I know, right? Like these guys.
I'm not even claiming there's a vacuum, okay? I'm just saying you shouldn't say it's enclosed by some wall creating a force with pressure. That makes no sense because we don't see that.
Nobody says there's a wall.
Or there's a container.
Yo, can you guys hear me okay, or am I robots?
You're pretty low, Crip. Oh, you're kind of low. Low volume or something.
So it's a logical inference. Hopefully that makes... It's not an assumption. A logical inference. Do you know what that is?
Can you put the argument in chat then?
Well, not when I'm driving, no.
Okay, what is the argument for a container?
It's the antecedent for gas pressure.
What's the argument?
I just told you, it's the antecedent for gas pressure.
That's not an argument. You're just saying where it's
based on the observation.
That's not an argument.
Bro, I want you to go right now. I want you to go get me a bucket of propane. No, not contained or anything. Not in a tank. Go give me a bucket of propane, motherfucker. Tell me you don't need a container.
Do you understand the difference between atmospheric pressure and gas pressure? Because there is a difference.
Yeah, the difference.
Do you understand that there are gases in that atmosphere, sir? Do you understand there are gases in that atmosphere?
That's what the atmosphere is.
What's the difference, dude?
The difference is that the atmosphere is held together by gravity and gas pressure is held together by containers.
Yeah, atmospheric pressure within the mathematics, you have gas accelerating to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared. Something we don't observe.
No, we do observe that, actually.
No, we don't, because gas moves freely.
We observe everything. Everything.
Yo, Donald, I'll have a chat with you, mate, but don't interrupt me.
Yeah, where's the other guy?
Carter, whoever.
The formula... Okay, never mind. I mean, we don't see it accelerate downward because of there's buoyancy, right?
Yeah.
We see acceleration. Buoyancy can't accelerate anything.
We see gas.
Air molecules do not accelerate downward at 9.8 meters per second, dude. Come on.
One at a time. So you want to see helium accelerate towards the Earth or something?
That's the claim. That's the mathematical claim. Within the
we can do that.
There's buoyancy forces and then there's weight forces that interact with that cause the acceleration.
Helium is produced will get removed so it never gets a chance to accelerate towards it because it comes from the surface.
Next person.
Buoyancy is only a force because of acceleration, because of the acceleration due to gravity.
5 people. I will start muting if Jedi does not get
making
a chance.
The same logical argument.
Within the mathematical formula for atmospheric and barometric pressure, gas is accelerating to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared. We do not observe this with gas.
We do, though.
We don't, because gas...
I don't understand why you're saying that.
I'll start again. Gas moves freely and randomly in...
No, it does not move randomly.
Yes, it does. Would you like
No, we can predict how gas is going to... We can predict how gas is going to act, so it cannot be random.
Yeah, we can predict gases move
Which
randomly.
means it's not random. Which means it's not random.
Let's cite this for you. I'm literally quoting
Random means unable to predict. That's the definition of random. Unable to...
Oh my god.
It's like, I can help you with this. I can get citations and demonstrate this to you. This is how we describe gas behavior. It moves freely and randomly in all directions, changing its vector after physical collisions with other gas molecules on the walls of its container. Very simple shit. Oh, Donald's decided to mute himself and deafen himself. Well done, Sunshine.
Yeah, he put his fingers
Also,
in his ears.
random does not mean unable to predict. It doesn't mean that. So whoever said that's just wrong.
That was Donald.
He's an idiot.
He doesn't want to listen in here, so I don't think we should have to listen to him anymore.
Yeah, he totally put his fingers in his ears, didn't he? Wow.
He does that a lot. It's like if he can't overtalk you, then you have to just stop him overtalking you, in which case he doesn't want to listen either. So might as well just ban him from the channel. There's no point really engaging with someone.
I'm on it.
I second.
It's a shame.
Did somebody say my name, or did I just hear things?
Yeah,
You're definitely hearing more things.
Up for the sky.
Someone ban that guy quick, whoever he is. Who is that guy? Ban him quick.
What guy? Yemsy?
He's gone.
Whoever that was.
Donald Duck.
Donald
Okay, but
C.
yeah. If you say the container is the antecedent and then you say there's pressurized gas, that's affirming the consequent, right? Like, come on.
No, it's not that someone in here is saying that. That's the way it's being demonstrated and verified to be so. Every time it's put in, like, a demonstration form, and then in the description of the observed examples or experiments with gas pressure, it shows that gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container, right? And the molecules pushing on the walls of the container causes the gas pressure. It's demonstrably so. It's not like someone here made it up.
So where is that demonstrated with the atmosphere?
We have pressure. We're not falling.
We don't see it interact with the container.
Is you consider atmosphere being something other than gas? I'm breathing gas. I'm not breathing atmosphere. You shut up. I'm breathing gas. I'm not breathing atmosphere now.
Atmos.
The room is full of gas, not full of atmosphere. Shit, atmosphere is that bullshit name that they created decades ago just to go with the globe paradigm. No, we breathe gas. We have gas around us. Gas pressure that you can measure.
Yeah, air is the pressure of air, the resistance of air. So when stuff keeps pushing into itself, like when a bomb goes off, it goes up and it goes back around, and you know what I mean? It pushes into itself back around and it comes back down and makes the mushroom cloud. It doesn't do that because of gravity. It does that because of the medium, air. And to have the air, you're definitely not in no fucking vacuum.
Do you understand that, like, the only reason gas would move toward a vacuum is if there was a big enough pressure difference? You realize that, right?
Cool story.
Well, yeah, but
that's just logical. Okay, so
a redundant statement though, because the vacuum is the absence of pressure that you're requiring. So
we know that it's a pressure gradient. I'm not claiming that the atmosphere is surrounded by an absolute vacuum.
Oh, he just jumped.
I'm saying if we have an atmospheric gradient, the pressure is approaching a very low pressure.
He's taking the light.
Fine. Let's do this. So, you know that in the globe paradigm, they say that the universe has an expanding volume, right?
Yeah.
So that expanding volume, are you saying that the Earth's atmosphere just gradiates all the way to the edge of existence?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know.
Why would you ask me that?
Well, because that's the claim. The claim is that it never fully reaches zero. It just graduates to the edge of existence. It has to be the claim.
Okay. I mean, just like with any gradient, if there's no end, then yeah.
Well, yeah, so that's the claim that I don't agree with or believe in. But if the volume of the universe is expanding, then that gradient would have to also expand in proportion, correct?
No.
Why not?
Actually, yes.
Yes, exactly. So why is that not measured or observed on Earth?
I don't know. How would they even measure it?
That's why.
So they can't measure the change and the expansion of the universe? They can't measure that?
No, it's just assumed. It's just asserted. It's not real.
So what does that have to do with anything?
But you believe that. So you have to believe that in order to believe in it.
So why are we changing topics?
But this is part of the graduated gradient of the atmosphere. This is all part of that same narrative.
I don't see how that would affect the idea of a containerizing the atmosphere.
Because a container would mean that there isn't an expanding gradient.
Okay, I don't even know if it's expanding. I mean, I can say I believe in that, but I can't assert that, and I don't need to.
So you don't need to believe in the thing that you're claiming is true?
I don't need to assert it to you. I can assert that there's no container. Why can't you just...
That will be a baseless assertion. Baseless
so then we're back to square one, where we have the official narrative that tells us that the volume of the universe is increasing, which would be measurable in the gradient.
How would it be measurable?
Because you believe that the gradient expands to the edge of existence.
How would it be measurable, dude?
Because
how could you possibly measure that?
That's your claim, bro.
That's not my claim. I'm not asserting it to you. It's a belief.
How are you not getting this?
How would you measure it? You're saying we should be able to measure it, and we can't.
Anyone else struggling with this idea?
No.
You can't have gas pressure without a container, and you can't have gas pressure gradient without a container. So just forget it.
That's also true.
Yeah, that was the original topic. I don't know why we're talking about the expansion of the gradient.
You can't have.
I don't even need to assert that that's true. I can't even say that I don't even believe in that. What's the point?
Stop over talking Crypto, please. Crypto.
Yeah, no, you're all good. He's already heard my point. He's just going to nut ass, so you can carry on if you want.
All right, cheers, man. Thank you.
He said we have a gradient, but gas pressure gradient is gas pressure. That is gas pressure, and the antecedent to the gas pressure will be a container, right?
So if container, then gas pressure, therefore container. Yeah, that's a Fermi consequence.
You have the gases, and what the gases are doing, right? Expanding, and you have the container that contains them, and the gases are pressing against the container. You see? It's not just, you have container, therefore you have gas. No. You have the gas and the container. And then you have the gas pressure, because if you didn't have the container, you wouldn't have the gas pressure, because the gases will be expanding towards the nothingness that you're saying is there. The nothingness. Not a container.
I think it's fair to say the atmosphere is contained in itself. I don't think you can say it's contained by something else that you can't see. That's ridiculous.
Gas doesn't contain itself, dude.
Yes, it does.
No, gas does not. Dude, gas does not contain itself. It disperses to fill the volume. The volume being defined by a physical barrier. The gas will fill that. Gas doesn't attract gas, he thought. If it did, it wouldn't disperse.
How can you have a pressure without some sort of gas being enclosed by other gas? How is that possible?
How can you have pressure without a container?
Can you just answer the question?
How can you have pressure without a container? Or I'm just taking the long fucking way round because it looks like we've got to educate you with this. You can't be talking about the situation without a container.
You don't know that there's a container, though.
We have gas pressure. This is demonstrated with PV equals nRT. P, pressure, solved by force over area, a physical boundary for the gas to press against, given in feet or meters. It has to be physical. That's why it's called pressure. It needs to press. Press. Press.
Sure.
Something physical.
He just agreed with you, but now
that has nothing to do with the container.
Yeah, if you can't understand this, there's no point talking to you. Let's do it
too simple.
Let's do it like this. Every single demonstration of gas pressure requires a container. You seem to be making a very specific claim. Can you demonstrate that you can achieve, gas pressure without a physical boundary for the gas to press against? Can you demonstrate that?
Yes, the atmosphere. There's no container.
No, without begging the question now, can you demonstrate this in a scientific experiment? Because you're saying this is a causal relationship. Demonstrate it. Can you?
No, the only example I have is the atmosphere.
Cool. So you can beg the question that the sky up there is a vacuum and the gas is not increasing in
entropy. As a vacuum.
Dude, then what's the fucking point of talking to you then? Have you got your own cosmology?
I said there's a gradient. I didn't say it was contained by an absolute vacuum. I never said that.
There is nothing to exert pressure on the molecules to compress them together, to make them just less distance between each molecule, because gas molecules are not bounded. They are separated. It means that if there is no barrier that will hold them in a specific volume, they will just go freely all the way inside that entire universe to fill the entire space homogeneously with a specific gradient that will be the same everywhere. No pressure gradient. You can't have a pressure gradient if there is no walls or nothing that can compress those gas molecules and hold them. That's why we call it a container. It helps to contain the gas molecules from going freely everywhere all the way to the edge of space.
Are you seriously saying?
To understand those things, it was simple. Just have to understand what is a container.
Please stop. Please stop.
He's making claims about some other stuff. The edge of space.
Yeah, like, are you seriously saying there's a gradient? The gradient is caused by the container. Are you seriously saying that? That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense.
Bring it back to Jedi.
2 seconds. So the gradient is not caused by the container. You need a container to achieve pressure. To have a graduated pressure within the contained environment, you vary and manipulate the temperature, the energy put into the system. You can also put gas in and take gas out of the system. These are the 2 ways demonstrated with PV equals nRT that you can achieve a gas pressure gradient. You need a container though.
Yeah, exactly. We can show you gas pressure inside the container, and also we can show you gas pressure gradient inside the container, just with changing the temperature in the top and the bottom of the container. You will have different gas pressure gradient.
So how would temperature create a gas gradient? What would that look like?
Okay, so that would look like within the atmospheric model, energy given by the sun radiating from the surface of the earth. You understand that when gas is hotter, it is excited more and moves more, thus creating more pressure. When it's colder, the gas moves slower and there is less pressure. Again, this is defined within PV equals nRT, where T stands for temperature.
And when you put that thing inside the container and you hit the gas, you hit the top of the container, that gas, those molecules, because they have more energy, more kinetic energy, they exert pressure on the gas molecules that loses their kinetic energy in the bottom of the container. And that's why you will measure more pressure in the bottom of the container where it's cool, and you will measure less pressure in the top of the container where it's hot.
That seems like a direct contradiction with what he just said. But okay.
No, it's not.
Be more pressure near the surface where it's hotter, no?
Yeah. The pressure would be higher if the temperature was increased.
And yeah, so like, I don't know why we're using the atmosphere as an example. I just asked, how do you demonstrate a gradient in a containerized gas?
I will share it with you in the side chat. You can continue with Jedi with the discussion. I will share the video for the gas pressure inside the container.
It's temperature, dude. So within a container, you just vary and manipulate the amount of energy that's being put into the system. You have a
gradient.
You have a graduation as the temperature decreases with altitude in the container. Very simple
Decreases
shit.
with altitude.
Yeah.
I thought hot rose.
Hot goes up, doesn't it? Then cools. Yeah, then cools and comes back down. This is called convection.
Yeah, so where would the gas be and why? Why would it be concentrated near the bottom of the container?
Depends where the heat is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah, the sun moves around, kid.
Okay, so yeah, if it's heated at the bottom, you're saying it's gonna have more pressure at the bottom.
Yes, because there's more temperature.
It heats the surface. Yeah, it heats the surface called radiant.
You can do this within a pipe, for example. At one end of the pipe, you can have temperature induction. At the other end of the pipe, no temperature induction. You will have a gas pressure gradient within the horizontal pipe.
So what would the gradient look like?
It would look horizontal from one end left to the other end right. On the left-hand side where there's more temperature, there will be more pressure because there's more temperature. On the far side of the pipe on the right, where it is colder, there will be less temperature. You can move this in any orientation. Where the temperature is highest, there will be more pressure.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, no shit. It all makes sense, dude. Thing is, you're going to need a container or the gas will fuck off.
No.
Yes.
Gas can be contained by gas.
No, gas doesn't contain gas, dude. It needs to.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And here is the video in the side chat.
You need a physical boundary, and if the gas is pressing against itself without any physical boundary, then the gas is going to disperse outwards. It's going to disperse, meaning more distance between the gas molecules over time.
Gases don't attract gas, so they're not forming a wall.
Nervous laugh.
Yeah, I mean.
Nervous laugh.
You know what a vacuum chamber is, right? A container separating one vastly different pressure differential from another. Inside the container, no gas. You understand what a vacuum chamber is, right?
Yeah.
Good. What happens when you open the door of the container?
Sure, I've addressed this so many times. Dude, you have to have a adequate enough pressure difference for any movement of gas to happen on its own. You understand?
Yeah, there has to be a differential. You're absolutely correct.
So, if it's a gradient, where are you going to see this massive difference of pressure?
You're going to have a massive difference of pressure because if you have an open system, then you have a new volume for the gas to fill, and it will equalize within its new volume, being as you just open the container. It's got a new volume to fill, dude.
Yes, but we don't have that new volume. We have a gradient, and that's all we have.
Yeah, you have it. You have this outer space. What's that?
That's a part of the gradient.
Moving the gas around the Earth.
That's a part of the gradient.
Then that's not a different gas.
That's a part of the gradient.
No, that's not a different gas. That's nothing. That's just one between each molecule there is 8 miles. That's what your paradigm is saying. Between each molecule you have 8 miles of distance. While you have pressurized gas, which is the same gas as the one above. It's not different gas to make that gradient. It's not a different gas.
Okay, dude.
The same molecules that we have
one molecule per 8 miles, it's going to be next to some gas. It's going to be like 1 molecule per 7 miles. You understand? So there's not going to be this massive difference causing a great movement of gas. It doesn't make any sense.
Free volume. You have free volume where the gas molecules on the surface of the Earth can disperse into to fill it. Yeah. You have free volume everywhere around you.
If you have a pressure gradient in a tube, does the gas near the bottom just randomly go to the top, all of it, for no reason? That makes no sense. It's a gradient.
Gas inside the tube.
It's a gradient. There's no pressure difference. It's
the top and the bottom of the tube. It's hitting all the walls of the tube. If it's a closed tube.
You see the issue?
Did you say there's a gradient? But say that again. What you just said, dude.
There's a gradient, so the pressure differences between each subsequent infinitesimal change in altitude will be very small, meaning there won't be this great movement of gas upward. That doesn't make sense.
In a fixed contained system, you're absolutely right. But if you were to make that container bigger, what would happen?
I don't know what would happen. It's the same thing.
Yeah, the gas would fill that space. Every time you increase the size of the container, the gas fills that space. If you're talking about a gradient, that gradient will change in relation to the new volume that the gas is now existing in.
Yeah.
If you don't have a container, the gas is free to move in all directions, never to come back.
So what if this solar system we have is inside this container with an atmospheric gradient? What then?
You'd have to demonstrate that.
It makes sense.
It doesn't make sense because it's a violation of Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Boyle's law, Brownian.
You're just counting off laws. Okay, tell me how tell me how it fails Avogadro's law real quick. Tell me.
Okay, so I'll cite this for you. Give me 2 seconds. I'm on the gas pressure page. I'll get it for you. It's no problem, dude.
Trust me, dude. If anybody knows about gas laws, it's Jedi. Okay? Don't be fucking rude.
Sorry.
Every single one of these laws needs a container to be.
And you can't reproduce that.
Wait, I'm actually giving you the container. Please
you can never reproduce that. Having a volume like a container and put in some gas in that container and wait for it to see a thin layer in the bottom of the container with high pressure, 14 times more than the rest of the container. 14 times more than the 99% of the volume of that container. Can you show me that? Because you said that you have a gas pressure gradient. It means that you have a thin layer above the surface, which is gas pressure. It's high pressure on the surface, and the rest of the volume is near a vacuum, near perfect vacuum. Can you reproduce that?
You're misunderstanding my position right now. I never said there wasn't a container. I never said there wasn't a container. I changed my position.
Oh, you changed your position.
Yeah, because I'm trying to make it make sense, just like you
So
are.
you're weak. You're too weak. You changed your
I'm
position
weak?
that fast.
Because I just told you I'm trying to understand a better position. What's wrong with that?
Okay, I'm good with that. Now you understand that you need a container.
Or, yeah.
You can't have gas
I don't even
pressure without
necessarily
a
have to tell you my
container.
beliefs. I just have to tell you, I can just challenge your beliefs, given I'm taking on this.
We're not challenging your beliefs, and now we made you change a belief that you had and change
Nope.
your. That's what you just told me.
Jupiter debunks your giant container.
Jupiter does? How?
Because now you said it's just a pressure gradient away from Earth. So now what's doing all this?
You can't have
What do you
that.
mean? What's doing all of it? It's in a container.
You can't have that. You can't have gas pressure inside the container, in the bottom of the container, and the rest of the volume, 99% of the volume of that container is just near perfect vacuum. You can't reproduce that only in your imagination, in your religion. That exists only in your religion. It's like I'm talking to a Muslim who is trying to make me believe that Muhammad really went to the sky with the on the back
Why
of
is that an issue?
That's bullshit.
How are you going to tell me what gradients can exist and which can't? How are you going to tell me that?
You can't reproduce that. There is one only gradient.
You can't reproduce a gradient?
Will try to fill the volume.
You can't reproduce a gradient on the surface of Earth?
We can reproduce a gradient, but not that imaginary gradient that you have. We can't reproduce gradient where the gas molecules will just create a gradient all the way to the top of the container, never, and you can never have near perfect vacuum anywhere in a container, either in the top or at the bottom. Even if you change the temperature of the gases, you won't have that. You need to create that vacuum if you want some volume, which is a near perfect vacuum. You need to create it. You need to suck the gases inside that container. You will never have a container full of gas where in the rest of the container, 99% of the container is just perfect, near perfect vacuum. The gas pressure will sit in the bottom, in the 1%, the bottom of that container. Just take the difference of pressure between the surface and that outer space. Can you reproduce that here on Earth? But I can show you gas pressure gradient inside the container like we have here without that fake outer space.
Do you understand the issue? Like, you're saying, we already know that, maybe we don't know, but is it safe to assume the atmosphere approaches a near perfect vacuum, or no?
No.
No, not at all.
Fuck's sake.
No.
If I were to show you that it approaches a very low vacuum, very low pressure near vacuum, would you concede to the idea that you can't have a gradient? That 99% of the volume is just near perfect vacuum. Because why would it change? That's my question. Why would it change? Why would it have to be?
Why would
Why would it have to be more gas? Well, if you were to extend the container, right? Whenever
Suck ass.
Please stop.
Show us where the suckity suck starts, where it's all fucking suckity suck and suck.
Please stop. Okay, if you were to have a pressure gradient and at the very inside it's near a vacuum, its pressure is near a vacuum. If we were to extend the container, why would that be an issue? It would not be an issue, right?
You're increasing the volume, bro.
You're just increasing the volume. The volume only is only in contact with gas that is near a vacuum. So there might be a little bit of movement, but overall, that's going to be near a vacuum.
Hey Carter, so maybe what you're trying to say is how far are the walls of the container?
Why is he muted? That was a perfectly valid question. Yeah, why
No, 'cause
why do we have to
we know
dictate?
where you're getting. We know where you're getting this information fed from already.
Oh, I just made it up on my own.
Yeah.
No, a better question will
Go ahead and
be.
show me that. Go ahead and show me that near perfect vacuum. Go ahead. You said if I can show you this, will you
Yeah, if
believe
I
me?
can
Now,
show you, if I can show you pressure of the atmosphere
do
where it's
it.
near a vacuum
Do it.
or a very small amount.
And what you said is what was just wrong, because do the test with just a syringe, put some gas, just a little bit of gas till the first line of gas, and you put your finger to close the entry, and you suck more in the syringe. You will feel in your finger, even if there was some of the gas inside the syringe. When you expand the volume, when you expand the syringe, there will be more volume. You will feel the pressure on your finger, on the tip of your finger, where you are closing that syringe. So it means that the gases that you put inside that syringe, the little bit of gas, will just expand and fill in the entirety of the volume when you just expand that syringe. The more volume the gas will find, it will expand to it. And if there is enough
Let me
volume,
respond, dude. You say
if
like
there
5
is
different points.
it doesn't. I don't give a fuck. So if there is more volume, it will just rip your skin off your finger.
Sure, and that's why your freaking finger is not almost zero pressure, dude. It's high density. That's why you feel a force. So it's not relevant to what I said.
No, it's relevant. You said that even if there is a volume expanding, there is more volume, there will create no difference on the gases on the surface. No, it will. There was gas in that syringe, and when you expand the volume of the vacuum inside that syringe, it doesn't give a fuck about the gas inside the syringe. It will rip. So your finger is just the surface of the earth below the gases. It will rip your skin off.
No.
Do you understand that? Do you understand the pressure of the nothingness of the vacuum? What will do to your finger? It will just rip the skin off your finger. And your skin was below that surface of gas. So it means that the volume took the gas expanded to the inside the volume, and there was just you and that pressure, low pressure, your finger just against that low pressure. No gas helping you.
What happens if you take your finger off the syringe and you try to change the volume of the container?
So the gas that is out of the syringe will just go and rush inside the syringe and fill that entire volume. Yeah,
there would be no force. There would be no resistance, right?
You saw what we were talking about. So that thing, now we understand that it had to rush to fill that volume, which was a vacuum. So
what
it means that you understood that, but you didn't understand that you have a volume of vacuum of low pressure next to high pressure, and it doesn't affect it at all in your belief. So now you can't understand that, but you could understand the analogy about the syringe. And if you just take your finger off it, the gas will just rush to inside the syringe, like like it had to do in your paradigm, because you have a volume out. The syringe is above you, and the gas is here. So there is no finger between that syringe and the gas. So it means that the gas will rush inside the syringe, inside the outer space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that it's it is. What's the issue?
I don't even know what your point is. Yeah, this is what we observed, dude. What does that have to do with anything that I said? I've already told you so many times. It's a pressure. It's a pressure gradient.
No point
It's a pressure gradient.
Yeah, it's a waste of time. I stopped. It's just a waste of time.
Just ramble, and none of it even is relevant to what I was saying.
Of course, nothing makes sense to you anymore. Your brain is scrambled.
After hearing him, yeah.
Yeah, it's his fault.
If we have like 1 molecule per every 8 miles and we expand the vacuum, that 1 molecule might move, but nothing else is going to move, dude.
Nothing else in there. We're only going to be talking about the molecule. If the size of the volume changes, it gets bigger, then the gas molecule, which is going in a random motion, whichever direction, now has a new volume to move into. By consequence of you changing the size of the volume, increasing it, the gas pressure goes down.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, if I can show you that planets and solar systems contain the gradient, then everything falls together.
Okay, so how would you show me, for example, that Jupiter has a gas pressure gradient? How would you do that?
I didn't say that.
And so
vacuum pumps show us that forces can produce gas pressure gradients, because already know.
What forces?
Mechanical forces in the case of pumps.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's caused by a force, not a container.
Yeah, you need a force,
Shit on.
right? There's a
What's the pump? Isn't it a container itself?
No, well,
the pump.
thing that causes the vacuum in a
No. What's the pump?
Isn't
the thing that is causing the vacuum? The vacuum is a container, okay, and you have that ventilation system that will suck the air from the inside the container, which is just a complete sealed system. So it means that it is a container, and it will go inside the tube, which is also a container, and you will have an opening. An opening that you can close to stop the gas from rushing back to inside the container. So it means that pump is a complete closed container and that you can open and close.
No.
Yeah.
What happens if you turn on
It's
a
not
vacuum pump?
It's not just a force.
Please listen. What happens when you use a force inside a vacuum pump to mechanically move air from one side of the pump to the other, regardless of what that pump is connected to?
What force are you talking about? Using, for example,
Usually it's pumping oil in little loops.
Well, yeah, a platform, for example, to push like a syringe to push the gas from a side to another side.
Like I said, it's usually pumping oil over like specialized surfaces. That's like the most common vacuum pumps.
It's not like a syringe is not.
That's a platform.
That's how a syringe works.
You have a wall that is going up and down. That's a platform that is going up and down, taking out the air or the water from a side to another side. Yeah, that's not just a force. Yeah, because
that's
you said if you have a force, like for example,
pressure differential. Right? What you're describing, taking it from one side to the other, that is a pressure differential. How did we produce that? And how did we produce that pressure differential? By using a mechanical set of forces, right? Over particular mechanical things. Yes?
Yeah. Platforms, solid things where you can hold the shit and push it
No.
inside.
The gas just needs to have a force applied to it, right? That's all that mechanical stuff. All that's doing is applying force to the gas.
Listen.
Yes.
Can you create gas pressure surrounded by force? Gas pressure surrounded by force inside the a vacuum chamber.
Can you create gas pressure surrounded by force inside a
Yeah.
vacuum? That's not a sentence that makes sense. Please, can you clarify?
Because you said you can have gas pressure with force, so it
makes
means
sense
that you can contain gas with force.
The way that you produce a gas pressure is by applying force to the gas.
Yes, the force of the container.
Not necessarily, right? Like in the
That's
case of
what he's saying.
in the
So you're
case
saying
in
not
the case
necessarily.
in the
Yeah, yeah.
case of a
So you're
vacuum in
saying,
the case.
thank you. So
Oh
you're
my
saying,
god.
yeah, thank you. So you're saying not necessarily. That's the claim he's asking for evidence of that you keep not providing.
Look up how oil vacuum pumps work. They don't use like a fixed container. They use oil.
Oh my god. Oh,
Still physical.
oh my god.
The oil
But
pushes the
right?
gas.
You should. It does. But even regardless, right? Even just think of a speaker. A speaker is just using force to produce a pressure differential. Like obviously.
Yeah.
Like you should very much be aware that
Yeah, the speaker, you shut up, please. You shut up. The speaker is using a platform that is going back and forth, that is just pushing those gas molecules and creating waves. So it's not just a pure force, nothing just making that force. So the force is made by something physical that will push those gas molecules. So that's the speaker. If you didn't knew about the speaker, this is the first day you hear about a speaker and how it works. It's not a pure force. It's not just nothing creating a force. And that's what we said. A container, the walls of a container, even that speaker is the wall of that speaker is considered as the part of the container. So if that speaker is just holding the opening of the container, it is part of the container. Like that oil that you were talking
The point
about.
of a speaker is that it's not contained. The point of a speaker is that it's open to like the outside world.
Actually, not, because it will be a mechanism with multiple parts. The container will be one part, the gas is another part, the ground where we're standing on another part, and then what he's speaking about is part of the mechanism in place. It's not just one thing. The container is one thing, an important one, but it's not just that. So you can't just say that it's just one-sided thing. It's a bunch of things working together, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah, but a speaker is just your basic speaker. It's just an electromagnet hooked to a diaphragm. That's it. There's no container there.
Why is this relevant? Why is this relevant?
I'm not following what he's trying to say.
No. How the speaker works? How the sound is created? Isn't by moving that? Isn't
vibrate
Isn't by moving that platform.
When you say
so it's a wall that you push against the gases using electricity. And you bounce it, that's the base, you bounce that shit, and it will go back and forth. So it's a wall, it's a physical wall.
Yep.
Sure.
It's a physical barrier.
You can also induce pressure differentials by using plasma. Like there's plenty of ways to do it. The point is, you just need to dump enough force into a gas, and then you've produced a pressure differential.
So you're always using something physical to produce that, right?
Yeah, I would never say where you could use non-physical things to produce physical results. I don't think that's possible. But the kind of physical thing it is isn't very specific, right? We can do it with liquids in the case of some kinds of pumps. We can do it with blades in the case of like turbines. We can do it with electromagnets in the case of if you just have a big enough magnet, right? That'll vibrate hard enough.
Oh, nice. Now we have turbines and blades and speakers above us to create that gas pressure around us. Yeah, thank you, brother.
What is the thing?
It was simple when we were talking about just a container, not saying some random shit. Speakers and mirrors and plates and those things to create.
Well, you can observe. You can observe and test the mechanisms in place, and we can describe it as a design environment, and with the observation of the movement of the luminaries, right? As design, they move like clockwork. So the thing is that behind the dial, like the Swiss watch, you look at the hands of the clock. behind that dial, there's a bunch of gears that you're not looking at. So to ask about what is the mechanism in place, how everything works, that's a good question, sir. There's some unknowns up on that level. So
I would never say we know everything about nature, but what I'm establishing here,
the design in place, the mechanism that you're asking about, how is this, and what is at the center when you observe. I
think you're jumping into way too much metaphor here.
No, because it's, bro, we're talking about the containment, right? It has to be a design environment because the antecedent to the gas pressure, the gases are doing, expanding in the available volume. They're pushing against the container, creating pressure, and then that is a design environment in place for you to be able to breathe air pressure.
You don't need a container to start analyzing the behavior of gases. If you look at your gas laws, none of them are talking about
that's part of the mechanism. And then you have the input into the system, like the sun is exciting the medium inside where we're inputting, sunlight and doing that. And then we have those type of inputs into the system causing other phenomena. So they change from high pressure to low pressure, from hot to cold, right? Night cycle, day cycle, winter, all that stuff. So it's a dynamic system. And it's not as simple as just asking one question and about the container, and that's it.
What I was getting at, right, is that we see whenever you apply force to a gas, you get a pressure differential. What is a force that we know applies to gas? Gravity. So we would expect to see a pressure differential due to gravity on the gas that is around us, and we can measure that, right? If you go up a mountain, the air is going to be thinner.
Oh, God.
It's going to be lower pressure.
No,
Define gravity.
No, at this moment, dude, you've just asserted that gravity is a force. Hasn't been for over 100 years, but we'll skip past that. You're saying that this is the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient. No, again, that's not true. The reason why we have a gas pressure gradient, even within the atmospheric heliocentric model, is radiated heat from the surface of the Earth given to it by the sun. Where it is hotter down here at ground level, it will be more pressure because the gas is excited by the heat. With altitude, the temperature decreases. This is one way, there are more, and you can have a gas pressure gradient. You saying that it's because of gravity, I need a scientific experiment that shows that gravity acts upon gas.
You have to define gravity first also before you do that.
Or move your hand around. What do you mean? Everything in around you is buoyant in the air. How is it buoyant? Because there's force.
I need a scientific experiment to back your claim up.
You just use your mind.
Before you do the experiment, you have to define the very thing you're trying to test. Define gravity.
Fucking prove it.
Humanity, what is gravity? Define gravity.
We can see gravity function on all the components of air. I have no idea
He's
why you would
asking
think
you
that.
for the definition. Stop obfuscating. He's asking for the definition. Please give it to him.
Who are you talking about?
The definition
What
of
is
gravity.
Define gravity.
The force that everything around us experiences in one particular direction.
Yeah, a citation, please. Citation. I want to see the citation for where it says that verbatim what you just said. That's a bunch of horse shit.
You asked me for a definition. I am the citation for my definition.
No, you're not a citation. No, you're not a citation.
If you're asking me for my definition,
I am the citation, he said.
No, listen, sir. You need to go ahead and post a citation for the definition of gravity right now in the text channel for all of us to see that what you just said matches up to what it says also for the definition. The definition, not your made-up one.
Don't ask me for my...
I'm going to ask you for the definition if you're going to describe what gravity is and what it does. Go ahead and post the definition so we can all see that you're sticking to what the definition is exactly, not what you just made up.
Don't ask for my
I'm not going to ask for your definition. It's not your definition. It's the definition. What is the definition for gravity? And then tell me exactly how it affects gas pressure. Go ahead and define it first, like Gregory's asking.
Don't ask for my definition.
Nobody's going to... What, is he stuck on stupid? This guy?
He's repeating. Yeah. Nobody's asking you for your definition.
Ad hominem.
I don't give a shit.
What? People need to brush up on their fallacies.
Maybe I could.
What the heck?
Maybe
All right,
I could
once again,
say,
go ahead, Crit.
yeah, like tried to get him out of this loop because he
He
thinks
sounds so
somebody
quiet.
asked him for what.
Can you turn up your mic, please?
It's in the other room.
Oh, there we
yelling
go.
to his
Is
computer.
it
There
better?
you are.
That's
Okay.
better.
There you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what was the guy? Humanity. I think he's been on
Mhm.
here quite often.
All right, let's see if he's going to be able to be unmuted and give the definition for gravity once again.
Or he's got to explain when someone asks him for what the definition is. Why does he think they're asking him for his personal definition of a word?
Because that was verbatim what they asked for.
No, they asked.
That's not what I asked
No,
for.
incorrect, sir.
I didn't ask for your contrived definition.
It's
I
not
said
a
define
jargon.
gravity. I said, what is gravity?
He's not asking for some kind of hipster level debate bro jargon. The definition. What does this word mean?
Okay,
Is it
let's try again.
crickets?
Right. Let's try again. What is gravity? Define gravity.
I mean, here, I'll give you a big hint. It's a long-winded I don't know. So
Just
Come
say
on, humanity.
acceleration, bro. Just say acceleration and move on.
No, we're not going to say acceleration. We're going to have him define it per the definition. Can you do it, humanity, or say you don't know? Just like Crit was saying.
I would point to some.
Shut the fuck up. Give the definition or nothing else. We don't need to hear you say anything else. The definition, go.
Very rude.
I don't give a fuck. You're going to say the definition or not?
Are you going to continue to be rude?
Oh my god. Dude. Answer him.
So I would say gravity is the fundamental
It's not you making it up.
I would say, no, you don't say. You're going to go ahead and read out what the definition is for everybody to hear that you know what gravity is, and then tell us how it acts upon gases, like Jedi asked.
So you needn't interrupt me in the middle of.
I needed. I need to. I really do. I really do. Go ahead.
You really don't. You can just not.
Nah. See, we don't play your games. In here, we're either going to be talking about what gravity is or mute. It's up to you.
Clearly not, because you're muting me instead of letting.
No, we're not going to let you tell us what you think it is. Like, we're going to get off this merry-go-round. Maybe one or two more times, and that'll be it for you. So we're going to be a little bit charitable to you. Go ahead. You got 2 more tries. What is gravity?
Gravity is the fundamental interaction that is mutual attraction between energy.
Energy? What is energy?
He swapped the mass for energy very quickly.
Yeah, he did.
All right. I know, right? I caught that.
Mass and energy are equivalent, right? Mass energy equivalents. Come on.
Do what? What is energy?
What, dude?
What is energy, humanity?
He said mass energy equivalence. What the hell, bro?
Notice he has the floor and the mic to explain himself, but he doesn't want to.
Oh, I'm not going to respond.
He's speaking. Try again, humanity.
If someone wants to champion Gregory's points, that's fine, but I'm not going to respond.
Champion my points? Yeah. I'm asking you questions.
He just capitulated. He just gave up. He gave up the ghost. I like it. Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah, my points. I'm asking him questions. It is barely answering.
He ran out of his sophist tricks. He didn't. He's like, I got nothing. Okay.
I didn't expect that. I thought he was going to do better than that.
Ran out of gas, huh?
So, anyways, it says he obviously doesn't know what he's talking about. The last answer that he gave, he is butchering E equals mc squared. That equation does not mean energy and mass are ontologically identical. Energy and mass The monikers energy and mass are not synonyms for the same single entity. That's not what that equation means. It means that energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. That's what the equation means. It's not conflating mass and energy to be ontologically identical. So there's his butchering of that equation. But that's not even the essential point. The central point is he doesn't even know what gravity is. He just gave an erroneous definition where he just ontologically conflated two categorically different entities, matter and energy, and still has not successfully told us what gravity really is, even according to orthodox scientist doctrine.
He made up his own definition and then wanted everyone to either accept that or he'll stop talking to you.
Yeah, his woes started when Jedi was asking how gravity works upon gases, and then was even further shellacked by Gregory's "What is gravity?" So, I mean, he keeps going backwards. He's not going forward in any way.
Yeah, if the experts, the guys with the multiple interdisciplinary fields of study, doctorates in astrophysics and astronomy, tell you they don't know what gravity is, they purposely take it out of the model. It isn't factored in at all. Why is some dude in here, a rank amateur, a layman, say not only do they reject the mainstream definition, they're adding their own definition at which they will not explain or take questions on? Like, what's your purpose of joining this chat, even if you've got some secret king knowledge that you don't want to share?
Yeah, his soul was snatched out of his body, man. He's gone.
Oof.
I didn't do it that hard, did I?
No, I guess he did it to himself.
Yeah, it's interesting when he's going to tell you he doesn't want to talk to you while talking to you.
Yeah, it's a peculiar thing. So, besides humanity, who else wants to finish this subject?
Yeah, well, which brave globalist among you wants to champion this point? who else wants some
His
people?
words. Well, I'll say this. There's pretty much two theories of gravity. Now, first and foremost, on its face, when introducing the doctrine, it's a flagrant misnomer. Right? Gravity being the anglicization of the Latin word gravitas, meaning weight. Right? But for some reason, these folks who thought they were clever in the Renaissance and Enlightenment era, so-called, chose to call a causation hypothesis that is talking about something pulling something else the term that you use to identify an object exerting pressure, that is to say weight. Right? My body exerting weight on my rocking chair right now is not an instance of something pulling. It's an instance of my body pressing. So it's a misnomer on its face right there. But deeper than that, the premise of mass attracting mass, that is to say, if matter is real, if matter is matter, if matter possesses materiality, then that pulls matter to other matter. That's the causation hypothesis. Again, if it were true, you couldn't verify it to be true, because you couldn't manipulate the independent variable in the hypothesis test. That is to say, cause the matter to begin existing, cause the matter to discontinue existing, cause the matter to resume existing, and repeat, and see what happens. So you can't do that, given the law of conservation of mass, and you're not the God. So you can't verify the hypothesis, even if it were true. And then again, not only is it unverifiable, even if it were true, it's false. Given that, materiality, matter being matter, cannot generate causal power, nor is it causal power, so it can't cause any locomotion. That's not the cause. You're either conflating two categorically different properties, that is to say, materiality and causal power, or you're falsely ascribing causal power to materiality itself to generate causal power. It's ridiculous. That's just MAM. I'll leave it right there. If anyone wants to take up MAM or TGR. Leave that
Yeah,
there.
what causes you to sink into your chair?
What is the cause?
Space time. Space time. Remember, Michio Kaku said space time pushes you into your chair.
Good
Not
job.
gravity.
All right, so Gregory, you know that that's caused by space time?
No, it's a loaded question, fallacy.
We went through this, like, what was it, yesterday?
Dude, you're done. I only unmuted you to see if you would say something retarded, and you did.
Oh, are you protecting your friend?
Gotcha.
Scared?
These people are ridiculous. All this taunting while they're getting conspicuously smashed in this forum. I mean, to be
We
so
observe mass
devoted to
attracting
continue to
mass.
taunt
You know,
us,
mass attracting
especially
mass is
me,
not
while
controversial.
you continue to get repeatedly demolished in the most conspicuous and humiliating way possible, just over a phone call.
Sophistry and victory laps don't prove the shape of the earth. So what's controversial about mass attracting mass?
Thank you for a truism that no one needed to hear you say.
What's controversial about
Might
mass
be a
attracting
globe.
mass?
So you didn't hear everything I just said, like 3 minutes ago?
Yeah, I heard your sophistry. You want people to appeal to your argument by means of like some woo-woo stuff. I'm asking what's controversial about mass
No,
attracting mass?
What does
what's
that mean?
controversial? Yeah, let me tell you what's controversial
Da,
about it.
da.
Are you gonna let me speak,
Here
or are you
comes
just
this
gonna be
guy.
fucking kicked out of here?
Somebody has
No,
Tourette's.
this guy, you know who this guy is, Callie. Don't be acting stupid in my channel. You're gonna get fucking banned, and you're gonna stay that way as long as I'm in here. Would you like that? I would fucking keep you down like a fucking rabid dog if you want me
He's
to.
scurried away.
Fucking idiot.
He poofed
So
like
anyways,
a ghost.
besides that garbage. So what's controversial? Did you not hear the lesson like 3 minutes ago? It's ironic. He asked me what's controversial, while in the next breath after he says that what I said was sophistic. So either make up your mind. In the first breath, it's as though you didn't hear what I said. In the second breath, it's as though you heard what I said. So which one is it? He can't even
I
make
was
up his
gonna
mind
tell him
how he wants to taunt.
before he came in here. I was gonna tell him that it's controversial because it's never been scientifically evidenced. So if he does have any evidence for that, let's see how it can be produced and scientifically proven. So for all those globalists out there, go ahead. That's what's controversial about it, is that it's never been proven in science. So go ahead if you think mass attracts mass is proven. I'd like to see a demonstration.
By the way, just to be clear, globalist isn't the same as a...
Say again?
That's what I was thinking.
Was he?
If you're a globalist, it doesn't mean you're like you believe in the global.
Yeah,
globalist
whatever,
is like
dude.
a global
Just who
term.
gives a shit about that word? Just tell us
Cavendish
if it's
experiment, bro.
Is it able to be scientifically evidenced that mass attracts mass? Yes or no?
Yes.
How?
It's all in the Cavendish experiment.
The Cavendish experiment wasn't even attempting to verify the proposition mass attracts mass. It was attempting to measure the density of the Earth, presupposing that premise. So no, it didn't verify it. Furthermore, even if you try to use that operation as the verification of the causation hypothesis, or MAM, then it's not logically applicable because he didn't manipulate the independent variable in that operation, which is the sheer existence of matter.
Okay, how about this? What's the natural observed phenomena?
You can drop things to the ground.
Okay, what drops to the ground in Cavendish?
That's not. It has nothing to do with
Okay,
anything.
next.
Oh my gosh.
You're not even testing the cause of your natural observed phenomenon that you claimed. You're an idiot. Next.
No.
Yes.
Dude, you can assume the ground has enough mass, and then you can assume that the thing you.
Carter.
No, we're not going to assume any of that. You didn't test the cause of your natural observed phenomenon. Next.
Yeah, Carter, listen. Before we start just stomping through everyone's replies, right? What I said to you is that first and foremost, if you appeal to the Cavendish operation, right, which is more appropriate than calling it an experiment, just to avoid equivocation. That wasn't even attempting. He wasn't doing that to verify the premise of MAM. He was doing that to measure the density of the Earth while he presupposed the metaphysical presupposition of MAM, mass attracting mass. Secondly, if you appeal to that operation as supposedly verifying the proposition, then it's still not logically sufficient because he did not manipulate the independent variable in the hypothesis.
Yes, he did.
No, he did not.
He used two separate masses, but changed.
I didn't finish, dude.
Come on.
He did not. Come on, dude. He did not manipulate the independent variable. The independent variable in the causation hypothesis of the MAM is if matter is real, or if matter exists, or if matter is matter, or if matter possesses materiality. They're all equivalent ways of saying that first part of the conditional proposition. If matter is matter, then it causes matter to pull other matter to other matter. That's the causation hypothesis. So if matter exists, if matter possesses materiality, then it pulls other matter to other matter. He did not manipulate the independent variable in that causation hypothesis, which is to say he did not cause matter to begin existing, then discontinue existing, then resume existing, and repeat that process to see the result. No, he did not.
Dude, okay, wait, can you repeat that last part? What would he have to do in order to change the independent variable? He would need to create matter from existence, really? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I know how ridiculous that sounds. That's the problem with the proposition. You people did not think this doctrine through. You didn't think it through. But when someone like me comes along and spells out the refutation, you're befuddled and you're bewildered.
Wait,
and you should be.
Okay, I understand. If you're saying he didn't use a ball on one end and he did it again, is that what you're saying? And there was no movement?
Not quite. He did not manipulate the independent variable, that is to say, cause the matter to exist, discontinue existing, and then resume and then repeat. That's the independent variable in the hypothesis when you analyze the proposition.
So could you give an example of an experiment that would adequately do that?
Be the god and create ex nihilo.
Yeah, he's telling you that doesn't exist. You can't.
Why do I need to snap my fingers to create no matter?
Okay, so first of all, like you didn't observe the naturally observed phenomena of anything attracting itself to another thing. You didn't do that, right? So
I did.
On the other hand, yeah, it's got many woes. Somebody's chiming in. Hey, you got static, dude. Whoever's in there right now.
I did see that in nature. I can go over it again.
Hey, mute your mic real quick when you're not speaking because there's static and shit. All right, so you didn't see it in nature because what you're saying is horizontal attraction, not vertical attraction, just like Heretic was pointing out. So you didn't see that anywhere in nature, right? But now more to Gregory's point. Yeah,
I did see that.
Where did you see vertical? Where did you see horizontal attraction, sir?
I saw mass attracting mass.
Where did you see horizontal attraction in nature?
That has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah,
that's not based on my hypothesis. I couldn't.
You're telling me you're not based on your hypothesis. You don't have one because of the fact that you didn't observe any naturally observed phenomena that you're seeing vertical or horizontal.
I'm saying that I did.
Okay, so where in nature? Tell me where in nature you see.
Firstly, I'm not trying to observe horizontal attraction. I'm observing mass attracting mass. Can we get that clear?
Yeah, that's horizontal attraction in the cavity.
Oh, stop advocating a certain axis of that makes no sense. Why are you doing that?
Okay, so because isn't that what the Cavendish is? Horizontal attraction?
It doesn't matter. I'm simply saying there's mass attracting mass. It can go in any direction.
Because if you're going to test your hypothesis in an experiment, you need to find out what the naturally observed phenomena is to manipulate the independent variable. But you know what? We're even far away. we're like about maybe 3 degrees away from what you think is the truth, right? So even if that was the case and you start saying horizontal attraction, then you still have to figure out that your cause for everything existing, like matter existing, that you're going to have to figure out how that's causing other matter to attract itself, which is Gregory's point. Now he's saying that the sheer existence of something that exists, like matter existing, causes something else to be attracted to it. So you must make that thing disappear and then reappear. For you to know that that thing is causing that other thing to drive itself closer together to the other thing. So in order for you to test your hypothesis in a real experiment, you'd have to be able to make that thing not exist and then exist again to find out if that thing is causing the other thing to attract itself to itself. Right?
Sure. Why does that require superpower?
Listen, but you can't do that. So no, there's no please here. You can't do any of this. First of all, you didn't see the naturally observed phenomenon, which is Heretic's point. And number 2, you couldn't even do a test on what you're trying to talk about. But because you think that the thing that exists, because of the matter existing, causes something else to be attracted to it, you'd have to make it disappear to find out whether or not that's the case. And you can't do that because you can't make matter disappear.
I can move matter to a different location, no?
Okay,
it's
listen.
Stupid on its
Okay.
face.
Yeah, listen. So, like, Alpha was just articulating to you after me. You think what I'm saying is ridiculous, and I understand why. But you're not realizing that the ridiculousness of what I'm saying, or the apparent ridiculous of what I'm saying, is logically consistent with the proposition. That's what sounds ridiculous from me.
It's not.
Is a logically consistent explanation of the implications of this causation hypothesis. That's the problem.
That's not consistent. Why do we require super? Okay, sorry.
Carter, you're not listening. I wasn't done. This can easily get to the conclusion, but you're just resisting what's being said because you know
rambling.
It's not rambling. You're just trying to delay the completion of my reply. Stop it. Now I have a citation for you on the hip right now. There it is. I tagged you. Okay. We're going to analyze very quickly. It's not going to take long at all. This citation. You can study it further as you please. But the relevant passage here, gravity is a quote-unquote built-in property of mass. Wherever there are masses in the universe, they will interact via the force of gravitational attraction. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. I'm going to emphasize that sentence. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. Here on Earth, the largest concentration of mass is, of course, the planet we stand on, and its pull dominates the gravitational interactions we experience. But everything with mass attracts everything else with mass anywhere in the universe. Notice that sentence. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction.
I understand.
So that is to say, the cause of the pulling is the existence of the matter, or the matter being matter. So to say this citation in a single sentence, in a pithy causation hypothesis, if matter is matter, or if matter is real, or if matter exists, or if matter possesses materiality, then it pulls other matter to other matter. That's the causation hypothesis. So in that hypothesis, you have the independent variable and the dependent variable. The independent variable, the if part of the conditional premise, the dependent variable, the then part in the conditional premise. With the if part of that causation hypothesis, that is the supposed cause. The supposed cause, the independent variable, is the sheer existence of matter.
I understand, dude. Get with the point. Make your point and then let me respond.
To the point. You're not following. Stop condescending to me. You're the one not tracking. I
absolutely am tracking. You've repeated the same thing like 3 times.
Stop talking then. I'm getting to the point. It's ridiculous, dude. Come on. So that's the cause, the supposed cause. The sheer existence of matter is the supposed cause. So you have to manipulate that. What is the that? The existence of matter. You have to manipulate the existence of matter. Make it exist, make it stop existing, make it resume existing, and repeat. You can't do that, can you?
Yes, you can. Why do you need superhuman powers, dude? Why can't you just take the mass away?
You cause matter to
Why can't you just take the mass away so that it's not there anymore causing the force?
Stop. Show me how you caused matter to begin existing.
You don't need that.
You just said you can do it. Now you're sitting here telling me that you don't need to do it. Even though the proposition, like I just explained, necessarily implies that in order to do the experiment to verify the causation hypothesis, you need to cause matter to resume existing, discontinue existing, and repeat because the supposed cause is the sheer existence of matter.
Hey, Greg?
Hang on, let him reply. Hang on.
No, that's false. You don't need to cause matter in order to observe mass attracting mass. That doesn't make sense.
So since you're being stubborn on that point, then what do you need to do?
You can just take away mass. You don't need to create mass or take it away, like snap your fingers and it's gone. You don't need to do that.
That's not the cause. The cause isn't the location of the matter. The cause isn't the supposed distance. The citation that I just read to you didn't say the location of the matter is the cause. The citation didn't say the distance between the material entities is the cause. The citation said mass, the matter being matter, the sheer existence of the matter is the cause. So no, what you're saying is not logically consistent with the causation hypothesis, as you persevere to condescend to me.
I love how the religious guy is advocating the anti-realist position here. It's kind of funny.
So, can I say something?
No, he doesn't.
Gregory?
No, Carter doesn't have an answer. Carter just gave up. He's not responding. So we got
Fine,
radio.
yeah, fine. I think he's right. Fine.
Yeah, I know he is right. That's exactly what he's been trying to point out to you, Carter. So thank you for that concession. Now let's move on to the other guy who was saying something.
Yeah, sure. Actually, so Gregory, how do you know like anything? Like, how do you like move around anything?
No.
How do you,
We're
like,
not gonna go there, Dr.
measure
Bob.
anything?
No.
Get it.
We're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go there. That's bullshit. You're either gonna go
Just to
stick
make
to the
that
point.
intelligible.
Yeah.
Just to make that intelligible from him, he's butthurt from a day or two ago, where I admonished him and embarrassed him in Atheist Helpline on that subject. So he's coming in here to pest me with that. That's why.
Yeah, no, he's not going to speak. If he's not going to stick to the points that we're making here, or at least ask a question, or make a claim and then back it up with evidence, then you don't need to speak, Dakabai.
I'll be right back.
Okay, wait.
I'm going to unmute you.
I have an actual response.
That's actually fucking hilarious. Like, I'm just asking.
We don't care about how it's hilarious or not. Do you have a question, sir? Yes or no?
Yeah, I do have a question.
All right, go ahead and ask it. Make it pertaining to the subject matter, please.
What's the subject matter, in your opinion?
The topic of the room.
My God.
Did you say what is the subject matter? What is a subject
Not
matter?
an opinion, you.
Well, okay.
Douchebag.
So you say the Earth is flat, right? How do you know that?
No. Listen, dude. All right. So, is the Earth a globe? Yes or no, Dakabai?
I thought we were talking about the flat Earth. No.
Is the Earth a globe? Yes or no, Dakabai?
So you know.
Is the Earth a globe? Yes or no, Dakabai?
So you know, but then.
No, we're not gonna go to so you know. Not asking you anything else other than what I'm saying. Is the Earth a globe? Yes or no, Dakabai?
You asked me to ask a question.
Okay, so you're not gonna now answer the question because you're lost in the sauce. I give you the ability to ask a question, but you're not able to do it coherently. So now I'm asking you a question, so you can at least answer it. Is the Earth a globe?
Rewind on YouTube and look.
Is the Earth a globe, Dakabai?
Rewind on YouTube.
I'm not gonna rewind on YouTube. You're gonna sit on mute if you'd like to, and listen to somebody else pick up the point one more time. Dakabai, is the Earth a globe?
You asked me
He
to ask.
actually proved that the Earth was a globe. He actually proved that the Earth was flat. And him saying that he has a measured deviance. He had a measured deviance, and that was a proved reclamation of flat Earth.
Yeah, let me get Jedi the mic. Go ahead, Jedi.
He doesn't speak.
By the way, you can unmute Dakabai if you want. I would just get him to answer the question.
So back to Gregory's thing. If I say something like increasing heat causes water to boil,
oh my
does
God!
Does that mean I'm?
No. You're done with that point. We're moving on forward. You understood that mass attracting mass is not able to be scientifically evidenced, and you've already demonstrated that you understood the point. We're now moving past that point. Now that you weren't able to prove it. So
Not
we're not
to
going back.
defy your moderation, I would just suggest. I think I can anticipate where his question was going. Is he trying? I think he's trying to test I think he's trying to test the consistency of the general principle by which I argued previously.
Yep.
He can.
Which
I
is
just
fair.
don't want him to fall back into trying to see if we can resurrect.
Yeah, not recycle the previous debate. Yeah, no, not that. Yeah.
I just want to
Go
know
ahead,
what he
Carter.
thinks. If you increase heat, if I say increase heat, does that mean I actually like create heat into existence, like without like just creating energy? Because we can't do that, right? So how do you reconcile that with your premise?
Hi. Say the question again. Clean that up a bit.
If we obviously can't create.
I'll tell you real quick because he's going to take forever to do it. If you turn on a stove and heat is now applied, he wants to know how you can make heat become like things hotter, and now he's going to try to make it analogous to somebody's. Black Mage, you know that you were just taking a leak on live stream, right? Fuck's sake, dude.
That's disgusting.
So he's basically saying that if you could apply heat, it would be the same thing as like having mass become, there and not there. But he's using in this case like fire. Well, fire wasn't there, but now it's there. So you're saying that it'd be the same thing, analogous to a mass.
Maybe, but let him finish the question. He needs to clean up the question to be more succinct.
Analogous to a mass? Are you serious? There's no such thing as a mass. This is imagination land. Material. So I would say the materialness of gas will not attract the materialness of another gas.
Your original contention was that we can't create mass, right?
Hang on. Into the break. Go ahead and finish, and then Carter.
Why is Into the Break answering for these guys?
The material of a gas will never attract the materialness of a gas. Ever. These are conceptual terms. It's just, you're just identity violating and just, I don't know what you guys, what Matthias does in the woods by himself, you know what I'm saying?
Nice break. It's a nice break we're taking. This is a commercial break, by the way.
Okay, so Carter, say your question. Try to make it more succinct and clean.
Okay, just like your issue with the experiment is that they didn't change the existence of matter, right? They didn't vary that. And that's not the same as just moving matter around or replacing matter, right? Is that correct?
Yes, yeah.
So if someone says they increase the temperature, like temperature causes water to boil, right? Heat causes water to boil. Is that incorrect then? Because they didn't exist energy, like they didn't just create energy. They moved it around.
No.
Why?
Why is it not incorrect?
Yes.
Because the proposition isn't talking about causing energy to begin existing. It's not talking about causing anything to begin existing. The proposition is talking about intensifying the energetic activity within a given area.
So why can't I say the same thing for mass? Why can't I just say I'm increasing the mass in this area by adding more mass to this object?
Because that necessarily entails that you're causing matter to begin existing, unless it's an awkward way of you saying that you're adding more matter that already exists that you did not cause to begin existing to another area.
Yeah,
which is
it's the same. It's analogous.
No, that's just a very weird thing to say. You're like
hold on a second.
like,
Hold on.
like here.
Hold on, man.
No, it's
Hold on.
no. You hold on a second. No, you shut
You
the
hold
fuck up
on.
for a second. You.
I was just kidding. He can go. I was just kidding. I was gonna let him go.
So let me say again so that you hear me clearly. When you say that, if you rephrase it the way you said, you're either saying that in the sense of you caused matter to begin existing, which is very suspicious for obvious reasons, or that's an awkward way of saying you moved matter that exists independent of you, which you did not cause to begin existing, from one location to another. And the latter is not an instance of testing the causation hypothesis. Like I emphasized to you very strongly earlier, you read the citation. The citation is not saying the location is the cause. The citation is not saying the distance is the cause. The citation is saying the matter is the cause. Matter being matter, not matter doing anything. Matter ipso facto being matter, ipso facto possessing materiality, is pulling other matter to other matter. That's what they mean. That's the causation hypothesis. So then
How
they emphasize that manipulating the independent variable, which is the matter being matter, the existence of matter, is what you need to do to verify the causation hypothesis. You cannot do that, law of conservation of mass. You're not the God. Therefore, you cannot verify the proposition.
Okay, here's an easy way to do this. What if I replace in that quotation, the citation you give, right? What if I replace mass with energy? And the second part, after the comma, I say the more energy there is, the higher the temperature. Is that really a problematic statement?
Why readjust the citation to something that it's not saying? Why even phrase the question?
I'm making an analogy to what I was saying earlier about boiling water. In this case, it's just temperature, but it's the same thing. I'm just replacing mass with energy. I'm just no. I want you to answer what I just said.
Listen. You didn't need to phrase it that way. That was awkward. So really, you're just repeating the initial question that you already asked me. So if you say you increase the temperature, then if you increase the temperature, then the water will boil. There's nothing erroneous about the proposition. There's two different causation hypotheses. Two different causation hypotheses. The former, what we were talking about, if matter is existing, if matter exists, then it pulls other matter to other matter. As opposed to, if I increase the temperature in this area, then the water will boil. Those are two different causation hypotheses. The latter is not talking about anything beginning to exist. They're intensifying what is happening. The former is talking about manipulating, is talking about the sheer existence of matter causing other matter to be pulled to other matter, necessarily implying that in order to manipulate the independent variable in the causation hypothesis, that is to say, causing matter to begin existing, discontinue existing, and resume existing. Those are the implications of that proposition when trying to verify it.
I understand. So the statement that's problematic in terms of mass existing, you can't do that, is the following statement. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. Is that true? Is that the statement? The problematic statement is the more mass there is, the more attraction, the more force of attraction, right?
Yeah, which is a version, it's semantically equivalent to saying the causation hypothesis, that is, if matter is real, if matter exists, then it pulls other matter to other matter. That's the problem.
And if we increase, and the only way to test that is by, creating mass into existence, right?
Correct. That's the supposed cause. That's what they said.
So I'm going to
their mouth. I'm trying to be analytical and rigorous and charitable in analyzing what they said. They said the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to be pulled to other matter.
Yep. Okay. And now just look in chat. How is that different from this statement right here? How is it different?
Oh, you put a period.
Yeah.
Where is it? There it is. Okay, I already explained the difference. You're repeating the question. So again,
no, because it doesn't make sense. You just said that mass has to. That's the problematic statement. But all I did was replace mass with heat.
Okay,
that's all I did.
That's a different issue. They're two different propositions. Okay, so with this, in the former, I'm just about to repeat myself. In the former, the causation hypothesis is if matter exists, then it pulls other matter to other matter. In the former, in the latter, it's if heat is here, then the water boils. In the latter, it's not talking about the sheer existence of anything being the cause. In the latter, it's talking about the intensification of the temperature causing the water to boil. That's the difference.
Just looking at those two statements, how can you possibly determine that?
By analysis and logically sound critique of the propositions, like I just did.
No, you made it different, but the sentences are exactly the same. It's just the nouns are different.
Not the same. There's two different entities being talked about.
I only replaced one thing.
That's beside the point. There are two different propositions talking about two ontologically different things.
I don't think you understand.
It doesn't matter what you think or at all. Do you have an argument? So I explained the difference. When you say this proposition, some sort of rephrasal of what is in the citation that I gave you, the more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction, or the more heat there is, the higher the temperature. Heat. This proposition is not trying to say that the sheer existence of the heat is the cause, not existence, but the activity of the matter, the intensity of the temperature is causing the water to boil. The latter proposition is talking about the matter actually doing something, not just being matter. That's the difference.
And you can't just make matter do something out of snapping your fingers. It's the same thing.
That's an irrelevant retort. I just told you the difference.
Oh my gosh, dude.
The former is trying to say the sheer existence of matter is the cause of other matter being pulled to other matter, as opposed to the latter proposition saying this matter doing something, right, moving, because heat is what? An intense activity of the matter. So this intense activity of the matter is causing the water to boil. It's categorically different. They're different on their face, like I just explained. So stop repeating the question.
One being an activity and one being an object means they're categorically different.
The two different propositions. Like I just told you, the former is ascribing causal power to the sheer existence of the matter. The latter is saying that when this matter does this, when it does something, then it causes the given effect. They're vastly different.
Okay, someone else can go, I guess. I don't know. I give up.
So in that case, how would you explain magnetism? Because magnets, like they can create a force inherently without actually doing any like work whatsoever. Like they don't need to do anything; they just generate.
You can cause motion without moving.
Hmm?
You can cause locomotion without moving.
Magnets can, yes.
Magnets are a mystery. It's acknowledged in physics.
Not to interrupt you, Ego. Say again, Ego. Ego. Well, never mind. I'll just say this again. The proposition is analytically false. If you're not moving, then you're not going to cause any locomotion. If the given entity that is supposedly the cause is not doing anything to cause any motion, then no motion will be elapsed as an effect.
What?
So if you hold two magnets in your hand and you let go, they won't come to each other? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's obviously a different proposition from what I obviously said.
Well, if they're in your hands, they're not moving. So why would there be locomotion when you let go?
So how I can't explain to you the machinations of magnetism, but to sit up here and say that their idleness, the incidence of them not moving is the cause is ridiculous. It's analytically false.
Well, you separated them, didn't you? You grabbed them, separated them, held them in that state. Then when you let go, they went back to where they were.
Sure, just like
there is an interaction. Notice my emphasis on the phrase. There's an interaction between these material entities, for instance, magnets, so that they move. You cannot have motion without motion. You can't cause motion without moving.
It's exactly the same thing as picking up a rock and letting it go. So things obviously lead to equilibrium. Doesn't mean you can have an initial zero velocity and then something cause, like magnetism or gravity, cause locomotion.
I think what you're trying to do, Carter, if I got
that wasn't relevant to what I just said.
see if I got this, Carter. What you're looking for, if I got this right, okay, if I'm picking up what you're putting down, no pun intended, is that you're trying to find a statement in which you and Gregory can agree, and then branch out from where you would disagree.
I don't think we're ever going to agree because I said something very clearly in my mind, but it didn't make sense to him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I see you probably might not get there, but I feel like that's what you're trying to do by finding a statement where he thinks is true and then just slightly modifying it so you find it still to be true and he should maybe also agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's that. So again, I don't think you understood what I said to you. What is the last point I just made?
You add a lot of words, but I mean, if something doesn't have an initial velocity, then its mere existence won't cause locomotion.
Yes,
just to the effect of what you
to
said.
be accurate, I'm refuting the analytically false proposition that the idleness or the non-motion, whatever else, is the cause of them moving. So the example that was appealed to with magnets, their non-moving is not a cause and cannot be a cause. Non-moving cannot be the cause of motion, of things moving. There is an interaction. Notice my emphasis on action. There's the words that we're saying have meaning. There's an interaction, an interactive relationship between magnets so that they pull to one another or push away from one another. So the magnets are not an example of idleness or non-motion being a cause of motion. There cannot be an example of non-motion idleness being the cause of motion. It's absurd. I have to take a phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
Hey, so does anyone here have a good reason for me to doubt that the Earth is flat?
I am Spartacus.
Well, if that's a troll, it's probably the most thoughtful troll I've ever heard.
How is that a troll? That was one of your guys.
Hey, was that crit?
Yeah.
Why did you say that?
I don't know. I just felt like it. It just felt like the right moment.
I feel like there may have been some moments in my life where I should have said that, but I didn't think to say that. I'm going to try to remember that.
What did he say? I probably said it one time when I was asleep, and I woke up, and I was awesome. I don't know what he said. I want to hear it again. That's all.
I just said I am Spartacus. The question on the table was, is there anybody who can offer a reason to not think the Earth is flat?
I'm with Spartacus. This is Flatter.
That's a different movie, D-Monk.
Hold my beer, right?
Those are Spartans. Was Spartacus a Spartan?
No, he was a slave and a gladiator.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Spartans are different. This is Sparta. They are Auru. They're warriors by profession.
Yeah, the Spartans were just one of the Greek cultures that had apparently very bad tasting food, as far as we know, but they managed to master a technique that would involve a few people going up against a lot more people and winning. You know, they managed to perfect teamwork pretty well.
So nasty food promotes teamwork. Hell yeah.
Because the shield wall is very flat. The shield wall.
Spartacus was a Thracian, not a Spartan. Okay.
also very gay, I think, which is kind of a funny thing.
He was his brother's keeper.
You know what's not gay? If it's TSA, it was not gay.
What does that stand for?
And also, the Spartans weren't dressed like they were in that movie. They weren't wearing underwear into battle. They were fully clothed with armor.
That's irritating.
It transport security, like at the airport.
Like, can you imagine that? Like doing that in real life, going into battle of any kind to the death, wearing underwear and shoes. Like seriously, the movie's ridiculous.
Wait, I thought you said they weren't wearing underwear.
No, they were fully armored. Like they had shields, but they had armor. Like they were fully clothed. Like they didn't go into battle with shields and spears and underwear with their chests exposed and their legs exposed. Like they didn't do that. That was just the stupid movie 300. That was fucking ridiculous.
And flip flops.
They had a lot of metal, didn't they? It was just like everybody gets a metal suit now. Everyone.
You get a suit. You get a suit. Look under your seats. Look under your seats. Yes, suits. Everyone gets a suit.
Take your metal helmet, little kid. I'm only 3. Put your fucking helmet on. It's like snails. You grow out of one helmet to the next armor, to the next armor.
What we do in life echoes in eternity.
Hermit armor crabs. It's like, this is my armor. I will fight you to release this armor to the new armor. I've been eating too much. A fat suit armor. That'd be funny as hell. That's how you know everybody didn't get armor, because they ain't got no fat armor suits. They just got skinny ones that I've ever seen. They ain't got no room for titties or a big belly.
Titties. Tatas.
Joan of Arc must have been flat chested. She's like, put me in that thing anyway.
I was Joan of Arc in my former life.
She probably was shocking people. She probably figured out a way to shock people, and they were like, oh shit, don't mess with Joan of the Arc. Because when she gets close, she will zap your ass. Like, she made the taser and they didn't know. How's this lady beating these dudes? She's arcing them.
Sounds like a made up story.
I fucking love it. Already. It's like a comic book superhero. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It sounds like this little lady was wielding some big armor, big swords and shields against these dudes, these barbarians, and she's like whooping them, go get little Joni. Joni's got a gun. Joni's got a sword.
It's the bigger love with the family. Just an angry child. That's all.
No, how many people can if they're like, oh, this dude only weighs 50 pounds, there's no way, and they just fall on the ground laughing because they're laughing that you could even beat them up because you look like a little teenager, and then you just walk up and step on their area or their head or throat or something, like they're done, and they're like, ooh, dang. What kind of underestimating do you have to do to get beat up by somebody that you're underestimating? That's like crazy to me how this happens all the time in history. The big badasses that take everyone out in the world underestimate this one little group of 5 or whatever, and then they're just defeated. It's crazy. Crazy. You don't see that shit happen in real life. The army doesn't get defeated by one kid or one guy.
to break the silence, who else is in here?
I am Spartacus.
I'll tell you a funny story. So, like, yesterday I was using a jet ski for the first time, this Yamaha Wave Runner thing that my brother bought. And, like, he let me drive it for, like, the last fourth of the trip. He was, like, driving it for the first 3/4. But what I thought was funny is that I had no idea that when you're using a jet ski, like, you have so much, you know, wind air resistance against your face. I didn't realize these things went up to 59 miles per hour. Like, we didn't get quite to 60, but it could easily get up to 59 miles per hour. And it's just crazy going 59 miles per hour with no windshield, just sunglasses between you and the air. It's like, I don't know, it's just a funny thing, you know?
Yeah, delightful.
Like even the air resistance itself makes it hard to even hold on to the handlebars of the thing. Because it's just, you're constantly being blown back.
There's no shield between you and the air. It's just you and the air.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me.
You're excused.
Huh? What
You're
you say, white motherfucker?
Bye.
What you say?
Well, didn't take too long, did it?
Some folks are goofy.
Yeah, so anyway, because you're wondering where I was actually riding the thing, it was up the Willamette River. So we started like just under St. John's Bridge, which is a bridge that it's painted green, but it looks a lot like the Golden Gate Bridge because it was designed by the same architect who designed the Golden Gate Bridge. It's this it's lovely suspension bridge in Portland. And so we started underneath there, and then we went southwards to the Willamette, just until we got to Oregon City, where there's these giant waterfalls that we couldn't go past. But yeah, and all the way down to Oregon City, and then back up to Portland. Pretty trippy. Oh yeah, it was a funny thing. You know something? Actually, one of the craziest parts of this story is that right when we were in the very center of downtown Portland, he slows down a little bit, pulls out his cell phone. He's like, asking me if I want to bring my cell phone. I'm like, I don't really want to bring my cell phone. I don't care. And like, he pulls out his cell phone though, and he takes a selfie of us with his girlfriend's building in the background where she works, and then he sends it to her. And then a few seconds later, she sends a picture of us from the skyscraper. And so I get to look at a picture of myself riding on the jet ski from like several hundred yards away from a skyscraper's point of view while on the jet ski. And then we continue our journey southward. I thought that was kind of funny.
That's neat. Yeah, willing I'll do that one day.
Oh yeah, and then another thing was we were passing some houseboats. And like my brother, who's riding the jet ski or whatever, he's an architect, so he works downtown, or at least he has the potential to work downtown. It's a highly saturated market, but when he can get work, he'd be working downtown as an architect at architecture firms. And so he was telling me that it'd be so funny if it was something he was hoping to do is if he could buy one of the houseboats, live in one of the houseboats, and then instead of driving to work in a car, drive to work in a jet ski, commute to work in a jet ski down the Willamette River. I was thinking, like, that'd be so funny, like commuting to work in the middle of a large city, but not by car, by jet ski.
Yeah, talk about a freeway. About no traffic.
Oh, yeah. That reminds me. You saying that reminds me. There was another thing. So he was saying that of all the times he's ever ridden the jet ski on that water, that morning, it was about 10 o'clock yesterday. And around 10 a.m. yesterday, it was the calmest he'd ever seen the river. Like, we just happened to come out there at the time when it was just the waves on the river were just small as they could possibly be. The wind was as low as it could ever possibly be, at least as far as, his experience out there. And what was funny is that I think it may have caused a reaction upstream when we were going closer to Oregon City, kind of between Oregon City and Portland. because we were going through this area where it was a lot more nature and a lot more pretty islands and parks and stuff, and the water, it started to have large sections where the ripples would be very different than the ripples in another section right next to it, and there was a very fine, clearly defined line dividing the two, and there'd be long columns and sections and just areas where there would be particularly calm water, and then right next to it water where you could see the waves are different. And he was telling, I was mentioning it to him, and he was saying that he had seen that same effect just a little bit before, but only slightly. He had never seen it to the extent that we had seen it, where it was basically half the river where the ripples are really small and barely noticeable, and then the other half of the river where the ripples are much bigger. And it almost made us look like, with the water looking black at an angle, with the way the light was coming off it, it almost made it look like we were going over asphalt for a second. Because you know how when you're driving a car over asphalt, you'll come to one part of the asphalt that looks different and feels different than the other part. It almost looked like that.
Interesting. That's funny. Looks similar to the asphalt of the freeway. That's interesting. Asphalt. There's a joke in there somewhere.
In here. And I guess another little fun factoid is that I guess in North America, like the waterfall that we ended at, the waterfall in Oregon City in the middle of this industrial district, this ancient rusted industrial district that looks like almost like something out of Mad Max with how rusted everything is. This waterfall that we came to that we couldn't go past, that I'd seen before from other perspectives. It's apparently, like he said, it was the second largest waterfall in North America or something like that. Like you said, it was only second largest as far as water transporting through it compared to Niagara Falls. Second to that as far as like North America or the Northern Hemisphere. If you want to like call it that hemisphere. I guess Northern Hemisphere would be a lot more North America. I realize that, but he said Northern Hemisphere. I'm not sure if he meant that entirely. I haven't looked it up. But isn't that a funny thing? Isn't that another funny thing that's in the lexicon of us Americans and other people as well? Hemisphere, Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, Western Hemisphere, Eastern Hemisphere. But is there any sphere to begin with? Although I'm thinking about going a little more daredevil with the thing. Now that my brother has his jet ski, now I'm thinking about getting like, a parasail. I'm like, come on. You can tie a parasail to the back of one of these, right? It's heavy enough. It can pull someone. Get some air.
Yeah, you can tie a parasail to a four-wheeler. Gas-powered four-wheeler. Drive about 20, 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. You'll start lifting up, maybe 70, whatever, maybe 88, gigawatts. And then you get 88 miles per hour. And then it lifts you, and then you just have a big fan on the back, and you turn the fan on, and it blows you forward. And actually, it's pretty fun. I'd seen this one dude drive when he was driving straight into water. And then the thing lifted up. I was like, what the hell is that dude? What's he doing? He's driving into the lake. And then this thing lifted up. I said, oh, shit. Oh, okay. So first all I saw was a little car driving through the bottom. I noticed as a kid, and then I looked through the trees. You could see the top part, the little thing that lifts you up, that sail. So he started lifting up. Then I heard the thing go, and the fan kicked on, and he went forward.
I just had a crazy idea with the parasail idea, actually. Was that you made me think of it when you said the four-wheeler, because I didn't think about a four-wheeler. Like, I've heard of people doing it, like, motorcycles or whatever. It's like a fun gag, whatever thing. But, like, the thing is, I have a longboard, and it's a very unusual longboard. It has, wheels that are so big it has air in the tires and such like that. And it's got 2 electric motors, and it can go up to top speed of 38 miles per hour. But I just think it would be so funny if, just with my own body weight combined with the weight of the longboard, if I could manage to make it work with a parasail, and actually keep someone afloat in the air. I guess it would work at like a, what do you call it, an airfield, like an airstrip. But I don't know where else you could get it to work. Because you'd have to have a lot of protective equipment on you to like go up to 38 miles per hour. And I don't have that equipment anymore. I used to, but I kind of longboard in a different way these days, and I don't bother strapping on the knee pads and the elbow pads and all that stuff.
You guys want to talk about some boring geometry?
Yeah. You got an arc segment measurement of the surface of the Earth with solid materials?
Not today, no.
Well, then, no. Not really. There's not really anything to talk about unless you have that.
You selling Coriolis insurance?
No, not me. That's a good one.
It's like when the atheist, like, their property gets destroyed by act of God, but they're atheists, so they can't claim it.
I like that.
So all insurance companies are atheists.
Insurance is a form of gambling.
They don't pay out for acts of God.
Some religions prohibit insurance because it's a form of gambling.
They roll the dice. Seven above the Earth's flat, 7 below the Earth's round. Okay, here we go. Oh no! Oh, it.
Hey, Red One, can I share a funny meme that I saw on Twitter without being banned? Or Crit, maybe I should ask you. He disappeared.
Yeah, as long as it's not TOS, I'm pretty much open to anything that anyone posts. I'm like a free speech advocate. Like, just don't try to get our channel shut down.
Oh, of course. No, I'm not that kind of guy. That's my favorite place on the internet.
I would say, if in doubt, just don't post it.
Here it is. No doubt.
Okay. Because self-censorship is the best type of censorship.
My favorite. Is it funny or not?
Kinda.
I think we're lucky, us Globers, that the land masses are on top of the globe, not at the bottom, because we would all drown.
It's just hard to equate that with the behavior of water. I mean, it's almost impossible to envision the globe.
Almost.
Well, no, sorry. I made a mistake. It is impossible to envision the globe. I mean, if someone comes up to you and says to you, "Here's what here's what I think. Here's what I think the world's doing right in the water. Right? It's actually in the form of a globe, and it's doing this because even though water behaves in a certain way, it's doing this because of a certain thing that we can't prove, or we might not have proven, but it's got two different definitions to it." But I would laugh in his face. Just go sit in the corner, crazy.
I think that's why we're here.
Because we're crazy?
No, because of that, some people can imagine it, some people cannot, and we've been discussing that ever since.
Are you an actual flat earther?
I am not a flat earther at all.
Okay. That's what I thought. No, what are you then?
I'm a globe shell.
And are you enjoying it?
So far, yeah.
You're loving life, bruh. Wait, does that give you? Is that where you get your kicks? Is that how you get your kicks by being a shill? Even though you know it's fucking ridiculous, like.
No, I don't know that it's ridiculous.
You don't know?
Well, no, wait, hold on. Why'd you call him a shill?
Because he called himself a shill.
I did.
Wait, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what that word? Do either of you know what that word means, or what it stems from? The word it stems from?
Oh God, let me Google.
I'm a globe simp.
I'll just tell you. I'll just tell all of you. It stems from the word shilling, which was like $1 back in England back in the old day. What it means is someone who would be paid a shilling or a handful of shillings to say things, to say things that even then themselves don't believe is true, but someone's willing to pay them to say them, and they're willing to do it for money. Kind of like a prostitute kind of intellectual thing.
Does it count if they are getting paid but they do believe in it?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, by definition, there has to be money exchanged. So my question is, has anyone handed you any money to say that the Earth is a globe?
Ah.
No, right? The answer is no. No one's handed you any money to say the Earth is a globe. So you're not a shill. You're misusing that word.
I'm just a useful idiot.
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, that's a more accurate term. I agree.
Thank you, Peter. You're defining yourself pretty well there, bro. Yeah, but like, somebody comes, oh, my bones are aching, my bones are sore, the joints aren't right. Here, have some of this snake oil. Oh, fuck, suddenly I can walk, I'm great. That's a shill, right?
Well, maybe not even that. Just one way or another. It's just someone getting paid by somebody else to say things that are not true. The money has to be exchanged. Like money has to be exchanged. Otherwise, no one's a shill.
I suppose this is the definition of being caught in a gilded cage or an invisible cage that you can't see. The best slave is a slave who doesn't know he's fucking enslaved. But they will defend the preposterousness of it all simply because they've been browbeaten into believing it. I suppose that has fuck all to do with shilling, but it's automatic response to you must be living in the 16th century if you think the Earth is fucking flat, bruh.
By the way, if you want to know someone you can like refer to as a shill, I would refer to Kamala Harris and everyone in the media pretty much as a shill. Like, there's plenty of shills out there. You don't need to call people that you actually speak to in person. It's usually people that you can't talk to that are the shills. It's the people on TV that are shills.
Yeah, that's true. The Untouchables, they get so much money.
Yeah, they do have money. They do have money, but they don't have as much money as the people that are paying them, as the people that are cutting their checks. It's like what is that thing that old thing that Chris Rock said? I think I remember Immortal Technique quote or whatever. Like what was it? It's like Chris Rock said, "Shaq is rich, but the guy who signs his check is wealthy."
Yeah, makes sense. I suppose you're talking about different degrees of folks, right? It doesn't cost you anything to contemplate whether the Earth might not be a globe, but there's people who won't even entertain the thought, so yeah, good luck to them. Like, I'm an intelligent guy. I have multiple degrees. But I believe in UFOs, possibly Bigfoot, and
What are your degrees in?
other dimensions. But don't fucking tell me the Earth isn't a globe, bro, because I'll lose my shit. It's eschatology and Bigfoot.
They're just trolling, huh?
I'm sorry I asked.
Why can't you have a degree in that?
What's wrong, bro? Don't tell me the Earth is flat, bro. I'm fucking losing my shit. I was only joking. Sorry, I have a degree in Fahrenheit.
You have a degrees in Fahrenheit?
No, sorry. Celsius checked it out for me. Turns out it was Fahrenheit.
What country was Fahrenheit from?
Ooh, that's a good one. Can I phone a friend?
Well, you have a degree in Fahrenheit, so Mr. Daniel Fahrenheit, where was he from?
Daniel Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
Daniel Fahrenheit. It sounds German.
Ethnicity, German, yes. What country was he from?
Austria.
Nope.
You can flag it, you can flag it. Where was he from? Tell me. Put me out of my misery. Go on.
Kingdom of Poland.
I was about to say Poland. Poland. Where was Celsius from? Go on.
Sweden.
How do you fucking know that?
I have a degree in Celsius and in Fahrenheit.
I have a degree in encyclopedia. My mind is a sponge. Where was Spyro from? Come on.
Who?
Biro. The guy who invented the Biro.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
I think it was Romania, but I just need to check. Oh, no, sorry. Bulgaria. Bulgaria.
Where was Globe from, Mr. Globe?
Somebody's freaking ass. Danzig. Danzig used to be in Germany, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh. Biro was from the other Bulgaria. Hungary. Wow, he died at age 50, man. That's young. Damn. I suppose in those days that was a long life, right?
No. People live the same as today.
Oh, really? Were you there?
No.
Thought not. I'm just kidding, Peter. No, I think the life expectancy has probably increased a little bit.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell you how long
18th
people used to
century.
live.
It's getting longer and longer, huh?
Yeah, but that doesn't tell you about the longevity of people. It tells you statistically how long people have lived. Those are two different things.
Okay. I would guess 50 in the 18th century was kind of longevical.
No, people lived until their 80s and 90s like they do today. It's just fewer people made it to that age. That's the difference.
Okay, the lucky ones.
Yeah, most people died when they were children, so that lowers life expectancy. When they say, it was 30 or 40, they mean many people died when they were 1 or 2. And statistically speaking, people lived until their 40s, but the people who survived childhood lived into their 70s, 80s, 90s like we do.
Yeah, just far fewer.
Yeah, very few people. I mean,
That's what
only
I mean.
an order of
There's
magnitude.
more today, so that means that the longevity has increased, right?
No, but let's talk about the shape of the Earth. That's more interesting.
No, I want to talk about age. You old bastard, you. How old is the Earth?
Pretty old.
Pretty old. Like 2 billion? 2.5 billion?
I think it's more like 5 or 6.
What, billion?
Yeah.
You're crazy, bruh. So the universe isn't but 6 billion years old, apparently, isn't it?
Nah, they say it's somewhere between, I think, 14 and 28.
Oh, Jesus, they put fucking numbers on top of it. Last I heard, it was 6 billion. Is that like, when the sun used to be like, how far away did the sun used to be? It was 6, then 8, now 12. So that must be million, right?
Nah, million is
Thousands, million years
nothing.
old. We're just tiny ants running around a fucking water ball, trying to stay out of the water because we can't swim.
Yeah, when I think about it, it makes me humble. Makes me appreciate how powerful our Creator is.
That's biblical, man.
I know it's pretty epic, right?
Almost biblical.
It is literally biblical. Like, to create a universe so huge and so impressive is truly a miracle.
I don't know if it's a great thing though. Doesn't look too fucking good to me from where I'm standing.
Yeah, wouldn't it be interesting though that why are all the atheists so triggered over flat Earth and not heliocentric? If the heliocentric model, as claimed by Copernicus and Newton, is so full of glory and so full of splendor that it could only have been made by a supernatural being, and the only supernatural being that they know capable of doing such a thing is God of the Bible. So
I think
why
it's
is it
because their lives are missing something, missing spirituality, missing something. So they're taking it out on you.
See, I was thinking that it's quite the opposite. They think that their worldview is only justified through nihilistic ideas. Like Bill Nye said, "I suck." He had this big speech about how the universe is so big and he's so small, it makes him insignificant. Like he's not even.
Yeah.
He holds less value than a grain of sand.
Many atheists are nihilists. I agree.
So if they are on a created world that like takes the the sail, it takes the wind out of their sail, now they're going to have to defend that there's a purpose for them to be here.
Yeah, they have a problem with purpose often. Not all, but many.
What do you think your purpose is, Pete?
I don't know. I struggle with that myself.
Yeah, I would know what I would say. Like I'd just be guessing what God's purpose for me is, but my own purpose is to basically document the downfall, find some things and do spend some time doing some things I enjoy with some people I can tolerate.
Sounds good.
People I can tolerate.
Yeah, just some people you can tolerate. I mean,
it's not a lot of people.
There are some insufferable people out there, and a lot of times you have to deal with insufferable people, but not when I got a choice. When I got a choice, I would rather walk away than deal with like a lot of insufferable. It kind of sucks because the area I live in, there's a lot of conservatives who are just virtually insufferable, and it's kind of like it kind of sucks. I wish they'd be more open minded and more inclusive, but they're just not.
That's true.
Like you cannot talk to I mean, I know it's different in different countries. So keep in mind, I'm lived experience here in northern Minnesota. But when you talk to a conservative and you try to bring up anything flat earth related, or even suggest, just suggest that maybe Nixon faked that shit, they don't hear anything you're saying. All they hear is you're some sort of communist sympathizer.
Radio Gaga. Radio Gaga.
Yeah, it's like impossible. It's literally impossible to talk to a super religious conservative about how government could have faked the moon mission.
Are there any good conservatives, Crit?
What's that?
Are there any good conservatives?
Oh yeah, I mean, I would say yes. There's a lot of people who have conservative ideologies instead of conservative identities.
What do they conserve?
Just a title. It's capital C versus lowercase c.
Jam, strawberries.
Yeah.
That's a funny question I learned from Memias. He'd ask that all the time whenever anyone would talk about politics. Like, hey, wait a second. Conservatives. Well, what exactly does a conservative conserve? Like like every time the Republicans and Democrats go to Congress and they vote on bills, like it's either welfare or warfare. And the taxpayers lose either way. It's like, so what do they conserve?
Memulus was great, man. He had some really good one-liners that just framed the topic in just to show like the absurdity of the whole discussion.
They conserve your money to make war.
They're conserving the delusion that.
Keep in mind, this is technically an argument to vote for Trump because Trump was technically the first president since Carter to not invade a new foreign country.
They conserve your money to pay NASA. I always thought you were a conservative, Chris. Are you not?
Yeah, I guess it depends on what you mean by that, but
You're
I would
middle of the
say
road.
no. I would go pretty yeah, like I would say conservative.
Well, I'm not going to ask you your fucking politics because you don't have to answer that. It's not fucking.
Yeah.
I shouldn't really. It's not right. So we should steer away from politics.
Yeah, it'd be like I'm not going to vote for that pro police state, pro domestic surveillance, like pro war on drugs, like a big city liberal. And yeah, I'm not going to vote for Kamala either.
Keep in mind, there is one subject that, at least while this battle of the minds, so to speak, is going on with flat Earth versus globe Earth, there is one subject that I got to point out that it's like, obvious involving politics and how it's relevant to us, which is the Antarctic Treaty. I mean, by the way, I've been thinking about this. I was just thinking about this last night. I think the United States, like if I was president of the United States or something like that, if I would do everything in my power, whether or not it be entirely my power or part of Congress's power or whatever, but I would do everything in my power to withdraw from the United Nations, like Ron Paul wanted to do, and also the NATO alliance, and I would also withdraw from, this is relevant to flat earthers, from the Antarctic Treaty. We should withdraw from all three of those things as a nation.
I would do the full disbanding of the federal government. It would be like basically
No. There's a problem with that. I'll tell you why. Because the Chinese and the Russians, you cannot expect them to disband either. That's why it's a foolish game to go that direction.
Yeah, that's what we call a self-inflicted wound. I mean, that's why why they invaded the South for the Civil War is because the South was talking about bringing in the French to basically make South or the central, the southern states to be French colonies.
Really?
So Lincoln was like, I better beat them now and beat them quickly before they do something so radical as to basically just turn over the keys to an emperor.
Yeah, I've heard a million different reasons of why that war was started. I don't really think it was just one reason. I think it was just a weird series of circumstances.
Oh yeah, like a 3-party contested, election, all kinds of stuff. But what I'm getting at as far as disbanding the federal government, there would not be a standing army. There wouldn't be any active duty soldiers or sailors. There would only be training facilities that states would fund, so all the states' militias are on the same page. Like they all use M16s and they all use like 5.56 ball ammunition. There'd be some sort of standardized training, and that's the only thing the federal military would do. Would provide a system of practices and training standards. And then if the Congress wanted to declare war, or the president, they would have to go state to state and say, how many soldiers or sailors do you pledge for this conflict? And if the states say, so it'd be a double check and balance there. Number one, the Congress would have to declare war, get through that hurdle, and then the president would have to get governors to commit troops, which they could also say no. So you would have to declare war would be almost impossible unless it was something like, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, and it was, everyone's like, I want to be the first one to vote. I asked for Congress to, declare a firm declaration of war. Because right now, it's like they basically have such a large standing army that you have no idea what the military is up to at any given time. No one has clue. There could be soldiers right now engaged in some sort of conflict, and no one even knows about it. That would not happen with President Crit. President Crit would just be a diplomat representing the states to foreign powers.
Maybe President Crit's first executive order could be to bring the VC back on topic.
What's the topic, Peter?
The shape of the Earth.
Why do you think flat is a shape?
I was about to do that.
Yeah.
See, the big question is now.
that's a good question. I don't know. I might be wrong about that.
Maybe you mean to say the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, we are talking about
Yes.
the shape. The shape of the Earth right now is not very healthy. The Earth is very out of shape, and you can see this by endless perpetual warfare.
Yeah, and stupid people.
Yeah, so
just existing.
It would be better. We could get the Earth back into shape by a very small decentralizing power. So people would have to organize through logic, reason, and science instead of just decreeing something. Like just wave a pen. Like Obama had said, I got me as a cell phone and I got a pen and I can make anything happen. Which is virtually what Richard Nixon had said. Richard Nixon had that green phone on his desk. I got a green phone on my desk and I can make anything happen with this green phone. You're like, holy shit, dude, does history not repeat itself?
All the time.
The president should basically have no power whatsoever. Like, he's got his veto thing.
Well, I think, no, hold on. The president is supposed to have, constitutionally speaking, limited power. 1/3 the federal government's power.
Yeah, veto.
It's just that it just, gotta understand though, Crit, like since the year 2000, since George W. Bush, it just plainly and simply hasn't been the case, increasingly so. Patriot Act 1 and 2, etc.
It's got to the point now where the other branches are just kind of, puppets of the executive. When the president is, whatever his party's in control, he just runs the other two branches. And when you're not in control, their two branches kind of sit back and play dodgeball, play whatever, like catch.
Well, with the power to veto and the Supreme Court appointee, power, I guess that argument can be made. Maybe it's more than 1/3. Maybe it's like 40 or 50%. But yeah, but beyond those things that you listed, I think there are other things as well that are, executive powers that have been put in place that I don't think the Constitution meant for or whatever. But like, what I'm saying though is, what I was going to say is that, unfortunately, so it's the case where whoever's in control of the White House is much more important now than it's ever been, because this is just the way it is. And I guess that's why things are going the way they are, because it's just, it's the most, it's basically the whole political pie, so to speak. So everyone's going for it. Like, Congress can't really do shit, in a certain manner of speaking, as long as enough people are Republicans and Democrats, as long as it's close enough to 50-50. Because in order for Congress, I think, at least I might be wrong about this, but in order for Congress to override veto, they need 3/4 of the Congress. The 3/4 of the Congress don't vote on anything.
My eyes are glossing over, bro. We should probably go back to the flat Earth, because talking about politics is fucking lower best.
It's important because it rules your life. If you're not interested in people that rule your life, then you're just plain foolish.
Oh, but Charles, the whole server is dedicated to politics, and this VC is an island where we come to discuss things about the Earth.
Yeah, you can still learn. You can still learn. You shouldn't be afraid of learning.
But I can peruse like all the other VCs.
I have no interest in politics. I would rather see it all burn, bro.
You should, because they have an interest in you, regardless of whether or not you have an interest in them.
They have no place in fucking human society, in my opinion. I'm a complete anarchist. Not the worst kind. I wouldn't fucking loot your
You guys
shop.
gotta understand. Guys, listen to me. Listen to me. You guys gotta understand the cause and effect of why politics is so fucked up today. It's because people are fucking stupid. All right? It's because stupid people vote. Now, if you don't do anything about stupid people voting, then you're just gonna vote the stupidest people in there that are gonna do the most fucking damage. You must understand this. If you don't understand this, that's why I've campaigned before. Like, I'm not campaigning right now, but I've campaigned before. Like, I campaigned for Ron Paul because that was a real change. Not Donald Trump level change, much higher level change. Like, he was going to get rid of 2/3 of the government. Ron Paul said that he was going to fire 2/3 of all federal employees. He said that. He was going to get rid of the Department of Education. He was going to get rid of the Department of Energy. He was going to audit and abolish the Federal Reserve. I campaigned for him. Were you guys campaigning for him? What I'm trying to say is, when these fucking opportunities come around, you need to get out and campaign and get your friends and family members and your neighbors and the people far down the street from you to fucking vote. Because if you don't, then you're just a lazy piece of shit that deserves this fucking tyranny.
Yeah. George Clooney, Nancy Pelosi, and various other people said that Donald Trump would never be president of the United States. Guess what happened, bruh? He will never be president. Yeah, no, he is. How you doing? And he's going to be again, I hope. Oh, Bernie Sanders, he was the other one. Bernie Sanders, Nancy Pelosi, George Clooney, and multiple other fuckers said Donald Trump will never be president of America. Guess what? Surprise, motherfucker. Politics got fuck all to do with the shape of the world, man. The big question is what shape of the world is. If you figured out that it's not fucking a round ball, then you're on the path to glory. Good luck. Keep going.
Yeah, and how many people have you convinced that of in regular life?
Not too many, to be honest with you. But
probably less than both your hands put together, right?
Well,
what I'm saying is you shouldn't shy away from politics, because politics and flat Earth both have an effect on your life. And keep in mind, it's politics that draws your freaking tax dollars away from you, so that NASA gets $56 billion or whatever the hell it is this year.
Well, how much influence do you think politics will have if 70% of people realize the Earth isn't a fucking globe? Where's the politics then?
We will all be $56 billion richer here in the United States.
Yeah. And we would realize that politics is a fucking total sham, right? Just lying bastards. They just lie all the time, like, to fleece their own pockets. It's a fugazi, politics. It's a fucking nothing. It's a nothing burger.
See, I think you're getting a little confused.
No, I'm not.
The reason why you're getting a little confused. No, hold on. I'm going to say why. Because back in the election of, say, 2000, you only had 3 options, and one of the options was destined to lose. The third option being, Ralph Nader. God knows what the fuck he would have done, but possibly something different from what the last guy did. So what I'm trying to say is. There's a lot of, so basically it was just Bush or Gore, right? And both of those assholes are on the same team. Like one is a Republican, one's a Democrat, but they're both on the same team as far as the regular world order goes. The regular world order goes.
Yeah,
and so what I'm trying to say, listen, this is the part where I'm trying to point out where you're confused. A lot of elections are like this. A lot of the elections are between a turd and a douche, so to speak. If you want to use a South Park reference. But it's not always. Like when it came down to the Republican primary of 2012, when Ron Paul was running, that's not between a turd and a douche. And if you don't realize that, then you're being a fuck-up. Stop being a fuck-up.
Okay.
Now, I know you're not American, but keep in mind, there's a lot of fucking Americans that didn't vote, and they're stupid pieces of shit. I'm fucking tired of their bullshit. They're complaining about politics when they don't do fuck all about it.
All right, bro. Calm down, bro. Just politics, man.
Sorry, man. I'm just really pissed off at this bullshit. Because, like, here in Oregon, I live in the state of Oregon. We've had a governor that's a Democrat since before I was born. I'm 32 years old. We've never had a governor that's a Democrat. I'm thinking I want to buy a house sometime in the future. But with a Democrat governor, it's 30%. Listen to this. 30% here in Oregon, when you're building a new house from scratch, 30% of the cost is just red tape and regulation. It has nothing to do with the cost of constructing the house. 30% is just fees to the government to build a house. 30%.
like, I know it's fucking 50 different types of donuts, bro. It's like George Carlin said, like, right? Okay, hold on. It's fucked up. It's fugazi. It's nothing. It's politics is bullshit, right? When people realize that the Earth is not
Same
the
kind
shape,
of nonsense was going on in Washington. They were. That's why Kat left Washington. My girl. We had a beautiful place in Onalaska, and huh?
I'm gonna say I really had
Can't
to
hear.
double check that I was in the flat Earth server.
Yeah, Oregon's a shithole. I hate to say it. I mean, there's some really pretty country in Oregon, but as far as politics, yeah. I mean, Washington's the same way. It's the same nonsense. You were the one that grew up a Mormon, aren't you? I've heard just I've heard you talking about it before. Who was just talking? Who was that
Charles.
was just talking? Hey, yeah, Charles. Yeah, you're the one that grew up as a Mormon. You're talking about your mom feeding you terrible stuff as a Mormon kid. Yeah.
Yeah,
Jeez,
man,
dude.
spaghetti every other day. Noodles, wheat
Hardcore,
spaghetti
dude.
noodles is a bad thing to feed to a child.
I was a lucky kid. I grew up, working in the garden, and we had good food, so I was blessed. But
I actually did
I
that
could see
too a
it.
little bit, but it wasn't like the primary source of calories.
I could see it though, dude. Because believe me, like I saw enough powdered milk go through other kids, in the church, and just we had like a food co-op. My dad and I would get like really good stuff though. We would go and get big wheels of cheese, like badass wheels of like Jarlsberg and shit. We'd split them between a bunch of families, and so yeah, that sucks, bro. But Oregon, I don't know, dude. You might want to think about going somewhere else. I hate to say it, but kind of sucks, huh?
Oh yeah, I thought about it, but like I don't know. The thing is, the crime rate is low here in contrast to most other Democrat-run states. It's actually extraordinarily low as long as you're outside of certain areas of Portland. And I don't live in Portland. I live just outside of Portland. And I live in a place called Beaverton, which a few years ago was rated as the 4th lowest crime rate of all cities in the United States. So the thing is, I feel like I'm much more likely to get robbed if I move somewhere else. And also the weather is much more terrible everywhere else for the most part. I live in the center of the world's only large classified temperate rainforest, which is a very convenient place to be because it doesn't get very hot in the summer and it doesn't get very cold in the winter. So that, upon other reasons that are a little more momentary, short-term, time-pressing, that might keep me here. I might leave eventually, but for the most part, at least for the next year or two, I think I'm going to stay.
I don't know who asked you about all that, but you're not going to get robbed if you go somewhere else.
Well, I just mean like major metropolitan areas. Like if I go to Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, yeah. In contrast to this place, I'm going to get robbed. But if I go to San Francisco, dude, yeah, my car's going to get torn to fucking shit. If I go to San Francisco, yeah. If I go to most other major cities, I'm going to get robbed. But if I know what areas to stay in around here, I know how to not get robbed.
Come to Canada.
Dude, I go cop drugs all the time, and I don't get robbed in bad cities, bad neighborhoods.
I'm just saying like regular, like, I don't know. Never mind. I'm just saying like I know Portland pretty well. As far as I know, like in San Francisco, they've literally I forgot what the name it was, but there was like a certain disease that it reemerged because of all the feces on the street. Can't even remember the name of it, but like it's pretty bad in other places. Like there's a homeless problem here, but it hasn't gotten to that point.
Yeah, I mean, I know, people travel to Oregon for like they'll do like if from here they'll go there. I mean, they say they like it, that it's a beautiful place to go. I'm guessing they're going to like scenic areas, but yeah, you'll be all right if you go somewhere else. There's no you don't have to justify anything, but I'm just telling you, you'll be all right.
By the way, from a political point of view, it actually, if I actually were to get more politically involved again and not just talk to people about flat Earth when I hand out these flat Earth cards, it would actually make more sense for me to stay here than go somewhere else because I can make a bigger difference here than I can other places as far as positive effect. And by the way, there's other reasons I like to stay here. Like, there's more gun rights and drug rights here, you know? And I'm kind of a libertarian. Like, I'm not really a Republican. I'm a libertarian. So just as far as general rights go, like property rights, not so much. Certain other rights, maybe not quite so much. They try to sneak ethanol into our gasoline, but I've found a way around that. It's like this place is like, you gotta understand, Oregon has the second best gun rights in all of the states in the union. The only state that has more gun rights than Oregon is Utah. And you can walk, if you have a concealed weapons permit, you can take a rocket launcher and stick it in your sweatpants and walk down the street in Utah, and it's legal. That's the only place that has more gun rights than us.
I'm not sure I got it. About what cards? Handing out cards?
Yeah. A few, or at least a few months ago, or a year and a half ago, or something, I was making the habit of handing out these cards that say the Earth is flat and stationary, and give a reference to the Flat Earth Discord. The Flat Earth Discord, that was like the server we were using.
Was that in Portland or in Beaver?
Both. Just hand them wherever. I just stopped bothering to hand them out. Like, I still have some of them, and I'm probably gonna hand them out eventually. But like, I just kind of lost interest in those. Like, whatever. Most people don't give a shit about the truth, so whatever.
They would. Well, it's like, well, do I have to download the app? Yeah, you just gotta download the app. Is it free? Yeah, it's free.
It came with a QR code attached to it. I guess some people.
I gotta scan it.
But but it had the YouTube reference on it, so it was more for. I think most of the people that looked into it used the YouTube reference. The people that actually talked to that, looked into it after I handed them the card.
Yeah, I'm just making like a slight at. It's hard to sell somebody. So you tell them that not to do it, they'll do it. Like, food is free. You tell somebody not to do something, they might then do it. But you tell somebody, hey, listen, check this out. There's free money right here, free information. You can't get convinced them to do it.
Wait, hold on. You're using a weird choice of words there.
It's free. Take the money. Like, I don't know.
Well, there's no money, dude. It's paper, but it's not money.
Download the app. Yeah. Well, all right. Well, like.
No. I think most Americans are familiar with YouTube. It had a YouTube link on it. I think that's sufficient.
Yeah, it's probably fine. Yeah. There was a what was it? I don't know, one of the apps like Cash App or something like that. A friend downloaded it. You got $5. I couldn't even get like my sister to just download it to give me $5.
You are retarded.
Nice. If you just downloaded it, you got like $5. Couldn't get people to download it for $5.
Why didn't he stay longer? I want to know why I'm retarded.
You'll never know. They have the. You don't want to know. They know.
Oh,
$5 will tell you.
The fucking mystery. I can see the curvature of the Earth from my airplane window.
I designed.
Why so high?
I designed a few body wraps for I don't know, like partial wraps in like Vistaprint for free of like flat Earth shit. I was gonna put that on the car.
Did you say free?
I got to point out something here. You guys were telling me, suggesting I should leave Oregon and go somewhere else, and I just thought of another reason why I should stay that seems more important than any. Like, we have the freedom of speech right now in this country, the United States of America. But I don't think that may necessarily last, even in my own lifetime. Like, that may come to an end.
Oh, yeah.
And while I still have it, I would rather be surrounded by the enemy than surrounded by my allies.
Who told you to? I don't know. Who told you to leave?
Several people in this room a few minutes ago.
I mean, I was making. Was it me, or like when I was making the case saying you won't get robbed? I'm just saying you can leave. You won't get robbed other places.
Pretty sure I heard someone say I should leave, but whatever.
Maybe, yeah, no, maybe.
Hello.
Hola.
Hola, ¿cómo estáis?
You're retarded, Sean.
Am I? Okay. Good to know. I can tell my psychologist that tomorrow.
I don't know what to do next.
Hola, ¿cómo
Usually
está?
That's what people say when they come in. They just say you're retarded, they leave. I actually don't know what to do. Say next year.
Well, you could be a bit nice and say like, oh, hi, Sean. How has your day been? Or something like that.
Nobody cares, Sean.
Well, of course you don't, but you can at least pretend. That's what I do all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah. You ever heard that analogy, Sean? Like, they'll say, listen, like I'll go to work for like 12 hours, right? They say, I'll work 12 hours and I'll come home and I'll just, I'll be tired, right? But I'll still have some energy.
A little tired, I would expect. Yeah.
Yeah, but they'll work, right? But then they'll say, well, listen, I'll go out with my family like for like 2 hours, 3 hours, and then I'm just exhausted after 3 hours. I'm like, I need to go home and like take a nap, right? You ever heard people that kind of make that comparison? They say
it's not really a comparison. It's your life, isn't it? Unless you're using it as an excuse.
Yeah, there's two things that
to come on here and talk to retards like me.
I should have never said it. It's just not allowed. But they say, some people say, well, it's because it's hard work, being yourself for those 3 hours, like being the real you.
Oh,
putting yourself on
Did
auto.
you just call you a retard?
Yeah, I called him a retard though. Like I wanted to see what the appeal was, like coming in and saying somebody's a retard, and then
no one's. It's just a form of talking, basically. No one has been rude to anyone. Everyone's happy and dandy, aren't they? Everyone's having a fine time here tonight, trying to figure out if the Earth is flat or not. Oh my god!
how would you figure it out? That's the thing. Like a lot of people are like, "Listen, I figured it out." It's like, how'd you figure it out? Like how? And they're like, I don't know how. I don't know, but I figured. I know it.
Looking at it.
You think people figure it out by looking at it?
I have not found that answer.
Well, that's how I figured it out. In fact, the very first time without any flat Earth, when I was 14 years old and I was at the point in time where no one ever had told me the Earth is flat. Not even had ever told me the Earth is flat. 14 years old, I climbed Mount St. Helens. When I got up there, I looked around and I thought to myself, damn, you know what it looks like? It looks like the Earth is really, really flat and it feels really, really stationary. That's what I thought to myself. But then I thought to myself, man, I guess it just must be really, really big, right? Right? It's really so big. The Earth must be so big that when I'm at the top of this mountain, it looks perfectly flat and it feels perfectly stationary. But it's so big and it must be spinning at a high speed somehow. That was the first time I ever questioned it. But that's the first time I ever questioned it. But that's the first time I ever questioned it by the way it looked to my eyes. So yeah, you can kind of figure out. You can figure out the Earth is flat just by looking at it, technically.
Yeah, that's true.
No, technically it is quite true. But I'm no specialist. All I know is a long time ago, a lot of people used to get burnt or hung or whatever for saying that the Earth wasn't flat.
Say that my basketball is a circle just by looking at it.
Callie's next.
Yeah, people used to get burned for being witches. Like people used to get burned for stupid reasons. People are put in jail these days for stupid reasons. People are put in jail for growing herbs.
Some things never change.
Think about that for a second.
Sure. Yeah, like one of my good friends has been put in jail for a while for growing a certain plant, but
The
at the end
devil's
of the
lettuce.
day, the devil's weed. But
Well, that you just fucked up the play on whatever. The devil's
oh,
marijuana.
that's what it's called in my favorite book that I'm reading at the minute. Jesus.
But that's a good point.
Like
Back in the day, people used to get burnt for calling the Earth a globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you ever think that
It
maybe
was
back in the
him.
day, people
It's
like
an Italian.
Yeah,
I can't remember
they should
his
have been
name.
committed
what is this shit you're trying to,
Galileo.
yeah, what is this shit you're trying to impose upon us that we know is not true? We can physically see it, we can measure it, etc., etc. You should be burnt at the stake, you motherfucker.
Real quick, you know
maybe
Galileo never got burned.
They should be committed. They should be put in a straitjacket and committed.
You know Galileo never got burned at the stake. He got like a big box of gold after being on house arrest for like 3 weeks. Only
but he
because
did end up getting killed.
disobeyed. All he did was the church was all in agreement with him 100%. They just said, "Listen, we want this to be our little secret for a little while." And Galileo went out handing out pamphlets to tell everybody about his new discoveries through the telescope. And they're like, "Yo, dude, we told you not to say it, but thank you for your discovery. Here's you're under house arrest for 3 weeks, and here's a pot of gold."
He believed in his beliefs. He had
burn.
what are they called? Principles. Yes. So
Yeah,
good
rules.
for him.
They're like, listen, don't break the rules. We got
Even if it cost him his life, that's why.
It didn't cost him his life.
I'm
No,
pretty
he
sure
died of natural
I'm pretty
no,
sure he was.
No,
I
no,
might
no.
be wrong. I haven't googled it yet or anything, but from
No,
a
he
vague
didn't die of
memory from
hemlock.
school, I think it's like he actually proved something that went against the church. They weren't very happy with it, so they had him killed.
No, nonsense.
Basically.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes,
maybe I'm
yes.
completely wrong. Maybe I'm completely wrong.
Apparently, they asked him not to publish it until he was dead, and they published it while he was still alive.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
Apparently.
Oh, still. Imagine if you discovered
Yeah, it was
something
it was
great
like a
like that. Wouldn't you want
copyright
to tell the
infringement
world?
publishing issue.
No,
There's
Italian, I think.
There's things you don't see in history. Do you know how many
Italy
scientists?
didn't exist.
Do you know how many scientists were actually against what they were saying? Like most of them. It was like the most ridiculous thing they ever heard in their fucking lives, because you couldn't
What's
prove
that?
it.
Most of them. What's most?
Most of the scientific community back in the day when it was first introduced to the Earth,
Most of them
is probably a globe, left them out of the fucking lecture room.
Mm. Well, there's nothing wrong with talking about things, is there? Like, I mean,
no.
Or maybe back in those days, it could be quite dangerous.
It could be. It could be like my wife's a witch. Fuck. Next thing you know, next morning she's burnt. Like,
Is she really? Is she good in bed? Does she give you special potions? That's my little joke for the day.
That wasn't bad. I like that.
No, but it's true. Like I've ended like fucking hell.
It says the year of his Galileo's discovery was
We're talking about Galileo, Peter.
1609, and the year that he died was 16.
I don't know exactly. I just remembered Galileo, if it's to do with the Earth being flat or
1642. He died 1642 and made his discovery of his theory in 1609. That's a long time to be burned.
What discovery? What was his discovery?
He died slowly.
Devil's marijuana.
What was his discovery?
Well, I'm trying to get attuned with his own discovery.
He said, "Would you hear this? Would you hear this?" He said that the Earth is an actual globe.
Is that what Galileo discovered?
Oh no, sorry.
Well, it actually says theory. It actually says Galileo's theory.
I'm
pretty sure what was the theory? What was it about?
It was about relativity and the Galileo principle, the Galileo equivalence principle.
The equivalence principle.
Anyway,
What's that about?
That's mathematics.
Sean,
As I
Sean
said,
there.
I'm not very good at maths.
Sean, you were making some pretty wild claims there. I was wondering if you can support any of them.
Yeah, go on. I'm listening.
Yeah, listen, dude. Sean can't support his head right now. He keeps on falling down. He's pulling it
Oh
back
no,
up.
no, no, no! My neck can support my head. Don't worry about that.
Well, for one,
Look
you
at
made
my
a claim
little
that
profile picture. See, I'm very.
for one, you
good
made
at
a claim that people used to get burnt at the stake for saying that the Earth was a sphere or round or whatever.
Mm.
Can you name one?
No, not
Can you name
really.
a person?
But I just remember.
Where did you hear that? Where did you hear that?
At school, actually. Well, I went to a French school.
Really?
Yeah.
They give you any evidence? Give you any examples? This person?
No, I just remember hearing it before,
Just remember hearing
of
it's just a
course, like
vague memory.
witches and heretics and all that used to get burnt. But if you go
All
against
right.
the
So you
church,
can't actually
if you go
can't
against the
show us
church,
that
you're going to get
that's
burnt
true,
again.
right? It's just something you heard once, and you don't know if it's true or not.
Oh, I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert. I'm just
Right,
talking.
yeah. Okay. What about when you said that Galileo proved to the church something?
He did prove something
that went against them.
I can't remember
What did he
exactly
prove?
what it was. I can't remember
You
exactly
know he
what it
proved
was.
something. What? How do you know
And
he
I
proved something?
refuse to Google it because I'm going to try and remember it
How
myself.
do you know he proved something then? Something else you heard on the grapevine?
Because I trust
room?
myself.
You trust yourself.
Mm.
You trust yourself. Therefore, Galileo proved something to the church.
Yeah. Well, no. He'd never, because the church would never accept it anyway. They're so narrow-minded.
You don't know what it is that
greedy
he
in their own
proved.
way.
He just
I'm not sure
proved
what it
something,
was.
and the church didn't like it.
But
Is
he
this
got
the story
punished.
that you've got?
He got punished for saying it. That's all I know. All I remember, basically. Well,
Got punished for
maybe
saying something.
maybe someone can Google it and see if I'm wrong or not.
So you don't know if he
Pretty
proved something. It was that he said something that the church didn't like.
Let's say it was a hypothesis that turned out to be right. Yeah. Sorry for the pronunciation of the word, but yeah.
That's all good. It's all good.
Pretty much.
I just think you have a bit of a misconception. Probably just have these vague ideas based on vague memories of something somebody said along, in your lifetime.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I don't want to bother you too much with it, and I try to keep my mouth shut.
Galileo is one of the first to
If you're
observe the
talking about a
textures of
flat
the moon.
Earth, like Jesus. Okay. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
They know you're right, but they don't want to tell you why you're right. Galileo was one of the first people to discover that the moon is textured and not a smooth surface. He was one of the first people to observe the moon's orbiter, right? He was one of the first people to observe Venus's.
Yep.
Yeah, but why does he want to patronize you and jack you up, but not bring that up? That's my question.
Well, who are you talking to?
The guy doing the patronizing and the jacking up?
Would that be me or someone else?
Yeah, why wouldn't you bring that up to him? He said he
Because
faintly...
I genuinely could not remember.
Yeah, he was right. Galileo did discover stuff.
He was the inventor of the telescope.
I didn't think it had anything to do with the moon, for example.
He discovered funny hats.
He did.
The Ministry of Funny Hats.
Oh yeah. I hope John Cleese doesn't die too soon. I do like him. Monty Python. I do like him a lot. Be a very sad day. For me, anyway. God.
Funny about it.
What a fucking useless conversation we're having, honestly.
Well, you're in the middle of it,
good
bruh,
is this?
so
Yeah, I know. It just proves how fucking stupid it is, doesn't it?
what? You're in the middle of it? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, exactly. If I was at the top, the middle, or the bottom, it would be the same thing. Though. But
Yeah, you're not wrong.
What good is it bringing us at the end of the day? Are we learning anything new? I don't think so. No.
What?
Maybe that's just me.
Probably just you, Sean.
Well, it could be just me. That's why I'm asking the question.
Is it just me? The answer is yes. Does that answer your question, Sean?
Not at all.
Okay.
It's completely
Next question.
Beside the point.
What point?
We started off talking about someone called Galileo.
And ended up with fucking John Cleese.
Yeah. Well, it is my fault, actually. I did bring up Monty Python, but someone else said the Ministry of Strange Walks.
Funny Hats. No, I said Funny Hats,
Something
not
like
Strange
that,
Walks.
Okay.
You equated that to Funny Walks. Then you started talking about John Cleese, so it's all your fault, Sean.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's truly the case, then I'm not going to apologise. I think everyone should watch that one day in their life. It's quite funny.
Yeah, at least once.
Well, otherwise, what do? Do you just sit around here talking about whether the Earth is flat or it's round? Like, does that bring you pleasure in life? For example. I'm not criticising. I'm just wondering.
Well, it sounded a bit critical, Sean.
No, I'm just curious. There's a difference.
Fuck's sake, Sean. What are you doing, man?
Well, I'm kind of asking you a question. That's all.
We were talking about politics, Galileo, Copernicus, and all kinds of other things. So.
No, Galileo, I brought it up. So Copernicus, that rings a bell as well. Anyway.
Yeah, but what are you saying? What are you saying about Galileo?
My question to you, have you ever asked that question to the Globers, like, for example, Neil deGrasse Tyson? Have you ever asked him, why are you all the time talking about the sphere Earth? And you said that there is gravity, and there is bullshit, and there is those things, and there is those things, and you never went to the space. Why you never asked the globe Earthers who talks about the globe Earth all the time?
Because believe it or not, I have better things to do with my life.
No, you don't have better things. You have better things. So the better things, better than asking the Glober why they are talking about the globe all the time. The better thing is asking the flat earthers why they are talking about the globe and the flat earth all the time.
I don't really care. Because to be absolutely honest,
that's not honest.
You're allowed to believe in whatever you want, and I'm never gonna judge or like this or whatever you want to call it. I'm never gonna judge someone for what he believes in, because that's just being narrow-minded, isn't it? Anyone can believe what they want to believe in. And I'm not going to start to prove them wrong and stuff like that. But
why are you here, Sean?
Even me. I find it extremely entertaining while I'm busy doing something else, just listening to you and everything, and sometimes talking. Tonight is an exception. I've been talking a lot, but
maybe too much or something.
Sorry, so some would say maybe a bit too much.
Nah, I'm kidding, man.
No,
not enough, Sean. Keep talking.
I don't want to bother. I don't want to bother anyone, but at the end of the day, fuck.
At the end of the day,
yeah, you can do what you want, and you can believe what you want. Now
doesn't really matter.
I mean, honestly, it
doesn't really matter.
What is this about?
unless you bother other people with it, no, it doesn't really matter. You're allowed. I mean, everyone's
Can you please stop
entitled to
telling
their
us that
own
it doesn't
opinion.
matter? Stop
Hey,
saying that.
Everyone's
No,
entitled to
listen,
their
it's the
own
truth.
opinion.
Don't interrupt. The globe, Earth is a globe, so nothing matters. Continue.
hey, Kelly, doesn't fucking matter, bro.
Hey, what's up?
Doesn't
Nothing
really matter,
matters.
man.
Doesn't really matter. I mean, as long as you're not offending. I mean, believe whatever you want. The truth is relative.
Yeah.
I mean, what is it that secures the truth, really?
And subjective, of course.
Totally subjective. Might be a
No,
good
it's not. Truth is not subjective.
No, you're wrong.
Yeah, it is.
You're wrong.
Yeah.
You're wrong. You're
Objective
wrong.
truth is
It can be you
subjective
being.
truth. Subjective truth is subjective truth. They're two separate truths.
No, listen. The only truth is that there's no truth.
I always hated philosophy.
Here we talk about science, usually.
I thought, therefore I was.
I know I have a toe, but if somebody doesn't agree I have a
that a
toe, then
big
I'm
or a
not
small
sure
one?
I have a toe. I'll never be
What is a
sure I
toe?
have a toe unless somebody agrees that I have a toe. Is that how we're supposed to do it?
The
Or?
globe.
What is a toe?
Okay,
The
I
globe is
agree. You've got
subjective truth.
I mean,
I don't think you have a
Collection of
toe.
atoms.
I don't think you have a toe.
They take a form. I mean, who gives the name to the form? It's just all,
Right.
nominalism.
I'm thinking.
I think we can all agree that the existence of curve or lack thereof is objective.
Well, hold on. If existence, do you need somebody to tell you?
God, here we
exist, or
go.
is
This
it
is
just-
even. It's gonna get even worse.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
oh my God.
does it take agreement?
We're just digging ourselves deeper.
Shut up, Sean.
To exist means to exit out of something else. To exist. Anyway, hey Peter.
That's not what exist
I want to
means.
ask Peter a question. Peter, you believe we went to the moon in 1969, right? That man landed on the moon with spacesuits and all that yada yada bullshit. 1969,
Yeah.
right? You believe that, right, Peter?
Yeah.
All right. So, how many years would you have to live into the future without going to the moon until you are skeptical of whether or not anyone went to the moon in the first place?
You asked me the same question last week.
I believe they went. Neil
30.
Armstrong went to the
30.
moon. And
You had a
Buzz
week. You had a
Aldrin,
week to
or
come
what
up
is
with a
it?
question.
Wait, what's the answer?
30.
We went to the moon.
30.
30, 33.
30. Did you say 30 years or 33 years?
30.
33 seconds.
30. 30. 30.
Oh yeah, that other asshole will say it. So fuck yeah. Yeah, 30
Would you
years.
call me an
All
asshole?
right. Well. All right.
That's not even
I'll
really
try to
a
remember
coherent
that,
question.
Peter, 30 years. I'll ask you in 30 years.
So the problem with that question.
Well, hopefully you won't be alive to ask the question.
You think you're predicting the future where, like, for 30 years, we're
He
never
might
going to go
not
back
be.
to the
I
moon?
will be.
It's already
I don't
So the
know.
problem
How
with
old are
that
you,
question
Peter?
is that if you have a moon landing claim, that moon landing claim is just a dude went to the moon, well then you probably shouldn't believe that. But if the moon landing claim is a dude went to the moon, hundreds of thousands of people were involved in it, they've got pictures from it, they left stuff up there that
You
we can
can
find, it's
also
been
rent a
validated by the
small
countries
studio
later
in
in time, all that sort
Hollywood,
of stuff.
LA.
And going back there doesn't change whether you should believe it or not. It's the evidence when we first went there.
Would you say the same thing about Narnia? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, I always
Never went to Narnia.
God, how did you know that I've got an obsession with going in and out of wardrobes?
You can hear it in your voice.
How the fuck did you know that? Okay.
In your voice, Peter.
Would you say the same thing about Hogwarts?
KGB
Like,
alert. KGB. They've got microphones planted in my bedroom.
In your brain?
Oh, not yet.
Not yet.
Oh,
Would you like one, Sean?
I got muted for no reason. You have to be careful with it.
I'm glad that you did.
To be fair, no. Why? I haven't been there. If I'm bothering you, just tell me to go away. And I'll go away. It's okay.
Because there was probably good reason you just couldn't see it, which is why you were probably needing to be muted to begin with.
Heretic, take control of the VC, please.
Well, let's just ask this. Let's just ask this fine fellow. Oh wait.
Okay, I muted him because he was whining about being muted. But yeah, go ahead with your line of questioning for him. I'll take him off mute.
Yeah, just might as well ask him. I mean, hey, buddy.
Free again.
Yeah, listen to me. I got an important question to ask you. It's the most important question you'll ever be asked in your life. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Let's see. The geography I was taught at school.
Well, that's a more measured answer than most.
That's
But-
number one reason.
You know, let me
Like
ask you this though.
northern, southern hemispheres. And all shit.
Go ahead, use that
I
geometry.
think a better line of questioning actually would be better with this guy. Hey, let me ask you a different question. Do you know of any time that anyone has ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature, and what was the method of that?
The first part of your question, no, because I'm slightly pickled at the minute.
But you believe it's a ball, right? You believe the Earth is a planet, spherical planet.
Yes, I believe it is not flat.
Right. So let me ask you another question. Do you know of any time that anyone has ever measured axial rotation of the Earth, the spin of the Earth?
I'm sure that someone did. Someone much more intelligent and regarded than myself.
But you don't know who or when or how?
Well, I cannot recall. No.
Bob Nodell did with an electric.
That's all right. Hey, but you believe it's spinning, right?
I believe it rotates. Yes.
Right. So next question. Do you know of anyone that has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity, caused by
Except
gravity?
for myself.
You know, like take for instance, I'll give you an example. Like we have 14.7 psi at sea level. You know, that's our X value at sea level. We're breathing 14.7 psi air pressure. So my question would be like, you know, do you know of anyone who's ever demonstrated due to gravity, you know, manipulate gravity and demonstrated at sea level 1 cubic foot with 20 psi as opposed to 14.7 psi without a container due to gravity? Has anyone ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity in the X value form?
Could you quickly, in a nutshell, explain how your PSI or pressure or whatever you want to call it, plus gravity, has anything to do with the fact that the planet Earth is
With the heliocentric model? I'll tell you, because it's actually something we're taught in school, is that the gas pressure, the air pressure on the surface of the Earth exists due to gravity. That's actually that's what the mainstream science says, and that's what we're taught in school.
Yeah, but it didn't really answer my question, unless I'm completely...
Well, it's just because I'm talking about gas pressure right now. Like, what I'm saying is gas pressure, what I'm saying to you, in short, what I'm trying to show you is that every example we have in real life of gas pressure existing in a consistent X value form always involves two things: a container and a fixed volume.
Not necessarily.
So as far as we know, we're inside a container. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'll let you finish, go on. I don't want to interrupt.
Sounded like he finished. It's your turn.
Oh, I'm allowed
He gave you three things. These are the three
Oh my god, it
requirements
must
of
be
the globe.
Christmas. Okay.
There's the three requirements that you said you don't know anything. You don't know how or who discovered them or measured them.
Let's turn the question around. Actually, no, I need to answer this. He was
Yeah,
talking about PSI, so that's pressure. Well, even I know what that is. Even if you may believe I'm a complete stupid English person, which I am.
Yeah, who's riding around on air pressure tires that don't require a container? No, who's riding around in a car?
A tire
no
is a
tires
good. It's a
with
good
no
example.
tires?
It's a good example. Well done.
Yeah, who's doing it
Or
with no tires?
even a simple balloon that you blow up, for example.
No, that's a container. The tire and the balloon are
Where there's pressure, it's a
containers.
container.
You have to demonstrate
And what does it do when you release the pressure?
without the tire. Who's got balloons without balloons and tires without tires? Do you want to follow? You want to follow it up,
I
Charles?
don't really
with,
understand the
you
point.
have a belief
I'm trying to
system.
make, to be fair. Because basically, tires are stronger balloons. Like, is that
Do you
correct?
believe we went to the moon
Correct
in
me if I'm wrong.
1969, Sean?
I'm not sure. I'm 50-50 on that because the more I hear people, the more I'm convinced that it might have been staged. But at the same time, I want to believe it as well. So I'm kind of like, as I said, it's like 50-50 for me. I'm not saying it was a conspiracy, for example. I don't think so. Even though at the time it was still the Cold War, so getting there first would be a huge PR achievement. It may have been in the great US of A's interest to stage it and make it as believable as possible for the whole world to believe it. But still, as I said, I'm English after all. I have no right to give my opinion on like the moon landing and all that stuff. Like, well, I do because freedom of speech. But it's a difficult question. If
Well,
it's a
when you
yes,
look back,
if you want me to say yes or no, do I believe in it or do I not believe in it? I'll go for yes. I
don't
say
care.
yes.
When you look back at it, don't care, Sean. When you look back at it, when you see it now, when you see all the fucking the things, the hoopla that went on there, does it look real to you? With the fucking,
He hasn't looked. Nobody looks back at it though. Until
does it
you're
look
asked to
real?
look back at it.
Yeah, when you
He
scrutinize
wasn't
it
there
now,
for it.
Sean, does it look real to you?
I'm not an expert. You should ask for experts, and I'm sure the experts.
Have you seen it though,
throughout the
Sean? Like
decades-
have you even seen it?
No, I've never watched
Have you seen
in
it?
detail.
None
I
of the
saw the
footage.
important bits that come in.
Yeah.
Like the landing, the struts, the faffing about, the photographs, none of it. You never watched any of that, and yet you believe that it happened, or
No, that's the thing I saw, but that's the thing I was meant to see, right?
What?
What about the rest of the stuff? No, that's the thing.
Okay.
That's why I'm 50-50. I'm not sure. Because even what was it? Was it It was 1968, wasn't it, or was it 67? I can't remember.
69. So there's I put in the
69.
chat for you, Sean. This is this is from the Smithsonian's YouTube channel. Smithsonian. You've heard of the Smithsonian, right? And this is the official video of that the lunar
Yeah, but
lander
I'm
going back to
not
the
interested
orbiter.
in conspiracy things.
It's just a 30-second video. It's not a conspiracy. It's a
I just want to
Smithsonian.
know if it was real or not. Basically, it's pretty easy.
Yeah. What do you think of the
It's
video? Is what
either
I'm asking.
real
It's a 30
or
second.
it's not real.
Well, what do you think of it as now that you can see it? It's a 30-second video. What do you think? Does it look legit or?
Oh,
I think
let
it
me
looks
look
good.
at it first. Let me look at it first, because I still haven't done it. Click on it. Are you sure? It says 1972. Okay, I don't even need to watch all of it. It looks very fake to me.
And that's the Smithsonian. They preserve that one. That's like one of their best ones. Like that doesn't look like shit.
Well, God help them. So how come the whole world believes that?
I mean, I believe that they like listen. Like some people are like, oh, they went to the moon one time in 1969, and that was it. Right? How come they haven't gone back? But obviously, they went back because they got the video of them, taking off. So obviously, they
I
went
think
back.
there were 6 or 7 missions,
Is
right?
Buzz Aldrin still alive?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll be asking him myself.
Yeah. Right.
Next time I catch him.
He wears 2
probably-
watches so he can keep track of the time and 3 bracelets. And
Well, he's a bit special, but
There were
probably-
six
Very
manned
intelligent.
landings, not just one. 6.
Thank you. 6 Apollo missions. Wow.
Yeah, so like I'm saying, obviously they went back. They got the tape.
He'll punch you in the face if you fucking ask him shit, Sean. Ask him to swear in the Bible. He'll fucking knock you the fuck out, bro.
I'll just sit down. Apparently, he looks like a hipster at Starbucks. So, sit down as he's having his coffee with a couple of moon marshmallows, no doubt.
Yeah.
Or hot chocolate.
No doubt. No doubt, Sean.
I'll just ask him a few questions. And I'll be able to tell. But, yeah, your original question, it's still yes. I do believe that I landed on the moon.
Oh,
For
good
real.
luck. Good luck.
I'm probably wrong. And I've probably been brainwashed. But it's what I believe. So, there you go. Same way I believe that the Earth is a globe and it's not a flat surface, for example. And other
And you
things like
any proof of that? Any proof of the
Oh,
globe?
I suck at maths. If I was good at maths,
It's not even maths.
you wouldn't even be able to say anything. So, 'cause I've proven you
Observations.
wrong.
The behavior of
Or to
water.
go with angles and everything, and
No,
even
fuck that
then-
shit, man.
No, but let's take it simple, stupid. Right? Has anyone ever owned a telescope in their lives? Right? Something where you
I owned a microscope. Does that count?
Oh, yeah, it does. I had a microscope too. Excuse me. It's very interesting. But
Micrometal.
telescope is to you can see very far, and it's not only to see women changing clothes or
It isn't?
being a real pervert. No, you can use it for other things, such as actually
Go on.
looking at the planets
full of shit,
in our
bro.
solar system. And what do they all look like? Do they look flat to you? I don't think so.
Oh my god. You're not using the old. You're not using the old. If all the planets are round, therefore we must be round. Fucking spill. Oh please.
It's logical. It's logical, my friend.
It's logical.
It is. What?
It's
So they've
illogical.
imprinted everything on the surface of the Earth. They just imprinted things.
But how do you know everything is round out there? You haven't been there. How do you know everything
Because
is
you can
round?
actually see it with your own fucking eyes.
Fucking. What are
You've
you
only
fucking
got-
now?
You've only got monocular vision when you look up from the surface of the Earth, even if it's through a telescope. You can't, you don't have stereoscopic vision. So it's very hard to determine if this object, let's say it's the moon, is actually spherical or not just by looking at it from one orientation. It's very difficult to do that, Sunshine.
Exactly.
Mm,
You can, Sean.
yes,
You can
You have to
infer.
look at it at different times and put a marker on it and see how it moves. And
Okay,
that's what I
awesome.
did.
So I'll give you that you can observe libration of the moon, for example. You can infer that it's spherical, but you can't prove your inference unless you go there.
Well, I would, or if
Very
not,
simple stuff.
maybe Mars, but I'll be pretty old once I get there.
Yeah, awesome. You'd have to go there to
Hopefully
prove
for you, I won't be able to speak anymore.
that would be awesome. I'm just trying to point out to you that you can't make a claim that you can't demonstrate to be true with observations of things like Mars. Can't prove it, dude.
I don't need to like. Sorry.
That's all right.
A bit loud. It's a bit loud.
Can I ask a question, Jedi, in line with your line of questioning?
Yeah, of course.
So, like you said, we could, what word did you use? Infer that maybe the moon is a rock, but we can't know for sure until we go there.
Yeah, not rock. We're talking about shape. So,
Okay,
you know the libration, for
And he
example.
was also speaking about the rest of the
No, I
planets.
get it. I get it. So let's say that's true, and let's say if we could go there, I don't want to trigger you, but like if we could go there, and we verified it, and we said, okay, our inference was correct. Do we have to do it for every single celestial body, or could we then say, well, Mars, probably a sphere because we checked moon and it's kind of the same reasoning? Or would you also say Mars we need to check? And if we checked Mars and it checked out, then would you say also Venus and Mercury? Or at one point can we start thinking, well, they might all be spherical?
Yeah, at one point. At some point, yeah. But
and where would that point be, roughly speaking? Like check 1 or 2, or how many?
Probably check 2.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, the moon is slightly different to other things. And the sun is slightly different to other things. But what I'm trying to point out to our friend at the moment is just by standing on the Earth and looking through a telescope, you can't determine one way or another if it actually is. Like you pointed out, we'd have to go there.
Yes, you can.
Plus, it doesn't even matter.
I've been listening to you. You sound like my Polish brother just in English when he's
I just
very
don't
drunk.
want to be
So
muted
just
again.
wait a
I'm
little
trying my
bit.
best.
Jedi speaks about something very specific, I think. He means to know for certain 100%, and he is correct. By just observing the moon, you cannot say, philosophically speaking, with 100% certainty that it's even there. No, not even to claim what shape it is or what it's made of. So he's correct that to know it for sure, you'd have to kind of like, get closer, so to speak, or make contact with it, maybe. So that's what he means. Now, most of us don't have the same standard because we're not seeking the ultimate truth. We're like seeking a very good, a very, very close approximations of what the truth might be in science. So we're comfortable with inferring based on many different independent things, certain things, and we're not bothered by that little gap between that and the ultimate truth.
Because no one knows what the ultimate truth is.
Nobody does. It's a sign of humility to say what you just said. So
That's a-
perhaps you should
that's-
retire. Perhaps you should quit while you're. It is my interpretation of the
Well,
vibe
we're
here. I
not
didn't
gonna
mean to
find
insult anybody.
And that is a straw man. That's still a straw man.
Plus, it doesn't matter. Even if they are spherical, it doesn't even matter. They are not Earths. It's not the same
They
thing.
are certainly not Earths, yes.
Yeah, they are not Earths. You're just thinking like Tarzan because he found himself surrounded by monkeys. He was thinking that he were a monkey. So now, because you are surrounded by some things in the sky that appears to you to be spherical, and even if they are, you think that the shit that is below your feet is also spherical, and it's the same thing as those things that you see in the sky.
Talking about strawman, huh?
If you were
I
in
need
a
another piss break.
Oh,
Very, very stressful.
You should, Sean. You should.
There's a straw
Doesn't mean I'll just
waiting.
yeah,
in
I'll
the
be
sky.
back. I'll be back to annoy you. Don't you worry. But just before I go to have a piss, so I can get out of my system. How many of you here believe that the Earth is flat?
Not a globe. Me.
6, 7. I'm counting who's in the channel. 9,
Maybe
10,
if you could
11.
talk a little
Just
more
curious.
crisp and clean.
16 of us that are in the channel.
16. What,
Yeah.
in the chat right now, you mean?
In the chat right now, yeah. 16.
Oh,
Maybe.
that's scary. That's some scary shit.
Okay.
What is?
Why is that scary?
Oh my god.
Don't
Say
piss
mine.
yourself.
Because you know all 16 of those guys are smarter than you.
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me. It doesn't take much to be smarter than me. I can promise you that. But yeah, it's scary because you might be able to convince me somehow, but I don't.
Your self-deprecating puppy humor is endearing.
I think it was sincere. I believe it.
Auto derision, and it's because I'm English. Like I don't mind making fun of myself, like as long as it's justified, which in this case it is. Okay? If there's 16 people here that think I'm a heretic, okay.
No, we don't think that.
Or replace heretic by full of shit.
No, not even that. No,
Really?
not really.
It's pretty impressive. Okay.
I don't think anyone
as
that
I
believes
said,
that globe Earth
I
is.
do need to go and have a small visit to the toilet.
Quickly before you push your pants.
Keep us posted.
Yeah. Believe me, it's close.
2-liter milk bottle is always handy, you know.
It's not, and especially once you get to be an old man like myself.
Nobody cares, dude.
Well, I'm sure you don't.
Guys,
Nope.
last time
I muted you.
Last time I got drunk with my brother, he spoke like that to me in another language, but same cadence as that guy, and I almost got into a fist fight with him over that. So
Cadence, like that's a good word. I like it.
this has been really challenging hour, 60 minutes.
Are you okay?
Yeah, barely though. I have to hydrate a lot.
I've only tuned in and out, like for maybe a couple minutes at a time, and both times I've done that, I've just wanted to mute him.
Have we heard from Sergeant Larson yet? I almost wish it's Lars Larson, but I doubt it is.
No, I don't think so. Sergeant Larson, have you visited our channel before? Doesn't seem to want to unmute me. I don't remember speaking to him in the past, to be fair.
Who wants to talk about geometry? I know it's a hard sale.
You mean like the Earth being flat, like that kind of geometry?
Not directly, no, but just something we discussed last week about the linear relationship between the angle and the distance and what that means.
My God, somebody mentioned geometry. I'm getting so excited now.
Well, when you say geometry, are you talking about like measuring the Earth and detecting curvature with measuring devices?
Not today. Just a triangle and the relationship between the length of a triangle or base of a triangle and the angle in it.
It's neither. It's actually a conversion.
Yep, the train tracks still look straight.
I don't know, Charles, where train tracks came into the picture, but it's just a triangle.
Well, it's worth pointing out that there is no curvature of the Earth put into account when constructing train tracks.
Okay, we could talk about trains too.
Don't go off topic, bro. I thought you want to stick with fucking flat Earth. I know you want to talk about trains. The hell's wrong with you, man?
Well, we weren't really talking about. Well, I mean, I guess the subject kind of could involve trains in one aspect if we were talking about exclusively very high speed new trains like maglev trains. Because, I mean, if you have a track and it's curved due to the curvature of the Earth, if the train was going up to a certain speed, you have to, put that into account, not just with the construction, but other things as well to stop it from flying off the tracks.
Okay. Hey, Charles, can you look at my stream, or are you busy?
Is it, I was one of the things at the top. Yeah. Lovely.
Do you see it?
Yes. Triangle.
Okay, cool. So, do you see what it says here, the text?
No, it's too small.
Okay. Well,
just read it to me.
I want you to be able to see it because it's pertinent.
I just like going off down to some wild goose tangent thing that all Glovers do all the time.
No, it's just a throwback to what we discussed last week. Do you see it now? Do you see the numbers in the text?
Yeah, I mean, you got a mouth, you've got a microphone. Use your words. Tell me what you're trying to say.
Okay. So what is shown here is the relationship, the ratio between the angle and the distance. Actually, I should do a different angle, sorry. Let me fix that real quick.
Yeah, screw this shit. Let's talk about politics.
So, anyways, in that geometry, that relationship between the height of the star and the position that you're in to give you that triangle, that's not how they got the elevation angles for these stars that they used in celestial navigation. It wasn't either of those. It was actually just a conversion from a sextant reading to a linear distance of nautical miles.
Good thing is we're not talking about that.
Yeah, but you have the heights to these stars that you have on there.
The thing is, that's not what we're talking about.
Wait a minute, they're shovels?
Did you go where?
No, like moblins use shovels? Yeah. I thought they were spears.
Yeah, that point that has B, that's supposed to be the height. So that's exactly what I'm dealing with.
That's not what I'm showing. You're just tripping.
So the point label B means nothing. So the point level B means nothing. That means your graph is nothing, right?
Hello, friends.
Is this a real friend?
Are we still
Really?
savagely attempting to murder each other over the shape of the earth?
Are you really my friend? What's that cable guy?
Do you believe
The
that
line goes something like
Superman? Do you believe that Superman flew around the Earth and made time go backwards?
That was a cool scene, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. Lois Lane got trapped in the car in the earthquake, right?
Hey guys, sorry about this delay. So, do you see Charles?
No, stop wasting my time with these irrelevant bullshit tangents I don't give a shit about. You're talking about nothing. Dude, you're literally talking about nothing. Like, we might as well talk about fucking Superman, like one of those old movies, for God's sakes, in contrast to what you're talking about. You're talking about nothing.
Okay, I guess now's not the time. You're right.
So I'm just curious. Do you guys think? Do you think NASA actually knows what the shape of the Earth is, and they're just lying about it, or do you think they honestly don't know?
I think it would be maybe 3% or maybe 1%. Yeah, I'm guessing 1%. I'm guessing 1% of them at the very top in the higher echelon, they know the Earth is flat. But the other 99%, no, I don't think they know the Earth is flat.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. I talked to someone before. They don't think NASA even knows what the shape of the Earth is at all, and they're just, just kind of just winging it.
No, I mean, even my own grandfather worked on at least one of the Apollo programs. I don't know which one, but I have no idea what he believed because he died before I was born, that grandpa.
I'm thinking someone knows.
I think maybe a handful, at least a good handful, like maybe a third of the more clever engineers may have known, at least back in that day. I'm talking about not present day. I mean back in the Apollo days. Like probably a third of the engineers back then, I'm guessing, knew that something was off. But today I don't think it's like that today.
Interesting. I can't get with the conspiracy theory thing because that would involve too many people. I don't see that. But I don't know.
Well, I mean, I just say that because I've heard plenty of stories from other people that have family members that worked on the Apollo program, and when I hear of stories of that, 1/3 of the stories I hear are of them just years later just outright saying to their family, like, "Oh no, we never went to the moon. That was just nonsense. Yeah, I got paid money to do that shit. No, we never went to the moon." They just outright say it, like a third of them, like that I've heard of. That's why I say that.
Are you a flat earther? I don't know if I ever talked to you before.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. So I'm guessing you think that satellite images. What do you think about those?
What can I ask you a question? Why he is flat earther?
Well,
because he said so.
Maybe just hold on to that for a second. I'll just say, I think some of them may be high altitude photographs, and some of them may be composites, and some of them may be CGI. That's why I think of satellite photos. Like, it's not like we don't have high altitude photography. Like, don't you remember the U-2 in the 50s? That was kind of a big deal. One of them got shot down over Russia.
Sure.
True story.
I'm guessing when they say they have satellite images of the Earth, are you thinking that's a lie, or how do you feel about it?
Oh, well, I mean, I should clarify. So when it comes to the part of the story that involves a piece of hardware, a satellite, with electronics in it and cameras, etc., falling around the Earth in an orbit in a vacuum, that part of the story, I don't believe that. Not even a little bit. Not even slightly. So that's the part I don't believe. But the idea of there being hardware suspended through 1, 2, or maybe even a third or fourth different means of being held up above our heads, I'm not opposed to that idea. Like I'm pretty sure that's true. There's
Right.
balloons, there's aircraft of various sorts.
But Charles, you will not say, for example, this. You will say I'm flat earther, but you are not flat earther because there are some kind of pictures from satellites or whatever.
Well, no, I say I'm a flat earther because I observe the Earth is flat and I feel it is stationary, and I have never observed gas pressure without a container in any form.
That's the why. Yeah, that's good answer. Yeah. Not because I need to ask you something about satellites or about something. Now the question should be now in this direction. That's what you answer. The last that now the guy who was new need to ask you. You are the flat earther because of surface, not because of satellites. Can he do it?
Did you ask me a question, or are you saying something else?
Yeah. Did you hear why he is flat earther?
Yeah, but I didn't ask him why he believed the Earth was flat. I just was wondering whether he was or not.
Yeah. But you can I ask you a question? Are you globe earther?
Yeah, I think yours was clear.
Can you tell me your opinion about salty ocean on the globe?
So what kind of ocean?
Salty, salt. Why it's salty?
I don't know. That sounds like it's just a geological process over eons, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm. Do you find that it's the same question with the satellite, like mine with salt?
What does salt have to do with satellites?
What the satellites has to do with the surface?
Well, if someone claims that they use a satellite to take a picture of the entire planet, I think that's relevant.
Okay. That means if I make a picture from the sky, that means that picture will show how the reality looks like.
Yeah, I don't see why not. They can take pictures of storms and tourist activity and everything else.
That means if I show you the picture of the curved ocean from the sky, that means that ocean is also curving on the ground.
Of course, it's just too big for you to see.
How big it is?
How did you see it?
Well, what's the circumference of the Earth? What is it, around 25,000 miles or something around there? Thereabouts?
Yeah. And with your height, how much you can see on the sea level?
I don't know, but I know I can't see anything that big curving.
I will give you the answer. They are saying 3 miles.
Okay, well, forget about what they say. I'm talking about looking at a satellite image of the whole thing.
Not what they are saying. The heliocentric model saying that.
Okay.
That globe it's saying that sphere, what you believe, saying that's the radius, 25,000 miles, and that means with your height you can see 3 miles.
Okay.
It's with 6 foot height. With 1 foot height, we see 10 miles.
Okay. Well, what are you getting at?
With 6 miles on this sphere, you can see 3 miles. But on this sphere, when we make observation reality, with 1 foot observer height, we see 10 miles. But the heliocentric model saying that with 6 foot height, you can see 3 miles.
Okay, let me ask you a basic question. If satellite images are true, that would mean that everything that you're saying right now is false, right?
No, I'm saying if the satellite images are true, there is a curving water. That means that curved water from the space, it will curve also on the ground.
I'm just saying if those images are correct, then that means someone got their math wrong somewhere. Right?
No, I'm telling you this. If the image is correct of for example, showing let's choose one sea, let's say Adriatic Sea, that is between Italy and Croatia. If image from the space showing that sea is curving, then that sea is curving also on the ground, not only from the space.
Okay.
Now you have you don't have a picture from the space. You have from that source from NASA. Now you can check that surface. What NASA did it. Okay, is it this surface curving really in reality? That means outside, not what NASA made. If is that correct? If is that correct, that means it will curve for sure. Let's see its curve then.
Well, it's not just NASA. The European Space Agency has images of the
Doesn't
entire
matter.
planet as well.
Doesn't. Yeah, if they're correct, that means that surface, all that surface, is curving in reality.
If satellite images are true, yeah, it is curving.
But it is not.
Well, they haven't been debunked yet, so I have no
Did you
reason to believe they're
did you check? Did you check that? Is it curving?
not personally, no. But someone
But
else has done that work already.
we did that personally. Some of us.
You checked the satellite images?
Yes, I did.
No, we didn't check the satellite images. We checked the surface of the Earth. Is it curving?
Okay.
Yeah, and it doesn't curve.
Okay, well that doesn't comport with satellite images of the planet. So that
Of
tells me your
course,
math is wrong.
of course, it doesn't. That means or that images are real, or that what you observe it's wrong.
Well, I'll make a deal with you. Once these images are debunked by someone, then I'll change my mind.
Okay,
Immediately.
great.
No, I'm serious. 'Cause I don't care what shape yours is. I don't care if it's shaped like a dodecahedron. It doesn't matter to me. You know. So,
Yeah, it's called sea level. It doesn't curve.
okay. Well, why don't you present your information to the scientific community and see if it checks out?
To scientific community.
Sure.
We are presenting that. We are presenting that here.
Okay. Well, thank you. That was interesting.
You're welcome. If you want to type flat Earth, you will find out there is no information about that. You will find out that is debunked. You know why? Because in Congress in USA they decided that topic should to be censored and should to be, how to say, algorithm should to be changed, that nobody can get the real information.
Okay, very well.
Oh, very well. Now I need to change U.S. government, Congress, and tell them that they need to change that what they approved on YouTube.
Okay. Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, but I'm in UK. Can we? Shall I do that, or people from US?
You're from UK.
We will
Yeah,
take
you
care of
should
it.
you should check out those images that the ESA has of the planet.
I'm checking the UK. If UK is curving, then images are correct.
I know you've heard of the European Space Agency, yes?
Did you hear ever for sea level?
Sorry, you're not listening to what he says. He says
I
that
am listening.
okay, so when he says, when you say we've got images of the Earth from outer space, NASA or ESA, he's turning around to you and saying, okay, if you give me those images, when I measure the Earth, it measures flat, horizontal. That's what he's saying.
Sure, I heard
So-
him say that about 5 minutes ago.
Good. So the Earth is measured flat in kind of opposition to the images you keep throwing at us.
Sure. And I told him that I'm believing that his math is wrong because they don't line up with those images.
You think the math is wrong. The math is with regards to the images that you give us with the radius and circumference that you quoted earlier, 25,000 miles. When we test that drop over distance between point A and point B, there is no drop. The water lays horizontally.
Okay. And I'll tell you the same thing I just told him. That's excellent. Now, if you can present that information to the community and see if it checks out, then we'll have something.
Okay, so
But you may find out you're wrong.
do you think we should present it to you or somebody else can tell you because I got a white coat on?
No, you don't have to present it to me. I'm not the scientific community.
I think, that's what I'm saying. We should probably present it to you so you can look over it yourself. What would be the point of giving it to the scientific community? You want the information, right?
Yeah, but they can verify it. Then I can look at it.
So can you?
Well, what if you give me something that's full of errors? What good is it going to do me?
Full of air. You said you wanted the measurements
How do I know your measurements are correct if they
because
haven't been verified?
because it would be falsifiable. You would be able to demonstrate the exact method whether it was true or not.
I'm not an expert. I think I would feel more comfortable if the experts verified your information, and then I can look at it. That would make more
That's
sense
why,
to me.
yeah, that's why you're in the problem that you're in at the moment. You rely on other people to sort out the knowledge for you. Okay, good
Well,
luck with that.
unfortunately, I have to because I'm not omniscient. If I knew everything, I wouldn't need to
No,
talk to anybody about anything.
now you're dragging it down into ridicule, dude.
No, I'm just at some
Well,
point everyone has to trust someone. Yes,
you can trust yourself, no?
to an extent, sure, but I also understand that I don't know everything.
Okay, but you can measure things, can't you?
I can know things. Yeah,
You can measure things, can't you?
I can measure things, and I can also measure things incorrectly too.
Okay, well, all right, dude, no worries.
$33 inches, though it does. Has to be 33. $33 inches remains square, so it is. Okay, I'll shut up now. I just enjoy myself.
How I can trust you that there is no curvature there?
You have a trampoline for sale there. You have a trampoline for sale there. Does it bounce really nicely? How bouncy is the trampoline? I can tell you why I want to buy this trampoline. There's a couple of nurses that live next door to me, and I want to bounce, so I can see them over the wall when they're sitting in the bikinis. You know what I'm saying?
Can somebody define me what mean intellectually honest?
Well, that picture is very disturbing. Tactile droid is very disturbing. Fuck. I'm going to have to delete that fucking thing. Thank you. It's very disturbing, so it was. Very, very disturbing. Sorry, what was the question you had there now? What's horizon you talking about? The one with the mountains in it. Big mountains and horizons. What is it? And a tape measure.
I hope you're not super worried.
Hello. Goodbye.
Peace.
Or too much pressure. You can't see the dark mud check. It's a perfection.
Mod check. Mod check. To answer your question, two things. One, a mirage. And, well, that's kind of the same thing as the second thing, really, because they're all kind of related. Weather conditions. So to answer your question, it's weather conditions is why I maybe can't see exactly. Well, also it's the angle of resolution. You got to keep in mind the angle of resolution is probably too small for me to see. Exactly where. Exactly everything perfectly, because you got to put that into consideration. That's why even if there was no air, on the surface of the Earth, we wouldn't be able to see all the way to France and see the Eiffel Tower from the United States, because even though the Eiffel Tower is very tall, the angle of resolution from the United States would be so small, it doesn't matter what kind of telescope you build, you can't see it. because it's just too far away.
Yeah, that's kind of a dumb argument. That's kind of a dumb argument. Like,
Well, the dumb argument was when your mother slept with
don't.
Popeye.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Also a true story. Like,
Wasn't so bad. Like that's what I was saying. Like you were saying, dumb argument, and there's like, actually, we'll just have a very mutual discussion, and it'll
I
be okay.
expect.
Right?
Yeah, I expect the far worse, to be honest.
I expect much less from you. Your
but
olive oils. Your
was actually
olive oil's grandson. I am like I expect only the most respect from you.
2 seconds, guys. Mod check. You've unmuted yourself. Did you want to respond to Charles?
Yeah. I just wanted to ask, do you acknowledge that the height of your camera affects the horizon distance?
Yes.
Yeah. But keep in mind, there is no horizon technically in this picture, because the horizon is defined as the apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground. There's a bunch of mountains beyond the lake, so it's not exactly a horizon. It's more of a mirage, really, is what I'd say, because you can see the mirroring effect. You know, you can see things appear upside down on the water. And keep in mind, that's actually why I'm seriously thinking, I might not do it because it's a 7-hour drive from where I live, which is really hard to do for me. But I'm thinking about going back there and bringing my camera to exactly that same set of rocks and putting it in exactly the same place. Because I looked it up, and in the middle of February is when the water is most cold. So if I can go there on a day when the humidity's low and the weather is really calm and the temperature across the lake is uniform, relatively uniform, those are the best conditions to get the most clear shot that you can possibly get.
Yeah, it's a villain arc. It's something that easily comes through the globetard. They're evil. It's like, look, my little dog. He's like, give me the treats. Just give it to me. You evil demons. This is why we make the good cartoons. We like make the good video games. So like you evil demons working on your like what is the new game coming out here? The new Star Wars game? Like you have no clue what Star Wars even is. Like you idiots are morons. You're proven garbage. Like what are you're coming here to try to like get some kind of condolences? Like how pathetic are you
End of the break. I gotta interrupt you here, buddy. Like,
you're gonna help him out for them, dude. Like you seem like you're on my
you're going on a pointless rant, buddy. There's no productivity in what you're saying.
Well, there's a lot of productivity until you fucking stomped all over it. To say that all of a sudden there's some productivity in the new Olympia sort of game, like the new Star Wars game that's coming out. You came here to defend the new Star Wars game. So I guess
Chill, man. Just chill for a while. Just relax.
yeah, no, I've been chilling. I've actually asked some pretty deep questions. I was asking, what is it that you, as a secular idiot, have to offer humanity? And none of these clowns like Embo or Matt none of them were able to give me a single answer. So I thought that was a pretty good question. So you can go fuck
Moral and
yourself if you don't
scientific
think it was.
progress is the answer.
Well, I think a variation of that question that's pretty good. Indio pointed this out to me a while ago. Is what good? Try this. Indio pointed this out to me. Is to ask the question. It's a legitimate question. With the billions and trillions, and it has been trillions of dollars spent on space programs at this point. I think. I think the question should ask, what good has that done mankind?
What has
none
it
at
done?
all.
Has it done anything?
Nothing that I can.
Where's Scott? Scott should be. Scott, where you at? Come tell us what the fuck your dumb bullshit has actually done for society, you piece of shit.
Come tell us that NASA invented Velcro, Scott.
I think
Dude, the left is such garbage. The left is such garbage. We have the UK in civil war right now, and it's like, I am the last refuge. Yes, as an American, I can say you are a piece of shit for believing something that is untrue. It's maybe more dire as a UK.
Into the break, Jedi's trying to say something. If you could give him a chance to speak for a moment.
I was just going to. I just noticed that Dogside Gods had unmuted himself, so I was going to invite Dogside Gods, who's a globe earther, to address Into the Break if you wanted to. Dogs, did you want to take it?
This is wild.
Satellite communication system is probably the biggest thing that they've given.
What do you got to say? I'm an American. You can't take me to jail for saying that World War II, the good guys lost World War II. You can't take me to jail for saying such things. What are you going to do now, little bitch? What are you going to do now, little bitch?
Can someone?
Weird, isn't it? It's very weird.
Can someone mod the Nazi, please?
Into the break.
Oh wow! See, look at how he has to run towards make-believe terms.
Hey, wait, hold on a second. I gotta ask you something into the break. Are you intoxicated right now?
No, I'm literally eating watermelon. I'm eating watermelon. I'm literally eating watermelon.
Maybe you're getting the sugar rush, man. Just try to chill out, all right?
Maybe a little bit. Okay. Well, if that's what you want to say, but here, this person was actually saying something kind of weird. He was saying that, what is he talking about? Like, there's some sort of word called conspiracy theory? Some sort of word? Oh, and conspiracy theory is supposed to mean something? Is that what this guy was, what they're trying to portray somebody?
I think somebody was trying to answer your first question.
I don't like it.
But then
I don't like when somebody's trying to tell me what I'm supposed to believe.
Dude, you asked a question, somebody was going to answer, and then you asked about another 5. It's kind of hard to have a conversation when you do that, dude. I invited someone to engage with you.
No, thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. Don't know where to go, Gods. It's up to you, mate.
Satellite communication systems, satellite weather systems, all the information that comes from satellites. That's probably the biggest thing that the space exploration field has given us.
I mean, there's no SpaceX things that are given. It's like what's given to you is just somebody has kicked the football across the football field. Like, there's no like, oh, my phone is coming from the football field. Like, it's like they're just, oh, we actually just have this antenna that's above the football field, and like 2 of them, and like they're sending them across town, and you have a lot of localized maps. They're all based on measurements from your local area. I don't know what to tell you, big guy.
Your question assumed that the trillions of
There's
dollars
no
spent on
win.
NASA is
There's no
actually
win
going to
there for you.
NASA and NASA
I'm
stuff.
sorry. I'm
So
sorry.
you were doing an
That's right.
internal critique of my worldview, and in the internal critique, it would be true to me, if I believe NASA, which I do, that the worldwide communication system is the outcome of all the trillions of dollars spent on space stuff.
Yeah, the worldwide communication system is not just satellites. Are satellite connected to a ground system, Docs? Are satellite connected to a
Yes, they
ground
are.
system?
How does that change my answer, Gemsy?
So satellites is one piece of the whole of the communication system, not the whole communication system, right? So if you're receiving a
Wow,
signal,
did I say it was the
maybe
whole
through coffee-
communication system, Gemsy? Did I say that?
So satellites
A little bit.
are connected to a ground
It's
system,
almost like you
right?
can't hear what I'm saying and you're talking to yourself.
And they work together to give you information, right?
That is correct, Gemsy, but that doesn't
There you
change
go.
the fact that
There
the
you go.
satellite system allows for information to be spread
I'll rem-
faster and further than ever before to more people, because you don't have to put a satellite tower in the middle of some African country that doesn't have infrastructure to power it. All you need is for the people in that country to be able to have mobile phones that can ping off a satellite.
Yeah, if there's technology that can be sent very high up, right? Who knows how many different ways of doing that, right? Multiple ways, right? And then to be able to communicate on those ground positions that you're talking about, right? But that doesn't mean that the satellites that some people refer to when we ask for them, they show cartoons around a globe. That's not the realist stuff that is being used in the
So
worldwide
right now,
communication system.
you're having a conversation with yourself, not a person that started the conversation. So do you want to have a different conversation to the one I was having?
So what is the satellite claim? That, yeah, there are satellites, and then what?
So I was asked, what has NASA given us, assuming NASA is true, with the trillions of dollars it spends, and I gave an answer to that, assuming NASA is true. You're trying to start a different conversation. Do you want to move on from that?
They spend a lot of money on launch. You know that they've been spending a lot of money on deliveries to to their offices. So they spend money on that. That's part of the trillions of
Yeah,
dollars.
shit happens.
They spend money on
happens sometimes.
security. They spend money on a bunch of other stuff. So trillions of dollars haven't
gotta
gone
pay
to
for your time.
satellites.
I mean, what are you gonna
Trillions
be
of
there
dollars
and
have not gone to satellites. There's more. There's other stuff.
So that was
happening,
one
not
of the
just
things that
satellites.
NASA has given us. I never said it was an exhaustive list or that it was all that NASA had given us. Do you want me to list another thing?
Yeah. So to have a
Dude, we just gave you a
device
list of
in the
fake.
sky working in the first place, you need a ground system, right? You need a ground communication system on the ground, and then after you have that already on the ground, set up, ready to go, then you send things to the sky, right?
Yes,
Hey,
what is the point of you saying that? Could you give an argument
I
based
was
off
the
that
guy
There
that
sentence,
you
you
go.
please?
said
There
that
you
you
go.
thought that you sent to space, and guess what?
Gemsy, would you
You
mind telling me
sexually
why you said
harassed
that or
me,
why
and
that's
I'm
important
suing you
anyway?
on a bitch ass.
Gemsy, would you explain why you said that or why it was important to say?
What?
So, in saying that there needs to be a ground system in place in order for a satellite system to work, why does that matter at all? What's the point of you saying that?
What is your point of saying that we have satellites, therefore the worldwide system, like you said, that we're talking about the same thing? It's just that you believe something and we know other stuff away
So
from
the point is, I was asked, if NASA has spent trillions of dollars, what have they given us? And
You
my
said
answer
trillions
was
of dollars
a
in
satellite
satellites.
system that allows for almost instantaneous worldwide communication.
And then what? We have devices that can go really high up and satellites, yes. So then what?
So you're confusing the question I was asked, at which I gave an answer, which is within my worldview, because it was an internal critique, with you questioning whether my worldview is correct. Now, we can switch to that if you want, but it doesn't sound like you can follow the conversation.
No, not necessarily the worldview. It's just that satellites. I mean, we have devices up in the sky, and there's no big deal. Nobody's arguing against that, right? Is there anybody saying there is no technology up there in the sky?
No, no one's saying that. So, what device do you think could provide their GPS system? Well, I'll answer satellites can do it. Do you think balloons could do it?
Yeah, you can have the balloons, and you can have the other stuff that you're talking about, right? Like whatever floating devices up there. Sure, yeah. Yeah, no problem.
Other
Connected to the ground
what
system.
other
Connected to the
devices?
ground system, right? Because you need the ground system, and then you have the other stuff working, right?
Well, actually, it works the other way for GPS. So you need the satellites that have a coordinate system in the sky, and then you create receivers that will send information to the satellite systems and then coordinate where they are within that coordinate system.
Same thing. You have the things in the sky above, and then you have the system on the ground. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. But does
Correct.
GPS work horizontally or does it work vertically?
Isn't it both ways?
So, no.
Both? 'Cause you have
GPS
to
will bounce things
vertical.
off things that
You
are
have a
high up.
vertical and a horizontal, right? You have both, right? So when you do
No.
the X, Y, Z axis, you have the floor. What else? The position. You have the altitude. I mean, what's wrong with that? You can do all that.
All of that comes from vertical angles.
You can do
It doesn't
all
come
that
from like a
with a
tower off in the distance.
combination of ground system and then stuff up in the sky. You can do all that
What
positioning
GPS
in
provider says they have
combination.
GPS towers or
Not just the thing in the sky. Not only one thing. You use that and you use the other stuff. Not just one thing. Remember, it's the whole system, not one thing. Satellites only doing the stuff, right?
So, what GPS system provider says that they use towers or balloons?
Whatever system is using that you asked about, yeah, they're using that. Sure.
So, you're saying that all of
Many
these
systems.
GPS providers that say that they have satellites are lying?
You're saying that. You said those words.
No, it's a necessary conclusion for the thing that you agreed to.
Agreeing? I don't know about that.
It's like saying I got rained on. The necessary conclusion of that would be I am wet.
Not necessarily. I got rained on in a waterproof tent. I didn't get wet, but the tent did.
Then the tent got rained on.
So I didn't, but I did. I was in the rain, but stayed dry. Take that.
So,
Shut it.
can anyone find a GPS tower that exists?
No, there are towers, ground positioning system, or whatever the system you have, radars and all this kind of system, towers communicating all across, right? All across the ground. And then you can add other devices, right? Like flying stuff up there, and then attach it to that grid system that in place, right? That's not an issue. That's not a problem. So for the
where are all these
satellite to
planes?
do what it does, for the satellite to do what it does, it needs an antecedent, something that has to be there in the first place for it to be able to do the job that it's doing. And that is the ground grid system that is in place for then adding the other stuff up there, right?
Not for GPS, no.
So GPS don't use anything from the ground to do what it does. So, well, okay.
You use the word antecedent, so that's the thing I'm questioning. It's not an antecedent of a GPS system to have a receiver emitter on the ground.
Don't you walk on the ground and have like a GPS receiver sometimes? Some places have a GPS receiver on the ground, no?
So that's not the antecedent. That is something that comes after the GPS satellites are in place. Then you can have something on the ground that would send a signal and pick up the signal.
So which one came first, the grid system on the ground or the satellite?
For GPS, they probably tested it on the ground, but the actual system requires the
There you
satellites
go.
to be
You
in
got the
place
answer.
to be
Now we're on
operational,
the
so it's
same page.
antecedent on the satellites.
You got the answer. The ground system came first, then the other stuff that you're saying that
They
is
tested the
giving
technology
you
on the ground
extra
first.
data to give you extra information to apply it to whatever system you're trying to use it for. Yeah.
Also, human beings had
tested
to
it on the
exist
ground
on the surface.
first.
Human beings had to
Ramsey.
exist on the
The
surface.
signal comes
to
from
make it.
ground, from mobile phone towers. Doesn't come directly from a satellite. Comes from the phone towers.
Has that been
And
verified?
the grid is flat. The GPS uses it's XYZ coordinates. It's flat. So Earth's measured flat.
XYZ is three-dimensional. XYZ isn't flat. X and Y would be flat, but not Z. Z is the third dimension.
Yeah, it needs a horizontal. Got a horizontal base.
And a vertical.
It's flat.
And a vertical.
Yeah, vertical.
And a vertical.
Horizontal.
All of those are straight axes, bro. Be quiet.
Hey, dogs, you know walls
Is there
are
any
vertical and
glober
flat.
that has any intelligibleness that has to do with any of their delusion that they are falling backwards at the speed of sound
There's an
in the
atmosphere.
sunset?
That idiot.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
none of you morons. You're
Guys.
falling backwards.
Atmosphere gradient and flat Earth,
None of you
bro.
are touching grass. You
Okay,
can't
who has
look
a
hard
question?
enough. I told you, don't even.
Who has a question? What's going on?
Yeah, so it does. Just
What was it? The other guy that asked a question between the conversation that has been happening?
That's the question.
Oh, Cater, you said something. I don't know. I couldn't hear you.
I said atmosphere gradient ruins flat Earth. Because it does.
It's a good
It's
joke.
true. The necessary antecedent to a gradient is a force.
Yeah, anyway, explain how it does that.
Because you just observe the gradient, you don't observe any container. So you can't say you can't say celestial objects are outside the container because you have no idea.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Can you demonstrate a gas pressure gradient with inside a container?
I thought we've already established that's possible. You said
Before
temperature
we talk about the
would create a
container,
gradient.
Jedi, would it be fair to ask?
Okay, no, before we go on from that, what Jedi just said is really important. So you can demonstrate a gas pressure gradient within a container. So the presence of a gradient outside does not tell you no container. Plus, you said it destroyed flatness.
I never even said there wasn't a container. You misunderstood what I said.
Yeah, you said it destroyed flatness, which is just a non sequitur. So if that's all you're going
Arthur,
for,
they're right, you're wrong.
That doesn't have any validity at all.
They're correct, you're wrong. Would it be fair to ask Daz and Jamsey? They made a claim that, or at least Daz did, that GPS signal is emitted from ground towers, ground stations. Would it be fair to ask
The
them to
GPS
show?
is connected to the ground system,
Yeah,
yes or no?
But Daz said something else. Daz said
The GPS was device built and
on
the
the
satellite,
Earth, yes.
right, on the
Yes.
Earth, underground,
By
and then it
human
was
beings, yes.
added to the grid because he was talking about we have a communication system with satellites. Yes,
I
satellites
apologize,
are
James. You're correct.
part of the
Now,
communication
would it be fair
system,
to ask
not a
Daz?
communication system, part of
I get it.
Get
So
it?
Daz made a statement earlier that GPS signal originates from towers, wireless towers on Earth. That's what he said, not you, Jamsey. So
The
you
other
can go
guy.
back on mute.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead, talk to
Daz,
him.
DAZ. Yes, I am talking to you. So he said that that the signal originates from ground-based towers.
He's not here.
He is.
He's gone.
That's the guy with the map of Australia.
Yeah, he's
Globe
here.
map of Australia.
He's listening.
So
Okay.
he said that, and I would like to ask him if he could show some evidence of that happening, given that it should be fairly easy to track down those towers. The GPS signal is being emitted 24/7 all over the Earth. So finding those towers should be kind of a simple task. Could you please, Daz, elaborate on how you know that these towers exist, that they emit GPS, and could you show us proof for that, please?
Mobile phone towers. Yeah, there's lots of them.
Could you please show us that they emit GPS signal?
So it goes from satellite to the mobile phone tower, correct? Or to the ground-based system, correct?
Not according to us Globers, but we would like to understand how you think.
Okay, so Peter, can you post what you mean by the satellites that are sending the GPS? Can you post that? Can you post it? Because I want to know what are you talking about. Peter, can you post it in the chat? What you're
I
talking
will.
about?
Sure thing, Jimsy.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to learn what you're talking about so I can look at it.
Yeah, no worries. Here it is. So Daz, can you walk us through this claim that GPS signal originates from mobile phone towers and how we know that, and show us a few that actually emit it?
Mobile phone towers are part of the grid system, not the whole system.
I'm talking to Daz. I know, Jimsy. I'm talking to Daz.
But he didn't say that mobile phone towers are the source of the GPS signal. He didn't say.
Yes,
that.
he did.
Mobile, like the T-Mobile is the one doing that.
He said they came from towers.
Yeah.
Well, they don't come from satellites because satellites don't exist. Maybe balloons.
Okay,
but
so
I
now
don't think you've got balloons.
There might be stuff above the balloons. There might be stuff.
Daz, is it the towers?
Controlling all the traffic.
Everything
So
has
yeah,
to
satellites in space, so it just comes from the ground.
Okay.
It comes through the phone tower,
All right.
through your internet.
Okay. Could you
Not
show us the
complicated.
towers that emit the GPS signal?
Your phone does everything. Your cars, towers,
Daz,
smart
would it be okay
houses,
for you to
smart
show us which
meters,
towers
anything
are
with
emitting
Google,
a GPS signal?
anything with Siri, anything connected to the DoD. Come on, don't be so fucking retarded, brother.
Daz, since you made a claim
Show me how
about
retarded
ground
you are
towers
and tell us
emitting
that
GPS signal,
electronics
could
aren't
you
real now.
provide some evidence?
He doesn't believe electronics
Benny
are
is giving
connected, guys. He's never heard of Wi-Fi.
Damn. So Daz made a claim and he doesn't want to respond, I guess.
What was the claim?
And Peter was asking if he wants to give proof for the origin of satellite. That they come from towers or whatever.
Well, it definitely doesn't come from satellites in space.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because you
That's
can't have gas
amazing.
pressure next to a vacuum. Space is
Sounded like you
fake.
said spice. Spice.
We know that maybe not a vacuum exists, but we know that
Hold on.
there's a very
So
low
it's
pressure.
not satellites. What is it then?
Sorry, Peter, when you say satellites, what did you actually mean?
Mechanical devices, vehicles made by human beings, orbiting the globular Earth.
Awesome. So orbiting the globular Earth. Okay.
See, that's the
man-made
definite
device,
fallacy again.
but specifically orbiting the Earth. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
The satellite does not necessarily entail
Now, since we know
revolving
one
around the
thing we
globe.
can agree on, Jedi, is that GPS was built
Can you
by
not hear
human
me? Hello?
beings, so it's
Am I not
not like
heard?
a natural phenomenon, right?
Am I not coming
So
through?
human beings know how they built it. They know how they built it.
I'm muted.
So if it's not satellites, then what is it? It's a fair
No, you're
question
good,
to ask,
Gregory.
right?
So just let me do this and I'll put myself back on mute. It's the reason why I asked the question, because you invoke satellites that are orbiting in low Earth orbit around the sphere. No one's denying that technology exists up in the sky. We've been trying to point that out for the last 10 minutes.
Some people do. Daz, I know,
Does Peter have me
rejects
locally
that
muted?
notion because I heard him say that before.
Yeah, I posted a Wikipedia article with regards to balloon satellites or satelloons, referencing the early ones in the 60s and the 70s set up into the sky by NASA in Russia, for example.
I understand, but that's also why I'm not asking you, because I know what you think.
Okay,
And
then I'll
I've heard other flat earthers make claims, exactly like Daz's, that GPS signal originates from cell towers. And I want to use this rare opportunity, because he made a claim, to pursue some evidence for that specific claim. Not for your claim that it's satelloons, but for his claim that it's cell towers.
No worries, dude. I was just trying to get some kind of cohesion. But yeah, sure, Dazza, if you want to address Peter, please do, mate.
Now, there needs to be something to be addressed. Peter just talked right through me multiple times as though I wasn't even speaking. Does he have me
Yes,
locally
that's it.
muted?
Not
Peter, do you have Gregory muted?
I have him on very low volumes. Is he talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he
Yeah.
can't.
Okay.
He just said, "Is he
I'll wait
talking?"
it out.
Which means he cannot hear me. That
Just
needs
to
to
avoid,
stop.
just to avoid the audio chaos, can you raise Gregory's volume a little bit so you can at least hear when he's speaking, dude? Doesn't mean
No
you have
thank
to
you.
engage.
Oh no, I can. If I pay attention, I'll detect him.
Okay.
So what I was saying is, this is another instance. It's amazing how frequently I'm detecting this nowadays. It's another instance of the definite fallacy. So basically, his argument is satellites. If satellites are artificial machines that orbit around a globe in a cosmic vacuum, then the Earth is a ball, right? That's the conditional premise to spell it out, his pattern of reasoning. Satellites do not necessarily entail that they are revolving or orbiting around a ball in a cosmic vacuum. It's just flagrantly erroneous.
So listen, in Peter's link, it says that the Global Position System is US-owned utility that provides users with positioning, navigation, and timing PNT services. This system consists in 3 segments: the space segment, the control segment, and the user segment. You see, Peter, like I was telling you before, it was multiple things working together, not just one thing giving you the
Absolutely,
whole
you're
thing.
correct. Yeah,
There you go.
you're correct.
So look, the space segment. You know what's funny about that? Because I told you there is the stuff that you're claiming is up outer space, and then there is the ground system on the ground that is doing stuff on the ground, right? And this confirms what I said. And the other guy, Doxar G's, was denying, and you were like backing him up about this. So now here in your link, it says confirms what I was saying. And the
Yep,
funny
you were
part is
correct.
that your space segment is called space segment is all cartoons like you posted before. These are the satellites,
Absolutely.
cartoons to the globe cartoon, right? You said that satellites, we do in reality, we do have satellites, right? We do have systems that operate in the sky and then the stuff that operates in the ground. But then what you're talking about is the cartoons in outer space. That doesn't exist,
Yeah.
Peter, and you know this. That
Yes.
doesn't
So
exist.
I'm asking, what is it then?
Not the cartoons that you say in the outer space cartoon, the
I
globe
grant you this.
cartoon,
Yes.
not from
Wait,
there,
what is
Peter.
what?
Not
Okay.
Wait,
from
So
there.
what are human beings
wait,
using
wait.
to
Let's clarify
transmit the
this.
GPS
What is what?
signal to Earth?
Wait, hang on. Let's clarify. You said, what is it? What are you asking about? What is what?
MZ.
He's saying that if it's not the space cartoons that he's talking about, the globe, space, and the cartoon satellites next to the globe, if it's not that, he's asking, what is it then, if it's not that?
Oh, what is the situation? Okay.
Yeah, because in reality, we have communication systems, right? We have ground systems, we have stuff in the sky, balloons or airplanes, and then maybe above that, we have other layer, and there's stuff technology above that, right? And he's saying, yeah, we have that. We do have that, right? But then with that confirmation, he's claiming, therefore, the cartoon that I'm going to show you that shows the cartoon globe Earth and the cartoon satellites, this from this cartoon is where you get satellites from. You see the problem?
Peter, I don't think the cartoon actually came from you at all. I think he just actually gave you a lot of cartoon that none of it happened. Like, what do you have to say for yourself, Peter? Like, somebody was trying to, like, talk for you. What do you have to say for yourself?
All I can say is repeat my question to you, Jamesy. Were the human beings?
Okay,
Where
yeah.
are human
Because
beings committing this?
Yeah, because you had a physical location measured that didn't have anything to do with a diffraction limit to light 3 miles away, right? Light bulb 3 miles away. That's what happened, right? This is what time it is. What time do you think it is, Peter? Peter, do you think that none of this stuff happened? Like, none of this stuff is about to happen? Like, Peter, are you not going on the final solution experiment or whatever? You're not gonna do the final experiment? I thought you were more than that, Peter. Looks like
So,
you're
Peter,
just a
I
little
found the
dumpy
answer
bitch.
that you were looking for from the link that you posted. You were asking the other gentleman, D, to
Dumpy
provide
bitch.
evidence that satellites are connected to the towers in the ground system. And in the link that you provided, this is confirmed, Peter. Have you,
Thank you,
read
James.
the link? Did you
Yes.
read your own link?
Yeah, thank you.
You did read your own link. So
Can I
how
have
did
a
you
follow-up
skip?
question, please?
How did you
I mean,
skip
it's
the
really
part?
cool,
How did you
Peter.
skip the part that the ground system and the towers in those? It says across the world, right? These ground systems with towers are connected to the satellite system.
Yeah.
And then there is the user interface. Your cell phone, your GPS, your devices that you use and have satellite capabilities. You are part of that grid as well. You see, the guy that holding those devices or the
Yeah,
devices,
we think it's
right?
really cool. You're gonna
I
finally
think
do
I'm
it for
starting
the
to
South
understand, Jamesy.
Celestial.
I have a question for you, Jamesy, now. So in that
No,
link that you
no,
made me
you have the
provide,
question.
So are you gonna
Jamesy, can I ask?
concede that you were denying what D said, and now
Yes,
you
I
only
concede.
confirms
Yep.
that he was correct?
Yes, I concede. Can I ask you a
Okay.
question? So in that diagram and the link that you made me read that I provided you, it says that it's a three-part system and one of them is the satellites, and then we agreed here that
And in
satellites do
that
not exist.
depiction, you see cartoons, and that's what I'm trying to tell
Right.
you, and you don't
Yeah.
get yet. You don't get the signal from cartoons.
I am
Not
getting
from
that.
cartoons.
And because
Not
I'm getting
the
that,
cartoons are not
yes,
showing what you think
Peter,
it's
what are
happening.
you
I mean, what is
doing,
happening?
dude?
this is why I'm asking you, Jamesy, respectfully.
Peter, no,
It's not
Peter,
subtle.
just stop.
What is
Just
transmitting
stop,
the
dude.
signal?
God, you are so insufferable, Peter. Like, yeah, we've
Jamesy,
all
if it's
seen
not satellites,
cartoons
then
on the
what is
TV.
it?
Like, no, your question is it going to
Don't be
set
afraid, just
below
tell
the
me.
horizon? Is it going to set below the horizon, Peter? Peter, what are you even trying to do? What is the grand solution? Like, you're trying to
I'm
entice
waiting, Jamesy.
Gemsy, you're trying to entice Gemsy, and we're just like, bro, like, leave us alone. You're just talking about weird stuff, and it's like you're going to go do what anybody's ever done before. You're not going to do anything new. Nobody should fucking give you any time of day. You're not going to do anything special. You are just the piece of shit that you have always been, that you were destined to be. That's what it is, Peter.
Sad
Peter,
story.
That's not
I
nice.
know what time it is.
Tell him how you really
Peter,
feel.
Jamesy, whenever
do
you're
you
ready,
know
buddy.
what?
All right, thanks for that.
So Gemsy,
Stop
you
So
think
going,
Peter
Jimmy,
satellites
stop
don't
conceded.
going in
Peter
exist?
circles about this
conceded.
point.
Hello. Let's resume. Peter conceded that he was wrong about his claim
Yes, I have.
that we only get satellite signals like dogs. We only get satellite signals from satellites, but satellites are connected to a bigger grid that you guys were denying, and now you're
Absolutely.
confirming that you both were wrong. Okay,
You're
thank you for the
100%
clarification.
right.
That doesn't
I
mean
was
satellites don't
wrong.
exist.
I apologize. Now,
Nobody said that.
Jamesy, you did.
Great.
You said it's a
No,
cartoon.
not. Remember the cartoons? Remember the cartoon, the globe cartoon, that
Yeah.
stuff that you haven't
You just
confirmed.
said satellites are real.
that cartoon, the signals that we're getting are not coming from the cartoon, Peter. You still don't get this through?
Okay, no, I am getting it. Where are they coming from?
Not from the Globe cartoon. Got
I
it?
get it, but where human beings built this, so it shouldn't be a mystery. What is
Not from
transmitting this?
Narnia, Peter. They're not from in Narnia. Does that help you out, brother?
MZ, what is transmitting the signal?
Everything.
Let me tell you, it was Raytheon. They were found to be doing some fraud, saying that they had like connections to certain satellites. So you're gonna have to be very specific about the one device that you're saying to where is this device connected to which station, right? And you're gonna say this station is connected to a device up in the sky, and this is the number, the serial, the confirmation. You know, at least you can have that. But then you have a bunch of in the past you had a bunch of claims that there were stuff up there, but it was just number on a computer. It wasn't actual devices. So the ones that are up there are connected to the ground system, like I told you in the beginning. You see, that's it. It's pretty simple. Why you
Those satellites that are up
overcomplicating this?
there, they're in orbit. Satellites are in orbit.
Yeah, but orbit doesn't mean that you around a sphere. That's pretty obvious.
Yeah, again.
Yeah, it does. It means it's in free fall.
No, it
What the
doesn't.
hell?
Orbit does not necessarily
Satellites in lower Earth
entail.
orbit are in free
I was
fall.
speaking
They don't
before you.
thrust
I
to
was speaking
maintain that
before
path.
you. I was speaking before you. Orbit does not necessarily entail moving around a ball in a cosmic vacuum. It doesn't.
Orbit doesn't imply that?
And the orbit doesn't imply
Orbit does not
horizontal
necessarily
flight.
entail that.
Horizontal orbit. Orbit's not horizontal.
What does
I
orbit
told you
mean?
horizontal. Horizontal orbit. Check that shit out. You know, like an airplane flying horizontally. It must be in orbit too. Stupid guys. Look at that bird. It's in orbit.
You want to see an
I think.
orbit? You want to see an orbit? Just put like an example, right? Like quantum locking. You'll see an orbit.
Yeah, but the orbit they're talking about is like an airplane and a bird just flying horizontally from one place to the next.
Yeah,
They're
a
calling
metal
that orbit.
device in a very high cold environment up there, right? It's pretty cold, below freezing, way below freezing, and then in the quantum locking, you need these materials to be locked into that temperature, right? And they can levitate. Quantum locking, yeah. So there's examples of that kind of stuff, but anyways, not orbit doesn't mean going around a sphere. It doesn't.
I posted the link to the Merriam-Webster definition for orbit. One of the senses it has is
A
what is
circular
it?
path.
It has about 6 or 7 senses. So I'm going to read another key passage by Merriam-Webster concerning the nature of a dictionary, what it is, and its purpose. Because I can anticipate that one wants to emphasize definition 1A as though that's the only or primary or most prominent sense of the word. When no, it's just listing from the most common sense. I'll speak English eventually. Excuse me. The most common sense in which it has been said to the least common sense in which it has been said. That's the order from top to bottom. But then right there, in the noun subheading, definition 1B, a circular path. Right? So very simply, you can move in a circle around a sphere, or you can move in a circle above a horizontal surface. So the satellites could be orbiting above a horizontal surface. They're not moving in a circle around a sphere. They're moving in a circle above the horizontal surface of the Earth and oceans. Orbit does not necessarily entail or moving in a circle around a sphere.
Hmm. That makes sense.
Spy agent, are you even in the voice chat? Yeah, there you are. Are you gonna say an argument, or are you just gonna continue to chat game? Why is flat Earth, like you posted in the open chat, exemplary of anti-intellectualism? Why do you say that? I guess he's not gonna reply.
So let me get this straight. Being anti-intellectual is knowing how to skin a cat more than 87,000 ways. And you guys are like, orbit, huh. But then you're like,
It
point
is
up.
the most apparent example of anti-intellectualism I can think of. Anti-intellectualism means you
Yeah, globe.
completely
Globe
reject
believers.
the human
Reject
intellect,
what? Show
education,
me your
science,
globe.
whatever.
Well,
Show
I
me
mean,
your
don't
globe.
don't bicker, don't bicker. Come on, let's dialogue.
Show us the globe model, and we'll take a
You
look,
asked the
brother.
question.
Yeah, now give us the answer. The globe
I'm
model.
saying this to everyone.
Stop interrupting
Okay,
him,
let
dude.
me say it a little bit more elegantly. This flat Earth stuff, it's not based on evidence or science or logic or whatever. It's not based on intellect. It's based on this just insane denial, whatever, rejection
Globes are fucking
of
crazy. We
knowledge,
know.
of
You don't have
education,
to
of
tell us how
whatever. You
psychotic globes
disrespect
are, brother.
everything.
We don't have to spaz. We've been doing this for years. We can easily address this issue.
So what are we denying? Show us the evidence and the facts.
Everything,
whatever.
all
Okay,
of
no, well, be
science,
specific.
all of education,
All of science.
all of
Okay,
intelligentsia, you're
give me
denying.
a specific bit of scientific evidence that we deny.
Yeah, like basic physics things like gravity, which is
Okay, define gravity.
Element. Universal force attracting
Define
all
gravity.
masses.
Oh,
Universal
force.
force attracting all masses.
Okay, force. So who's the idiot? You or Einstein? Because Einstein defined it as not a force. So you're denying. Now you're the denier. You're the Einstein denier now. Just a second ago. Just a second ago, you were telling me we deny all these physics and things that they teach, and then you turn around and immediately after that deny Einstein. What happened here?
You know about Einstein, whatever. Okay, what's the Einstein
Okay,
philosophy?
so who's the idiot?
Tell me what are the Einstein?
Yeah, so who's the idiot? You or Einstein? That's all I need to know. This isn't a debate; it's an interrogation.
Okay.
Spy agent.
Every
let's try
physicist
again.
on the planet would be fine with that
Can you hear me?
definition. Why are you so hostile?
Spy agent.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, look. Let's try again. You said that believing the Earth is flat is exemplary of anti-intellectualism.
No,
Why
I didn't.
do you say that?
I said you groups of people, this flat Earth community. It's the most extreme form of anti-intellectualism I've ever seen.
That's semantically
Yet you're the
equivalent to what I
one.
just said. Spy agent, you don't
No.
have to keep bickering
They're
with
not
everyone
flat
trying to reply
Earthers
to you.
who believe the Earth is flat
Agent,
because
dude,
they're
come
just
on, dude.
uneducated. And they're
Agent,
people like you.
agent, stop talking to everyone trying to reply to you. Stop that. That's anti-intellectual. I'm trying to have a discourse with you.
No.
Yeah, you're acting like a crazy
I am
zealot.
He
trying
just
my
said
best to have
no.
a discourse.
Okay, we'll just mute you because you can't control yourself, so we'll do it for you, little boy.
Well, listen, it's kind of ironic that I was speaking to the other guys and they were making claims about these satellites and they showed it was cartoons. Like Peter posted a cartoon. This is what he's talking about. You're getting satellites from this place. And then this guy, and then we move on to orbits with Peter asking about where is it going and orbits and this and that. And then Spage and posts an orbit and it's another cartoon. Another
Yeah, I'm
cartoon.
posting a reliable source on the topic, the Wikipedia article
You
on the topic.
posted. Listen, I called this since the conversation started, and when we made it to orbits, and the first thing you post is another cartoon, just like the other guy before you.
No, it's an encyclopedia.
Let me
on the
finish
topic.
my.
It's
let me finish my inquiry to agent.
What's wrong with Wikipedia?
Nothing. So let me finish my inquiry to you because you said this, and then all these disruptions happen. So let's try again. Why do you assert the premise that believing the Earth is flat is exemplary of anti-intellectualism.
Because that's why you believe the Earth is flat. You believe the Earth is flat because you reject all of academia, all of science, all of whatever. You reject basic physics things that every
Do
physicist
you
would agree
speak in broad, just broad generalizations only, or do you ever get specific about the things that we reject?
Maybe we should point out these fallacies. Hey, wait a second. I want to ask him a quick
I'm not
question.
talking to you. He asked me a question. I'm
Wait a
answering it.
minute.
I don't
Wait a
care if
minute.
you
Wait a
don't like
minute.
it.
Let me reply to him. Hang
Yeah,
on.
yeah, but I have a response. I have a reasonable follow-up. Is that to that question, which is, do you know what a appeal to authority and appeal to consensus fallacies are? Those two different fallacies, logical fallacies.
May I finish my inquiry to him?
Yes, please
Sure, but
don't
just point
interrupt
that
me
out
on
too.
that.
You know.
I'm about to do it. Trust me. You know how I do. I've been doing this for a long time. You know how I do. So, again, like Heretic mentioned, and like Charles mentioned just now, you made hasty generalizations with a tacit presumption, like Charles just said, that the scientist clerics in the scientist institutions.
This is what I mean by you call them
Let me
scientist
finish the
clerics.
reply.
Why would you
Let
call
me
them
finish the
We'll
reply.
have to mute
Let
you.
me finish the reply.
Can't control yourself, so we'll unmute you after he's done.
Okay. I know you don't like that terminology, even though it is grammatically, semantically apropos. You have a culture with a worldview, with the institution, with establishments, with personnel that are supposedly authoritative on matters of philosophy and the other empirical sciences and all the rest. So yes, the clerics. It is such an obvious parallel to the clerics of a Christian culture or Muslim culture or Hindu culture, etc., etc. It's entirely apropos. Get over it. So, like Charles's point, you are tacitly presuming that your scientist clerics are so thoroughly educated and enlightened on empirical facts, including geodesy, as your tacit presumption with your vitriol. So, the problem is you need to specify, like Heretic mentioned to you, you need to specify. You're just ambiguously generalizing, like we're just denying everything. Now, we don't deny any and all facts. We don't deny any and everything that any tertiary education professional has ever said, including on the issue of geodesy and whatever other cosmological subjects. False.
And actually, the irony there is that you were the one who started denying the so-called facts within your own paradigm when you deferred to Newton over Einstein.
Yeah.
I'm just asking for clarification. I didn't deny anything. I got you to do it in a hurry. Weird.
So the phrase science clerics, I mean, oh.
Bricked now? That's where it all stops? Scientists, clerics? You heard that?
His
and,
phone
you
died.
can't go on?
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about the surface of the Earth anymore. He just wants to talk about how Gregory used the term scientist clerics. He just wants to talk about that.
This is
Had a
ironic
seizure
because
after he heard those words together, and now he just can't have a conversation.
listen, this same thing
His
just
phone
happened.
died, bro.
This same thing happened a minute ago to Peter when he posted a link and he didn't know that his link debunked his claim, right? And the other guy before him, he debunked himself and the other guy, and then this guy doesn't even know what is he's even talking about in the link that he posted about intellectualism and denying this and denying that. He's the one doing it, just like Peter and the other guy.
Hey, wait a second. The thing Gregory just said, scientists, clerics, that actually just reminded me of something I was thinking the other day, which is so I grew up Mormon, and in the Mormon church, you pay 10% of your earnings to the church traditionally. They call it tithing. And, what I was thinking is with 56 billion going to NASA and much more money going to the public educational system, teaching people that the earth is a globe, teaching students the earth is a globe. It's kind of like taxes are like tithing for the globe religion, forced tithing. I guess it kind of makes the Mormons look better because you can leave that church.
he glitched out of the conversation. He just couldn't do it anymore. He just
His phone died, bro. That's okay.
He said his phone died, and
He's
yet he's
still in
still
here.
like typing in the open chat. That's
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
talk about logically inconsistent. So just to really appreciate my word choice, the scientist clerics, like I just explained, those are some links there. Merriam-Webster and etymology. Etymology for cleric, and then etymology for clergy. But first, cleric. From Church Latin clericus, clergyman, priest. From Greek clerikos, pertaining to an inheritance, right, of the clergy, belonging to the clergy, right? A distinct faction within society that is revered or respected or even admired as being distinctly competent and with expertise of this occupation, right? Obviously. That's why they always talk the way they do. You're contradicting the scholars. You're contradicting the scientists, right? These professionals, these people, this specific fraction of society, this faction that has dedicated their lives, they love to emphasize, to studying and mastering this subject matter and or these skills. They have a clergy. They have orthodoxy, which that clergy teaches. They have heterodox and heretical factions, which they repudiate. Hence why they call them pseudo-scientists, and they call whatever they perceive to be non-science, falsely presented as science, pseudo-science. It's okay for them to talk about pseudo-scientists and pseudo-science, but it's not okay for the Christians to talk about false disciples. It's ridiculous when the latter does it, but it's okay for them. So that's just another instance of their lack of self-awareness. Yeah.
Yeah, his phone totally died, bro, while he's texting away
Right,
in
his
the
phone
chat.
died again. He's giving me
He
arguments
just charged
and
it,
paragraphs
bro.
in the open chat.
Yeah.
He charged it. It's on 1%. Relax.
Yeah, it totally died, even though he never dropped out of the chat, and he just carried on in the text.
Right. Yeah. The presumption. See, this is what these wannabe atheist, anti-theist people have done. They are very bad, evidently, at rhetoric, at their word choice and word order, and they just misconceive and misdefine categories. Clergy does not necessarily entail theistic person.
I like that.
Okay. Clergy, a cleric does not necessarily entail a theist. No, it doesn't.
No. Why would I lie about my phone
Wait,
dying?
where'd
How
you
would
get?
that benefit me?
Nah, don't worry about that. Just move on from that and focus on what is being said, on the words that the Gregory is speaking. So concentrate on that. Go ahead.
But bro, why would they lie? Sorry, go ahead.
You have a
Go
question?
ahead,
So let's
Gregory. He's gonna
appreciate that he
concentrate.
didn't actually say a justification for his vitriol. He didn't actually justify believing that a flat earthism, as it were, if I may so say,
Do you have
is
a
exemplary of
question or an
anti-intellectualism. He
objection or
never gave an
something
argument.
that we can address?
Same old story every time, isn't it? No globe proof of any kind.
Yep. Same old story.
Proving
So on the next page,
things is very
here's what I was
difficult.
going to say to him.
Nothing about it.
Yeah, for
And
some
you
reason, you
reject
managed to speak
everything
every time I
anyway.
want to speak. So
No, he's
this is
speaking
what I
in the
was going to say.
background and not paying attention to what you're saying.
Yeah, he might even have my volume turned down.
No,
As
I
often
don't.
as that happens to me with these people.
No, I don't.
Okay, good. I'm glad I'm wrong about that. So there's that I tagged you. Right. So here we are. The focus. What's the focus? Geodesy. Surface of the Earth. Is it convexing into a ball or not? So the person who wants to affirm the premise that the Earth is a ball is stuck in a logical dilemma, which is inescapable. So as you can see right here, I have two arguments. The first being a modus ponens, the second being just a natural deduction, which is spelling out very clearly a very simple fact that we all know full and well.
Yeah, the heliocentric model.
So if the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, then it's level. The surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, therefore the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is level. Okay, so that's simple enough. Every solid and liquid has a surface. Every surface is either curved or level. The Earth is a solid. The oceans are liquid. The surface of the Earth and oceans are not curved. Therefore, the surface of the oceans and the Earth are level. Now, first and foremost, the dilemma. So the dilemma is the following. The first horn is, if the horizon is only an optical phenomenon, then the horizon isn't the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball. The horizon is only an optical phenomenon. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball. If you insist, saying that the Earth is a ball, then you're impaled on the second horn. If the horizon is the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon. We see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball. And I'm going to show you several videos, which is clear demonstration of falsifying the premise that the horizon is the summit of water curve, and falsifying the radius, and verifying that the surface of the Earth, and especially the oceans, is horizontal, being level with lasers, and also reappearing or making visible again things that were too far away to resolve in the distance on the water, and of course the missing curvature given the radius with the Earth code calculator from the globalists. I'll show you just in a moment. Should have been posted. What can you do? I'm only human. There's that. There's that.
Can I ask, what are the benefits of having a spheroid?
So just a hard left turn right in the middle of a point.
So there they are.
Sorry. Well,
No worries.
Bye.
No worries. So as you can see right there, Spy Agent, all those videos that I posted there. We have D Marble doing a measurement with Mark Sargent over a 10-mile distance. Watch the entire video for your consideration. 66 feet of curvature missing. Water is parallel with the laser, even though it wouldn't be if we lived on a ball wrapped in water and gas. So the more videos demonstrating that you can see the objects that were too
Can I
far
ask
to
you a
see
question?
with your naked eye, demonstrating that the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball. Especially,
Can I
of
ask
course,
you
the
a
black
question?
swan and the laser. Go ahead, ask the question.
So what you just posted, is this this basic research, original research?
Say again?
Is this you being an amateur scientist doing scientific research?
In a sense,
Are
I
you-
am attempting to research and study
Is
the
this-
work that other folks have done and trying to analyze and contemplate and infer to the truth.
And why don't, if it's research, why don't you just put it in a paper, a scientific paper, like scientists usually do?
I don't know how to participate in that institution.
It's not that difficult. You just you just write a document explaining your methodology, how your results, your whatever, what you found, your analysis, etc. Your conclusion. It's pretty straightforward. So
okay,
that would be a lot more useful for me, than I could just read a single document instead of all these videos. Be a lot faster.
You would rather simply read text rather than see
Yeah, I'd rather read a scientific paper. Yes,
Why would you
No, you
prefer
wouldn't.
that rather than
because
seeing
it's
them?
it's much more
Wait, wait.
efficient. It's
I didn't
Oh,
much
even finish
shut
the
up,
easier.
bro.
question.
You don't
I
read
didn't even finish the
scientific
question.
papers. Stop clowning around.
Didn't even finish the question. Why would you rather read the
It's a
text?
lot because
I
that's
didn't
how
even finish
science
the
is
question
done.
again.
That's
What are you doing?
Okay, all right. I'll just control him. So since he can't control himself, go ahead.
This is ridiculous. This is the worst. Why would you prefer to read text rather than seeing the very thing that's supposedly being written about?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he needs to be unmuted now. Okay, go ahead.
You're allowed to use images in scientific papers. Did you not know that?
That's not my answer to your question. I didn't ask you that.
I'd like you to just put it in a single document instead of a bunch of videos. It's a lot faster for me, a lot easier.
You're not answering my question.
I think I am. You're saying why would you rather
No, you're
have me?
not.
That's why.
No, you're not. I asked you, why
Okay.
would you prefer to just read text rather than seeing them do the very thing that's being written
Not
about?
just text, a document, whatever, a PDF, whatever.
Gregory, he doesn't like practical demonstrations. He just
Wait,
wants to read
it
things that people
seems
Well, I mean,
postulate
he's
about.
brain dead. It's sort of like saying to somebody, "There's a beach down the road," and he's like, "Bro, do you have a scientific paper for that?" No, dude, just go to the beach and see it. Oh well, no, I'd rather not do that. I'd rather just get a scientific paper that proves there's a beach. Like that's how stupid this guy is.
I know how much he's going to resent this comparison, but
Give him a
with the
comic
way
book.
he's doing it tonight, it smacks of like a sacred reverence and fascination for scripture. So it's not okay for the Christian and the Muslim and the Jew, etc., to have a fixated fascination for citing the scriptures, but it's okay for him.
He's never even looked at any of those scriptures.
Also,
He's
he's
just looking
doing
for a way out.
He
A way to
has
deny
been
reality. Sorry, Gemsy, real quick. It's ironic because he came in here claiming that we're the ones to be in denial, but what he's trying to do is find a way to deny his very experience. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
He's also actually just looking away from the observations of the measured distances, and what is established between those 2 points, between the observer and the observer distances. And that can be put on, that is some video that you can observe yourself and repeat it. And those examples are not necessarily can be considered scientific paper, because that will be some extra steps to be able to do a scientific paper of an observation, because the observation is not the complete scientific method, right? So if they're trying to establish a distance, that's not science.
I mean, like the pattern of reasoning that he's not going to say in so many words is pretty much the following: if your argument is not written in the particular format in paper and or a digital document that is sent to this particular approval institution or this approval organization,
Actually, no, not everything published in scientific journals is scientific research. Scientific papers, also known as journal articles, are a specific type of written work that have certain characteristics, just like you just said. So the thing in question, the curvature or the geometry of a sphere as a claim, and then being tested across the waters or across the land. This is across the water, this example. And that is observably so, not curving according to the 8 inches per mile square or the formula that is derived from the geometry of the claim. Spheroid or globe claim that will be necessary as a geometry claim. He's probably looking at the videos. He's maybe listening to it.
And as a side project, after you finished up this line of questioning, it'd be nice to ask him what scientific papers he's even read. I wonder if he could name one.
I don't think he doesn't know what science is, actually. Probably pseudoscience.
Well, just name the last one you read. The last scientific paper you read, little bro. Which one would that be? But anyway, sorry, there's something else going on. We'll get back to that.
Do you guys think that scientists are still writing papers on the shape of the Earth?
It's not a scientific question, so I wouldn't think they ever did.
Okay, so you agree that science is not actually focused on the shape of planet Earth, right?
That's a geometry question, not a science question, so yeah, I agree.
Did I lose connection for like several minutes?
Yeah.
Science isn't focused on... These days, science isn't focused on anything but cartoons, usually.
May I quickly try to say what I was saying while I was disconnected? I don't even know. Okay.
Yeah, go for
it. Before I was disconnected, I was saying the comparison. So it's okay for him to have this fascinated fixation with scripture, but not okay for the Christian or whatever type of theist. It's okay for him to demand or to presume that you must go through this specific procedure in a tertiary education institution with this approval gatekeeping organization that then publishes your paper, quote unquote, be it in tangible print or digital. But it's not okay for the Christian to say, you must go to the magisterium and get approval from them in order to demonstrate that your doctrine, that your custom or your doctrine is valid and not heresy. I know he's going to resent that comparison, but it's very obvious. This faulty emphasis on this institution agreeing, as though if they don't agree with what Gregory said, or with what Heretic said, or what any of us said, and if we haven't gone through the procedure of publishing some document through their institution, then what we're saying is not valid. It's ridiculous.
And what's worse is I'd be willing to bet that they don't even read their scripture. I mean, I keep saying this, but...
Yeah, you're right. And that right there, let me make the comparison with what you just said. That's just like a professing Christian talking as though they know the scripture, even though they've barely read it or never read it at all.
Yeah, I mean, he already cited the wrong one. He gave me Newtonian inscription, 110 years out of date within his paradigm. Scripture, sorry. Distracted.
Is the shape of the Earth in contention amongst the scientific community?
Told you it's not a scientific question, bro.
I don't think it's safe to assume no.
Okay, so the scientific community generally
hearing you guys?
That the Earth is a globe. Is that right?
Says who? Say again.
I said the
Is he not hearing you guys? Friend, one more time. No. One more time. This is not a scientific inquiry unless you think shape is a scientific inquiry.
No, I was just asking, does the scientific community at large agree that the Earth is a spheroid?
Irrelevant.
So he's not hearing it, is he?
It's just a question. It's a yes or no question.
Geometry, shapes, it's geometry, it's irrelevant, dude.
Well, do you have an address for the scientific community? I want to see if there's an address for the scientific community.
Yeah, I want to email them and ask them myself if they have this overwhelming consensus. First of all, point me to who they are, their head office, whatever, whoever I can get in touch with. Thanks.
Let me make another comparison with this being said. This is why, I say this phrase, this is why I call it the phantom scientist magisterium. They really want this phantom scientist magisterium. They really want a clerical faction within society that will substitute and supposedly accomplish the task of attaining knowledge and disseminating it to the public, like the Christian magisterium of the Roman Catholic Church, for instance, professes to do. The thing is, you can't identify a single individual, and nor can they, with this phantom scientist magisterium. He's not going to name anyone. He's going to name a few famous names, but there is no institution that is this monolith of scholars that are just this cohesive, tight-knit group that is just rigorously studying things and disseminating the knowledge to the public. They don't have that. It's not like it is not that way, but they really wanted to believe that it is, which is an example of, to conclude, the anonymous authority fallacy. I'm going to post the link in just a moment.
Well, no, I think if you were to just survey all individuals that have a hard science degree, and you were to ask them what is the shape of the Earth, I think of the strong majority of them would say it is a spheroid. Do you agree or disagree?
Ask them, is it
That's irrelevant to what I just
scientific
said.
question?
You began the reply with no, and then you followed that with a reply that's irrelevant to what I just said.
Well, there is no like science club. It's just people who hold scientific degrees.
Which is exactly my point. So now you're on track. So that was my point. You didn't refute what I just said. You don't have this monolith of an organization of quote unquote scientists with your scientism worldview. You don't have that. That's why I call it a phantom scientist magisterium. You don't have it.
No, I agree.
You can identify every member of the magisterium in Roma. You can identify them all.
It's just a collection of people with degrees in the hard sciences.
Yeah,
That's
this vague, unorganized category of people. It's not a monolith of an organization. It's just this category of people in human society that have graduated tertiary education to the doctoral level or whatever else below that. That's it.
Yeah. Plus, your question is kind of an appeal to authority and an appeal to consensus fallacy. So it wouldn't matter anyways.
Yeah,
So,
that's tacit. The tacit latter pattern of thinking behind the question.
So a question can't really be a fallacy. It's not making an argument. It's just asking a question.
That's why I
Right.
said
That's
what I
what I
said.
said.
Yeah,
Kind
that's why I
of,
said what I said
and it's an
in
appeal.
your defense. You didn't.
So
You didn't say.
why would you be
that
asking?
fallacy.
Why would you be asking a question about people who don't specialize in, determining shapes?
I was just asking if you agree or disagree that the majority of the scientific community.
We heard you. You don't have to repeat the question. Why are you repeating yourself?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I was asked to
Is it
clarify
going to?
the question, so that's
No, I'm asking. Is it helpful to ask people or to figure out if people who don't specialize in the thing that you're asking about, like, do you understand that that's not helping you? It's like, do you think that dog groomers all agree on the shape of the Earth? How would that help you? Because the scientist and the dog groomer have just as much expertise in finding the shape of the Earth. You realize that, right?
Well, admittedly, not too many scientists alive today specialize in the shape of the Earth because that is accepted.
I would hope that they wouldn't, because it's not a scientific inquiry.
Well, the shape of the Earth is just accepted by the vast majority of the scientific community.
So they don't actually test it then, they don't measure it, they just accept it. So they believe it as a religion like you do, right?
They believe what scientists prior to them concluded, yeah.
The scientists that also don't have anything to do with figuring out shapes, would that be helpful? Like the dog groomers? Like the dog groomers before these dog groomers, they knew a lot about the shape of the Earth, except they never studied it.
I don't really understand what you mean by dog groomers. What does that mean?
The dog groomers have just as much to do with figuring out the shape of the Earth as the scientist does. Are you not aware of this?
let me tell him, bro. Listen,
What are large numbers?
the scientific method establishes cause and effect relationships. Oh, it's a how is question, right? The scientific question is a how is. How does this happen? And then the geometry
love
of
my
the Earth
dog.
will be what is question. You see, if you want to know what is the geometry of the Earth, you will measure it to know what it is. The scientist will observe a natural phenomena and make a hypothesis, do an experiment, manipulate variables, and establish a cause and effect relationship of the cause of the effect, the observable phenomena. You see?
Now, once again, which is why I keep mentioning it, because the equivocation keeps happening. Therefore, that justifies my critique about their poor word choice yet again. They're bad at rhetoric. They've chosen this word science and scientific and scientist. The word is vague and it's polysemous. And so, yet again, equivocation is happening amongst the participants in the debate. Now, of course, the easy fix is to define what the term that is being equivocated means. And Jimsy just did that concerning science. He said the sense of science in the sense of a causation inquiry method, which is the more appropriate and specific name to identify this method without having to go through the whole tedious task of describing the entire method in a paragraph.
Well, one of my grander questions really is, why is it that the scientific community at large is not pursuing learning the shape of our planet?
The same reason that any other people of any other culture are not in the habit of self-scrutinizing.
Well, surely you would agree that.
Why are you asking us about them?
You would agree.
Why are you asking us about them?
Well, so you would agree that if we knew the shape of the planet that we lived on, that would be beneficial, right?
Planet? What? How do we know it's a planet?
If we knew the shape of the thing that we lived on, that would be beneficial to us, right?
Yeah, if we just to answer your question directly, right? Yes, that is helpful.
Okay, great. So then, aren't you kind of surprised that that our scientists are not actively pursuing learning the shape of our planet?
Not at all.
No, not surprised. Well, in a sense, I am surprised. I mean, I'm like intrigued, but I'm not surprised as though I expected the opposite. So no, not really. I'm not surprised
at all.
I'm intrigued, but I'm not surprised.
Because the scientist doesn't study shapes. How many times am I going to have to repeat this before you get it?
About another 10.
Well, to be fair, science just
Geometry,
studies
measurement, you
objective
measure
reality.
it. You don't apply the scientific method to the measurement of a shape, bro. So who really even cares what scientific priests think?
Are you guys trying to convince a glober somewhere, or are you convincing yourselves right now?
What, that science doesn't deal with shapes? No, that's the scientific method.
Awkward
It
question.
adjudicates cause and effect relationship. It doesn't adjudicate concrete nouns like shapes.
Well, I think it's a valid question, really. If the intelligence community does not actually know the shape of the thing that we live on, then shouldn't they be pursuing that knowledge aggressively?
Go talk to them. Call them up.
If they want to demonstrate that they know their geodesic belief is true, then yes.
Well, I feel like there's a big difference between the community thinking that they have to defend what they accept versus concluding something about something they don't already know. You know, like we've already developed technology that takes advantage of the Earth being a globe, like satellites. That's well in place, and it's functioning as we expect. So
what you said
in
is
what way
false.
does it take it? Yeah, go ahead, Gregory.
Yeah, Heretic and I are on the same point. What you said is false. Satellite does not necessarily entail moving around a globe in a cosmic vacuum.
Yeah, can someone ask him, because he's been saying this planet, he's already asserting that he is on that thing. So can someone maybe point out something in relation to there is no curvature to be measured anywhere around the world that conforms to the claim that he's making?
I thought he already
Planet.
dropped that claim because I called him on it and he said, "Oh, okay, not planet thing."
Well, you asked me if what we live on is a planet. You seem to have a problem with the word planet, so I didn't want to get into a semantic issue
Well,
on the
what the
word
fuck
planet.
similarities are there between what we live on and the lights in the sky called planets? First of all, those move. This doesn't seem to move. I just don't really see the comparison.
That's fine. I mean, planet is just a word that we've invented, and we attribute certain qualities to it. But the point that I'm really trying to make is, if we don't know the shape of the thing that we live on, then I would expect the scientific community to be aggressively pursuing that knowledge, but they don't seem to. Why?
So one more time.
That's fallacious.
One more time. Do you realize that science does not deal with shapes? Do you understand that?
Science deals with objective reality.
It deals with cause and effect relationships in the natural and physical world.
Yeah, so if there's anything about the objective reality that we don't know, then science would be a method for pursuing that knowledge.
No, for
Listen, because we're not going to get anywhere if we don't stop this equivocation. You are saying science in a different sense that says who is saying to you. So in what sense are you saying the word science?
Let's just...
I use the word science as a methodology for obtaining knowledge about objective reality.
Okay. Can he just post the paper? Can he just post the scientific paper that establishes that the Earth is a spinning water ball through the vacuum of space? Can he post that? Because he's saying science.
Yeah.
Where is the paper?
We have to have him define the word first. He can't even get there before he even knows what science is first.
Well, yeah,
So
so
there you have it.
science is a methodology. That's why it's called the scientific method. It is an approach to discerning correct propositions about objective reality.
You mentioned sorry, Gregory. You mentioned scientific method. Now that method, the observation of a phenomena, your hypothesis, which is your prediction of the cause of the phenomena, and then your repeated experimentation, where you verify your hypothesis by manipulating your presumed cause to see if it causes the phenomena. That method doesn't adjudicate shapes. 15th time.
No, I agree. However, if the hypothesis is X experiment will only work if the shape of the Earth is a spheroid, then, and if that experiment turns out to be true, then that would indicate that the shape of the Earth is a spheroid. It proves the hypothesis.
Terrific. Affirming the consequent fallacy that you're trying to cook up here, can you show us the experiment that requires the Earth to be a spheroid and post it in the side chat, please?
Well, this takes me back to what I said earlier, and that's the scientific community is not really pursuing experiments to confirm the shape of the Earth.
Why are you asking us about it then?
Yeah, they're not doing it, so the hypothesis, well, it wouldn't even be that, but the hypothesis as such is what you just mentioned. It doesn't even exist. You can't show it to us. So what's your point?
The scientific
it sounds like what you thought, dude. It sounds like what you thought was the scientific community is one big church, blindly not even thinking about it.
The scientific,
hang on. Listen. What you just said, I'm attacking the heart of what you just said. What you just said is building up to a modus ponens and or a modus tollens. The problem is that conditional premise you just said has nothing to do with causation. So you're not going to use the causation inquiry method to verify or falsify a hypothesis or a conditional premise that has nothing to do with causation. That's invalid. That's fallacious.
Well, no, I agree with you. The scientific community is not setting out to prove the Earth is a globe. They are assuming it is. And they are performing a lot of much more advanced...
this is the second time that you've claimed this. I want to see the experiment that you're... Like, you need to get me the experiment that you're appealing to and put it in the side chat. Friend, don't keep running your mouth about these experiments that require the Earth to be a sphere. Post the experiment in side chat.
Yeah, I'm with you and Gemsy at this point. Like, we've tried to help him over and over again on what the scientific method actually adjudicates, and he just keeps plowing ahead with this premise that he can use it to establish a shape. So let's see your scientific experiment for the shape, please.
Well, again, I mean, I have said this before. The scientific community is not out to confirm the shape of the Earth.
That'll be
they
a no.
already think.
All right.
Okay, so then you don't have what you need. You don't have it.
Wow.
You said that about 80 times already, so it doesn't exist. All right.
But by your own supposed criterion of verification, you don't have what you need according to you.
He's saying that the lack of evidence is the evidence. The fact that they don't have it, that is the evidence
No.
that they believe it.
That's not what I'm
Well,
saying.
he's
at
not
all.
quite saying that.
He says they don't even think about it. They don't even think twice about it. They assume.
Oh, but we should listen to them then, right? Those people who don't think about it and just assume. Let's just take their word for it.
Those sound like the
Here,
expert.
I can give you an example. So when we seek to
guy.
put a satellite
An
into
example of
orbit
what?
around the Earth,
Wait. An example of what?
an example of them assuming the shape of the Earth in a
what?
pursuit of some sort of technological achievement.
Yeah, your measured
You're
language is
supposed to be
failing you.
proving. Look, you're all over the place. You were supposed to be proving that we cannot do this operation unless the Earth is a ball. That's what you're supposed to be proving, not demonstrating that
correct.
they are assuming.
Correct.
Yeah,
So
Gregory,
putting
I
a
asked him for
satellite-
that.
Putting
He's still in a category error, and he's assuming that scientists put satellite in space. Scientists are not concerned with putting satellites in space either. Are you not aware of this?
Oh, yes, they absolutely are. We put satellites.
Okay, so what is the observed phenomenon for satellites?
So, the scientific community, right? They seek out to achieve achievements, right? They try to accomplish things.
You just included yourself in the we.
Guys, can you
Look, you
them?
keep repeating this paragraph. Okay, we're waiting for you to move forward. You keep going backward in the dialogue. You need to move forward. The way you move forward is to show us some operation with supplemented by some argument, a deductive argument, because your premise is we cannot do given operation unless the Earth is a ball. So what is your proof for that?
Okay, great. So we cannot put a satellite into orbit around the Earth if the Earth is not a spheroid.
Okay, what is your deductive argument? Here we are. What is your deductive argument to prove that proposition is true?
So that is not a deductive logical argument. That is a physical
Well, I know what you just said is not a deductive argument. Hang on. I know that. That's why I'm asking for the argument to prove your premise true.
Yeah, because that's what you would need.
So it's a physical limitation. It's not a matter of argumentation.
So then you have to have a deductive argument to demonstrate that physical limitation.
Yeah, you're obfuscating.
Or else
You
it's just
have
an
a
assertion.
concluding premise. Your concluding premise is we cannot launch artificial machines into the air unless the Earth is a ball. What is your deductive argument to prove that is necessarily the case?
Yes, please.
Well, I mean, again, it's a physical limitation.
Okay, what's your deductive argument for the claim? Okay, listen, you're not understanding. The physical limitation would be your claim. So what is the deductive argument to support that claim that this is a physical limitation for so-called satellites? What is it? You're just reiterating the claim endlessly every single time we ask you to back it up.
Well, I keep getting muted, so it seems like...
Yeah, because I'm tired of listening to you loop your claim. I want the evidence, the deductive argument for it, please.
Look, let me be gracious. Let me help you, Nuckin Futz. That's a funny name. Let me help you. Type in rule of inference in your search bar, and you will see the Wikipedia article, or you will see the article from Internet Encyclopedia, the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, peer-reviewed encyclopedia, and you can familiarize yourself with rules of inferences. I mentioned a couple earlier, modus tollens and modus ponens. Those are deductive rules of inference. If A, then B, A, therefore B. modus ponens. If A, then B, not B, therefore A. Excuse me, not B, therefore not A. If A, then B, not B, therefore not A. Modus tollens. Okay, you're trying to say the concluding premise: we cannot, we cannot launch artificial machines into the air unless the Earth is a ball. Okay, that's your concluding premise. You need to demonstrate that is the case with some pattern of argumentation by some rule of inference.
So, Gregory, I do have a question for you. So if I hold up a ball and I drop it and the ball falls, right? So that's something that we observe. Now, if I present you some sort of an argument that concludes that the ball does not fall when I drop it, you would say that that argument is no good, right?
I would say the argument is false.
It's no good.
Yeah, it's no good, right? So if an
Yeah, I
argument,
would say the argument is false.
if an argument is defeated by observation, then it's not a good argument, right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, great. So then when I say that we can't put things into orbit around a non-spheroid planet, that is an observation that it doesn't really matter what argumentation I bring forth. That is an observation that we have, and it's going to defeat any argument.
Listen, before everything explodes. Where, show us the instance in history where you or anyone else observed the attempt to launch satellites into the air around a non-sphere and it failed. Where's the demonstration for that? Show it to us.
So
I'm waiting for that.
every object that we have put into orbit around the Earth relies on math and physics that assume that the Earth is a spheroid. Right? The only way that any of that stuff works is if the Earth is a spheroid. Now, if the Earth is not a spheroid, none of that would work.
Nunkin, you just repeated the very premise that I'm challenging. You did not show us a demonstration that when you attempt to launch artificial machines into the air, they don't succeed in doing that because it's not happening around a ball. You haven't shown us that. You don't appreciate how god awful that reply was.
So, I mean, I do apologize if I am repeating
Bring him
myself,
to the ground.
but all I can really say is that when we launch satellites, we assume that the Earth is a globe.
That's the very issue. Listen to what you just said. That is the problem. You are stuck in this controlling premise. You are treating the premise that the Earth is a ball as an incorrigible controlling premise. You refuse to challenge it. We are challenging it. We are scrutinizing it. You haven't said a single argument by any rule of inference to necessarily indicate the concluding premise that you cannot successfully operate artificial machines in the air without it doing so around a ball.
So if you do want an argument, I think it would be in the following form. If the Earth is a spheroid, then in order to put things in orbit around it, we would have to launch them a certain way. We launch things a certain way, and they get into orbit. Therefore, the Earth is a spheroid. That would be the argument.
Affirming the consequent.
Oh my god.
I can
Textbook affirming the consequent.
It's not affirming the consequent.
P then Q. If P then Q, Q therefore P. That's affirming the consequent.
Well, no, he didn't say that. He said if A, then B, A therefore B. But the controlling premise is the first premise is invalid modus ponens. He gave us a modus ponens. He said if A then B, A therefore B.
No, wait, repeat it.
Then we can operate artificial machines in the air. The Earth is a ball. Therefore, we can operate artificial machines in the air around the ball. You're begging the question. We're challenging the premise that the Earth is a ball at all.
I'm going to call it a night.
What you're really saying is the reverse, which is why it says who said what he said. What you're really arguing is if we operate artificial machines in the air, then the Earth is a ball. The Earth is a ball. Therefore, we're operating artificial machines around a ball.
So I'm going to call it a night. But I will just kind of conclude with saying that we have attempted many, many feats that
And now he's
assume
going to
that
lay
the
some more
Earth.
bullshit on it. We.
Assume. As soon as you said assume, we're done.
So we have attempted.
Nah, who cares? Your assumptions aren't proof
Nothing.
of
You're just
anything.
repeating. Like you literally just broke into a doxology for scientism.
If the sky is a celestial sphere and we put satellites around it, therefore the sky is a celestial sphere and the ground is not a sphere. There you go.
Well, thank
That's
you for the
the same
conversation,
argument.
everybody. I hope you have a good night.
My pleasure. So there you have it again. See, this is what happens with anyone whose position is challenged and they find that their position is untenable. If they insist on arguing, if they insist on defending while they still find themselves troubled by the challenges against their position and they find that it's untenable, they're going to repeat themselves and they're going to try and talk as though their position is necessarily true. But without any argument. They're just stuck in presuming the premise and talking as though it's necessarily true and it cannot be the case otherwise. That happens not only to scientists, it happens to anyone who finds themselves challenged to the point that they perceive that their position is untenable, but still want to defend it. So like we said in the beginning, the existence of satellites being satellites, don't necessarily entail that they're moving around a ball in a cosmic vacuum. That's obviously not a necessary implication of just the sheer nature of satellites.
Actually, it is.
What's your argument for that?
Because they're traveling at a velocity that can't happen inside the atmosphere.
Maybe they're traveling
non sequitur.
They're traveling across the celestial sphere.
No, it is non sequitur. Satellites being satellites don't necessarily entail that they're outside of the atmosphere, nor traveling around a ball. Like you're just begging the question.
Sure it does. What's the definition of a satellite is? Look it up.
So that's
Look
again
up
the
satellite. Tell me
redefinition
what it
fallacy.
says.
Look! Stop talking to me.
It's
I
not a
began speaking
redefinition.
before
It's
you.
a
I began
redefinition.
speaking
What's a
before you.
satellite?
Stop it. Stop. I began speaking before you. You said your reply already.
Oh, stop whining.
Satellite is simply an object that is moving around another object. It's an object that consistently moves around another object. I can be a satellite around someone standing on the ground with me, and I just walk around them, or I just hover around them through midair. I could be a satellite. That could be a satellite. That's all a satellite is. Satellite does not necessarily entail that we're in a cosmic vacuum and walking around a ball, and nor artificial machines flying around the ball. No, it does not necessarily entail that. That's the redefinition fallacy.
Show me one place where anybody's ever used that form of that word in a sentence.
What are you talking about?
Either written or spoken.
What are you talking about?
When has anybody ever referred to anything as a satellite in the definition that you just gave?
Just then, when I said it, that's when someone said that.
But you're the only one then. All right.
But what I just said does not necessarily entail that. It is obviously not an implication of what I just said.
Well, but it happens to be the fact that you're the only one who ever used it that way.
Okay, you're begging the question. You don't know that proposition is true.
Well, I know you can't find any other person who's done it.
And your argument is for that, as we digress to this ridiculous, vindictive bullshit?
Doing your vindictive stuff. That's so weird. But anyways, a satellite is orbiting another object, right? That's what a satellite means. That's what everybody who uses it in the English language means. It's one object orbiting around another. Held there by its gravitational force.
That's your argument for your proposition?
No, that's what the definition of satellite that everybody uses.
Okay, so you didn't give the argument, so you just totally neglected and lost the plot on that point. And I don't even care to even challenge that. It's just another digression. So again, you don't have any deductive argument with any rule of inference that necessarily indicates that a satellite by nature must be in a cosmic vacuum and orbit around a ball.
Well, yes, we know that every object will be subject to a 9.8 meters per second acceleration, meters per second squared acceleration downwards unless that it is countered by a force pushing it up. And so the fact that we can put things up in the air that stay up in the air without any obvious or any possible energy that's keeping up in the air means they're staying up in the air by something other than some kind of external energy. And the only way that can happen is if what's the rule? I have no idea what you're talking about, man.
No, obviously not. No, you didn't actually say an argument. You just broke into lecturing us about your cosmological lore again. You didn't actually say the argument to demonstrate that satellites are necessarily artificial machines flying around in a cosmic vacuum around a ball.
Is it possible to put something in there that won't come back down?
Hey, can you post that?
So obfuscating scrutiny and not engaging the demand.
Scott, can you
Challenge.
I say it's impossible. Do you think it's possible?
Hey Scott, can you post the thing that you're talking about so I can look at it? The thing that you're saying that is doing, like, can you post it so I can know what you're talking about? Like the satellite.
That the object goes up and stays up?
Yeah, can you post it? Can you post the example that you're talking about?
Yeah, look at the ISS. It's up and it stays up. It's been up there for a damn long time.
Dude, you haven't said an argument, right? Stop obfuscating with scrutiny like you usually do.
You don't know what an argument looks like.
Yet. We're waiting for you to say an argument to demonstrate the premise is true. You don't even know the nature of your argument. You didn't say an argument. You just broke into lecturing us with your cosmological lore again. You didn't say an argument. Say an argument now.
We've put objects up in the air that stayed there and are moving very rapidly across the sky.
I mean, we.
Okay, what's the rule of inference?
We being the human race. We being the people.
Not a rule of inference.
So we meaning not you, not me.
Rule of inference.
Well, I gave him a lot of my money.
You didn't
to help
do
them put them up there.
You just got defrauded.
Money. I paid lots of taxes.
You got scammed. That's all you
stop
did.
rambling?
I'm talking to Harrison. Shut the fuck up, man. You're not the only one here.
Can you stop rambling? What you said is not an argument. You didn't even identify the rule of inference. Again, you're just lecturing us about your cosmological lore. You don't have an argument.
Well, I just got facts. That's not good enough for you.
Yeah, so more deflective taunting. So obviously, he's been given multiple chances yet again tonight to say an argument concerning this proposition that satellites necessarily by nature are artificial machines that are in a cosmic vacuum moving around the ball by their sheer velocity, rather than being thrusted by some sort of mechanism within their structure. So this is stupid on its face.
We don't have any way to thrust these objects continually.
Okay, some more itsy dixits to obfuscate the issue. He didn't have an argument for that proposition.
You think
now he's going to talk to me now because I'm embarrassing him again. When I'm speaking, it wasn't your cue to begin speaking while I'm speaking. Learn how to have a conversation.
Right,
so before you interrupted me again, good grief, dude.
Go ahead.
He didn't have an argument for the proposition. Not one. I gave him more than 5 chances to do so. Didn't say a single argument.
Well, if you can't accept that we cannot put something in the air indefinitely, then I don't know where to go with that.
Another trifling
it's just an assertion, dude. You're just saying that. Why should we accept it?
It is an assertion, but you guys know it's true. You do.
No, we don't.
Yeah, you
Some more ipsy dixits.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. All right, I guess that's his argument. I guess Scott, we got it. It's come on.
Cue to stop. Like Scott, do you understand? When I identify the ridiculousness, the fault, the error of your replies, that isn't your cue to continue saying them. That's your cue to stop saying them. Stop saying ipsy dixits. Stop saying irrelevant, trifling hypotheticals, etc., etc.
Why? Because you said something?
Why
not?
Because it's conducive to a forum that's trying to have a discourse, not be
I've never told anybody here to shut up.
Trifling capitals.
Not a single person.
Yeah. You see how you talk to the answer to your question again? You see how you talk to the answer to your question again? You see how you keep doing it? Yeah, stop doing that. Right? You asked a question, and I was generous to attempt to answer it. You began talking to the answer. Stop doing that.
And also, you're fine to just assert something and expect that we should all accept it, so why can't we just do the same?
You could.
And those are your standards, not ours. So take them.
I mean, there's some things that most of us just accept as reality, and one of us we can't just
Oh
put
man,
things
you're
up in
putting
the air.
so much effort
Yeah.
into a baseless assertion. Just come up with something else.
I don't think you're using baseless wrong.
Another
It's very,
trifling Ipsy Dixit.
That's
it's got lots of
baseless.
base.
There's no
It's
basis
got
for it.
lots
It's
of base.
just you asserting it, and you didn't provide anything to back it up with whatsoever.
The simple fact that no one in the history of humanity has accomplished putting something in the air and keeping it there is baseless.
Well, they have apparently, according to you. So what are you talking about?
Yeah,
Just
they made
contradicted
it go really,
his
really
own
fast.
cosmological lore. We're condescending to us. Like, that's what he literally just did.
I don't know how you do that per se, but I wouldn't say that you can't necessarily, because I don't know that to be true. You keep just asserting you know it's true.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it falls apart, right? This is where we lose ability to
No,
talk to
it
each
fell
other.
apart right
because,
away when all you would do is baselessly assert.
Again, it's not baseless.
It
Got
is
lots
because
of
you
bases.
didn't back it with anything. Okay, what's the basis?
We heard you refuse to say an argument more than 5 times.
Blah, blah, blah.
Is that the basis? Blah, blah, blah? Or was
Blah,
it, come
blah,
on,
blah,
man? I don't know which one.
Literally Babylon as a reply.
We got two different comments. I got you,
As a
Heretic, and I
reply.
got Greg.
I'm
going on
going
about
to say
you.
this without him talking through me. His reply was literally infantile babble.
Literally, yeah.
Was that the basis? Still ain't heard it. Okay, we got literally, we got blah, 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 we got come on, man. I don't know which one of these it is. Help me.
Come on, man.
The basis is that every airplane or every powered vehicle, air-powered vehicle, that has lost that power has crashed into Earth.
Oh, okay. Well, according to you, then satellites can't exist.
I have his argument.
Satellites are
No,
artificial
they're
machines that are orbiting around a ball in a cosmic
things.
vacuum. Non sequitur.
Therefore, satellites must be different things. They
So,
cannot be
fallacy of
powered
ambiguity, abandoning the more controversial premise that you know you can't defend. So, Mott and Bailey fallacy.
Am I even supposed to argue this, though? So a satellite is not a plane or a drone or a helicopter. Yeah, okay, sure. It's not a bird either. Okay, sure.
But it's in the air somehow.
Right, a trifling
somehow. I'll take that.
satellites are not
Here's your
satellites.
argument. Here's your argument,
somehow.
Gregory.
I'll take that.
Here's your argument. If satellites aren't orbiting, then satellites need an external thrust mechanism. Satellites don't have an external thrust mechanism, therefore they're orbiting. There you go.
Okay, what does that have to do with the concluding
pretty
premise
good.
that we're challenging Scott with?
They're orbiting. They don't have an external thrust mechanism.
It just means they're going in a
So
circle.
it sounds like, I think Heritage is about to say the same thing I'm about to say. It sounds like you are tacitly presuming that orbit necessarily entails moving around a sphere in a cosmic vacuum, and that's not at all a necessary entailment of orbiting. You can move in a circular path above a horizontal surface.
That's not how it's defined here.
No, that is.
No one defines it that way.
No,
so.
it is. I just cited Merriam-Webster. It's a circular path definition 1B. Orbit is not necessarily and exclusively moving around a sphere in a cosmic vacuum, dude. It's a terrible
just
argument.
a circular path. Yep. So if it's not thrusting, then it's going in a circular path. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense on its face.
So if the Earth was a sphere, it would make sense then?
Didn't say that either.
If we assumed.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, explain your logic there, please.
If we assumed our model, it'd make sense though, right?
No,
I just wanted-
assumptions don't really make a lot of
It
sense.
makes sense in it makes sense in the sense that it's intelligible. Like I can understand the idea. It's trivially true. That's not a verification of the proposition. That doesn't demonstrate the proposition is true. There's a very frequent pattern also, like these trivial, these truisms that they keep saying. Like they're just in the habit of replying with truisms that have no bearing on the point of dispute. I've never taught life, ever.
It's just one logical,
Sorry, you
or
broke up
should
a
I
bit.
say
You never
illogical
what?
leap to the next. I don't even know how he gets off of one lily pad to the other. Like, we're just talking about different things every time he follows up the last thing he said.
It's literally like trying to keep a child near you on the path. The baby just keeps wandering to the left, wandering to the right. No, stay here. Here. Okay, hold my hand.
Okay, Gregory, where would you like to lead us? You guide. We'll listen.
That's another thing. We just went through all that. Now he's going to tell me to recycle the entire dialogue we just had. No.
No. Just how do I know the truth? What do I do to find out the truth?
Okay, now he wants to try and interrogate me about my epistemology.
I just want to know how you go about finding out the truth so I can copy it.
He's trying again.
What's wrong with that? That's what you're advocating for, right? Your epistemology?
Epistemology.
It's a diversionary tactic.
Just want to know how you find the truth so I can do the same thing you're doing. We can come to the same conclusions.
And a variety of different ways appropriate to the different types of concluding premises.
Okay. Give me an example of one thing.
Ascertaining that the surface of the Earth is horizontal, and especially the surface of the oceans, by means of observation and measurement, especially using a laser.
So you think a laser can measure whether something's flat?
Yeah, you can make the comparison between the surface and the laser. Either it's parallel with the laser or not.
How do you know if it's parallel with the laser, and how do you know the laser is not bending?
By observation. You can see that it's parallel or not.
How do you know it's not bending?
When I observe that it's not bending. You want to multiply more trifling interrogation questions?
Do you understand that if it were bending, you wouldn't be able to see it bending?
Why not?
Because when you see something, all you can see is the light that hits your eyes. And you don't know the path that light took to hit your eyes.
That doesn't entail that I can't see the phenomenon. The fact that
in some cases,
light is something I'm detecting with my eyes, and the other thing you said, what was the other thing you just said?
How much bend do you think you could detect with your eyes? What's the minimum bend you think you can take?
Hang on, you didn't justify saying that I wouldn't be able to see it bending. How do you know it's bending? When I observe it to be bending. Well, you wouldn't be able to see it. Well, why not?
Did you see it bending?
Answer my question. Why not?
What was the question? Why not what?
Yeah, you're not paying attention as usual. I just reiterated the series of questions we just went through. You asked me, how would you know it's bending? Observation. But you wouldn't be able to observe it. Why wouldn't I be able to observe it, Scott?
But then I asked you, how much does it have to bend before you can see it?
You're dodging my question. Why would I not be able to observe it?
Because the bend is so small you can't detect it.
They're just begging the question.
Why
can't I ask you? Because you can't see it.
How much would it have to bend before you can see it bending?
You're dodging my question. Why would I not be able to see it? You just beg the question. I say, why wouldn't I be able to see it? You say, because you wouldn't be able to see it.
What did I tell you? I answered that question twice
He already answered it, dude.
I answered it twice. You want me to answer it a third time?
Yeah, your answer is begging the question I just said. Twice.
But that's the answer to the question.
Yeah, so you're begging the question. You're begging the question, answering my question. You didn't give a logically sound reason to say that I wouldn't be able to see it bending.
Because there's a limit to what we can see in terms of whether something's straight or not. We're not perfect beings,
because
right?
we wouldn't be able to see it. You just beg the question again.
Well, that's why I asked you. How much do you think it'd have to bend before you can see it?
I know you're asking me that because you're trying to escape my scrutiny of your asinine, disingenuous interrogation.
So you don't
begging
know,
the question in a variety of different rephrasals of your begging the question answer.
So you've never thought about it, have you?
Right, which is not entailed by what I just said to you.
I knew it. This is the Glober Earth, the debate flat Earth dude, Scott. Okay. This makes
The
sense.
what?
Circular. Go ahead. Oh, hey, Xanac, you too. Okay. I see. Go ahead.
Xanax here?
What are you yapping about?
Hold on. Xanax here?
I don't see Xanac.
Xanac is not
Neither do I.
They mistaken my voice for somebody, I think.
You don't
It
sound at
don't
all like
sound anything
Xanac.
like Xanac.
Well, I like the troll at the bottom of the screen that looked like Xanac. I'm sorry, maybe it's
okay,
not
Christy.
Xanac, but yeah.
That's okay. Let's branch. Continue.
Okay, so you haven't given
Brand,
a reason
yeah,
as to why I wouldn't be
Brand,
able to see.
the Hindu, yeah.
Okay, so you haven't given a reason as to why I wouldn't be able to see
I just did.
anything bend,
It's
be
not,
it the laser or whatever else.
The bend is so slight you couldn't detect it with your eyes.
Right. So it's really curved, but you can't see the curve. So how do you know
Yeah.
it's curved?
Happens all the time.
Yeah, so how do you know it's curved? How do you know it's curved even though you can't fucking see it, Scott?
Because we can measure it.
But you can't see it, Scott.
I know. But we
So
can
you
measure
can't
it.
measure it, Scott.
Yeah, we can.
No, you can't. How the fuck are you going to measure something you can't see?
We can. You might not be able to, but I can.
How are you going to measure the curvature that you can't see?
Well, I would take
Teaching
reciprocal
blind
anything,
people how to
either that or
measure.
do spherical excess because there's no refraction sideways.
Wait, say again.
I would either do spherical excess or reciprocal zenith angles.
Spherical excess is not a fucking method.
Sure it is.
What the fuck? Explain the method. Explain what you're doing. Explain what you're doing in the so-called spherical excess method.
Yeah, you take you take a theodolite or a total station, you put it at 3 locations at sufficient enough distance away from each other, and you take the angles. So you start at A and you take the angle from B to C, then you go over to B and you take the angle from C to A, and you go over to C and you take the angle from A to B. And you add those all together, and you know your distance between where you were, and you could find excess that those angles will be a greater than 180 degrees. Happens all the time. And you know that the only way they can be greater than 180 degrees is if the verticals are not parallel.
The method
If
you
the
just
verticals are
described is
diverging.
measuring angles, not
I know.
spherical excess.
No,
Spherical
it is.
excess is not a method.
Sure it is.
And he's calling a horizontal vertical.
Is this
What a
guy on
retard.
about?
He's
Spherical excess
retarded.
is not a method. What you described is not spherical excess. You described measuring angles,
Yes, I know. But you measure
And
spherical
they're calling
excess.
which is categorically not spherical excess.
Sure it is.
Like they're categorically different. It's categorical error. Like you are an idiot, dude. You're calling something that's not spherical excess spherical excess. You're calling measuring angles spherical excess. That is
Well,
stupid.
you want to try to explain why the angles are greater than 180 degrees if you sum them?
What angle from what?
Yeah, the angular relationship between what and what.
Just told you. Are you not listening? I'll repeat it if you need me
It's
to.
called clarification. I heard you.
Okay.
Now answer the
3
scrutinizing question. The
3
angular
theodolite.
relationship between what and what?
The theodolites.
Just the theodolites?
Yes.
Has nothing to do with the Earth?
All you need. Don't need to.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the Earth then. You're not getting
No,
the
the Earth.
angular relationship between
The
anything in the Earth.
Earth.
You're trying to
The
ascertain.
Earth.
Stop talking to me. You didn't ascertain the angular relationship between the Earth, which is in question, and whatever else.
Sure we did.
You just
Sure we
neglected
did.
the Earth in the attempt to ascertain a fact about the Earth.
No. You neglected to understand how we included the Earth in
So
that.
just Ipsy Dixit contradiction, just for you to be logically consistent. I'll say it again. You just said that you're not trying to get an angular relationship between the Earth and whatever else. You're just getting an angular relationship between the theodolites. So in your attempt to ascertain a fact about the Earth, specifically the orientation of its surface, you just neglect the Earth in your method of inquiry.
Yeah. And what do we do when we set up the theodolites? What's the first thing we do?
You tell me.
We level them, and what does that require?
In comparison to what? How do you know they're level?
because there's a little bubble on there that we can look at and see what there. It's in the middle of the little circle,
Okay, and
that creates, and then we know from that we know our level and vertical from that point, and then we shoot
vertical
out to a
relative to
point
what?
vertical relative to the Earth. That's
Oh,
where the
the
Earth comes
Earth.
in. Yes.
So your
Which is
orientation,
horizontal.
The
right?
tangent.
Your orientation is perpendicular to the Earth's surface, necessarily
Gotcha.
implying that the Earth's surface is horizontal.
Tangent's
But
horizontal.
if it were, the angles would
No,
equal
tangents
180
are
degrees.
tangents. Horizontal is something else.
Or it's straight, I
Tangents
guess.
are tangents. Tangents are not the Earth. The Earth is the Earth. Earth is not a tangent. So if it's perpendicular to a tangent, then you didn't get the perpendicular relationship between you and whatever else, including the level, and the Earth. You have to suppose a perpendicular relationship between you and the level and whatever else, and an imaginary concept, an abstract mathematical category. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, we
It's a reification
have to
fallacy of
use math to
reification.
figure out. We have to use math to figure out what big things are.
Okay, so let's focus. So you just
All right.
gave a pattern of answers that necessarily implies the Earth's surface is horizontal. If your orientation and the level's orientation is vertical relative to the Earth's surface, that necessarily implies that the thing which is perpendicular to is horizontal, and the thing that is perpendicular to is the Earth's surface. So the Earth's surface is horizontal, not convexing in its orientation.
Except it is, because all those three
Just
verticals are
Dixit
not the
contradiction.
same. No, if the three verticals were parallel to each other, the angles would equal 180.
Yeah,
They
verticals are parallel to one another.
Well, then the angle should equal 180, but they don't.
Because you refuse to acknowledge that you're not even getting angles from a curved surface. You're just asserting that they're not adding up to 180. You didn't prove any of this. If they are getting angular relationships between the Earth's surface and whatever else, that necessarily implies that the Earth's surface is horizontal. If it's not the Earth's surface, then you didn't get the angular relationship between anything else in the Earth. Or you didn't get the angular relationship between the Earth and anything else because the Earth's surface is curving and you can't get angular relationships between curves with curved surfaces.
Yeah, you're not understanding any of this, are you?
Yeah, some more ipsy-dixit contradiction and deflective ridicule.
None of the angles are to the Earth. They're all to towers. They're all to the three different towers.
Well, they could be to each other, right? I mean, but thing is, they're greater than 180, and that's one thing you guys will never deal with.
And
You
you
always
haven't
run away
proven
from
that.
that.
You're just asserting that.
What do I
He's
need to
talking
do to
about
prove it to you,
reciprocal zenith
Gregory?
angles, right?
Well, that's a different thing. We could do reciprocal zenith angles, or we could do spherical excess. Either one works. Reciprocal zenith angles are subject to refraction at certain elevations.
Okay,
Spherical
anyways, you're all over
excess
the place again. You're
calculation.
just talking back, not concentrating on anything. So again, you're not engaging the refutation. You're just repeating yourself now.
Well, you
Again.
didn't make a refutation. You just said words.
And now you're just denying what happened. Just being invincibly ignorant.
Still.
Well, you didn't answer you didn't answer anything about the 180 degrees, though.
You just
have
did
you?
it again.
Okay, so you're going to deny reality, and then you're going to say
You
that
just
I
did it
made
again.
All right.
Ipsy-dixit contradiction with invincible ignorance.
What do you say?
One of these days, Greg, you'll tell us all what you get out of doing this.
That
Hopefully.
is a man who needs some preparation H. You got a P.O. box that we can send a case to? You know,
Who's that? Me?
Scott. I mean, yeah, you sound a little butthurt, bro.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
He sounds
By Gregory?
very indifferent.
By Gregory?
Yeah, either that or Christy. I don't know who else is talking. But someone has hurt your butt. Anyway, back to the conversation. I apologize.
Wow.
Don't apologize.
Saltier than a peanut. How about that? Is that a little nicer? You're saltier than a peanut. Gregory, what do you get out of doing this? Out of scrutinizing people?
Oh yeah, no, he's not scrutinizing. He's just saying words, and he's trying to defend some kind of
Way
mythology.
to
I think
project.
that's my guess. I could be wrong.
Yeah, way to project with invincible ignorance again.
But yeah, it's his
It's
scrutiny
just
is just
one
it's
cavil
nothing.
after another. He's not engaging in argumentation anymore.
There's nothing to engage, Gregory. You haven't said anything. You haven't dealt with the
Spoken
180
like a
degrees.
truly invincibly ignoramus. Just one cavil after another. No argument.
I can show you how this will work. You want to see?
Yeah, show me how you getting angular relationships between non-Earth and non-Earth is going to indicate that the Earth's surface is curving.
You want to? I'll show you right now.
Did he
Why are
say
you
relation?
asking after I just said what I said? Are you listening?
So you want to watch my live stream? Said yes.
I would like a personal link. Please send, Scott.
Begin.
I was gonna
If you're going
stream
to
it.
begin.
Hold on. I got to bring something up. I got
He's
to open
constantly
something.
asking me over and over again after I just gave him the imperative, do it.
I have to open something. Hold on.
There's a method to the
Gregory,
madness.
why did you assume any of the angles were to the Earth? Scott never
This
described that.
nigga. Not in the mood.
Yeah, because you're losing an argument because all you have is some ipsy dipsy thing that you like to say, and that somehow it's a category error. But what angle
He said it.
in what Scott described was to the Earth, Gregory?
No, he didn't. He explicitly said it has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. Dogs.
It does actually, because of the leveling of the theodolites require
Talk to him about it.
you to have
Stop
a
talking to me
down
about it.
direction on the surface of the
Stop
Earth.
talking to me
It gives
about
you
it. Talk to
actual
him.
level, and
Stop
it
talking to
proves that
me
the
about
level
it.
is
Talk to
curved
him.
because
Stop
all
talking
three
to me
verticals
about
are
it.
different
Stop
from
trying
each
to
other.
lecture me about it.
Gregory,
Stop trying to lecture me about it.
mate, if I
Talk
throw
to
the
him.
N word at you, are you going to
Stop
be
trying to
upset?
lecture me about it. Talk to him. I didn't say that shit. Fucking moron.
Yeah, you did. You said you
No,
can't
I
get an
didn't say
angle from a
it has
curve
nothing to
in
do with the
response
surface
to
of the Earth.
Scott
No,
saying
I
that
didn't.
you get
No,
three angles that cause spherical excess,
I did
Gregory.
not say that this has
Okay.
Greg
nothing to
Sausage
do
Roll,
with the
you
surface of the
literally
Earth.
said it
No,
like
I
5
did
minutes
not
ago,
say
no?
it has nothing to do with the surface of
You
the Earth.
did.
Hey,
No, I
You said you
didn't.
can't get
hold
an
on for a
angle from a
second.
curve.
I didn't
It's an
say that.
ipsy
Scott
fallacy.
said it.
You
So
can't
you
get an
can shut
angle from
your
a
ass
curve,
up.
said Gregory.
Trying to condescend to me and lecture me.
All right, you watching my screen, Gregory? Gregory? Yes? No?
Oh shit, I'm
Maybe?
unmuted.
Is this
trying.
MATLAb or
That was like really psychopathic laugh right there.
Yeah.
Oh, Larry, it was so
You need to turn
fucking
down
funny.
your
Like, I
quality.
literally told Greg something he'd said 5 minutes ago, and he denied it to everyone
Yeah,
in this
but
room.
you
It's
didn't.
amazing.
Yeah, fucking moron. Yeah, I didn't say the theodolite angle measurements have nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. That was Scott. I was reading what Scott said in the first place. Fucking moron.
Yeah, Scott, please play your stream. Dogs, stop addressing, because it's not going to be good. Stop.
I'm streaming.
Go
I
for it,
can't
bro.
see your screen. I just see a loading screen. You need to turn down your quality.
Greg, what you said was angled to a curve.
Stop
That's
talking.
Okay, I've asked
Stop
you to stop
talking.
addressing Greg, because you're
What do
obviously
I need
this
to
is a
do?
trolling.
neat application?
Right, please
What do
go
I need to
ahead
do?
with your stream, Scott. I can see it fine.
Yeah, I can't see
Greg,
it. The configuration of the computer and all this other shit. So yeah, I can't see it. You have to turn down your quality. Maybe.
I don't know how to turn down my quality.
You
Stop streaming.
redo the stream and you set the quality before you stream it.
Yeah, set it to a lower standard.
Okay,
Stop
so
streaming.
I turn off my stream.
Right, now start streaming. And it's
Well, I
going to
turned
ask
it off
you,
just now.
right, and then start it again. And it's going to ask you 720, 1080, or 1440.
Oh, okay.
Go for 720.
Says application screens capture devices. but it hasn't. It doesn't ask me if I do that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Stream quality. There we are.
Yep.
Smoother.
And then sure you zoom
Theater
in.
readability. I only got 3 options: smoother, video, better, textual, custom. Custom. We'll try custom. Ooh, there we go. 720.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's at 1440 in frame rate. I'll cut it down to 30.
There you go.
And then go live. What do we have?
And then make sure you zoom in.
720, 30
It's
frames
fine.
a second. You should be able to see that, Mr. Gregory. How's it going?
I think I'm
Let me see
streaming.
now. Let me see now.
Zoom
Oh, you're
in.
cooked. He's got all the math laid out.
Zoom in. We're all on phones here.
There we are. I see it.
Okay.
Zoom in on the
So
ball.
basically, what we're looking at here is I can't point. You can't see my cursor, I assume, but I'm pointing at up in the upper left-hand corner. There's a yellow, red, and green text. It says spherical angle. And then right of that, there's 3 brown interior angles. And then right below the yellow, green, and red one is a black 20476. That is the total of those angles above it. And the one to the right of that is the total of the angles above it. So anyways, what we're looking at here is that yellow one is, if you, up here you see this yellow angle? If we look straight down the vertical, we can see that that angle lines up perfectly with that triangle. But it's actually, well, it's not actually, it's perpendicular to that line. And so the triangle that's made by those 3 measurements, and so imagine these things were 3 theodolites, and we leveled each of them. So we leveled the yellow one, and the angle to the red and the green will read as this. It's messing up my... So anyways, and that's how we get the angles to the red and the green. And we do that 3 times, and you can see that the green one here is perpendicular, and the red one there is perpendicular at right there. And that's all there is to it. And you can see as we... Oh, my screen is going so wacky because I think it's sharing. But as we move, watch as I move this green one up and down. Notice that the brown angles change because the angles on the interior. So the brown numbers right there, that up to 180, those are the angles if you take them from the plane of that brown triangle. And so as I move the green one up and down, you can see that the angles are changing. And so angle 1 is, going to 85. You bring it all the way back down to the bottom there. But as you move it back, you can see that the spherical angles, however, don't change whatsoever. The ones on the left, because those angles never change. And no matter where I move any of these things, the angles on the left stay the same, because it doesn't matter. The height doesn't matter. That's why when they do spherical axis, they don't have to concern themselves with the height, because it doesn't change anything with regard to spherical axis. But what does change them is the vertical. If you move it closer and closer and closer, that angle, or that summation of that angle comes closer and closer to 180.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
So what's your concluding premise?
My concluding premise is the fact that when we do this in the real world, we go and we measure these things and we stick theodolites on the ground somewhere. And these angles they measure, I messed up. Let's see. The red and the green and the yellow, which are these 3 angles put in the upper left-hand corner of my screen, the 6925, the 7122, and the 6022. Those are the angles that will read on the theodolite itself for the azimuth angle. And when they add those 3 together, they get greater than 180. And the only reason they could be greater than 180 is because those verticals are diverging. And that's the lesson for today. It's really simple, actually.
Good job.
You see the green one. If we go straight down the green, it lines up with that triangle. Same with the red. And that's spherical axis, ladies and gentlemen. And that's how come they read it whenever they do surveying, because the verticals are not parallel.
That's a really good point, Scott. Have you considered 12.5 times root of observer Bedford experiment measures flat horizontal?
I'm sorry. What?
Oh, sorry. I was just giving you the best response that a flat earther could muster. Have you considered 1.25 times root of observer measures flat, parallel, horizontal? Have you considered that, Scott Mackey?
No, I have not, because I don't even know what it says.
Another win for the flat Earth.
What you said
Another win for the flat Earth. Amen.
Okay.
Okay,
what you
let me
said doesn't make sense.
let me say this because my connection got interrupted again. So I heard the majority of what Scott presented. So let's clarify this. What's your concluding premise, Scott?
My conclusion is that the verticals are not parallel.
Okay, so irrelevant to the surface of the Earth. Like you're not concluding anything about the surface of the Earth.
No, the Earth determines the verticals.
What's your concluding premise?
That the verticals are not parallel.
Okay, so a conclusion that has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. You're not saying anything about the surface of the Earth in the conclusion. So it's
Well,
literally irrelevant on its face.
just because you don't understand doesn't mean I'm not saying anything, man.
No, I'm
A lot
not
of
talking
people,
about my
a lot of people, a lot of people
misunderstanding.
here understand. A lot of people here
Yeah,
understand what I
again,
meant.
with a deflective ridicule. Right? This is how bad your argument is. Your conclusion is literally saying nothing about the surface of the Earth. You did not say anything about the surface of the Earth in the concluding premise. It's explicitly and conspicuously irrelevant to the surface of the Earth.
But it's not.
So more Ipsy Dixit contradiction with no good reason. Just contradict me without any good reason again.
Well, it's a really good reason.
Like he was supposed to be giving an argument about
No, I
knowing
was
the Earth
showing
to be
how.
a sphere, and then the attempt to do so, he then abandons that conclusion for another conclusion with an entire lecture and animated presentation. So, given my irrelevant argument and concluding premise that has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth, therefore the Earth is a ball.
No, that's what you heard, then you missed it all.
You know, some more contradiction without any good reason.
Dude, that's not what I said. So, if you want to repeat what I said and say what I said,
That is an accurate summation of the nature of your
it is
pattern of argumentation.
not even close.
Your concluding premise in the first instance, at the initiation of the debate, you have your concluding premise that the Earth is a ball. How do you know? Then you appeal to this method of measuring angles between theodolites, not between the Earth and whatever else, just between theodolites. So then your
Yep.
concluding premise after that is the angles are what they are between the theodolites, whatever it is. It doesn't matter what the value is. There's the angular relationship between the theodolites.
Yep. And that's all the proof you should need.
Gregory, do you agree if the angles were add up to 180, it should be flat, the surface?
They do.
So if
This
they
is
add up to
again Louis Alger
180,
denial.
then it's flat, right?
Yeah, they add up to 180-ish. Yeah, that's true.
That demonstrates the flatness of Earth.
No, that's not my claim.
I was asking.
I wouldn't use that. Just because I didn't need to. Not that it wouldn't work or whatever, I just didn't need to.
Well, luckily we don't have to engage with Scott's argument because Foucault pendulums all have magnets. So that means the Earth is flat. Amen, everybody. Another win for the flat Earth. They keep on trying.
Thanks for that.
Is that the good faith interlocutor guy?
It's him.
LARPing as a flat earther in good faith somehow?
Well, that's how you know he has so much good faith, as he constantly reminds you.
Yeah. True. Except for when something's true, it just is what it is. You don't have to tell everybody. Like, I don't have to come in here every day and tell people I'm a professional driver, and I'm a professional driver because I'm a professional driver. That'd be weird, right?
Yeah, I would think that you're probably not one.
Right. Especially when you say it like 30 times in like a 30-minute period.
Yeah, I'd be like, this guy's sus. I don't know about this.
Yeah, it's really weird.
What distance is this done over, Scott? No distance. I'll take that as a no distance.
Maybe he's taking a piss.
Maybe he's in the pool.
Well, I mean, not everybody has, to get out. Apparently. Only joking, man. I know that Scott's an honorable man and he wouldn't pee in the pool. I hope.
I went to a pool party once. I was there for hours and I never saw anyone get out of the pool and go to the toilet. So I never went in the pool.
For me, it's a ritual. Like, you don't get in a pool without washing off and taking a piss. And then you don't drink a whole lot while you're in the pool. Of course, I grew up in the water, like, all the time. Just lived in the water.
Yeah. Me too. I don't mind. I do it in the ocean. In my wetsuit. I know it sounds disgusting, but...
Everybody who's ever surfed has done it. Warm you up.
Keeps you warm, mate, Scott.
Oh, yeah. Ah, got some warmth.
That does sound disgusting, I'll admit.
It does. That's why you see everyone washing their wetsuit afterwards. But I grew up in the water. We grew up with a pool and stuff as well. And I wouldn't let anyone in the pool outside. Have you been to the toilet before you go in there?
Scott, how much spherical excess is there in those measurements?
Yeah, what distance too?
Sorry, I'm cleaning up the den with my wife right now, but it's a function. It's a function of how far you are from how far that the satellites are from each other.
Can you give me an example?
I can show you the calculation. I can't do it right this moment because, like I said, I'm cleaning up the living room.
It's a function of the area of the triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how much spherical excess per whatever distance you want?
Well, if you have a triangle with each side being 103 miles, you have exactly 1 arc minute of excess.
Oh, that's just an arc minute refraction. No big deal.
Refraction is vertical. Those measurements are horizontal.
Oh yeah, but it's just an arc minute, so there could be an arc minute's worth of horizontal refraction. It's not much. It's nothing. So.
Refraction is a vertical effect, not a
Oh, it
horizontal
only
one.
works vertically. Yeah. Okay, it would only work vertically.
Oh no! Say that
Yeah.
again.
That means the stars mustn't be in the same place as you guys think they are then.
This the bit where he said refraction is a vertical effect, not a horizontal effect. Is that what you said,
On
Bacon?
atmospheric
Can you cite that?
refraction changes positions vertically, not
Like if you
horizontally.
cite that. Yeah,
Awesome.
cite that.
Awesome. So with
ahead, Jack.
regards to the black swan, why is the horizon moved horizontally backwards?
It's being moved vertically, not horizontally.
It's moved horizontally backwards, dude.
No, a horizontal change would be a left and right change. A vertical change is an up and down change.
Awesome. So the horizon in the black swan has moved. Is it in front of the oryx or behind the oryx?
Behind the oil rigs.
Awesome stuff. I rest my case. Thank you.
Can you cite that?
That relates to what I was
Sounds
saying.
like a thing that you're just
Sure.
saying. And I mean, I'm also just applying Scott's standards here. When we show him something, he just goes, it's just 7 arc minutes of refraction. So I just hit him with the same old, it's just an arc minute of refraction. I don't care. I don't have to post anything. He never does. Just playing his game,
One
bro.
arc.
No, but
Yeah,
why
no.
don't you post something that shows that it only works vertically? And under no circumstances do you ever have any left to right apparent displacement.
That's where the gradient of the atmosphere is set up.
I don't care what your rationale for it is. I asked for citation, you see.
1 arc minute over 100 miles.
If you want citation, I would just cite that the Earth is a sphere. Why
No.
debate at all?
Okay, well then I would need verification for that. So you're just begging the question at this point.
I mean, either I give you citation or I give you a reasoning. If I
So
give
your
you
claim
citation,
that refraction only works vertically, never left to right, boils down to your assumption that the Earth is a sphere, the very thing that all of you are here supposed to prove.
no. It has to do with the density of the atmosphere changing vertically, not horizontally.
Well, that's what you just said. You said it would come down to the Earth being a sphere.
I didn't say that at all.
Yeah, you did.
I don't know where you got that from.
What the fuck are you talking
Are you
about?
saying you can't have places at sea level that are in different densities?
What?
Are you saying in a linear path you can't have parts that are different densities?
Yeah, it pretty much is.
That's stupid.
But did you
I
hear
don't
him
even
say
understand
that?
the question. What do you mean in a linear
Oh,
path?
you're too brick then. Never mind. I'll just answer
Yeah,
for you.
you're a
Yeah, he
fucking
is.
idiot.
He's saying that left to right, yeah, there would be no density differential or anything, so therefore it would be impossible. It's a totally stupid thing he's trying to claim. That's why he doesn't understand your question, because he's saying stupid shit. He must be probably stupid. But you heard him say the sphere thing, right? That he just denied like a second later.
Yeah, because it's vertical. So he's saying that light would travel vertically, leaving the surface of the sphere, and then refract. That's what he's saying. It's a sphere. Yeah.
Yeah, that was his rationale for what he claimed. Well, it's a sphere. And then he said, where'd you get that from?
No, my argument was that the density of the atmosphere changes vertically. That's what I said. That doesn't
Then why'd
have
you bring the
anything to do
sphere
with
into it
Earth
then? If that's all it is. Yeah, if it doesn't have anything to do with a sphere per se, why'd you bring that in?
Because that was the answer to your question. You asked why doesn't it only changes vertically.
Okay,
and that's
but the
reason.
answer to my question now is that it's a vertical gradient. It's the same question. So why did you give me different answers? One is it's a sphere, one is it's a vertical gradient independent of sphere.
I didn't say it was related to being a sphere. I didn't mention sphere when
Then
you
why
asked
did
me
you
why.
mention the sphere?
I didn't mention a sphere when you asked me why it's not.
You clown. Yes, you did. I said, why is it only left to right, never vertical? And you gave me the sphere as an answer, and now you're just a mess. I don't know what you're thinking that you're trying to say.
Yeah,
What do you mean why it's only left to right? I said the opposite. It's up and down. Left to right would be a horizontal change. I said
You know what I meant.
Why would there not be different densities horizontal? Like, if it's traveling over 100 miles, are you saying there's no density difference over 100 miles traveling horizontally?
No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you
I'm
are.
not.
You're saying it only happens vertically. So that means
implicitly.
every elevation is the same density at all times.
No, dense air is heavier than less than dense air. So you can't have
Yeah, no
air
shit.
next to. Please, let me just finish the sentence. You can have a pocket of air next to a pocket of air with different densities without the denser one going below the
Of course
the
you
other one.
can. So that's a density gradient horizontally.
Yeah, that doesn't happen in nature. In nature, that happens
Oh, there's no
vertically.
pressure
Are you
differentials
saying
left
there's
to right.
no high and low
Wait a minute.
pressures on the same elevation?
Yeah,
I'm saying what,
it's an
sorry?
order of magnitude lower, right? The vertical pressure gradient and density gradient is at least an order of magnitude higher than anything horizontally. So if you look at a deep low pressure system, right, 900 and say
Oh,
900.
okay. Thanks, Daza. I got what I needed then. All right, so it's just an arc minute of refraction. So yeah, there are pressure differentials left to right. It's just that there's not much. So
No.
it's just an
But
arc
it
minute of
doesn't
refraction.
create the gradients, right? Doesn't create the gradients.
Oh, there's a bit, like you just said. It's just not that much, so it's now negligible. It's not that it doesn't happen; it does happen. But now you are clarifying for us that it's just not that much. So an arc minute refraction is just not that much. I mean, Scott claims 7 ain't that much, so I'm going with the
I
Scott.
didn't put any figure on it.
I'm going with the old Scott claim. It's just an arc minute.
Do you guys listen to yourselves come up with these stupid fucking arguments? Like, you can only have different gradients horizontally. Like, listen to yourselves.
Bro,
As
you
I
heard of
said,
Wiki?
if you have dense air next to less dense air horizontally,
Yeah.
then the denser air is going to get below the less dense air. So that's not stable.
All the time?
You can,
So it's all the time. So it doesn't
so
swap
that's
around?
so okay. Let me just finish what I'm saying. So that's not stable. So every time you have that configuration, immediately
Okay,
flips.
so what you're saying is the air horizontally is not stable. Great. That's the whole point.
Yeah. So let me finish what I'm saying. When you have an unstable
No, I don't feel like
horizontal,
it. No, I don't feel like it.
yeah, that's very
You already
clear.
got
You're
what I
just
needed
talking
anyway.
around
You're
in
just
circles.
Yeah, he's just adding
Yeah.
caveats to it now. It's just like, well, yeah, I mean, there are differentials, but, it's not that much. And that was my whole thing to begin with. It's the old Scott Mackey, it's just an arc minute. So that'll work with what you're saying. No problem, thanks.
Yeah, you already conceded that there are. So whatever you say past this point doesn't really matter. You're
Yeah, it's
trying
just
to
some
warp yourself.
negligible
It does
differential and
matter
some
because
negligible amount of refraction. I'm just pulling the Scott Mackey, though, you understand.
that was I didn't say it was negligible. I said it's unstable. So when you have that, you have the thing going left to right constantly.
Right, unstable
You
air
don't have a
causes refraction,
consistent.
yeah?
You don't have a consistent.
Does unstable air cause refraction?
You don't get a consistent horizontal
Does
displacement.
unstable air
So
cause
when
refraction?
I was not done.
Does
I'm not sure why you're
unstable air
speaking
cause
on.
refraction?
Yeah, does it?
Can I
think it
finish
does.
answering one question
Does
before
unstable
you
air
ask another
cause
one?
refraction?
Or you could call it air
I
turbulence if you
finish
want,
one
but it'd be a
answer.
similar effect. You get some distortion, yeah.
Yep.
That's all we need. Yeah, so just an arc minute of refraction or
That's
air
close,
turbulence
yeah.
or distortion or whatever you want to use in place of the term refraction. I don't really care. But let's just chalk it up to an apparent displacement of, just an arc minute. No big deal. No biggie.
Yeah. Easy done. Thanks, guys. You guys
same
are
thing you
Flat
guys
Earth.
say.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Earlier,
I
I
guess
probably
I only have to
abruptly
declare
dropped
my
out of the
position
call
at this point.
because my connection
Yeah,
was
you
breaking up.
declared your position it was wrong. You
That's what
declared
you're
a
doing.
position and then you admitted that you were wrong in your position. So that's fine. Thank you. Great.
As I was trying to clarify,
No, you
and
don't
being
need to
interrupted at the
clarify.
same
You've
time,
already admitted that you can have horizontal gradients. So it doesn't
it
matter.
doesn't actually solve the problem for
It
your
doesn't
side.
solve your problem because you said there's only you said there's only vertical gradients, and now you admitted that there's horizontal gradients. So you don't need to add anything more. That's fine.
I do.
You've done it. Thank you. You proved our point. Well
No,
done.
I do need to add something more because I was referring to
No, you
it
don't.
being consistent. If you have,
No, you don't need to
you
add
have a
any
horizontal
more
chain that is
than
not
you've
consistent.
just debunked yourself. So you don't need to add any more.
Yeah, you've already done it for us.
You debunked your own comment one sentence later.
Yeah, there are differentials. You call it instability, whatever. That amounts to a left to right differential. The thing you came out the gate basically saying doesn't happen. Well, it does, so it's just an arc minute of, let's just call it distortion then if you don't like the word refraction. I don't really care.
Well, the argument still
Apparent
stands
displacement.
because the argument still stands because if you have something wiggling around due to these unstable conditions, when you look to that through a theodolite, you
Good
just see the
question.
thing. You
Yeah,
just
is
see
it
the thing.
consistently unstable?
It could be.
Okay, there you go. That's all it is.
Yeah, so
Just
it's going
consistently
left and right
unstable, so we get a
consistently.
consistent result of just an arc minute, no big deal.
That doesn't add to your measurement. If it's consistently going left to right, you just have something wiggling. You point to the middle of that. That's how you take measurements with a theodolite. So you're not actually reading the target when it's on the right because it doesn't sit on the right. It doesn't sit on the left. It just wiggles when you have this kind of unstable refraction. So that's not going to affect the measurements.
you don't
It
understand
wiggles,
what
and
we're
it's at the
talking
left,
about.
and then it's at the right, and then it's at the left, or
And then it's up, and then it's down.
Yeah, it's wiggling around the center point. That's where you're aiming the crosshair of the
it's simply
theodolite.
wiggling around, or is it? Maybe it's inconsistently wiggling around.
Well, the point is that's not going to affect
Maybe it's
your.
more to the left. Maybe some days it's more to the right, just depending what's going on in the environment.
Or if you look to how much stuff wiggle on the crosshair of a theodolite.
Did you?
Yes, I've seen things through the lens of a theodolite. When you look through the
Wiggling?
through
So
the
how
lens of
much
a
they
theodolite,
wiggled?
when you see things wiggling through the crosshairs of the theodolite,
Over what time scale?
you can. I'm trying to finish a sentence. You can ask as many questions you want after I'm finished with a single sentence,
It's
please.
all right. We already got what we needed, so you just digging a deeper hole now.
I'm giving more nuance if you wanna avoid that. That's up to you.
We're not avoiding it. You've already debunked your own claim, which is
That's you
amazing.
avoiding it right now. So let me finish my sentence, please. If you look through the lens of a theodolite, when your target is wiggling, you can tell by the crosshairs that wiggle is like 1 or 2 arc seconds. So if we're talking about an arc minute of error, then you don't
Over 100
have
miles.
are seconds enough.
Over what
to add up
distance,
an
though?
arc minute.
Because we had to start with the distance as the qualifier, right?
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
so
you
what
said 100
distance are you
miles.
talking about for an arc second?
I'm not sure why that's relevant. I don't understand why that's
Because
relevant.
that's what we started with. When we got the conclusion of arc minute, we were dealing with a specific distance because you guys said you needed that first before you could give us a claim as to how much spherical excess there should be. So when you say an arc second of wiggle left to right, what distance are you talking about?
I'm talking about an arc second. I'm talking about any specific distance. But that would be
Okay.
to the
So
same
this is
103.
completely irrelevant to what we're talking about.
You're just making up a
Oh.
number.
No.
Yeah, you're making up a number. Yeah, what distance would that wiggle be observed over?
Oh, the example we're talking about is 103 miles.
103 miles, and it's only going to be an arc second left to right wiggle room. Can you cite that, please?
Of course not.
Well, case in point, you're just bullshitting again.
Done it again.
Yep.
I just don't have
Your
citation.
globe champions doing it again.
Yeah, you're just saying stuff.
Or flat earthers just
after all that, let's clarify.
rejecting a sensible approach.
We're not rejecting anything because he hasn't said anything.
Just made
Yeah,
stuff
let's
up.
clarify. Right. Let's clarify. What's your
If these changes in horizontal conditions
Yeah, how do
cause
you know? Go, give me a measurement.
No, I'm just asking a hypothetical question. Does it make logical
I
sense
don't
to you
like
that if
hypotheticals because hypothetical questions get hypothetical answers.
yeah,
Yeah. We'll
Not
just
on
say
the
could
mood of
be,
letting
maybe.
people finish,
Who knows? Would be.
My mic is good, yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly this, possibly that.
Timber, my mic is good, right?
Ooh,
Wait, what was
a
that?
little
Bit
bit
quiet
quiet,
there,
but
Gregory.
A little bit quiet.
might have to turn you up a bit.
But y'all can still hear me, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my favorite
Oh,
I
I
was saying.
Machiism, though. It's just
got
an
you
arc
turned
second.
down.
Okay. Okay. So to clarify, right here, Bacon, what is your concluding premise? Bacon.
doesn't even know what he's concluding.
You ask me a question?
See how useful that question is?
He's forgotten what he was arguing about.
You see how useful that question is?
If you ask me a question, I didn't hear. Can you ask it again?
What's your concluding premise?
I didn't have a concluding premise.
Yeah.
Oh, so you don't
I
have
was
a point.
responding to the claim that refraction was the cause of spherical axis, which doesn't have a lot of basis in reality.
Refraction causes what?
I was responding to the claim that refraction was the cause of the spherical axis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
One arc minute.
Wait a minute.
That's all it is. It's an
What
argument.
do you mean?
I mean what I said.
Well, we're just dismissing his arc minute of spherical excess on the same grounds that Scott Mackey dismisses, say, the Black Swan with 7 whole arc minutes of refraction.
I wasn't
Just applying his
claiming
logic to
an
him, that's
argument
all.
of.
Yeah, Bacon.
I wasn't
Bacon.
claiming an argument of spherical axis.
Okay, Bacon, listen.
You guys asked
listen.
how many
God, Bacon,
angle
dude.
per distance you have with spherical axis. I gave an example
Well,
that
I'll
at
give you
100
the-
miles.
Yeah.
Look,
So
please,
I'll give you the
let me
caveat
just
that,
finish.
okay, it's 7 arc minutes
Or
over just
don't.
10 miles because it would be vertical displacement, I guess, in that case. Okay, fine. But we'll give you the, left to right over 100 miles of an arc minute. Seems like a good deal. Using Mackey
I don't
logic.
see how you could possibly
Right
have
now.
that with when you have effects of horizontal displacement. It's unstable, so it goes back and forth. So you wouldn't get consistent excess with that kind of noise.
Well,
Noise
do
doesn't
you?
give you.
So you throw your measurement out then, yeah?
Well, show
How
me
are
the
you going to get your
consistent.
measurement?
Yeah, and show me the consistent results that you got.
Yeah, let me grab the one from Starkwater.
Cool.
He compiled a couple hundred measurement of circle axis.
Maybe it was consistently
Looking for that.
inconsistent. Maybe one day it was more to the left, the next it was more to the right, and overall you got a bit of a skewed result, left to right. And I'm talking
Oh, yeah,
only an
no,
arc minute. I'm granting you 7 whole arc minutes, and you've said, oh, geez, well, there wouldn't be nearly as much effect left to right. Okay, fine. So we've given a much larger scale of distance and also much less refraction for that. We can use the same cop-out. Why not? It's only fair.
Horizontal
It's
refraction.
not like anybody
won't give you
provided
noise. It
anything
wouldn't
for a
give you
measurement of
consistent.
7 arc minutes of vertical displacement in Black Swan. I think they just said it, so why can't we?
Because that's just noise. That's not consistent displacement as the vertical is.
And so refraction's why boats go over the horizon too.
Yeah, that's vertical.
I'm
That's
trying not to be
consistent.
that. Mic check, mic check.
That's stable.
Y'all can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. So, Bacon, let's try again. You said your concluding premise is refraction causes what? Spherical excess. What do you mean?
No, that wasn't. I didn't say
No,
that was my concluding premise. I said I was responding to that claim.
I'll clear this up again. So Scott Mackey, this started with Scott actually. I asked
Okay.
Scott brought
Did
in
a drop and run.
and I asked him how much spherical excess, and then it was like, oh well, I would need a distance to tell you how much, and he gave us an arc minute. What was it supposed to be? How many miles? Well, that would be wrong. I think he said an arc minute over 100 miles, so that wouldn't even be right. But anyway, it was something like that. He gave us the answer of an arc minute nonetheless. And I just went, well, it's just an arc minute refraction, the same thing that he does.
Right, okay.
And I was responding to that claim.
Yeah, I don't know why. It wasn't
Okay.
even the conversation for you. But all right, you can take over Scott Mackey's spherical access argument.
It seems like it, right? So, Bacon, what is your point?
I'm not even arguing that. I'm saying that you shouldn't expect a horizontal refraction to give you consistent displacement. It just gives you noise. So
Why not?
Because it would just give you noise. That's
So it's consistently
simply not
unstable.
stable.
Do you have measurements for the instability left to right that you
Just
claimed?
look through the
To
lens
show
of
that
the
it's
theodolite.
consistent enough that it's not going to affect or sway anything, apparently?
Yeah, just look through the lens of the theodolite. There's a lot of time lapses.
Just look through it and know that what you're seeing is not instability.
When things are unstable, the parent position changes. For example, if you take a timestamp of an observation over a lake, for example, as the temperatures vary, you can see things being moving up and down as the temperature of the atmosphere changes. That's a
Alright.
vertical change. You don't see that happening horizontally.
Oh, really? Never? Can you show that?
I never seen that.
Okay, you've never seen it.
Nope.
Did you check?
You mean if I try to produce a horizontal displacement of refraction?
Did you ever check if there is one or not?
I don't know what that would be.
So you didn't even check if there is horizontal displacement. You just went, nah, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's not there.
It wouldn't make sense for it to be, given the
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Oh, see, all right. So this is just the thought process in your head. You didn't actually measure anything.
Yeah.
Well, it's like
It is a
you're
globe.
asking me if
It's a globe because it doesn't make sense. Well done. Good argument.
It wouldn't make sense to you that there would be one, so you never checked that there is one, and you just concluded based on your presupposition that there isn't one, that there isn't one. So it sounds pretty circular.
you're basically asking me to prove a negative, right? I can't demonstrate you something doesn't happen.
Well, I mean, you never even checked.
How do you know
You
it
didn't-
doesn't happen?
Because of the reasons I gave already.
Because you think it doesn't make sense.
Well, you rationalized it with, oh, there's instability, but it's consistent instability, so the result just gets swayed one way as much as it does the other, and then it just looks the way that it actually is ultimately. And then I was like, well, any measurements for that? And you're like,
Yeah, you can
no.
see. I give you an example right now.
Like this. You just
It's
said, well,
also
just
even
make
worse than that. It's also even worse
No,
than
no,
that. He
you
said, I
can-
can't prove a negative. So that implies that
No,
he
I'm saying you're
asserts the
asking me to prove
proposition.
negative. I didn't say I
Hang on.
can't.
You just said that you can't prove a negative.
No, I said you. No, what I said is he's asking me to prove a negative. I didn't say I can't prove that.
Can you prove a negative?
I'm not sure.
Okay, you're not sure. Okay.
Okay,
So prove that it's not happening. Go.
yeah, I'm not sure how to. That's what I said.
Okay.
I mean, every
So
example we have, where you have, for example,
maybe you
a
should go
time
away
lapse.
and see if you can prove that it's not happening, and then come back.
I'm saying if you take a look at time lapses of long distance observations over a long time, where the temperature keeps
Yeah.
changing, the pressure keeps changing. Please let me finish. You can see that the effect is vertical. You don't see things consistently moving left or right. You see them moving up and down. Also,
based on the
given,
presupposition that it wouldn't be, that it isn't.
also, given the fact that if you have dense air next to less dense air, then the denser air goes below the less dense air. So there's no way you can get a stable
Yeah, but
horizontal configuration.
it has to go to the less dense air, so it's not always there, is it?
Yeah, but as soon
Otherwise,
as
it
you
would
create that
always be
condition,
there, and then it would be consistent. So you're saying it goes to the less dense air, so it has to go there. So it goes there from somewhere, and then it circles around. That's how you get turbulence: hot, high pressure, low pressure. These
turbulence
work
wouldn't
in
give you a
horizontal
consistent displacement.
increments.
Yeah,
So-
turbulence wouldn't give you a consistent difference,
Yeah, it
a
doesn't
consistent
matter.
displacement. So if you're trying to aim at a target and it's moving left and right, you don't point to the left of it.
Good
or you point
left,
to the right,
right,
you
up,
point to the
down,
middle of
whatever. Left, right, up,
You
down.
never even checked. You already told us what his process is for determining whether there's left to right, distortion, and it was just, it wouldn't make sense to me.
You can see the footages where as the temperature and pressure changes, things get displaced up and down. You don't have any example of that going horizontally, and it
You
wouldn't
already
make
said you
sense.
didn't check, so why are you now saying that you did check and that you saw that there wasn't?
I'm not saying I did check that there isn't. I'm saying there's multiple examples where you can see what happens as the temperature fluctuates and the
You never
pressure
looked at what
fluctuates.
happens left to right according to what you said earlier. So
In the
why are
video,
you now telling us this?
No, I said I've seen many examples of refraction changing the atmosphere. I've never seen anywhere that happens horizontally.
You never looked
And
even.
also, it wouldn't make sense for it
You
to
already
happen
told us you never
horizontally.
even looked at that. See, this is
I didn't
what it
say
came
that.
to
I
last
said I
time too.
didn't check.
Yeah, you did. I asked you if you checked. You're like, well, no, and you said, well, I don't
I
think
said
you
I
said no, but
wouldn't know
your
how to check
your
something doesn't
response
exist.
was it wouldn't make sense. So that's telling me that you didn't actually look, that you just rationalized it in your head that it wouldn't happen. You didn't do any measurements or do anything to determine objectively that it doesn't happen. You just deferred to, well, it doesn't make sense to me.
That wasn't the only answer I gave you. I mentioned that there are many observations where that doesn't happen, and you ask me if I checked that actually
Well, which
doesn't
ones?
there's never happened, and to
Well, which
that I
ones?
replied, I'm not
Name
sure
some
how
of the
to.
many then. Post one of the many at least.
Sure, give me a
See,
second.
that's a
Let me look it
terrible
up.
argument. That's like
It's not
saying,
an argument.
look at these rooms that are basketball. Look at these rooms that are bathrooms. Therefore, there are no bedrooms. That's stupid.
Yeah,
Just
exactly. I'm
because
just
you
looking at this other
instances where
thing that
it's not
happens. So
happening doesn't mean it
yeah,
never happens.
yeah, he just looked at something else that happens, and then said that the thing that he didn't look at doesn't happen.
Yeah, look at these
No, it's not
women
that
in
you
elementary
have.
school. Therefore, there are no men.
Oh, wait a second. You have when you have a footage of many hours of something.
Look at all these
being
Burger
observed
Kings.
over a
Therefore,
very
there are
long
no
time.
McDonald's.
Thank you. This is a terrible argument, dude. So
No,
flagrantly
he
non
asked.
sequitur.
Well, please. He asked. I wasn't looking for vertical refraction, and then didn't find horizontal refraction. That's not what happened.
Yeah, you
You
just need an
simply a
minute
time
over
lapse.
100 miles. It's
You
easy.
simply look
No
at
worries.
time lapse.
Just an argument.
You simply look at any time lapse to a fixed target and see what happens to the apparent position of the target as the temperature and pressure changes over the day. And there are many time lapses of that, and in none of them you have a horizontal change. All you have is a vertical change. Now, if you ask me,
So what?
Did you check if there's a horizontal change?
Never happened?
So what? What is the point?
Wait,
Yeah,
but
my
did you
answer-
check if there's a horizontal change?
In the videos, there wasn't. In none of the videos I see,
Well, did you check
there
if there was one or not?
I'm not sure what it would even be.
What do you
Okay,
mean?
so
So
you
you
didn't
didn't
check.
check?
Yeah, so you
Oh, I
didn't
checked
check.
the videos I
So you don't know
saw.
if
In the
this is
videos I
true.
saw, there's just vertical displacement.
Well, did you
I'd
check
never
if there's a
seen any-
horizontal one?
You mean in
The
older
answer is
videos?
I didn't check because I don't know what that would look like. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
No. I know what it would look like. A horizontal displacement would look like something being
But you
displaced
said
to
I
the
don't
left
even
or
know
to the
that
right.
what that would mean. You said I
No,
don't know
no,
what
no.
that would mean.
What I said I don't know what means is to check if this thing happens. So I'm not sure how to check.
Okay, so
if
how would
Oh,
you
you
check?
didn't look if it's being
Well,
apparently
please
displaced
let
left to
me
right.
finish
So
once.
you don't even know what you would do to look whether or not this is happening. So how can you conclude whether or not it did?
Well, my example of how to look if this happens is just to look at time lapse and see what happens as
look?
the conditions change. I did look at time lapses where the conditions
look at the
change,
horizontal?
and I only saw vertical displacement. Now,
did you
of
check for
course,
horizontal?
Of course, that doesn't imply horizontal never happens.
now
because
he
I-
did. Oh,
Please, let me
now he
finish.
checked
You don't
for
even
it.
know what that would look like, though. So how did you
I
check?
caught that, and he said yes.
That's not what I
That's how
said.
he
I
did.
don't know what. That's not what I said. I would
you're
know
funny,
how
man.
it looks like. What I
You're
what I
hilarious.
said I don't know what that would be is how to check if horizontal.
Dude, that's an irrelevant response.
Wait,
We're
wait,
acknowledging
so
that you
you-
just contradicted
That's
yourself.
not the
It's an
same thing as
irrelevant
me saying I
response.
don't know how this
It's an
horizontal
irrelevant response.
displacement
That's
looks
an
like.
irrelevant response. Now you're just trying to dominate the voice channel. That's an
I'm
irrelevant
not trying to
response.
dominate. I'm trying to finish a
acknowl-
single point before I get
acknowledging the
spoken
fact-
over again. It's just not
Dude,
happening.
you're just trying to
You would
There's a
just
posted one.
really quick, Gregory.
do the
You
highlight.
would, you
Trying
would,
to talk.
you wouldn't know how to check. You said you wouldn't know
Yeah.
how to check, and then you said that
Expose-
you checked somehow. Sorry,
Say
go ahead.
I just posted
yourself
one in the chat for you guys. Have a look at
Clarified
that.
already what I meant.
contradiction. Hey, you're contradicting yourself.
Okay. Yeah, I said I'm not sure how to
You see how
check
you just
that
did
this never
that with
happens.
me? You just
I have
trying to
checked if
verbally wrestle with me. He's doing it right now. He's doing it eventually. Right? This is his tactic. So again, he just tries to verbally wrestle to people that's trying to refute his garbage.
It
Seems
does
like a
us.
black
Some of that
tactic to just
stuff looks
talk
like
and talk
it
and talk
moved,
and not let anybody else talk. That seems like your tactic.
Why are you talking? Hey, Dazza, that looks like some of that stuff's moving left to right.
But it's like an order of
I don't think
magnitude
these
or
guys
two
check.
less than the vertical stuff, right? It's
Yeah, it looks like it.
It's just
looks
an-
like it's moving left to right. Yeah.
The boats
So, I mean,
that are
first of all, he said
passing,
it
you
couldn't
retard.
happen. So, first of all, he said it couldn't happen. Then he gave us
What- do you
conditions
think-
under which, logically and rationally,
Yeah.
it could happen. And then he said, still, for some reason, it doesn't because he looked at videos. And then we asked him if he
You called
checked
me
it
a
for this
retard.
effect in those videos.
You
and he
are
said
a
he wouldn't even
retard.
know how to do that.
Who's
not that I said.
And then
that
after that, he
I
said he did check.
it would be unstable. So you wouldn't
Yeah.
affect your measurements. It wouldn't give you consistent displacement to add up to an arc minute.
Says
of
who
must
checks
have
the
been, dude.
instability? How much instability?
Well, it doesn't matter how much instability because you're not aiming at the
Kinda
points as
does.
they are moving around. No, you're not. Don't aim at stuff that is moving around when you're taking theodolite measurements. That's not what surveyors do. So if
Well,
you
how
have
much
noise,
instability? Is it like perfectly consistent instability where it scatters it just as much to the left as it does the right other times, and it all just kind of balances out, or what?
perfectly consistent instability is self-contradictory. It's unstable
Oh,
because
okay.
it's
So it's
not
unstable enough that it might be
consistent.
skewed one way. The other day it's skewed the other way. You don't know what you're going to get.
That's not what I mean by unstable. It's like immediately when you have less dense air next to denser air, that changes immediately. The denser
It's
air
not
goes below
instability.
the
That's not
denser air goes
instability.
below the less dense air, and you
That's
see
not
things moving
instability.
around. So
Yeah, you're just going to keep
that's
talking
not
through the
something that
correction.
happens across
That's
hours.
not
That's something that
instability.
happens across a fraction of a
Yeah,
second.
you're just going to keep
When you
talking
have
through
that kind of
me.
condition,
It's not
and the server is trying to
instability.
make measurement to a
Yeah, that's
target that is being
not
affected by that,
instability.
it's not going to
That's the
simply
point.
point to. I think someone's is speaking over me again.
Yeah,
I'm just
he
letting him
has to be
finish.
turned down probably. So he's just going to keep talking through
I
me
can
every time
hear
I
you.
try to speak.
I can hear you, but
So then
I
stop
don't have
talking to me then.
headphones.
If your volume is not turned down, stop speaking. You gave an example
I don't
that's
have
not
headphones, so when I'm
exemplary
speaking,
of
it's harder to hear
instability.
what someone else is saying.
Okay, you don't need to keep talking about it. You gave an example that's not an example of instability. Simply changing is not instability. Instability is sporadic, inconsistent.
Exactly, that's my point.
No, you didn't say that. That wasn't your point. That
Nobody
was your
let him
point that
say
you failed to
anything,
say
Christ
it.
sakes.
If you don't know what I said, because you were speaking when I was saying.
Okay, so another irrelevant hypothetical. So engage what I said to you. So simply describing an instance of change is not an instance of instability.
That's not what I said at all. I didn't
You
say
did.
change,
You didn't
therefore
describe the
unstable.
situation being inconsistent and sporadic. That's not what you described. You just described a change. This situation changed from A to B. Just simply changing from A to B is not an instance of instability.
What I described is you look through the scope of the theodolite, and the target is wiggling around.
You
That's
didn't check
the
the left to
instability.
right. You didn't check the left to right wiggle.
What do you
so-called.
even mean by that? Ooh.
Well, we already grilled you
Now
on
he,
this. and
now
you
he
did
doesn't
not
know
check.
what you mean. But he said before he checked it, now he
I
doesn't know what you
seen
mean
time.
again.
Yeah, and he also said he wouldn't know how to check, and then he said he did check it. So really, he obviously didn't check it.
What I said is I
Yeah.
checked many
Sounds like
times.
you're
Time lapses like the one
sounds like
Daz
you're
posted.
sounds like you're full of shit. Yeah.
No, what I
for
said I
left to right
checked.
displacement? You checked it for
What I
left to right
said
displacement?
What I said I checked is I saw time lapses to see what's the effect of the atmosphere as the temperature and pressure changes. And when you check those, you don't see
I think you're full of
horizontal.
shit.
You don't
Just
see
to be-
horizontally
Just to
consistent
be nice.
displacement. You see
Did you
just
check for
vertical.
horizontally consistent displacement?
I checked for whatever showed on the screen, and
Well, how
only
did you check
vertical showed on the
specifically
screen.
for horizontally consistent displacement?
I checked for everything that would show up on the screen that simply
No,
didn't
but
show up.
specifically, yeah, saying everything is as non-specific as you can get. So can you try again?
Yes, horizontal and vertical. Whatever changes happens, I can see on the video.
Okay,
It's
can I
the
see
fact
the
is
changes
simply.
that you recorded left to right for horizontal consistency that you were looking for?
Say that again.
Can I see the changes that you recorded for the horizontal consistency that you were looking for?
I don't see any horizontal changes in the time lapse. You feel free to
Oh,
look
you
at
didn't see any.
yourself. They're
Did you look for
only
any?
changing vertically.
Did you look for any horizontal changes?
I'm looking at it right now. I don't see any horizontal change.
Oh,
I
you
see
don't
things
see any.
moving up and down.
Okay, all right. You're eyeballing a GIF that somebody posted and you're not seeing anything. So this is the first time that we've actually brought this to your attention that you might want to look for this thing that you said definitely doesn't happen. Before you
Just
declare
put
that
your
it doesn't.
cursor on any point and see moving up and down across your cursor. You don't see it moving left to right. It's consistently moving up and down from its original
see.
position.
Are we talking the
You
skunk
can check
day
it
GIF?
right now.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that there's no left to right displacement. I'll have to do what you said though to be sure.
I just did what I said what I told you to do.
Oh yeah, I'll
Said,
take your
I'll have
word
to
for it.
do what you said. Listen.
Yeah, but feel free to do it as well. I also
Yeah, I'll
said
take
that.
your word for it. You who didn't even know what you'd be looking for like 5 minutes ago, even though you came into this conversation saying,
What I
trust me,
said.
bros, it's not there. We already know you never looked for it before you started this whole line of arguments, so why should we believe it now?
That's not true.
It is true. Based on everything you said, you can listen back to it if you want to.
You're misinterpreting what I said. When
Not
I said
really.
When I said I didn't know what to check, is when you asked if I checked this ever happens. So I'm not sure how to check if horizontal displacement consistently ever happens. I
Oh,
would
there he
have
goes
to look
again.
at all. I would have to look at every single observation in the history of the world to check that this never happened. That's why I said I'm not sure
Okay.
even how to check that this never happened.
Right. So
However,
you're not
I
sure how to
checked.
check whether or not this thing happens that you said definitely doesn't happen. Okay, noted. Thank you.
However, I checked the number of observations of what atmospheric refraction does as the temperature and pressure fluctuates across the day, and I've never seen any example of consistent horizontal displacement.
Did you check
That's
for
what
it?
I'd say I did check.
Did anybody check for it?
I mean, I just give an example.
What? The GIF that you eyeballed in the chat? That's a nice start, I guess.
I didn't just eyeball. I said you can simply put your cursor on any point and you're going
Oh,
to see it moving
quite
on the
rigorous.
same
Maybe you want to
position up
write
and
up a
down.
paper about this.
No, but this is something that is simply
Yeah.
well known, and it wouldn't even
Yeah, so
make sense to
Daza
be
posted a GIF
otherwise,
in a Discord
given that
chat, and you held up a ruler to the screen and you checked for left to right displacement and determined it definitely doesn't happen, and gradients don't work that way at all.
I didn't determine definitely doesn't
Just
happen.
write up a
It's
paper for that, maybe
possible.
too. Get it published. Send it through
It
peer
would be a
review.
very
It sounds
stupid
like good
paper
stuff.
because everyone, the
Because it
density of
doesn't
the
sound like
atmosphere
anybody
changes
else
vertically.
has done the work to validate the thing that you came in here saying, and it sounds like you've just taken the first steps towards it now. So, yeah, maybe this would be a good thing for you.
It would be a very dumb paper because everyone knows the density of the atmosphere
It's
changes
pretty dumb.
vertically.
I know, and that's what I'm saying.
Your paper
That is
would
my
be very
point.
dumb. You're forecasting your error. Wow.
Oh, I was explaining that it would be dumb because everyone knows the density of the atmosphere changes vertically. So that's what
Oh,
the
right.
effect
So
of
we're
the
just
atmosphere
back to
should
that.
expect.
Yeah, we just
So
already know our outcome. Yeah, we're just back to that.
that's not the outcome.
Yeah, it is.
The density of the atmosphere drops as you go higher. It doesn't drop as you go to the left or to the right.
Right, I know. So back to just this assertion again, right? The gradient's only going to be vertically arranged, even though you already told us that there will be differentials left to right, there will be instability, there should be some scattering. You've already told us that, but now you're just back to, oh, well, geez, it's only going to happen vertically.
Consistent refraction only happens vertically. It doesn't happen horizontally. Horizontal difference in
Consistent
density is
refraction as
unstable.
opposed to what? Inconsistent refraction?
You never check for the consistency left to right, though. Till now, when you put your ruler up to your screen on a
If
GIF.
I've already checked these videos before, and I've already seen that there's no
No, you
left and
haven't.
right displacement.
No, you haven't. We already went through
Yes,
this.
I mentioned them before. Yeah,
You
when
didn't
I
even know
mentioned
what
them,
you would do until you thought of the ruler technique just a couple minutes ago.
but that's
But
the
nice try.
same is under.
Nobody's bamboozled. Maybe next time, depending on the panel you get.
That's the same misrepresentation of what I said for the second time. When I said I didn't know what to look, what that would be, I wasn't referring to I'm not sure what I'm looking at, or that I'm not sure what horizontal displacement would look like. That's not what I was saying. What I was saying,
Right.
I'm
So
not
when you
sure how
said
to
you
check
don't know what to look
that this
for,
never
you didn't
happened.
mean that you wouldn't know what to look for the thing that
That's
we
not
were
what I
talking
said.
about. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Just use words
That's
and don't mean
a
them at all.
strawman.
Yeah.
It's the same strawman for the third time. I think clarifying is not.
Yeah, it's a straw
not
man to
appropriate.
hold you to your words and what you say. Because when you say something, you don't mean what you actually literally said. I get it.
Yeah, we're listening
No,
to
you're
you
just
constantly move the
misrepresenting what I
goalpost.
said,
No,
and I already
we're listening
clarified
to you
it for like
constantly
the
move the
third time,
goalpost. We're
and I'm
listening
getting
to
the
you
same
constantly move the
misrepresentation again.
goalpost. I'm going to finish my comment eventually. Yeah, every time I begin talking, you just try to
Fucking
persevere
hell.
I
with
was
my
already
voice.
talking,
Yeah, I'm
Gregory.
going to finish my comment eventually. We've been listening to you move the goalpost for the past several minutes as you're talking to Heretic. Every time he contradicts you, and every time he refutes you on a given point, you act as though you're correcting his straw man, even though he touched what you did say.
He just wants to change what he said then after the fact and then call it a straw man.
All he's doing is just dodging every refutation said
No,
to
I'm
him,
addressing a
and pretends
misrepresentation
as
of what
though
I
he's
said. That's not the
correcting
same thing as
Heretic's
changing what I said.
error. But Heretic didn't commit the error that he's presuming to correct Heretic on.
It's me.
Yeah, addressing a misrepresentation of what I said is not the same thing as changing what I said. Of course, I have to add
No,
more
You're
words
misrepresenting
so I
what you
don't
said.
get
anything he
misrepresented
said.
again.
You're the one
No, he
Me
didn't
misrepresenting what
adding
you
more
said.
misrepresent anything he
words,
said. No, he did
me
not.
adding more
No,
words
he
to
did
clarify
not.
what I meant is
No,
not the
he
same
did
thing as changing
not.
what I said.
He didn't misrepresent anything
Gregory,
you said.
shut up.
You're trying to misrepresent what you said. I'm not doing that. Quit passing the buck.
You did that many times.
No, that's what you
Hey,
keep
Yeah,
it's
doing.
so
me.
You say something, you
let's
get
try
refuted
again.
on it, then you go, no, that's not what I said.
Right,
Because you
right.
getting refuted is just a misrepresentation of what he said. That's why
Okay,
you're
enough,
saying that.
enough
What you said.
taunting.
So
Right, we're
use
gonna
words
clarify
that mean
again.
what you actually mean if what you said was not what you meant, because that's what you said.
I'm trying
Okay,
to, but
so
at the
so
same
what's
time,
wrong
keep
with
getting
your? Okay, we can
misrepresented,
stop
and every time I try to
we can
get
stop
add
the meta
nuance to what I
commentary.
said, so
Listen,
I don't get
yeah,
misrepresented,
stop
I
the meta
get speaken
commentary,
over
dude.
just like
Stop.
I'm getting
Stop
spoken
the
over
meta commentary.
again
We can
by
get back to the
Gregory.
subject. We can get back to the subject. Stop. So, what is your point? All this chit chat, all this back talk, all this talking back. What is your point?
I was just responding to the claim that the 1 arcminute of excess could be caused by refraction.
Why are you talking about that?
That's what
That was a
people were
conversation before
talking
you got
before
here,
I got
Gregory.
here. I wasn't talking about
That
that. That's
doesn't
the
answer my
ongoing
question as to
conversation that
why
was
you're
taking place
talking
when I
about
got
this.
here.
Okay, let's
Well,
try
if
again.
you ask me a
Why are
question,
you?
then
Okay,
if you
let's
ask me
try
a
again.
question, then shut
Let's
up when I'm
try
answering
again.
it.
Which is your cue to stop talking so I can clarify.
Well, you asked a
Why are you?
question. I'm trying to answer a
Let's try
question. And now you're
again.
speaking over
That's
my
your cue
answer.
to stop talking so I can
You
clarify.
just asked me a question.
This is
I'm
the
trying to
point
answer
where
your
you
question.
stop talking so I can clarify. Thank you. Why are you talking about this?
As I was trying to say when you started interrupting me for the second time, that conversation was already taking place.
That doesn't answer the question as to why you are talking about it. That's not a
I
motive.
wasn't the one talking about it. They were talking about it with Scott Mackey before I
Oh my
joined the
god, dude.
conversation. The
You are
subject was
talking
already
about
in
a
place.
point. You are talking about a point you just said. I just asked you, what's your point? You said what your point is. Then I asked you, why are you talking about that? So your answer to that question is, I wasn't talking about that. Is fucking retarded.
I didn't say I wasn't talking about it. I'm saying people were already talking about it. So if you want
Which
to know
is
why
not
that was the
answering my
subject, you don't ask me.
question.
You ask the
I
people
didn't
that
ask
were
you, are other people
in the
talking
VC
about
before
this?
me.
I
Well,
didn't
you can't
ask
just ask
you,
me a
are other
question and then
people
speak
talking
over
about
me
this?
when I'm trying to
Right.
answer
I
it.
did not ask you, are other people talking about this? I asked you, why are you
Bro,
talking
this is
about
so
this?
funny. You ask a question
Yeah,
and when
it's
I'm trying
so
to answer,
funny
you
that you keep
speak over me.
answering a question
It doesn't
that
make any
wasn't
sense. Why
asked
you
to
ask
you.
questions
Yeah,
if you
you
don't want to hear
keep
the answer?
answering a question that was not asked to you. Let's see if you can answer the question this time. Not tell me an answer to a question I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you what happened. I didn't ask you what were other people talking about. I asked you, why are you talking about the point you just said you were saying?
We were talking about what we were talking about before I joined the VC. I just
Okay, so
addressed the
so
claim.
obviously you don't have a reason. You're just sitting up here running your mouth. You don't have a reason to be talking about the point you're sitting here running your mouth incessantly about. You had 4 opportunities that I just gave you to clearly state why you are talking about what you're talking about. And
Why
you
are
keep
you
answering a question I didn't ask you.
If just starting is into a non-conversation.
Hey, can I please? I want to start a little argument. I think the Earth is round.
Nice.
I think.
Okay, so this is a dilemma for the person that believes that. Let me show you. What's your username?
Wait, no. And you want to know why?
Gregory,
What?
your dilemma. We already talked about
I'll
it.
tell you why
Let
the
him.
Earth is round. I'll tell you why.
Yeah, let him make the
The Earth.
argument, dude.
What?
Did you hear what I
Sorry,
just
I was
said?
clearing the room. I was clearing the room so you could make your argument, dude. And that was all.
Okay, cool. So the moon, right? The moon. Do you think the moon is round? Real quick, I need to make sure.
Yeah,
Like,
it looks like a circle.
this got all disrupted. He said, I believe the earth is round. And then I said,
Yeah, I'm
you
gonna
have a
prove my
dilemma.
point by asking you a damn question. What's so confusing about that?
Okay, now he's
Sorry.
eroding and
I'm
exploding
so
for some reason.
confused. I just literally asked you, do you think the moon is round?
He's
Yes or no? Yes
still
or no, please.
whining and blurting out shouts
Yes
for
or
some
no?
reason.
Tell me, is the moon round? Somebody else
I'll
tell
help
me,
the
is the
poor.
moon
I'll throw
round?
the poor guy a bone. Yeah, it looks like a circle. Yeah, it's round.
So tell me, is the moon round? I didn't ask if it was a circle. Tell me if it's round.
Yeah, that means round.
Wait, are all
Yes or no?
A circle is round. Are you talking about a circle or a sphere?
Yeah, round, as in a sphere. Is the moon a sphere? Let me clarify.
Oh, mate, we can't answer that question, dude. But for the hypothetical, we can go with it looks like a sphere. What's your point?
Oh, wait. Actually, we can. So, to put it this
Okay.
way, if the moon was flat
Can what?
and the earth was flat,
I
then we
see.
would see. Okay.
Already gone.
Then we would
Already gone
see
wrong,
in
dude.
Australia. Okay.
No one
I don't
said the
know what
moon
you're
was flat.
interrupting me for. Then, okay. So, if you cannot prove that the moon is flat or not, I'm going to give you both situations. If the moon was flat, then we wouldn't see that in Australia. The moon is upside down compared to people in the northern hemisphere.
Who said it's
What
flat?
do you mean by upside down?
What's your deductive argument
No,
for that
literally.
premise?
If you take a picture of the moon in Australia, it would be upside
Let's
down
try
in
again.
comparison to the moon in
Let's try
California.
again. You just said a premise.
It is.
Let's try again.
Right.
You just said a premise. What's your argument for it?
What?
I'm not sure. Why
My
are you?
argument for
I'm
what? That
confused.
why the moon
Christ
is
alive,
round?
dude.
I'm
You
confused.
just said the
Sorry.
premise. If
Hang
the moon
on,
were
one
That
flat,
the
sec.
earth is round.
go ahead.
But just what do you say? Can you say that again? What you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if you think about it this way, that the earth is flat, it's a plane, and the moon is also flat in the sky because you guys can't actually tell me yes or no. I'm going to give you both hypotheticals. If the moon is flat in the sky, that's also a plane, then the moon would stay the same orientation. It doesn't matter where you are on the plane
No.
of Earth.
No.
Why?
Why
What
would
is
that
your
not be the case?
deductive argument for that premise?
Because if you are in a room and you put a big moon-shaped sticker on the ceiling, it doesn't matter
Yeah.
where you are in that room, it will look the same orientation.
No.
It can't.
Is that
That's impossible,
The fuck?
dude. That's the most retarded comment I've ever heard in my life.
Step away from the Discord, put a 6 on your ceiling, walk to the other side of the room, and observe.
It's annoying.
right?
It's also
Now, how would you
an
do that if the
ellipse.
moon was round?
It is round, circular.
What are you
Yeah,
talking
it is.
about?
It's like sphere. How would you do that if the moon is a sphere?
Why
Well,
does
you only
nobody
see
see?
one side. You only see one face of it.
Right.
Why would
You
I?
do only see one face.
Yo, I
However,
just rate
Yeah.
kids. I like
Actually,
kids. I put kids pants down, and then I cream
you
Oh
see
my
more
God!
than one face.
Report this guy.
fucking kids. I love the
however,
cream pie,
yes,
the ass cheeks.
you're so
So they
right.
start
You would
shitting
see a
up their
different
ass
face, wouldn't
cheeks.
you? But except we don't.
Jamal
We
de
don't see a
Martin
different face.
Luther
The
de
moon looks the
Clavius.
same. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what. The moon looks the same. So how is it possible on a
That's
flat
not
Earth
true.
with a spherical? No, we only see one face of the moon. Is that correct?
Yeah.
No, it's not correct.
We see
No, well, that's just straight up
56%.
wrong. I'm not going to have to look that
We
up.
see
If you look at the
we
moon,
see
it looks the
more.
same in every single photo.
No, it
Or it
doesn't
looks the
look the
same and
same.
or it's upside down, but it's the same face.
No, it's not. We see 55%
I
of the
just
moon.
want to
Because
remind
it
everybody
is
that these
the
gloobers
same
are a
face.
Why is everyone? I want to
portion
remind
of the
everyone that.
voting
Why is
pool.
everyone talking at the same time?
No, why are you speaking over me? I'm just reminding you that these people are a large portion of the voting pool. Carry on.
That was deep.
Okay.
Thanks for that.
I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm gonna explain this to you. If the moon is a globe, then it would be impossible for you to only see 50% of the moon from a
No, it
flat
wouldn't.
Earth. Oh,
Hey,
yes, you
no,
would.
sorry,
Because if you're on one
sorry,
side
I
of the
got
moon, how would
What?
you see the same face if you're on the other
God,
side?
these conditional premises are awful.
If the
Oh,
moon
well,
is a
if the moon is a
globe,
globe,
what does it have to do with the shape of the surface of the Earth?
well, easy. If you're on a globe, it's easy to see both sides of the moon at the same time because the moon is
At the
rotating
same
around the globe
time,
Earth. Yes,
What the
you can
hell?
see the front and the back of an object simultaneously.
No, I mean you don't need to because it's only one side being faced towards you.
It's
Which is my point.
trivial.
If the Earth was flat, you couldn't see
That's
both sides of the
trivial.
moon, could you?
No, that's
You
not
don't
true.
need to see both sides of an object, front and back simultaneously. It's trivial. What the fuck does it have to do with anything?
Hey, Gregory, you seem to be
It
hot
doesn't
like.
No,
even
it does.
apply.
Okay, I'm gonna reset this. If you're on a flat Earth and the moon is a globe, and we only see one face of the moon, how is that possible?
All right, within the heliocentric model, what's the excuse for the reason that we only see one face of the moon? What's the
Because
excuse
the
within
moon is
heliocentric?
tidally locked. The moon does not
Okay,
rotate.
okay, so we always see the same face of the moon. Same question applies. What is the excuse within the heliocentric model for us only seeing one side of the moon? What's the
I
excuse?
literally just told you it's tidally locked. That means the moon does not rotate.
Yeah. So the moon's always facing us. I've given you that. That's not the excuse
Right.
I'm looking for. The reason within the heliocentric model that we only see one side of the moon is distance to the moon.
Not a true statement.
What are you talking about?
The distance to the moon.
That does not
The
matter.
reason, It does. Within the heliocentric
The
model,
moon
that
stays at the same. The moon is getting closer, but
dude,
if you
dude,
put in a
you're not
very basic sense,
understanding
it
me.
is not changing any distance. The moon is the
Dude,
same distance from the Earth.
yes, and that's the reason within the heliocentric model that we only see 50% of it. 55 if you include
That
libration.
is not the reason.
It
That is not the
is. Do you
reason.
want me to
Do
cite
you know
it
what
for
tidally
you?
locked means?
Do you want me to cite it for you?
No, let me tell you what. Do you know what tidally locked is? Because I don't need to cite
Yes.
anything in
No,
this.
I don't want you to
What
prove
does
your
tidally
point.
locked mean? What does
Dude,
tidally locked mean?
I've given you this. It's always facing the
Give me the
same side
definition
of
of what
the...
tidally locked means because I told you something and you
Okay,
didn't
now
take it
he's
to heart. What does
spazzing.
it mean?
Dude,
I'm not
it's tidally
spazzing. I'm
locked.
asking you a question and you're not answering.
I've tried to answer you 5 times, but you keep talking. So within
Okay, tell me
your
what
model, the reason...
tidally locked. Tell me what it
Fuck
means.
me.
Okay, see how you just keep asking your question to Jedi's question?
Because you're not answering the question. I don't know
Because he
what the
asked
hell
the
you
question
want.
he's asking before you asked the question you're asking. That's why.
The reason within the heliocentric model that we only see one side of the moon is one, tidal locking. The gravitational force of the Earth and the gravitational force of the moon locks the moon in one position. We only see one side. The second
Right.
reason is the one that I brought up. So the second reason why we only see one side of the moon is the distance of the object known as the moon.
What?
Would you like me to cite this for you?
No, you're saying this like it makes sense.
No,
What
I
does that
don't
have to do
want
with
you to
any?
prove your point, Jedi.
Fuck me.
No,
these
I
people-
know. That's not the issue. What does the distance have to do with anything about seeing the moon
Yeah, that's
in the
not the
same
issue because I don't want to focus on that. I don't want you to prove your point, Jedi.
I'll explain it to you. If you've got
Okay,
a
explain it.
ball hanging, I'm trying to. If you've got a ball hanging from your ceiling and you observe it from one side of the moon, you see one side. You go to the other side of the ring, turn around, you're going to see more of a percentage of that ball. Now, if you move that ball really far away, because of your perspective, you're only going to see one side of it, depending on where you are. I hope that fucking helps. Would you like a citation?
But you're saying that like the moon doesn't set.
Just
The
whistle
moon
right
goes
past that
there.
question again.
No.
Would you like
No,
a
I mean
citation?
you
Just
didn't ask.
divert.
The dude didn't ask me a question, dude. He didn't ask me a question.
But
So you
he
need to
did.
like
But he did.
just drop it.
Would you like
Now
a
I'm gonna ask you
citation?
this.
That's a question, sir.
No, I don't want the citation because I can understand things
Okay,
far away if
right.
you can't
So,
completely
Jedi, I
understand
don't
both
want you to
sides of
prove
the
your
debate.
point.
Awesome.
I don't know why you're arguing with me, even though I'm not arguing with you. You're just talking. You're yapping. I'm gonna
Yeah,
mute you.
you're the
Dude.
one yapping through everything he's saying, and I'm exposing the idiocy of your replies. He's literally asked you at least 5 times
Yeah, I
now,
muted
would you like
you.
a
You're done.
citation?
I'm
And you
not. I can't hear
explicitly
you.
said every time,
Anyway,
with your
my
myopic,
point is simple.
idiotic focus on what you want to
Gregory?
The fact
say, you
that
say
you're saying
no,
the
and
moon
then just go on with
rotates.
whatever you want to yap
The moon.
about. That's what you've been doing repeatedly.
Gregory, 2 seconds. My friend, you've got Gregory muted. That's going to cause audio chaos. Remember, we are live streaming on YouTube. So please kindly unmute him. If you don't unmute him, we can't continue this conversation, dude.
You see how often that happens, Jedi?
I unmuted him, but I need him to not interrupt me when I'm talking.
I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you very much. Now,
Yeah, I did.
I'm just citing the heliocentric model. Yes, tidal locking, we've understood that. And the other reason is the distance to the object. I tried to demonstrate this with a hypothetical with you hanging a ball in your ceiling and understanding that if you move that ball really far away, your 2 observer positions are only going to see 50% of that surface. The same 50% of that surface.
And the distance also is part of the tidal locking that you're claiming. So distance is relative in all of this.
So please tell me how this doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Because the moon moves in the sky, it's not stationary.
That's just irrelevant to the
The
question.
moon, if you see the moon, it goes up and then down. It goes around the Earth.
Another
You're
reply
not.
that's
It's not like the
irrelevant to
moon
the
is far
question.
away and it doesn't move. It moves,
Thank
and it moves
Yes, you're right.
across.
Awesome. Thank you for proving that the things in the sky are moving, but not us.
Right. So if it does
Right.
move, it doesn't matter how far away it
The
is. You
celestial
would see a
bodies are moving,
different
therefore we
angle.
cannot only see one side of the moon. It's just flagrantly non sequitur. It's an irrelevant reply.
No, it isn't irregular, and I'll tell you why.
I didn't say
If you
irregular. I
see
said
the moon
irrelevant.
in the sky at a very far distance, really far away, however, that object is moving over our night sky, that means we would see it at a different angle, would we?
Which is
Not.
literally not the
Well,
question, nor is that entailed. Not
can
only
you
is that
ask
not
Gregory to
entailed,
stop
that's not the
interrupting me?
question. Your reply is irrelevant to the question.
I
You
don't know
haven't
what the question
justified
was because
saying
I didn't
that
think
we
I was being
wouldn't
asked
be
a
able to
question,
see
Gregory. Can
only
you
one
please stop
as he
interrupting
continues
me?
talking to me. I tried to talk to him just to ignore him, but he's persisting to do it. So there needs to be some censure.
Oh,
You,
hey,
with
hey,
your
Gregory.
reply, is obviously irrelevant to the question. You
Does
haven't
anybody else hear
justified
that?
saying that we could only see, that we would not only be able to see one
Gregory,
side of
you're
the
hot
moon
mic.
if the surface of the earth were horizontal and it orbit above the surface of the earth. You haven't justified that.
Does anybody else hear that? Somebody keeps on hot micing. Who was that?
Sorry, that might. I apologise.
No, it's not
Oh,
you.
no.
He's trolling. He's trolling me.
Greg is backfeeding through Ham's microphone.
Oh, I see that now. I see it. Oh, it's Gregory. Oh, okay. I see that now. Okay, no worries.
Okay,
Hey,
never
Gregory,
mind.
can you self-mute so we can continue the conversation?
No, you need to mute
Go ahead,
Ham.
go ahead,
No,
Jedi.
there it
Go ahead.
is. There's the troll.
I'll get him.
See, there it is.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
regardless of that distraction, because he was trying to do that so that people don't remember what I just said. So I'm going to say it again very quickly. Your reply is not logically relevant to the question. You are asserting that we would not be able or could not be seeing only one side of the moon if we were standing on a horizontal surface and the celestial bodies orbit above us. You haven't justified saying that.
What was the question then? Because you want me to answer a question. What was the question?
I just said the question. I'll say it again. The question to you is, why would we not be able to only see one side of the moon while standing on a horizontal Earth surface and the celestial bodies orbit above us? Why is that not possible?
Well, because we only see 55% of the moon, and it doesn't matter if the moon is far, far away. It moves throughout our sky, and if it moves throughout our sky, we'd see it at a different angle, but we don't see that. That's why it's not possible.
Okay, that's irrelevant. You're moving
What do
from.
you mean it's irrelevant? I told you why it doesn't
you're
happen.
Not, I literally said one word, dude. One word. You started interrupting. Your reply is literally irrelevant. You're moving from the premise this is the case to this is not possible. Just because it is the case, right, that you see the moon as it is, does not entail that it's not possible to see the moon as it is while standing on a horizontal surface. It's flagrantly non sequitur.
Okay, then I'll ask you this: if there's a person in front of you, and then there's someone behind you, and then there's someone behind the person that you're standing in front of, can the person behind the person, which you're seeing the face,
You need to
see
use
their face?
You need to use letters.
Yeah, that's. Hold on a minute, but whatever this guy's name
Okay,
is.
let me explain it better. That was poorly said.
No. That's not analogous. So
That is
everything that
analogous.
everything you're talking about is happening in the sky. So if you're gonna put a reference to something happening in the sky, you have to use something that's analogous to the thing that you see, like the moon, because that's what's in question right now. So if you're saying that it's gonna be analogous, you have to use something that's similar. You can't be using something that's on the ground.
Okay.
So
Imagine
something that's above your head.
You
Okay.
got to put your friend in the air.
Okay,
Way
yeah.
up the
Imagine
sky.
you put. Okay. I'll do it. Imagine you have a friend that's holding onto a bar in the air. There's someone in front of that friend and someone behind it. Can the person behind that friend see their face?
Dude, label them. You got to label these people.
Okay, there's friend A, friend B, and friend C.
Thank you.
Friend A is in the middle. Or no, let's do it easier. Friend B is in the middle. Friend A is in front. Friend C is in back. Can friend C see friend B's face?
Well, how
If
far
there's
is it? Doesn't
something
mean
completely obfuscating his face, then no.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
weird.
it doesn't matter how far, but he's
Yeah,
like
it does matter. That's the
he can see
problem.
him.
That's what you don't understand. It doesn't
Let's
matter.
try again. Let's not cross talk to one another to answer his question. Let's try again. If something is completely obfuscating his face, then no.
Well, at the
Yeah,
end of the day, we've
what's
been going around
obfuscating
in
his face?
circles here for about 30 minutes about this, yeah? But realistically, at the end of the day, all you're doing by stating that the moon proves the shape of the Earth is that you're begging the question, yeah? You're just arguing that the moon's behavior proves the Earth is a sphere, right? So you're assuming the very thing you're trying to prove, all the sphere does, or the Earth does, believed as a sphere, gives an example or an answer as to how the moon, the sun, and the stars could work on a sphere. It's not actually proving the shape of the Earth. Yeah.
Well, then my question is, how can you prove this can work for a flat Earth?
It's simple. I got the answer to that.
Well,
Okay.
There's a
And
simple
use the
answer.
friend analogy I made.
Yeah, no, you don't. I don't need to use that. I could use
No,
anything.
don't. Go ahead.
I can use anything that's analogous to like something in the sky. So if something's moving straight across the sky above your head, you will see it at an angle of view in a distance away from you. So the furthest distance away from you, the object is that you could see, right? Obviously, if you could see the thing, it will be at a lower angle of view to where you're at in proximity to you. As it reaches to like
Different
right
angle,
above
yeah.
as it reaches right above your head, it will reach a zenith point, right? Right where it's directly 90 degrees above your location, right? In proximity to you. So as it moves away, think about a protractor. You see everything in an angle of degrees, right? So this should make some sense to you. So as the thing moves away from you, even if it's moving straight across, it'll move from your location in an angle of view away from you. So as it's 90
Right.
degree
So you
position
see a different
above your head. Yeah, so it's pretty simple, right? We all see it in an angle of view from things that are at a fair distance away from us because of the way that our eyes view everything as a convergence. So we see everything
Right.
converging in the far distance. So that's optically the way we see things. Simply,
So
right?
my
We don't
point
have
is that we don't do that.
one second. So we don't have to think of the ground in any particular way. So the only thing that we're seeing in the far distance is an angle of view to the thing in the sky. So what we're seeing, right, as like you say, the sun, moon, or stars in the sky would be at an angle of view to how we see in the distance away from us. As it moves right above our heads, of course, it'll be 90 degrees, and then moving away from 90 degrees, it changes to a lower degree of angle of view. So that's simply how it works. So as you
Right,
can
perfect.
say, right. So that's the what you're talking about is the celestial sphere. So if you look at the celestial
Right.
sphere, it really goes into how this is possible. But not only that, it helps you understand because of the fact that we see everything in a convergence, right? Everything's converging to the eye line. So when you see things in the far distance, you see everything merging to like a point off into the distance.
Oh, now
That's
you're
just the
going
way
off
you see.
something else.
No,
Should
no, no.
I
It's not. It's,
say
listen, it's
something real
not
quick
something
though?
else. That's the reason why you see things arcing above your
Should I
head.
say something else?
The,
You're
the
bringing
reason
two
you
different
see
arguments together.
no, it's not because you're not
You
understanding the fact
are.
that no,
Dude,
because you're
you're not
not
even listening.
yeah, he's not understanding the fact that you see things converging to the eye line is because everything in the far distance is coming to a point like so. If you were to draw something on on a piece of paper, right? It doesn't matter what it is, like railroad tracks, telephone poles. It doesn't matter. Something that moves away from you will converge to your eye line. It will like compress and converge. So you'll start seeing things looking like they're moving off and in a tight convergence off into the distance. So that means that when something's above your head, it looks like it's coming up over an angle. So that way it looks like from, let's say, from the ground all the way above your head to a 90 degree position, it looks like it's arcing above your head in an angle of view. So it's the same thing. But you don't understand that because you've never talked about it in this way. So it can happen
Well,
without
let me
using the idea that the Earth is a globe.
So you're saying, so you do agree that we'd see a different angle, right?
Yes, of course.
We don't. We only see
Yes,
55% of the moon.
No. We're not talking about the
Just
moon.
said I do agree and just
Yes, we
raising
are.
it
We're
like
talking
he
about the
doesn't.
moon.
Dude, we're not talking about how much we can see of the moon. We're talking about the moon's movement throughout the night sky or the daytime
Right.
sky. It doesn't matter.
So
So
if the
as
Earth
it moves,
is flat, we see different angles of the moon, but we don't.
no, listen, brother. We're not talking about how much of the moon we can see. We're talking about where in the sky the moon is in relation to us. It will change an angle of view depending on where it is. So if you were
Right, but
stationary,
it doesn't.
yes, dude, it does.
No,
So
it
if you were
doesn't. I told
listen,
you, we only see
hold
one
on
face
a
of the
Just
moon.
second,
chanting
brother.
through his refutation.
Brother, if you're looking at the moon coming out at the eastern horizon, it's at a lower angle of view to when it's like at closer to where it's above your head. It's going to change an
Exactly.
angle of view. Do you
But it
understand that,
doesn't.
right?
Yeah,
What do
I
you mean
know
it
it, but it
doesn't?
doesn't. Because you
What
can
do
look
you
in the
mean?
sky and you still see the same face of the moon.
That's not what I'm talking about. The face of the moon is
Okay,
irrelevant
let
at
me
this
tell you
point.
something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If you draw on a sphere, you can try to get a ball, draw on a sphere, and change the angle back and forth. You see a different face. It would look different, but that's not the case with the moon. I'm sorry. I don't know what you were explaining to me. You were explaining literally what my point. If you draw on a ball and then make it go up and down over your head, you'd see different angles. But we don't see that.
Okay.
That's my point.
Yeah, you're trying to make it sound
So
like
it's not a sphere.
you're trying to make it sound like it's a sphere, right? Do you know that the
So
moon's
you're
a
saying
sphere?
the moon is not
Hold
a
on a
sphere?
second. Wait a minute. Wait. So that I think that's becoming more of an issue. Do you think the
That's
moon's
not
a
the
sphere?
example.
Is the
Yes,
moon a
but
sphere?
explain how a flat moon would work.
Sir, answer my question. Is the moon a sphere?
I said yes. I said yes.
How do you know? Okay,
But I
how do
also
you know
wanted
that?
you to explain
How
to
do you know
me
that?
how a
How do
flat
you
moon
know
would
that?
work.
How do you know that? Answer my question.
Well, I know for different reasons the same. I know it's an explanation that explains why the Earth is round,
I don't
as in a
care about
sphere.
explanation, sir. Do you know if the moon is
Okay.
a sphere? And tell me how it's a
Yes.
sphere. Go ahead.
Because when all forces on an object are equal, it turns into a sphere.
No, forces aren't like that. Okay, so if you know it's a sphere, what would need to be done if you could tell me that you're really sure that it's a sphere? Don't tell me about forces. I want you to know how the moon's a sphere because you just finished saying you can only see 55% of it. How can you see the rest
Right.
percentage? Oh, yeah, right. How can you see the rest of it?
Well, if you shine a light on the moon, which, waxing and all that, when it has different phases of the moon, you'd see that it's a sphere because
You
the
don't
way the
know
light
that. You
bounces
just
on
saw
the object.
55%. You told me you can only see 55%.
You're right. You're absolutely right. But I'm
Where's
talking
the
about the
rest
way
of
light
it?
behaves
So
on
where's the
that
rest of it?
55%.
So where's the rest of it?
Probably on the moon. I don't know what you mean. Where's the rest of it?
How can you know only 55% of the moon is what you think is a sphere, and where's the rest of the sphere? If you can't complete the whole entire sphere, it's not a sphere. You can only assume that it's one, but you can't know that it is one.
Well,
Said
do
probably on
you
the
think
moon.
that the moon has a gravitational pull?
I don't care about what
Look,
you ask. Don't ask me what I think. I want you
Well,
to
then
tell
I'm
me how
not.
you
I'm
know.
going to say it then. The moon has a
look. Let me
gravitational
say
pull. That
this.
means
Let me
it's
say this.
gravity, and the
No,
Let me
no,
say
moon
no, no.
this.
pulls towards the planet.
You're not gonna steamroll me forward and say that you're just gonna say that there's forces going on.
You literally said you didn't
You're
want to
gonna
answer the
either be
question.
honest.
I'm
You're gonna
explaining.
either be honest in this discussion and tell me that you know that the moon is 100% a sphere, not 55%.
Okay, I'm explaining it to you, and you're telling me I'm steamrolling you. Let me explain it then. Okay? Okay. So the moon has gravity. Tides.
You don't know that.
That's
You
my
don't know that.
Let me
You don't
finish.
know
Let
that.
me
I do
finish.
know that because tides.
No, you're not gonna finish. You don't know that. I'm not gonna let you persist when you don't know that. Do you know
I
that the
don't
moon
know
has
that. I
gravity?
do know
Hold
that.
on. I'm going to peel back the layer of onion in this like logical path you want to take us on. Do you know the moon has gravity?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Tides.
Tides? Okay.
Yes.
Our tides
How
therefore
do
the
you
moon
know?
has gravity.
How do you know that the moon's affecting the tides?
Because low tide is okay. I'm going to explain it to you this way.
What?
Okay. Low tide is when the long periods. Okay. When force is exerted on the moon and sun.
You don't know, do you? I need you to say that you don't know. Save all of this hemming and hawing. Say you don't know, and we can move on. It's not going to help you to say a bunch of bullshit right now. You're not going to throw a bunch of shit at the wall and hope it sticks. If you don't know, say you don't know. I'm waiting.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
When the moon is orbiting the Earth, it pulls.
Okay, stop there. Now I need you to tell me, have you ever seen the moon orbit the Earth? Go.
Yes, it does all the time.
Okay, so have you ever observed the moon orbiting the Earth?
Yes.
When?
When I look outside.
Okay, what is an orbit?
When a spherical object in this case, a spherical object is circling around another spherical.
Okay, so have you ever seen the moon circle around the Earth?
Yes.
When?
When I look outside.
Have you seen the complete orbit?
No, but other people.
Okay, so no is the answer. So no orbit witnessed. So you can't assume that it's orbiting because you just finished saying right now, no, you didn't witness an orbit. So how are you proceeding to say that it's an orbit when you've never witnessed one?
Well, because I've seen
more excuses, I presume. We don't need that. We need you to drop your excuses. You've never seen an orbit to keep saying, look how far down the road we are. We're about 7 degrees away from where you started your premise. So I just want to show you that your logic path is flawed right now. So right now you have never witnessed an orbit, and you want to persist to tell me that you have seen an orbit. You've never seen one.
If you
Is
keep
that
muting
true?
me, I'm just gonna...
Of course, yeah. You can leave if you'd like, because you really don't have an answer, do you? That's your little exit strategy, isn't it?
Yeah, he's gone.
He's gone.
So
It's just circular reasoning, yeah? He's just trying to use the
terrible
explanation the
induction.
globe. He's just trying to use the explanation the globe gives for the sun and the moon to prove the sun and the moon. It's circular reasoning. It's begging the question, and it's an appeal to ignorance, yeah? I don't
So
know
it
why we
began
argued with him for an hour.
Yeah. So it began with him belligerently asserting repeatedly that we cannot see the moon as it is. We cannot see only one side of the moon while standing on a horizontal surface with the celestial bodies moving. Didn't give a single deductive argument to indicate that proposition is true. Just kept repeating the proposition over and over again. Or give terrible appeals to irrelevant premises where he appeals to that which is the case to try and prove that this cannot be the case. Just because it is the case that this is the situation does not at all indicate that it's impossible for something else to be the case. This is ridiculous. He didn't give any deductive argument to prove that
May I
proposition
speak
true.
now?
And then after that, Alpha interrogated him on his cosmological lore with the moon. Didn't give a single empirical appeal
May I
whatsoever.
speak?
I'm obviously
You're
not
speaking
done.
for me. You're speaking for me, which is
Like this
Yeah.
idiot thinks that every time someone else speaks, that's his cue to speak. So, since he's returned, let's try again. Make this very clear.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
What is your point right now, Elbow?
You're talking to me? Like 100%?
Yes, I am.
Okay. The moon does not work on a flat earth.
Yeah, that's not what it. Hey, hold on a second. You just
An
come back.
argument from ignorance.
You just come back into chat after leaving the chat because you didn't want to answer my questions, and then you come back like a diva and you want to act like you want to have a conversation when you want. I don't think so, bud. Now you didn't answer the questions that I was asking you, and you left, and you want to come back and just start off wherever you want. I don't think so. It's not how it works.
It's disrespectful.
Yeah, you just like plug in your ears or
told me to
muting yourself,
leave,
or
and I did.
if you were gonna say, "Well, I'm gonna only stay here if you let me talk," no, you're not
I didn't
like
say
an entitled
that.
baby here.
I didn't say
All right,
that.
so
Yeah,
first of
you
all,
did.
I
This
said
is how
I
it's
was
going to work, dude.
arguing from you.
Listen, this is how it's going to work, yeah? You're going to have a discussion and you're going to answer the question directly and not run off on a tangent. Yeah, if you're going to run off about gravity causing and creating spheres, etc., you are going to get muted because you're running off on a tangent. We can cover that later in the discussion if you
Very cool.
like.
So
But
so
let's
what's your
stay on
question?
track, dude.
yeah, Greg,
what's your
can you hold on? He's gonna give you one. Greg, can you pick up the point? I'm gonna take off.
Yeah. So concerning your cosmological lore about the moon being a sphere, let's see if you can succinctly tell us how you know the moon is a sphere. Go ahead.
All right. So, if okay, I can't give you a hypothetical if the moon is flat. I'll just tell you the moon is a sphere because that's what I propose. The moon is a sphere
How'd you know?
because what?
How do you know? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. On a spherical planet, we are able to see the moon's same face because the moon is tidally locked. That means the moon is not looking. Now, I'm not done. If the moon was flat, it doesn't matter what orientation, we would see a different angle as it goes over our sky. That's just not how it is.
Who said it's flat?
Yeah, let's.
Well, I'm saying
hang
it's
on.
round. I don't know what else it could be.
Going on
It is round. It's circular.
I'm saying
Going
it's
on
a
red herring.
sphere. I don't know what else it could be.
Elbow,
And
can
it
you
doesn't
hear me?
matter if
Tina?
it's like if it's a
Elbow,
half
can you hear me?
circle or not. You would still see a different angle in the sky if it's moving over our sky the way it does.
Elbow,
That's my
can you
point.
hear Gregory, or have you muted
There-
him?
Go ahead. I didn't mute him.
Okay, cool. No worries.
He got muted himself, actually. So that, yeah,
Okay,
there it
let's
is.
try again. Let's try again. Your answer to my question was because the moon is tidally locked. So your supporting premise is the moon is tidally locked, therefore the moon is a sphere.
I said
It's
more than that,
flagrantly
though.
non sequitur.
I said more than that.
You went off on a red herring talking about the moon
I
being
didn't say
flat,
that
which is
either.
irrelevant. Right? You had two parts to your answer. The supporting premise, one of the two supporting premises is the moon is tidally locked, and the other one was if the moon were flat, a red herring tangent about the moon being flat, which is irrelevant to the question. So
So then I'll say it like this.
let's focus and stop distorting what I'm saying to you. The reason you gave is flagrantly non sequitur. It does not follow from the premise the moon is tidally locked, therefore it's a sphere. The moon could be tidally locked and not be a sphere. The premise that the moon is tidally locked does not indicate nor inform anyone that it's a sphere.
Okay, can I explain?
Probably not.
I really don't know if Gregory's going to interrupt me, but he's being
Okay.
silent.
Let me cover your first point about tidally locking. Yeah, let's go one point at a time.
How do you know that?
Because we only see one face of the moon. That's why we know it's tidally locked.
Well, how do you know it has another one? How do you know it has another one?
Another what?
Face that you don't see.
I'm trying to explain why it's a sphere so I can explain to you why we don't see a different face.
Yeah, I haven't heard you explain that yet.
Okay. If the moon was not a sphere, then we would see it at a different angle to where we could tell it's not a sphere.
Okay, in what way?
What do you mean? If it's a half circle, I'm trying to say it. I'm trying to say it.
This different angle and the effects of it that we would.
I am trying to say it. Let me say it. If it's a half sphere, then we would see it's a half sphere as it
doesn't look like a half
descends
sphere.
from the sky.
Next.
Right?
Okay.
So if it's if it's flat,
without being
we would
able to
see it
verify-
flat when it descends from the night sky. But we
Who
don't
says
see
it's flat?
that.
This
The point is that you never see the opposite side. Yeah. So by looking at the moon, you can't state 100% that it's a sphere because you have never seen that other side. Yeah. But to say that the moon is tidally locked and this is proving something, yeah, then you're relying on specific gravity dynamics, yeah, that already propose the spherical Earth and the heliocentric model without any independent evidence, right? So again, you're just begging the question here, right? Now, there could be, without investigating other mechanisms behind what could be occurring other than gravity, we could maybe propose, say, electromagnetic forces or something else that's unknown.
go differently if
Again,
you want.
all you're doing there is you're arguing from ignorance. So again,
Okay, well then I won't argue from
bringing
ignorance.
bringing up the point that somehow what we see the moon doing or how we see the moon looking on its own is not proof of
I'm
the
losing my
surface
mind.
property
Let me
of the Earth.
explain.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something else. So you guys are aware that other planets have moons, right?
Other planets? How do you know the Earth's a planet?
Whoa, man, that's a leap of logic.
God, this is really
Okay,
painful.
you know that
Listen,
planets have
listen to me.
moons. I'll just say
Elbow,
that.
listen to
You know
me.
that Mars has a moon, right?
Elbow, listen to me. Listen to me. This is very painful. Because every premise you've appealed to so far as the point as supporting premises to indicate your conclusion is so flagrantly irrelevant it's not even funny. I can't even find humor in it. First you appeal to the premise of the moon being tidally locked. Then you appeal to the premise of there being other moons around other planets. None of that informs you that the moon that we've only ever seen is a ball. You can have a moon be tidally locked and it not be a sphere. You can have other so-called moons around other so-called planets and the moon around that we've only ever seen and not be a sphere. It's a terrible inductive argument.
What's tidally locked? What's tidally locked mean again?
It means that the
Well,
okay.
we covered
It means
that.
that the
We've gone
sphere-
past that point, yeah. Now we're up to what? Moons on other planets, yeah? So
Yeah,
again,
we-
I'd like to take it back to
Well-
Heretic's question, where Heretic asked you, how do you know that the Earth is a planet? So do you know what a planet is? What is the definition of a planet?
Hold on, I have my. Hold on.
AJ, how are you going to relate that to
The definition of a
premise about the
planet-
Earth being a moon?
One
Oh,
question.
the moon being a
My-
sphere. I said that wrong.
Okay, so what he's claiming is that there's other planets that have moons. How's he going to verify? And Heretic's question was, how did he verify that the Earth is actually a planet? So first we need to
Well-
have a look, I suppose, at what the definition of an actual planet is,
Okay, please.
so that we can verify this info.
So I'm going to tell you this. Can you let me
As worthy
speak?
as that is, hang on. As worthy as that is, that's a red herring. Because even if there are other planets with other moons, even if that were true, that is not indicative of the moon we've only ever seen to be a sphere. That could be true, while the moon we've only ever seen is not a sphere. So
Exactly.
appealing to other planets existing and them also having other moons is not indicative of the premise the moon is a sphere to be true. It's a weak, terrible, god-awful inductive argument.
Let me speak.
I agree with you, Gregory. I was just taking him down another path, that was all, and I was following Heretic's path there, but I'm not saying you're wrong. I agree with you. I was just taking another path, dude.
Well, everything this guy says, he just stacks assumption on top of assumption. The next thing that he backs his first assumption with is just another assumption. It's
Can I
assumption all the
speak?
way down. The moon's a sphere, and I know that because I assume that the Earth is a planet, and blah, blah, blah. On it goes. It's just one assumption piled on top of another on another.
Okay, so the point
Yeah,
is
and that
not-
was where I was trying to go, yeah? I was trying to go down that path so we could point those out.
Jesus Christ. Yes, we get it. We get it where you're trying to go. The issue is not that I'm assuming that the Earth is a planet. The issue is that those planets that you may not think Earth is a planet, but those planets have moons, right?
So,
That's
okay,
not
moons
the
pertain
issue.
to planets then.
Hmm?
So
What
moons
was
pertain to
happening?
planets?
Two people were talking at the same
A
time.
moon is a thing that a planet has?
I didn't hear what you said.
Why? I've said it like 3 times. So the moon is a thing that a
Because you
planet
get feedback from what I'm saying. That's why. I can't.
So is
I
a moon a thing that a planet has?
I hear myself through your mic. I can't hear you. Just
Okay, shut up.
Idiot. I'll say it.
Well, to be fair, if there is an echo, that is a problem.
Yeah, there was a bit of an echo there, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try again. Okay, is a moon a thing a planet has?
It doesn't need to, but some do.
It doesn't need to be a planet. So I'm
Sounds
just
like a
wondering how
long
you know
yes.
that those things that you're calling moons, pertaining to the planets in the sky, how do you know that that's the same thing that we have in the sky that we call a moon?
Well, considering that they, since we've been on other planets, but you guys don't believe that.
What? Who's been
You don't
on another
believe that we've
planet?
been on other
How do you
planets.
even know this is a planet to begin with? You never told us that.
How do I know this is a planet?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
the reasonings I'd give you wouldn't believe because you don't believe in gravity.
Okay, so nothing. You're just
That's how
gonna
you
give us
know
nothing.
the Earth is a planet because we
I
wouldn't
was going to
believe
give you
it.
something, but you're not
Listen,
going to
dude.
believe it.
No, dude. No one said we didn't believe in gravity. Yeah. And this is where we're back to my question. What is a planet? What's the definition?
It's a clump of matter that, due to gravity, create a sphere, most likely when all forces are equal, pushing that matter into a single point where it is a stable piece of matter. There's no nuclear
story.
fusion. There's nothing crazy. I'm
Okay.
just going off from what I understand. What
Do
was
you have a
said.
measurement now to
So
demonstrate
from,
that the Earth is a planet?
if you have a look in the chat from Oxford Dictionaries, a celestial body moving in an elliptical orbit around a star. So when have you witnessed the Earth as a celestial body moving an elliptical orbit around a star?
When a year goes by. Do you know what
That's not an
perihelion means?
observation. The year elapsing is not an observation.
Do you know what perihelion means?
You were talking past what I just said to you. The instance of a year elapsing is not an observation. That's categorically erroneous.
You're just telling me no to what I just said, and I go, okay,
No, I
fine.
didn't say
But
no.
do you know what a
Even though I
perihelion
just
is?
said no.
I'm not,
Listen,
yeah.
you're talking.
It's when
Try
it's
again.
closest to the sun, so it would have to be moving now. Show that it's moving.
Right, and you know what happens when it's closer to the sun?
No. We're not going to disrespect AJ's question. He said, "How do you know the Earth is a celestial body?" You have no idea how funny this question is and how screwed you are. How do you know the Earth is a celestial body orbiting a star? And your answer was when the year elapses. The year elapsing is not indicative of the Earth being a celestial body orbiting a star.
Dude, you need
It's a
to
terrible
stop.
argument.
You need to stop. You need to stop this, dude.
Pretty
Because you're
weak
just
argument,
bringing
bro.
up stuff that I
Pretty
was
weak.
bringing up before. I'm on a
Totally
different
weak.
topic, dude. I'm talking about
Right, yeah.
perihelion.
Okay, yeah. So
Just
planets
ignore
move,
it.
right? You can't have a perihelion without a thing moving. So how do you know the Earth to be in motion?
Because we go further and closer away from the star.
Okay, you're just once again
Begging the
asserting that we
question.
move. How do you know that?
Because weather changes. It gets hotter when
Weather
we're closer
changes,
to the sun.
therefore
and-
we are spinning around
Terrible
the star.
induction. Terrible
When
induction.
weather gets hotter because we're closer to the sun, it gets hotter, and then when
Weather
we're
gets
further,
hotter.
it's
Time out.
colder.
So could that just be an effect? So could that just be an effect of the sun moving? Then we got closer to the sun because the sun came closer to us.
Wait.
No,
It's not
You
true.
want to
That's
know
not
why?
true.
Because the
Try
sun
to
is the
stop
same
him.
size in the sky.
No, it's not.
Why? Because it's light.
No, it's not. It changes angular size throughout the year.
That's throughout the day as well.
Yeah.
But it's the same way how other planets are moving around the sun.
Okay, we never established that this is a planet, so why are you saying
Greg,
other? And I never saw them move around the sun either. Don't know how you know that either. See,
Well,
that's
yeah,
two
you could
assumptions
actually
right
see it.
there.
You could see planets orbit
You
the
can
sun.
see the planets and the sun at the same time, eh? How'd you do that?
Because okay, I really don't want to look things up because that's not the point of
You
this.
just want to talk shit.
But you could, you
That's
could,
cool,
if
man.
I can,
I don't want to inform myself.
I got a question. I'm gonna raise my hand. So you said we get closer to the sun and it gets hotter. Is that right?
Right.
So right now it's summertime. I'm sweating my ass off. Fucking, it's crazy hot here. We're actually 3 million miles farther away from the sun this time of year, according to the globe model.
Yeah, true.
So take that with you, bro.
That's a good point. You're at odds with your own claim there.
Exactly.
You got to go figure this out. It's the angle to the sun that actually causes it, not the distance or proximity, according to you guys.
23.
So you don't know the Earth is a planet. You don't know the moon is a sphere. You've given terrible inductive arguments that are just
Oh my god, you keep on
not even
restating
funny.
things we already experienced. You're doing a play-by-play with stuff we already heard. What's the point? Keep going.
Okay,
I'm
now
done.
you're shouting at me with stupid contempt like I'm the one being ridiculous for some reason.
Keep going. I'm done. Keep going. I'm not done arguing. I'm done
Okay,
listening.
now you're giving me an
So keep
instruction
going.
that I did not need you to tell me.
What, you stopped, Gregory? What the hell?
Elbows.
You're supposed to do a
And now
play-by-play.
he's
Stop.
pausing.
Okay, elbows. Right. So when we stand outside, we all witness the same thing. We see the sun move across the sky.
Yep.
At 12 noon, it appears to be at its highest point in the sky. Right. So from viewing the sun and the celestial bodies the way we do, where they observe to be moving across the sky, how have you then come to the conclusion that it is the Earth that's rotating and moving and not those celestial bodies as we appear to see?
I'm going to say something none of y'all like, but we need to get back to what I started with in the first place. Because I need for you
No,
all
we are
Just
to
ignore
explain
what
to
AJ
me
said again.
how.
hang on. We are on that topic, yeah, and you've asserted a few times now about the other planets and the Earth being a planet. We haven't had a sufficient answer. All we've had is you talking through everybody and making assertions. So now I'm asking you the question, when we go outside and we witness the sun take its path across the sky, how then do you jump to that conclusion that it is not the sun that's moving but us?
Crickets.
It's a good
It's
question.
crickets because I rebuked the question. I'm going to go back to what I
Rebuke
started
the
originally.
question, not the
No,
person. The
no,
question itself.
no, because we went way
What
too
error
far.
did the question
I
commit?
went way. Gregor, you're doing a play-by-play, but I'm going to let you go. Go ahead.
It's literally not a play-by-play. I'm asking you what you just said. So you're rebuking the
What I
question,
just said?
not the
Okay, I'll
person who
tell you what
said
I
the
just said.
question,
I'm going to get
but
back
the
to the
question.
nucleus
And
of
now
the
you're
topic.
talking to me again.
Okay, now you're doing a play-by-play again.
And now you're talking to me again.
So you're going to yield here that
Go ahead,
you
Gregory. I'm
can't
not
show.
stopping
You're
you.
still talking to
So
AJ.
you're going to yield here that you can't explain how we live
No,
on a
I'm not
planet, how
yielding.
you've made that
I'm yielding
observation,
to
and you want
whatever
to
the
go
hell you
back.
guys are going on about, but I'm
You're
not
still
yielding to
talking to
one thing.
AJ.
How would the moon function on a flat Earth?
What's the moon?
Oh,
It's
On a
not our
flat Earth.
problem.
The moon is the thing in the sky that you see every night. But how would it function with a flat Earth?
Doesn't
We
matter.
don't know what the moon actually is, dude.
Doesn't
We're not-
matter. It's real. You see it. How would it
It's
work?
not our fucking problem. We don't have to make a claim about
What do
it.
you mean it's not our problem? You were
I
trying to say
just
the Earth is
told you.
flat.
We don't have to make a claim about it.
You're the one who's saying the Earth is flat, dude.
Yeah,
Dude,
so
you're
the moon would be
obviously
non
So how
desperately
would the moon
sequitur.
trying
work?
to embarrass us about
Measures
our
flat.
So how would the moon
cosmological
work?
lore.
Tell me.
No, you're obviously
Okay,
trying to
Elbows.
embarrass us about our cosmological lore because we're embarrassing
No,
you about
Gregory,
your
you're doing a play-by-play
cosmological
again.
lore.
I don't care.
So you're ravenously and savagely trying
You're
to
doing a
scrutinize us,
play-by-play.
interrogating
I'll let you
us.
go.
That's right,
That's
Gregory.
all you're doing. Now you're just talking
No,
through
go
what I'm
ahead.
saying
Go
to you.
ahead, Gregory.
You're
Keep
just
doing your
bickering
play-by-play.
now. You're just bickering
I'll shut
now.
up.
He's obviously just bickering now. Yeah,
Well,
finally.
what I'm going to say is that whatever the moon is doing, it's doing above the surface of the Earth. Now, if we can
Right.
measure the Earth to have no curvature as per the rate required, and we can measure the Earth as a horizontal plane with topography,
Stationary.
we don't need to explain what the
What do
sun
you
and
mean
the
you don't
moon are
need to
doing. We
explain
don't need to replace
Why do you not need to
the
explain
belief.
it?
We don't need to replace,
Why
the
do you not need
belief.
to explain it?
So all you've given is an explanation
I'm
based
not
on the
asking about me.
globes.
I'm asking
Hang
about
on,
you.
listen to me, please. What you've done is you've given an explanation on how the globe would explain that the sun and the moon and the celestial bodies work. Yeah, we don't need to give an explanation on how these things work. We don't need to replace your cosmology, especially when we can measure the surface properties to be flat. Yeah. So if we can measure it to be flat, then the sun and the moon are doing what they're doing. And obviously, there needs to be some further investigation into what they're doing over that flat surface. But we don't have to have an answer to debunk anything with the globe.
Then how come the boats go over the horizon?
It's a whole other thing, dude.
Oh, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. The fact that
Alright.
you can't find an explanation. The fact that you guys can't find an explanation for why the moon behaves.
We don't care. It doesn't matter. It's non sequitur to the surface, which would be
It's non
determined
sequitur. The
via
fact that
direct
you can't explain
measurement.
Look,
What's
if you're
wrong
claiming
with
the
you,
flat,
bro? We're talking about the surface and the way it's
Down here,
observed and
bro.
measured
Down
and
here on
practically
Earth.
used, and you start pointing at shit in the sky like that has anything to do with the point. The fuck's wrong with you?
Stay down here, man. Stay on Earth, man.
oh
You
well,
ever
I
heard,
see a moon
you
in
ever
the
heard the
sky, and it
term?
seems like it doesn't work
So
on a flat
what?
Earth.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Okay, your little conception of what it is maybe doesn't, because you have a concept built up on the supposition of the Earth being a ball. Sorry, that's your problem, not ours. We're just looking at the surface directly and going, nah, that's not a globe. We don't need to do anything else about the shit in the sky. It doesn't matter.
Elbow,
That's
did you
kind of sad that you
intend
guys
at all
actually
to
did
talk
give
about
up.
geodesy? Or did you
Now you're
only
doing a
want to talk
play-by-play
about the
again,
celestial
Gregory.
bodies?
Go ahead. I'll shut up. Go.
Well, come up
Did
with
you
like something
intend
that's
to talk about
sequitur.
geodesy? Did you intend to talk about geodesy at all, or did you only want to talk about the celestial bodies?
That's not a non sequitur, Gregory. That's something else. But
It's
so
not relevant to what I just asked you.
That's a good
no, it
question.
isn't relevant because you never do anything relevant. And in fact, my
Okay,
point
you're
was
just talking back with
Stop
capitals. You're not
whining.
engaging.
Damn, he's spiraling.
He's crying. Can you say
Okay.
something sequitur? We're talking about the Earth itself.
right.
Like, do you have a
So if the
measurement or
Earth is
something that you could
flat, then
provide?
so if the Earth is flat, then it would be easy to explain why the moon behaves this way.
No, let's see, you've done it again. Gone off to something
What? I'm
completely non
confused.
sequitur.
Are you saying
It
the moon is
doesn't
not
matter.
real?
We're not talking about.
Well,
No,
why
you
does it
moron.
matter?
Where
Why
did I
does it
say
not matter?
that? Because I've
Why does
told
it
you
not matter?
already. It's not. It has nothing
This is
directly to
trolling.
do with
Why
the
does it
point
not
itself.
matter?
He's
Are
trolling.
you must be brain dead or something, or trolling, I guess. But it
He's
has
just
nothing to
trolling.
do with the point itself, which is the surface. You start pointing directly away from that and talking about something completely else. The shit in the sky. We're just dealing directly with the surface. If you have something to show us that demonstrates, okay, yeah, that would be a globe, then let's please hear about it. But so far, you just keep going right off that topic every time it comes up.
He did bring up boats. Come on.
Yeah. Look,
No,
the logic,
no, don't
the
bring it
logic
back
here.
to
Hang
both.
on,
That
man.
was a joke.
The logic here. The logic here is that, well, you measure the Earth to be flat, but that can't be because you can't tell me what the moon's doing.
Yeah, I can't fathom the moon. I don't have a proper story for the moon if it's flat. What's that, dude?
What? That's literally what I'm saying. Can you explain the moon?
Yeah, no, that's the problem. It's stupid. You can't fathom a story for it if oceans and lakes and bodies of water rest flat. Who cares? That's your problem. Figure something out. I don't care. Show us direct surface measurements that demonstrate that we're wrong. We'll deal with that. Thanks.
And the surface of the Earth and oceans are horizontal.
Gregory, do
you
your planet
don't
plan,
know
then
the
I'll speak.
celestial bodies are spheres. You don't know the moon is a humongous spherical rock.
going,
You
Gregory.
don't know the
You're reeling
distance
me
to
in
the
here.
celestial bodies. You don't know the size of the
You're
celestial
really
bodies.
reeling
We
me in
don't
here
live
this
in a
time.
cosmic vacuum, and you don't know that
Gregory,
we live in a cosmic
you should do
vacuum either.
football or any sport.
Yeah, you're trolling
Anyway,
now. You're just
Why
what
are
I
you
was
just
saying.
talking through him? Like
Because
he's
Gregory has
concisely
literally
pointing
nothing to
out
add. He's doing a
what you're
play-by-play.
denying, and then you're denying it as he's explaining what you're denying. It's absurd. Like
Yeah,
you
listen,
act
dude.
like nobody else is in the room. We know what time it is.
Hey,
Elbows.
late
Gregory has not had one personal attack towards you. Gregory is just explaining the position and your position, which turns into personal attacks on Gregory. If you do it again, I'm going to leave you on mute. Keep it to the conversation about the Earth. Leave the personal attacks out of it.
But the shit in the sky.
Hey,
Right. Okay,
there's
fine.
other moons on planets, bro.
Hey, can I speak?
But my moon did.
Anyway,
My moon did.
Now you're
Anyway,
complaining about people
so
talking through you. You
I'm
don't
gonna
like when
do a
people
play-by.
interrupt you, don't you? You don't like
I'm
that, do
gonna do
you?
a play-by-play myself, and it's gonna be very simple.
Yeah, you don't
I
like that,
brought
do
up
you?
to you the
You're not gonna
idea
answer
that
my
the
question,
flat
will you?
Earth would not correspond. I'm telling you now. What I did is I said the moon would not work if.
No, I've already told you we don't care about the stuff in the sky.
chanting.
It's non sequitur. It's beside the point. You're making an illogical leap from one thing to the next. We want to deal directly with the surface. Try again.
Bring it back down to Earth, man. Check it out.
You're muting me mid-sentence.
Yes, I am, because we've dealt with this moon crap. It's non sequitur. Doesn't follow.
Knowing the nature of the
Hey,
moon
AJ,
is not a
I think you're the
logical
head honcho
prerequisite
here.
to
Could you
knowing
let
the
me like
orientation of
speak?
the surface of the Earth.
Because people keep
And you just
muting
did it
me.
again, talking right through me
though.
again. Okay. Knowing the
I'm
nature
not
of the
saying anything
moon,
crazy.
he's still doing it again. Knowing the nature of the moon is not a logical prerequisite to knowing the nature of the Earth. It is not as though we need to know the specific nature of the moon in order to know the surface of the Earth and oceans are horizontal. Stop acting as though that's a logical prerequisite.
I'm gonna do a bet with you guys.
Nah.
Switch
I
it
bet
up.
you not.
It's amazing how these people do it. Like they don't even run out. They just repeat themselves over and over again. When their insanity and stupidity, they just contrive some other cavil to talk back with and not engage in the discourse.
TikTok brain.
Okay, Elbows. We're going to move off the moon. Yeah, we've covered it. All right. Now,
No,
we can
you
let
didn't cover it.
Hang on. We have given our answer. You have given yours. You don't have to like what has been said, yeah? If you want to believe that's a win for you, then you can believe that's a win for you, yeah? We can let the audience decide here. We're on YouTube. There's people tuning in. So they can make their own decisions based off what's been in the chat and what's been discussed, yeah? So do you have any other evidence, Earth-based, that would show that we're living on a globe? So we can move this on.
Yeah, because I got one for you. You can't explain the Earth being flat when you claim that it's a globe.
What?
Yeah, you can't explain water and its horizontal nature when at rest with the Earth being a globe. You can't explain that. That's why you keep going off of that.
Bendy water.
If the Earth's a globe, explain the horizontal water.
Bendy
I'm
water.
just gonna say this. I'm
You
gonna
can't
say
explain
this, and I'm
that.
gonna hope you guys
You
won't
can't
be-
explain that. You want to talk about shit people can't
No,
explain.
no. You're
Yeah, you can't. That's why you're just chanting through me now.
It's very fine. It's very fine, but I just would like to be. I would like to say one last thing. To not be muted mid sentence.
Nah, it's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. Next.
You can't, dude. Don't you know you
come
set
on.
yourself up every
You're
time you do
muting me
that?
mid sentence.
Yeah, you're talking about muting, which isn't the topic. So yeah, you got muted
Set
mid-sentence.
yourself up, man. Don't take it personally.
I'm not
Just-
taking it personally. No, of course not.
To keep the conversation moving sometimes, and you got to do it. It's just
Yeah,
part
we
of
put
the
it very simple.
program.
So you can't explain water being horizontal when it comes. Yeah, okay, that's nice rambling. You can't explain water being horizontal when it comes to rest on a globe. Why can't you explain that?
Yeah, so elbows in the chat at 57 minutes past the hour. There's 2 citations.
I just said the end.
One from science, pre-K. Water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted upon by another force such as wind. And we have water seeks its own level. This is one of the realities of life. So how do you explain, as per Heretic's question, horizontal level water on a sphere?
Okay.
You can't explain this.
I can't explain it, but you guys won't believe the things I'm explaining because you're saying, "Oh, you're making a huge leak in logic."
So
Okay, you're not explaining it, so I still think you can.
We don't need to know what we're going to believe and what we're going to listen to. We just need you to give the explanation, and we will decide and make a rebuttal.
Very well. If the Earth is a sphere, that means, or not even just a sphere with gravity. That means the center of gravity, because a sphere has a center that's very much in its. Okay. When gravity pulls an object to its center, that means, and the object is against another object, of course.
Struggling so hard to recite this
I'm not.
cosmological.
Can you let me speak, dude? If it's in a cup,
Yeah, let's let him speak, guys. Let him speak.
If it's in a cup, that means the only force being pulled on the water is the normal force. It's the force that's being pushed against the bottom of the cup, and the force being pushed against the water by the bottom of the cup.
So no gravity.
Now, when these forces are equal, the water does not move because there's forces on the side of the cup which make sure that the water stays in the cup. So the only force that matters is the force going down.
Okay, anyway, that's really cool stuff, but is the consequence of that the surface of it is level and horizontal?
It may seem horizontal because it's a small cup of water.
horizontal.
It's a small cup of water.
Dude, come on.
Are you able to demonstrate that it actually isn't?
It seemed, it seemed like I was in Star Wars movie.
Yeah, hold on. Can you demonstrate it actually isn't then? Since that's what we're all observing, you're saying, yeah, you agree that we
Have you
observe it
ever
like
seen a
that,
water
but you're
droplet
going the
before?
extra step and saying
Can I
it's not
explain what
actually
you
like
asked
that.
me
So
to
how do
explain?
you know that? How do you know that?
Okay, have you seen a water droplet before?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not what we're talking about.
When a water droplet is moving at a constant speed, that means all forces on it are equal, right?
That's not what we're talking about, though.
No, we're
about
talking
bodies
about
of water.
We're
Talking about
water.
bodies of liquid.
No, we're talking
Let's
about.
take the
But we're
scale of a
talking
cup.
about
Let's go with the scale of a cup and beyond.
Why are you giving me limits for an argument that you don't
Because
want
we're
to
not
hear?
talking about water droplets, dummy. We're talking about bodies of water.
Now,
Okay.
let me ask you this, because you said
Then
this.
I won't talk
You
about
said it
water at all.
seems
I'll
to
talk
be
about
level.
forces on an object.
Why did it seem to be level when you're insinuating it's not really level?
What?
Okay,
Why
yeah. So
are
the
you
question is very
insinuating?
simply, when does level begin to curve?
Yeah,
When it's
why are
big
you
enough.
insinuating that it merely seems
When
to
it's
be
large
level,
enough.
but it really isn't?
Yeah, how do you know it really isn't?
It's at 3
I don't know
miles.
it isn't leveled.
Yeah,
3
that's
miles.
what my question was. Yeah.
Well, then you could go back to the boat thing. When a boat goes over the horizon.
What?
What's the
Flat
horizon?
horizontal horizon? Yeah. What is it?
That's not a relevant answer to the
Well, when
question.
you see the boat sink into the water, it's not actually sinking into the water. You can't see
No
it
shit.
anymore.
No shit.
Yeah,
That's funny.
because you can't see it anymore. That means the angle, the way that you're looking at the Earth, the angle. If you look straight
Keep
forward,
telling
and
yourself
the
that.
Earth is a
Keep telling you.
sphere,
That's cool.
Is it?
and the Earth is a sphere, you'd see the boat go
Is
down,
it?
and you see less of it. But the
Okay, let me
horizon that's in
formalize
front
that. If the Earth is a sphere, you see the boat go down. You see the boat go down, therefore the Earth is a sphere?
Correct.
I mean, how would you explain on a flat Earth?
Well, is that what you're saying to me?
That is what
Yeah,
he's
but how
saying.
would you explain on a
Okay,
flat
yeah,
Earth?
okay. Circular logic, affirming the consequent logical fallacy.
Yeah,
Nice
affirmative
job.
consequence.
No, tell me,
What?
how would you explain on a flat Earth? How would you explain why the boat would go under the
Angular
horizon?
resolution, man.
You
Angular
just said it doesn't. So I would
It
say the
does.
same
I told
thing.
you
Yeah,
it
it
does.
doesn't. It just appears to go
It does.
down. Doesn't
It
really.
just, yeah. So why does that happen? Tell me why.
Angular
The
resolution.
angular acuity between the boat and the water.
And the circular.
Circular.
What the fuck is
Oh,
circular?
yeah, so
you're
water's
just
curved.
trying to talk back. You're not engaging.
Do you have
So
a depth?
the answer to your question, even with everything else that can be mentioned, even without refraction, angular acuity between the boat
And at this
and
point,
the
AJ, you could
surface of
kick
the
me
water,
out
if it
because I'm
goes
pissed.
far enough away,
I'm
given the distance,
jammed
given the
up.
size of the object you're trying to
You
observe,
grinded my
then it would
gears
be
for
too
real.
small to
For
resolve in
real,
your
bro. You
perspective.
grinded my gears.
Right, dude. If you're not
to
going
the
to listen
entire
to it, sorry,
answer
Gregory, a
to
little
his
bit of
question.
moderation. If you're not
I
going to listen to
literally
the,
called
my
for
friend,
it because at this
my
point, you
friend,
grinded my
thank
gears
you.
way too hard.
My friend, please respect some moderation. If you keep talking through him, we can't hear either of you. It's audio chaos. So if you want to back chat,
Yeah.
do it on a mute, buddy, if it makes you feel better. But don't talk all the way through people. And that's not just to you, that goes for everybody else as well. It's audio chaos, guys, please.
Please.
Yeah, and listen, if you're getting emotional about this, just sit out of the conversation, yeah, because you're not actively listening or taking in what anyone's saying. You're too busy forming rebuttals and arguing back. I can understand everything that everyone's saying, including Gregory. You just need to sit here, listen, actively listen, and then answer, please. We can have a normal discussion, dude.
And speaking of grinding gears, he went from we're talking about water being level, so he commits the division fallacy and starts talking about raindrops, and then says when we call him out on that shit, like, hey, well, I'm just not going to talk about water at all, so all or nothing. I'll just, this guy is going from fallacy to fallacy to fallacy.
Well,
And he's
he
talking
did this
about work.
earlier.
Best,
He did
Larry.
this earlier as well, and I just take it as a concession. Yeah, okay. Well, you can't explain water. You want to move on? Well, it's just a concession. Yeah.
That's it. Thank you, AJ.
So to finish that
So
answer that he talked through the entire time, the answer to your question is the angular acuity between the boat and the water, given the size of the boat, given the distance between you and your eyes, given the conditions, everything that factors into something being visible or not, all that, what's making the difference is the boat is at a particular distance with a particular size, and when it gets to a particular distance, the angle, the acuity of the angle between the surface of the water and the boat is too acute for your eyes to resolve, so now the boat is not visible, or the bottom portion that is not visible is now not visible.
but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You can use binoculars. You can use binoculars, and the same thing will happen.
Eventually,
the
yeah.
point.
In the
No,
first
you can use
instance,
a telescope.
hang on.
You can use a
In the
telescope, and the
first
same thing will happen.
instance,
As soon as ever
in the first instance, you'll be able to bring that boat back into view, yeah. But the lower parts may still, that are closer to the ocean, still may be merging with the ocean, yeah, causing them to disappear a little bit from the bottom due to the conditions of the day. It could be the temperature, the waves, the ocean, and the angle at which you're viewing it at. But what you'll find is that when things disappear over the horizon visually, just with your eyes, you can pick up a camera or binoculars, like you stated, and you can, at first, bring it back until it travels again further.
Well, you can't bring it back, and I don't know what you're asserting
Yeah, you
here.
can.
But something you can bring
Wrong.
back is a sunset.
So
Something
you're
you
saying
can't
it
bring
goes
back.
over a physical curve? Then we can, and we can show you that.
Yeah.
But you're just going
But-
to not.
and let me tell you
So you're
something
saying
else.
it goes over a physical curve, a geometric horizon.
Right.
Right.
Demonstrate that. Got a measurement of a geometric horizon or any demonstration of one?
That'd be cool.
Well, I also see a boat going under the horizon, so it's
Begging
like,
the question, yeah, you're just
Yeah.
asserting that your inference is
Oh,
true.
God. Is this guy?
I'm not.
trolling?
You could. All of y'all can see it with your own eyes. You can see videos of it.
You're just interpreting what you see. You didn't see it go over a curve. You interpreted that from an effect that you
it's
saw. How
going
do you
under
know
the
that that's what
horizon, how's that
happened?
work under a
So
if the
there's
Earth is
going to be
flat,
a
how's that
specific set of distances and everything that go with this, with the geometry of the sphere and its size and everything. Can you show us that the horizon actually does abide by those distances?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because I can show you it doesn't. Hold on.
No, there it is. That's it. Look at that image in chat. There you go.
Yeah, I see your cartoon. Now I'm going to show you why it's not that.
Okay, tell me. Tell me
I'm
why
gonna
this.
show you.
Tell me why a boat would go under the horizon. Tell me.
Okay, so that sagitta, let's see, the tangent point at which things are going to begin to disappear, the tangent with your line of sight over that sphere, right? That's going to be a certain distance away from the observer based on the size of the sphere, right?
Mm.
Right?
Yeah. Yep.
Right? Okay, so yeah, if you go to any Earth curve calculator, you'll find that that distance is 1.2 miles times square root of the observer height in feet. So that means if we're a 1 foot observer, we have a camera at 1 foot height, we're going to have that tangent point, that place where the horizon should be, according to your cartoon, at 1.2 miles. That's a 1 foot height observer. That means the horizon, based on what you've claimed, must be at 1.2 miles. There's pictures been posted twice with oil rigs, and there's 2 oil rigs there. One is marked at 9.4 miles. Is the horizon in front of it or behind it?
As in, what do you mean the horizon is? The
Where
horizon in that
where's
photo, the
the
horizon.
You know what in front of? Do you know what in
Where?
front of means?
Where is the horizon?
The horizon is at the same place.
Do you know what in front of means?
Yes, but we're talking about.
Okay,
the
good.
horizon.
You know what in front of means. Do you know what behind means?
Yes, but the horizon.
Okay, all
is
right. So
not-
now you know what both of those mean. So
Yep.
is the horizon
Mhm.
in front of or behind platform habitat at
That's what I'm
9.4
going to
miles?
ask you. What do you mean the horizon?
Of course, that's not
the
what you're
horizon
asking.
Is not
He's
a
asking
physical
you.
Object. It's the
Yeah,
horizon.
of course, that's not what you're asking, moron.
Wait a minute. So you've made all these claims about the horizon and things going over it, and you can't even identify one?
That's right. Bummer.
Shit, I don't think you've actually seen one.
That's a bummer, man. That's a bummer. You can't recognize a horizon? I'm like, what the hell's
Well, I
wrong
guess we're
with
done right there. He doesn't even know what a
done.
horizon is,
We're
so
done.
you're exposed. Anyway, yeah, you can sit down. Thanks.
We're done.
All right, I'm gonna take over just for a second. I won't hog the mic for very long. So I posted something at 8 minutes after the hour. It's from a Nat Geo documentary where they proved that the Earth was a globe. Really interesting this because when they sent out this boat, they painted lines on this
Off the
to see
flag.
if it was disappearing from the bottom up, right?
Yeah.
Well, they said that at 1.22 miles, you could see the bottom red line, but 3 miles on, it started to disappear from the bottom up. The funny thing about this, whole thing that allegedly proved the Earth was a globe is the horizon's behind the boat.
Oops.
Isn't that interesting, Larry? That's fascinating, bro. Yeah, the horizon's beyond the fucking boat and the flag and the line.
But wait,
How it would work on a flat
the
Earth.
flag was supposed to be going beyond the horizon, though, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yeah.
It's going beyond
Yeah,
the
and it
horizon.
It
You're
does.
saying something like
It does. Dude, I know people that were
The guy
there
who doesn't
when
know what a
it happened.
horizon?
You don't even
When
know
you
what a
s-
horizon
okay,
is, so just
now
stop.
You're saying something that's not real. If you're saying that things don't go over the horizon, you're just you're lying to yourself.
Hey, can you define a horizon for me?
I don't need to because I've seen
Attack
things
another
go over
trifling
it.
hypothetical.
So you don't know what it is.
No.
It doesn't matter.
You can't
because I've
describe
seen
it
things
in
go over the
simple,
horizon.
everyday
Well, are you
language.
guys saying that things don't go over the horizon or
Can
under
you
the horizon?
describe what a
Attack another
horizon is?
trifling hypothetical.
I
Oh,
don't
well,
think
go
you
look it
know.
up if you really wanted to know. But have you guys ever seen something go under the horizon?
You don't
Hey,
know what
do
a
you know what a
horizon is, so
horizon
why are you
is?
asking?
Do you
Okay,
know?
dude. You don't know what the horizon is. We've asked you in 3 images now to point out the horizon. I think you know where it is, but you don't want to point it out because you're really being dishonest, yeah?
Dishonest.
And now to ask if we've ever seen anything go below ground level, below 0 degrees, well, you haven't seen that yourself, yeah? When have you ever had a side-on view to witness this occurring? Yeah, you're just seeing things
Dishonest.
to appear to disappear in the distance.
He's being dishonest,
Well,
JJ.
for one,
You're right.
okay, let me speak. For one, I live on the coast. That means I see many big boats. When those boats go far away, they go under the horizon. Have you guys seen this before?
Under? You've seen boats under the horizon?
Go
You got
past the
X-ray
horizon,
vision?
beyond the horizon, go yada yada, whatever.
Dude,
They
you
go
don't even know what
down.
horizon
They look
is.
like
Yada.
they're going under
We
the
got
ocean.
yada yada, Larry. We got yada yada, bro. Really? Come on, please.
You're saying
All
come
right,
on like it's not real.
Let's start
This
from the
happens.
beginning then, because I don't even know that you know what the horizon is. You've claimed that it's a geometric Earth curve. You've claimed that it's at a specific location. Yet we see these horizons in these images beyond that specific location. So can you define for us what a horizon is? Oh, he's run away.
Yeah, I knew it was
He
coming,
was.
bro. He was too trolly, you know. He was digging into his fucking pockets deep, man. That guy, yeah, poor guy. I felt
You
bad.
should see my message box in the open chat right now. Of course, you can't see it; it's on my
Right.
end. But I had my 3 deductive arguments just right there, right at the hip.
Yeah.
I was just waiting to draw, but there was other folks talking. So
Just waiting to draw.
I'll shoot it off just for fun.
Yeah, it was great, man. Poor kid, man. I felt bad for the youngster, man. But you know, you gotta learn the lessons the hard way sometimes. That's all. Reality presents itself, and you have to explain it. And if you want to make up stories about your reality, well, a lot of people like to do that, man. They love going to the movies and escaping from reality, man. They love it.
I mean, there are
And they want-
so many of these types of pestilential zealots in the server.
Mhm. Yeah, there's a lot of them. You know, I could name a few.
Pestilential.
Yeah.
Dude.
Smoke that, bro. Smoke that one.
Bit of dehumanization there, huh?
What?
I think he's talking about the way that people are acting, not people themselves, right? Because you don't have
Oh.
to be a zealot for a model, right? Like the atomic model. Like I used
Yeah,
to
but
think
he's-
the atomic. Hold on, bro. Relax. I used to think the atomic model was like 100% legit, right? And then when I get older, it no longer looks like a solar system, and I'm like, what is this field bullshit? Where, you know, there's all this different stuff with subatomic particles and how they act. They no longer model it out like a solar system. But when I was in the 5th grade, I made like a solar system model, and then in
Right.
7th grade, I made an atom model. You know what the difference was? The amount of balls.
Wait.
That's it.
Are you
Like
are you
everything
are
else
you
was
gonna
the same.
That's right.
are you gonna tell me the
Did
atomic
you
theory they
insinuate
taught
that
you
me
in 5th grade?
describing what's the name's behavior as pestilential is dehumanizing him?
Wait, Larry? Did you tell? Are you gonna tell me what they taught you in 5th grade chemistry was not
He's not gonna
correct?
answer that, will he?
Exactly. No
It
way.
was
He knows that
incorrect.
comment was dumb as hell.
Really, in 5th grade, they didn't teach you all the complexities of atomic theory, huh? They didn't teach you about the P shells, the S shells, and the D shells.
Yeah,
No.
no. They didn't teach us about it. They didn't teach me about that, but
Right.
that's okay.
Yeah,
Scott, let's
usually
try
they
again. Did you
usually
insinuate that
usually they
me
wait for
calling
college.
the behavior of the previous user that AJ last spoke to as pestilential was dehumanizing him? Did you insinuate that?
Yeah, I
That's what he
did.
said.
That's
Why?
what he said, bro. Why,
Why?
Scott? Why, Scott? Why?
He didn't call the person a pestilent zealot. He said his behavior.
The behavior, bro.
What does that mean
The
for behavior
behavior.
to be?
Oh shit!
What
What
does
does
it
that
mean for
mean?
behavior to be pestilential?
I believe
Or
he said, "Why do all these
misunderstanding the term?
pestilential zealots come in here?"
No, I said there are so many pestilential zealots in this server.
Okay, so that's calling someone a pestilential zealot. It's not talking about behavior.
Describing Christ alive it's an adjective. I'm not calling them a noun. It's an adjective, for Christ's sake. Now I have to give a grammar lesson because somehow people are misinterpreting what I'm saying here.
Is a zealot
The
a
sentence
behavior?
I
Or
just included the adjective. My contempt is concentrated to Scott, not
It's
Matthew.
like
In
asshole.
the
It's the
meta,
same.
you were actually giving them a mind, which is actually a step further. I would say not even what you said, right? Like they don't deserve
Yeah.
the mind. You graciously gave
Yeah,
them the
let
mind.
me
So
let me
actually,
finish.
you should thank him for his compliment.
Yeah, let me finish. I'm obviously describing the person to be behaving pestilentially, not to be a pest.
Right. Exactly.
Well, you could even say that when the person continually comes back in and uses circular reasoning, and then he is being a pest, just not
Thank
even
you. I
acting a
was just about to
pest.
say
He is
that. Even
being a
if I
pest.
did say, right, even if I did say these are pests coming in here, that is not to insinuate that they're non-humans. It's obviously
Greg,
hyperbolically describing their irritating, unjust behavior.
Greg, you know my style, man. That's what I would have called them, man. The pests. You know, I'd be
And that's
like,
what it is. They
It's
come in
all-
here to persevere, to irritate.
yeah, exactly.
I just
Persevere,
want
irritate.
to point out that
That's
all the stuff that the Globers have told us over the years about don't drink, don't bleed, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. All the stuff that they've told us, right?
Yeah.
And where was Scott to say, hey, don't dehumanize them? Like,
yeah.
Thank
Exactly.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, well put, Larry. Good point. I love that, man.
Maggot ass hypocrite.
Cheers to that, man.
So this is Scott calling the kettle black.
Ooh, busted, bro. Sorry. You'll be all right.
What are some of these
You'll be all right.
examples?
Get
that
over
I
your
missed?
ego. Get over your You'll be fine. You'll be fine, bro.
Drink bleach, don't breed.
Don't breathe.
Delete
Don't
yourself.
just kill yourself.
We've
Don't
heard
do
everything.
I mean, dude, it's
All
been
the vitriol that is said to me every time I say a
vitriol, bro.
reply that is not at all an attack against their
Crazy.
dignity.
You often find you receive vitriolic responses.
For questioning models, yeah. We're talking about science and philosophy, yeah. I've had someone threaten to remove my torso from my head for talking about philosophy.
Remove the torso from your head, not the head from the torso.
Yeah.
Damn.
Not in the exact words, but not in those exact words, but you get the point.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty hardcore.
I think his exact words were, show your face on camera or I'll find you and, the rest you can figure out.
Mm-hmm.
So, who else we got in here? We got
About
any other
you,
newbies? We got any newbies in here, guys?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, yeah.
I don't know who Sabrina is, but welcome to the channel, Sabrina. There are
Welcome.
a few people, names that I don't recognise, and I'm probably going to ruin. So, Ruharend, or whatever your name is, you're also new to the channel.
That's
welcome.
funny. Ruined.
I don't know how to pronounce his name, dude. But there are a few new people in the chat, so welcome to the
Zash.
channel, guys. Yeah,
There's Ash.
loads of-
And Modcheck seems pretty active in the chat on the side. Do you want to jump into the voice,
As soon as he said that, he left the voice channel.
Damn.
He obviously didn't want to speak. Modcheck, how are you, buddy?
Dude,
That is again.
Dude, I'm sorry, my Discord is fucking out. That's what I was mad at.
You seem pretty active in the chat. You got any globe evidence to put forward?
No, I just have a question. Is there any possibility for any of you to change your mind given enough evidence?
Well, I would ask the same of you, bro, because we've already
Yeah,
changed our mind. We all grew up to be, we were all raised Globers, right? We believed in the heliocentric model.
I've been listening this whole time.
Cool, excellent. We were good old sun worshippers, just like yourself. right? So the question is, could you
Hallelujah.
change your mind if you ever saw any evidence that showed you that the standard model of cosmology is incorrect? Because we've already changed ours, so the answer is obvious.
So you, there's a possibility you could change back, or is that
Yeah,
not?
if provided with substantial evidence other than excuses, logical fallacies, and all the stuff that we've seen over the years, the tactics that the anti-flat earthers use.
Scientism.
Yeah, if we saw some real shit, yeah, we can change our mind. We're open-minded to new information.
I mean, I would agree, but that's probably not the same for most people here.
Oh, it is for me, for sure, 100%.
Yeah, I think the truth is so important to some people that they're willing to let go of their preconceived notions, their anchor bias,
Exactly.
their confirmation bias, their sunk cost bias. But there are some people, I would agree with you, that just cannot change their mind no matter what evidence they see. Right? So a lot of times, us flat earthers will say that, there's a difference between pseudoscience and science. And the globe earthers will say, well, there's a whole bunch of different scientific methods, and you could just make up your own scientific method. And we're like, no, you have to use the one where you control for variables. And other people say, well, no, you don't have to actually do the experiment. Well, the experiment is the hypothesis test. It's the whole fucking point of science. So they say that they believe in this thing called observational science. But when you show them that we can see too far, given the radius of the Earth being 3,959 miles, that we can see too far, they make up excuses that, well, the observational science doesn't even check out because when it looks flat, we'll just say refraction, which sounds like an excuse to me. So what they're saying is that when we prove that we can see too far, they say that the light is bending down around the curve. Now, if you want to, not believe your lying eyes, that's fine by me, but I would just challenge you to go to the beach and check it out for yourself. Make some long distance observations and pull out your Earth curve calculator and notice how that they're adding in this refraction. And you got to ask yourself, refraction is true, but does that necessarily mean that everything anyone has ever said about refraction, does that make what they say automatically true?
But I mean, I'm here with an open mind. So
Hey,
whenever I have the chance,
welcome, man. Definitely welcome. We're just here talking about Earth. That's all we do 24/7. There's usually a bunch of us in here, apparently. And we just talk about Earth. And we can check out Earth because we live on Earth. Remember that. Nobody's going to take us to outer space. Nobody in this room has ever been to outer space, man. Nobody. Just remember that as well. And good luck to you. Good luck. And welcome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good. It's good that you're open-minded because in this conversation, we're going to challenge some of your ideas, right? Like I'm sure you've heard that boats go over the horizon, right? And this proves that the Earth's a globe. Well, that's saying that there's like a single cause to this effect. And that's not how science works, right? You have to actually find out if there are other causes of the same effect. For example, water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at sea level, right? But on the top of Mount Everest, it boils at a lower temperature. So it's not just heat that causes water to boil. It's heat and pressure, right? Do you agree?
Yeah.
So that would be the single cause fallacy.
Yeah.
To say this is caused by that and the science is settled. I don't want to look at anything else you got to say, right? That would be a religion, right?
Yeah.
That's not how science works. Science is never settled. Anytime you got an experiment where you can show me a third cause for water boiling, please let me know, right?
I got one. Vacuum chamber. It boils.
Well, that would be the gas pressure.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
I knew
So
that.
There's temperature and pressure. Those are
Right.
the two causes of the water boiling.
Exactly. That's it. That's the only two that we know of. Now, if you got a third, man, I'd love to
Yeah.
hear it.
So let's go over this real fast. You've probably heard of gravity, and you're probably thinking about gravity in here talking to flat earthers, right? It's crossed your mind at least once.
Right.
So you've been told that the oceans are held down by gravity, right?
Gravity.
So if you understand the law of cause and effect, right? You understand how science works. You manipulate the independent variable, and that's the cause, to see the change in the dependent variable, which is the effect. So I'm telling you it's not gravity, unless you have an experiment to show me when we're done. But I'm telling you that it's actually temperature and pressure that holds down the oceans. For example, I could take a pot of ocean water and boil it, right? And it won't stick to the surface anymore. It'll actually turn into clouds, right? I'm sure you know about the rain cycle, right?
Yeah.
So I could also put it in a vacuum chamber and suck out all the gas pressure, and that'll cause it to boil at low temperatures, which is going to
Yes.
keep it from sticking to the surface, right?
That's true.
Right.
So there's two causes there that's holding down the oceans. Now, if you had a third cause, let's say that you said, well, you forgot about gravity, I would say, okay, use my causes as your control variables and don't manipulate those, and only manipulate your cause, which would be gravity, however you would do that, and show me that experiment, because that's how science actually works. It's called peer review, right? So you show me your third cause of gravity holding down the oceans, because what I'm saying is that these two causes, what it's actually causing is a phase change in the water. It goes from liquid to gas, right?
Yeah.
So when it does that, the buoyancy changes. The buoyant force on liquid water is much lower than the buoyant force on gaseous water.
I like it. I like this, Larry. I like this. It's perfect.
So if you think about it, like water is really dense when it's in its liquid form.
Oh yeah.
But when it's in the state of gas, it's actually less dense than the other gases surrounding it. So that's what causes it to go up. And if you were to, consolidate it back into liquid form, right? If it condenses back into liquid form, it's going to come back down and go back into the ocean. So what's governing things going up or down is called relative density. So it's the relative density between the object and the medium it's in, right?
Mm-hmm.
You with me so far, guy?
I'm tracking 100%, Larry. But good stuff, man. Yeah, absolutely. Right on. Yeah. That's the reality.
All right, so we can all demonstrate this. Like, this isn't theoretical science. You can demonstrate this
in your kitchen.
In your kitchen,
In
yeah.
your kitchen, bro.
Like, this is science that anyone can do, and everyone already has done, unless you're like a paraplegic or something.
Yeah. Shout out to Paraplegic Coffee. Thank you.
So back to the whole gravity thing, right? Because this kind of gravity is called specific gravity. So there's Newtonian gravity, there's Einsteinian gravity, there's gravitas, which means weight, and then there's specific gravity. So you can look that up, specific gravity, and see what I'm talking about. This is like a well-established thing. It's also known as relative density. And this is what's actually controlling what's going on with gravity. This is the actual mechanism.
I mean, these are heck of claims. I mean, that we can check out in reality is specific gravity, because from what I understand about specific gravity is that if you put an apple in a bucket of water, right? You just put the apple in the bucket of water, it floats, right? Now, if you drain the bucket, it just sinks to the bottom. Is that specific gravity, kind of?
Yeah.
Simple terms.
the relative density is different between the water in the apple
Oh,
and the gas in the apple,
right.
the atmosphere
I
in the
got it.
apple.
Okay. I'm just tracking.
So if Newton would have saw that apple landing in the bucket, he
Right.
probably would have realized that, wait a minute,
Wait a minute, bro. Hold
because he
on.
wasn't an idiot, right? He was a
No,
smart
man.
guy.
He would have come up. What about if it landed in the river or floated away or landed in the lake? Yeah.
But
Whatever.
yeah, you definitely can't manipulate space-time, you know,
Right.
and cause the apple to go up and down.
No, you cannot do that. It's impossible.
I
And
mean, unless you can. I'm open-minded. If
yeah,
anybody,
dude, man. Hey, we've seen it in movies, Larry. Come on. They can do it. Do it
well,
in
that's on
movies.
TV, right? I'm talking about in real life, like
Oh, in real
outside.
life. Oh, that's weird. I mean,
Yeah.
who wants to live in real life these days, man? What the hell? What's wrong with people?
So yeah, I'm open-minded. If anybody has, you know, an independent variable that they would like to manipulate,
Yeah.
of their presumed cause of why things are sticking to the ground,
Please,
I'm
jump in.
I'm
Yeah.
open-minded. I'm
Magnet.
going to give you, you know, some time to let's hear your independent variable. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I would still consider myself, a globe earther. I've been raised that way.
Of
Yeah,
course.
me
I just
too.
can't. It's hard for me to sit here and debate because I'm just not well spoken enough. So if it takes me a second, I'm just gonna
Hey,
make a
hey,
fool.
man, you're cool, bro.
You're good.
Everything's good. You're
Wait,
super chill. Welcome, man. I'm like the retard around here. Everybody knows that, but even I can get basic concepts sometimes. And just keep it simple. That's all I'm gonna say, man.
Yeah,
Keep it simple.
we can keep it simple. I think I've kept it simple so far. I haven't really
I
gone
think
into any
so, but
complex
I'm
ideas.
advanced. I'm advanced, Larry. And you're advanced. I thought it was simple, but it was very coherent. Let's ask our new friend. What do you think? What Larry said, was that coherent?
I think that was pretty coherent. Just
All right, man.
Somebody's wrestling their mic.
Don't wrestle your microphone around your
scuffed up.
whatever it is. But welcome, and we're just here to look at Earth and describe what we see and kind of verify what we see. And from all of our research, we found out that pretty much sure that the Earth is stationary and not moving. And even in NASA's documents and Boeing's and Northrop Grumman, whoever, whatever, anybody that's ever built an airplane on Earth has designed the airplane from the ground up to fly over a flat, stationary plane, period. There is no disputing this. You
That's
cannot
just not
find
true.
evidence.
Yeah, it's not true.
You
It's
cannot
just
find
not
If it has
true.
a navigation system in it, that's not true.
Okay.
So
It
you're
has a
saying it was not
navigation.
designed to fly over a flat stationary plane? So what was it designed to fly
No.
over?
The shape of the Earth plays no part in the design of an airplane.
Exactly. Because it flies over a flat stationary plane. According
Incorrect.
to, well, okay. Go ahead, Scotty. Incorrect. Correct me. Go ahead.
You made the assertion. Prove it.
Wait, no, you're throwing it back on me? What?
You made
No,
the assertion, right?
no, I said something, and you said no, and now it's on your court, bro. I'm sorry. That's the way it works in life.
I know that's the way it works here. You guys never want to try to prove anything. That's the way you do your business.
Well, I mean, I seen hundreds of documents that said I designed this missile or aircraft that says, "Hey, man, we're designing it to fly over a flat stationary plane." non-rotating,
Yeah,
stationary.
does anybody got them NASA documents from NASA.gov where they say that they're flying over a stationary, non-rotating Earth?
They don't say that.
They don't say that ever.
Okay. Okay. Wow. There it is.
Somebody already posted it?
I believe so. Hold on.
Yeah, show one case where they say that the Earth is non-rotating or stationary.
One,
I
just
think
one.
it was just posted. I mean, it's a screenshot, you know.
There's a screenshot of different.
Does anybody got the source material on that?
Different simplifying
These-
assumptions.
Holy shit, dude! This was like 7 years ago. I looked at this shit, bro. Like, you want me to bring it up and say, "Hey, man, Paul on the plane posted 28 documents right here." It said, "Hey, man, I got fucking NASA saying they designed this shit to fly on a flash stationary plane, bro."
I used to have
But they
it.
don't.
That's a fact, bro. I'm
That's
not
not
like
a fact.
making this shit up, man. So
No, you read some, you didn't understand it. You read it and you didn't understand it, and now you're
I
repeating
didn't
what you didn't understand in the first
dude.
place.
It's
Correct.
said right there, very clear, plain English, as far as I can decipher. Is it says, dude, it's stationary Earth.
No, it says for the purpose of these particular calculations, we don't need to include any of this
That's
stuff.
what we use to design the fucking flying machine going
It's
over
not
Earth.
true, though.
Well,
Yeah,
NASA
that's
took
what I'm
it
saying.
down. Come on, NASA, don't be a little bitch.
Don't be a little little bitch, NASA.
Why
That's
would
not what we
NASA lie,
meant. That's
Scott?
not
Why
what
would
we meant.
NASA lie
Oh my
to
god,
us?
it's definitely
Why would
not
they
what
lie?
we meant. Fuck
They're
off.
lying, Scott. Why are they lying to us about the flat Earth?
All
Oh
right, here we
no!
go. Got it right
Those
here.
documents were not intended for you. They're intended for people who understand what they're reading.
Those
Oh
smart
no! They're lying
people,
to us
bunch
about
of
the flat
smart.
Earth, Scott.
All right,
Oh
so
no!
hold on just a second. Everybody give me just a second. I just posted
Yeah.
something.
You have issues.
So I wonder what they're going to say, right? It's the nonlinear equations of motion are used in a 6 degree of freedom equation with stationary atmosphere and flat non-rotating Earth assumptions. Is this NASA.gov? It is.
And what are they doing that for? What's the document do?
Tells you what they're doing.
For what? What's the purpose of the document? Who's the audience?
Who are you, Scott, man? I mean,
I don't know. Whoever
wanna
reads it
get into that.
is the audience.
It's not for, but it's not for whoever reads it. It's for a very specific audience. Everything's written for an audience.
Yeah,
Well-
whoever reads it or hears it, that's the audience.
No, they don't care if you understand it.
They don't give a
The
fuck.
Protestant
if you
Reformation
understand,
already
Larry.
happened.
Wait
You
a
know,
minute.
we don't have to rely on the church to tell us what the Holy Book says anymore. Okay,
They don't
Scott?
give a fuck if
Get
you
it. Get a
understand.
clue. We
Did you
live in
get that?
civilization. We can read now.
So you guys said that they didn't say this, right? Isn't that what you said, Scott? That they didn't say this, and then I posted it, and now they're saying it, but I don't understand it.
Yes.
So you changed the goalpost. That's a fallacy, bro.
No, it was a goalpost all along.
Okay, so they did say it or didn't say it?
Does it say anywhere in there that the Earth is flat?
Dude, do you need to read it? I'll give you a second to read it.
No, does it say that the Earth is flat in there?
Yes.
Stationary atmosphere and flat, non-rotating Earth.
What is the context in which they're saying that? Did you actually read it?
Hey, fuck
Or
off.
did you look at a headline?
Fuck off, man. Fuck off, Scott. Come on.
Dude, you can look
Scott's
at what I
right
just
here.
posted. Go ahead and check it out.
Check it out, man. Check it out, bro. Do not believe us. Check it out for yourselves.
I already did, and that's why I don't
I
believe
already
you.
did. I did it in 12 seconds. I'm amazing.
Do you take douchebag classes, or does being a douchebag just come naturally to you?
Dude, I gotta take a douchebag class, man. Dude, I need one of those. Can I get it to the douchebag class? That'd be great.
Oh yeah? Well, the jerk store called, and they're running out of you.
Oh,
Scott.
hey.
Why are
I
you
would
so
say just
angry, man?
read it. Who's
Douchebag
angry,
class.
bro?
I love that.
Bro.
You're the one
End
that
of the
said that
break.
they didn't say it,
End
and
of the
then I
break.
posted
He's
it,
angry
and they
about
say it,
something.
and your only excuse is, well, yeah, they said it, but you don't understand it. This wasn't meant for you.
Yeah. Wasn't meant for you, Mongos, you dumbasses. Come on. It's not meant for you. Come on. It's only meant for us and really, really smart people. You fucking stupid pieces of shit. Come on.
I mean, if I was you, I would just say, yeah, it does say that. This is perplexing. Maybe I should give it a think. But
But it's
instead,
not
you're like,
perplexing for
you
me.
don't
It's
understand.
very clear what it says.
But it's not
Yeah,
perplexing for
a
me. It makes
stationary
perfect sense to me.
atmosphere and a flat, non-rotating
But
Earth.
what
It's
is
a
the
phrase.
It's
It's a
right
context?
there,
sentence.
Mongos.
It says it right there. Like, what is there not to
Read the
believe?
context. I posted the link. That's what the link is for.
Don't believe your lying eyes, Scott.
Don't believe your lying eyes, you Mongos. Fuck off, man.
Yeah, you can tell it's curved and spinning because it's so flat and stationary.
Oh well, of course it looks so fake because it's real, man. You know, that's the world we live in. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. I mean, oh my
But
god.
you guys don't understand. If the Earth were actually flat, they wouldn't have to add that in there. If the atmosphere were actually stationary, they wouldn't have to add it in there.
You did not.
Why would they say something
Even
if it
Matt
were true?
laughed at your ass, man.
Okay, well, if the Earth was actually a globe, they wouldn't have to put that on the TV and on all the books. Why would
He
they
just
put it in there?
he
Nice
just said, "Why
diversion,
would they
Larry.
say
Nice
something
pivot.
if it was true?" He just Scott, you
Yeah,
just said
if
that. Why would you say something
if
if it was true?
if
This
they're
goes back to
trying,
why
Mongos, man.
what
Oh, man.
obligation do you have to even tell the truth about anything, Scott?
Well, NASA will tell this guy it's raining diamonds on Jupiter, and he'll believe it. But he reads that, and he can't even take it at face value. It's a lie.
I know what they mean. You guys don't.
NASA is lying to his
just don't
face.
know. I know.
So what do they mean?
You guys don't know.
They mean they're putting this in there just to simplify the mathematical process that they're using.
It's simplified.
Where does it say that?
It's understood by everybody who reads that document.
Oh, so it's just understood.
It's
Yes.
it's a
So you got a baseless assertion that is just understood by everybody that reads the document, except for people that don't understand that. Then it's not meant for those people, right? It's not meant for the people who don't understand it. Come on,
Yes,
bro.
it's not meant for you. It's not meant for you. Larry.
Your shit's weak, bro.
This is correct. It's not meant for you. You
Your shit's
haven't
weak.
put in the time or the effort to understand any of the stuff they're talking about.
You guys don't
It's not meant for you, Larry.
man. I mean, you guys just don't understand.
It's not
If
meant
only
for
you
us.
understood what flat,
Actually,
non-rotating
I
Earth
think
meant.
I think it's actually not meant for you, bro, because I'm looking at it and reading it and going, wow, they're not just saying this once, but they're actually saying it like over and over and over again. And I'll keep posting links until you admit that, yeah, this is actually what it says. I don't know why they're saying it, but I shouldn't just assume that someone doesn't understand it.
I just told you
because
why
they're
they said
pointing
it.
it out.
I just told you why they said it.
Oh, Scotty, man, you're getting handed your ass right now.
No, it's not.
It's
Flat Earth, dude.
it's a horrible feeling. I get it. I've been there.
Man, you got handed your ass too.
You
Don't
want me to
take
keep
up for
going?
Scuba Steve over here.
Yeah,
Want me to
Larry's
keep
gonna keep
posting it?
going, man. Larry's gonna keep going
Page
all night long. bro.
You can post as many things as you don't understand as you want.
Okay, well, that's
non-rotating Earth. It doesn't mean flat rotating Earth. We want you to tell us what it actually means when it says flat, non-rotating Earth. Go on.
It means you look
What
at
do they
the
really
context and you understand what the word assumption
the
means.
context. Oh, what do they really mean then?
Exactly.
Where does it say assumption in the document?
It does. It says they're assuming it. It's a model, right?
Every
But don't you
single time.
assume that the
Yes,
Earth goes
but does
around
it
the
use
sun
those-
too?
Does
Matthew,
it
don't you?
use that exact wording? Because I would say that all this is a interactive, specialized software that would be used to give linear models, because it's a linear, to describe the behavior of an aircraft, or so they could analyze or design their control systems, etc.
Right,
Yeah.
I got something for Matt. Matt, if you could
And
be
why
so
do they
kind.
need to
Hold on,
linearize
it's
aircraft
hold on.
aerodynamics?
Hold on, bro.
Hold on.
Relax.
Hold on, man.
Yeah, I got something for Matt, right? Because his contention is that they say that they're assuming it. If you look at what I just posted, it's a really interesting little thing from NASA, right? This method that relies on no assumption other than the geometry of the Earth's orbit around the sun. So according to Matt, they're saying that they assume it, so it must not be right, Matt?
That's not what assumptions mean.
What?
I don't think I defined assumptions.
Oh, everybody knows what they mean.
Sorry, I didn't define assumptions, so try
Right.
again.
Assumptions are not necessarily true or necessarily false.
So what's your point of contention then?
My point of contention is that just because they say they assume something doesn't mean that it's true.
Okay, well, I just posted like NASA document after document that goes against the standard model, and
think-
your problem is that there's the word assumption in there, which
Right.
doesn't really dictate whether it's true or false. So
Right.
what's the contention, Matt?
They're clearly describing the assumptions, the simplifying assumptions they're using to make calculations easier. For example, if you look closely at some of them, they also talk about a rigid aircraft and a constant mass. Now, aircraft flex and they use fuel, so they don't have either of those. There's another example.
The non sequitur.
It's pretty weak.
It's right in the same list of some of these.
When you make the Earth non-rotating, it simplifies the calculations.
It does. And when you make the aircraft non-flexible, rigid, it simplifies the calculations. And when you make an aircraft not use any fuel and have the same mass all the time, it simplifies the calculations. So sometimes it doesn't matter.
Have you been eating rusty Martian potatoes, bro? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're eating rusty Martian potatoes, man.
Wait,
What the
how is
hell?
what he just said not straightforward?
So yeah, let's say that the aircraft is not rigid, right? So, like, what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
What that has
Why
to do
would they
with
say
is
it
that
and
some of the
told you?
same things that you quote also list the simplifying assumption of a rigid aircraft, and that's an example of them saying, "Hey, let's pretend the aircraft is rigid, even though it's not really, because it's simpler
How
to do
much
that
do these
assumption."
aircrafts flex?
It depends on if it's composite or aluminum, or depends on what they're built out of. But if you can ignore all that for some of these types of equations and calculations,
Ignore all that shit,
right?
Or you could just, cherry pick and say, we don't want to accept, this NASA document that said the Earth is modeled out to be flat and stationary and non-rotating.
No, it's not that I'm not accepting it. I'm clearly and carefully reading what they meant from the context and understanding the words they use.
I don't know how you got
Usually,
this from
the
the
airplanes
context.
that I've been in have been rigid, just so you know. They're not like flopping around.
Yeah, they're
Zero
not
of the
floppy
airplanes you've
jalopies.
been,
God
zero of
damn,
the
man.
airplanes you've been in have been rigid.
Yeah.
Actually,
they've been
you've
very
flown a Concorde,
rigid.
so yeah.
No, they haven't
Yeah,
been
they
100%
weren't flopping
rigid.
around. No.
So Matthew, you think airplanes are like floppy jalopies? They're up there
Guys are
just
gay.
like flopping around?
They're certainly not
You know,
rigid.
tall buildings flex, right, under the wind?
Of course they do.
Yeah, and airplanes flex too.
Yeah, we know
Well, the
that.
buildings I am
What's the
in are
point?
pretty
What's the
rigid as
fucking
well.
point of flexing fucking airplanes, man? For
Yeah, you
fuck's
don't have a point.
What the
The point
fuck?
is that that's in the same list that the flat rotating Earth is in.
Nah, man. That's completely
Okay.
two different things, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple to assume like that the airplane fuselage is gonna
I
stick
know, guys.
together when I'm
Yeah.
flying in it, right? Like, I would hope. Rigid enough, right?
Sticking together
kind
is
of
not the same
mo-
thing as 100% rigid.
Oh, it's like flex. Like,
Yeah,
what is your
dude.
point? Like, there's
We
you're taking out, it's
know
losing
the
energy
thing
when it's
flex,
flying
bro.
because it's flexing. It withstands winds. Like, what? You have no argument here.
But the point
Rotate
is,
those words thoroughly.
Yeah,
Damn.
so we will assume a flat, non-rotating Earth. It's going to be flying, not compensating for a rapidly dropping from it glob hump.
Hey, you guys want to talk about planes flying over the globe? Yeah, I got you, bro. Planes on a globe is pretty crazy. I dropped something at 11:49, at 49 past the hour, bro. And how to guarantee a crash landing on an airport at the equator, bro. This is it.
What?
Yeah, if you start off in Canada and you
Yeah.
fly south towards Ecuador, you're going to have the conservation of momentum from taking off in Canada.
Right.
So assuming
500 miles an hour.
assuming that you got 500 mile an hour somewhere in Canada when you're taking off. But when you land in Ecuador, the speed is going to increase because you can't just look at it as one rotation per day.
Right.
Right. The actual rim velocity changes as you get closer to the equator because it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, as opposed to the pole. It's just rotating like a merry-go-round, right? So you can
Right.
jump up in the center of a merry-go-round and be fine, but if you're at the edge of the merry-go-round and you jump up, you're going to have a rough landing, right?
Rough. It's going to be rough, Larry.
Yeah. I don't recommend you do. Don't try this at home, kids. So if the airplane is taking off and it's maintaining that 500 miles an hour, because we all know about the conservation of energy, right?
Conservation of momentum.
Yeah. Energy and momentum, right? We can't throw away, these things. These are like
Can't-
laws of physics.
We can't throw them away, Larry. Larry, come on. We can't throw angular momentum away. I mean,
But watch the Globers, they're going to throw it under the bus.
conservation of
Go
momentum.
ahead, Globers. How
Larry.
did they land at 500 miles faster than where they took off?
Larry, if you fly directly
Yep.
perpendicular to crosswind at 20 miles an hour, do you go sideways at 20 miles an hour?
Not starting
Well,
off.
of
No, it's
course.
going to be turbulence.
Why not? It's
Conservation.
crosswind, 20 miles an hour. Would you move with that crosswind?
Eventually, you would get.
It's a non-rigid aircraft.
When
That's why
eventually?
it's non-rigid aircraft.
Hold on, guy. So yeah, it's non-rigid. Okay, so yeah, it's going to blow you, and eventually you're going to start picking up speed, right?
Yes.
No, it's
Yes.
blowing. It's crosswind at 20 miles an hour constant. Do you move with that crosswind?
Well, no,
At
you're going
20
to
miles
steer
an hour,
against it, right? Like
sideways.
driving down the road. If I'm driving
I'm
down
not
the
talking.
road,
You're perpendicular
bro,
to it.
can I
Don't change
just
the
can I answer your
don't
question?
change the question.
I'm not changing
Don't
it.
change
I'm
it. You
answering.
are changing
Hello,
it because
can you hear me,
you don't
Scott?
want to answer it.
I'm
Hold on,
answering
Scott.
it.
It's not. This ain't working. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, just one at a time, bro. So you asked me a question. I think that means it's my turn to speak. I'm just going to go and assume that it could be true, right, Matthew? So if
Yeah.
there's a crosswind of 20 miles an hour and it's pushing me into oncoming traffic or off course, right? I'm going to steer against it, right? I'm going to assume that if you're in a plane and you got a crosswind and turbulence, you're not just going to let the turbulence push you all over the damn place and tell your passengers, like, buckle up. I'm just going to not even put it on autopilot or steer against this shit. No, the autopilot steers against the 20 mile an hour crosswind. Is that correct, Scott?
It's not what I asked, though.
Oh, cuck. Fucking Mongo. Shit.
You're asking me, is it going to move you? And I said
Yes.
yes. And you're going to steer back and push against it.
So you agree that
or no?
a 20
Yes or
mile
no,
crosswind
man? It's yes or
perpendicular
no,
to
bro.
you would move along with that crosswind, right?
No,
Yes
you're
or
not going to let it push you off course. Do you know about holding due course?
It's
You
not
know
part of
about
the question, man.
Bro, I'm answering your
Not
question.
part of the question.
Yes,
Bro.
it is. You're asking, is it going to move you? And I said yes initially.
Okay, that's the end
And
of
then
the
you're
answer
going to
then.
steer against it. So, are you going to let 500 mile an hour winds push you off course?
Yes,
No.
if it pushes you to where you want to go.
So,
Well,
show me
off
these
course.
500 mile an hour crosswinds that you're talking about.
They're not 500 miles an hour. They're very slight all the way through. Until when you get there, you picked up all that speed you needed because the wind pushed you.
But wait a minute, I thought the Earth's atmosphere doesn't rotate with the Earth.
Oh, but it does.
So you don't
Unless
believe in the
there's
Coriolis effect. You think it's one reference frame.
when there's no wind, the atmosphere is by definition rotating with the Earth. If there's no wind,
Okay, so it's one reference frame. It's not two reference frame.
if There's no wind. It's rotating with the Earth.
So there's not a
Who
inertial and
cares?
non-inertial reference frames.
Who?
What do you mean, who
It's
cares?
irrelevant.
This is
Yeah,
the
I
whole
don't
point
care.
of the conversation. We're talking about the Coriolis effect.
No, I'm explaining how a jetliner can land at a different latitude
Oh
because
my
the
God.
wind
You
or
could
the atmosphere pushes it. If it needs to slow it down, the atmosphere will slow it down in the lateral direction. If it needs to speed up, the atmosphere will speed it up in the lateral direction. And so by the time you get to that airport, you're moving at the same speed as that airport
So
because the
according to you, you
atmosphere
just fly like it's flat and
picked you up or
stationary the
slowed you
whole
down.
Hey,
way.
guess what, man? Guess
Yes.
what? The
Yes. Now
explanation.
So
you're
that's
getting
evidence of
it.
it being flat and stationary.
Good job, Larry. You get it.
Yeah, it's evidence that it's flat and stationary. You don't have to
No,
actually
it's evident.
fly it
It's
like it's a
evidence that
globe.
it all works out.
On
It's
those-
evidence that it all works out just fine on a globe.
You finally get it, Larry. Good job. Great
These
job,
things
job,
are
Larry.
really easily understandable.
Hey,
Great job. You finally get that non-rotating flat Earth means non-rotating flat Earth. Good job, Larry.
But you guys just admitted the Coriolis isn't real because you have one reference frame. There's not two reference frames. So you guys don't have a inertial reference frame.
Yeah, I think the single greatest mistake Globers have ever done is bring up Coriolis because you guys can't even begin to comprehend it.
Okay, so let me explain how it
And
works.
so I'm
If
not
you
gonna,
have-
I'm not going to talk about Coriolis.
That's an insult.
Just let me know when
man.
you're done. Let me know when you're done.
Are you done
I
insulting?
suppose everybody could pull up a Wikipedia, right, of Coriolis
Yes.
effect and
We can
see
do
for
Coriolis.
themselves if I describe it perfectly.
Come on.
So I'm going to go ahead and screen share so that I can prove that I'm not actually pulling it up. I'm going to actually share my entire screen.
Wow, Larry.
Cool.
This is a
So
first.
now that you guys can see my screen, and I'm a gamer,
on.
I only have one
Yeah.
screen. I don't do work stuff.
I'm gonna
So I got
join.
one screen. All right. So
Here we go.
if you have an object like an artillery shell that doesn't have any kind of external propulsion, right, and you launch it north, according to the Coriolis effect, the non-inertial reference frame, which is the Earth spinning underneath it, is going to spin, but because the object was launched, let's say from the equator, and is facing north, as the world turns, it's going to veer off to the right.
Hey,
So
Larry.
there's going to be a deflection.
Hey, Larry. Is
Yeah.
As the World Turns? Was that ever a soap opera?
Yeah, it
Like
was, I believe, in the 80s or 70s. But yeah, let me get to my point.
Why is it
So
going to
hold
veer
on,
off to the
hold
right?
on, bro, because there's two reference frames. There's the inertial and non-inertial reference frame. Because one is independent from the other. But according to Scott Mackey, there's only one reference frame. So he doesn't understand the Coriolis effect.
Why
And then
is
he's
it going to veer
projecting
off
it
to the
onto
right?
me because of the Coriolis effect in your
You
model.
can't,
This is what
you
would
can't
happen.
use a Coriolis effect to explain the Coriolis effect.
Dude, I
What is
just
the
explained
Coriolis
it.
effect? You didn't, though.
The reference
You
frames
said, you said stuff about reference
the
frames that
object.
you also don't understand.
Bro, you asked me a question, then talked over it, and then touted victory.
Nope.
Yeah, that's exactly what you just did. You asked the
You didn't.
question
You didn't
and
explain
let
it,
me
though.
answer. You're interrupting in the middle of me explaining it to ask a question, then talk over me, and then, oh, I'm victorious now because I talked over the guy. Why don't you
Go
put
ahead.
yourself on mute?
I
Right?
am.
Thank you. So, a way to understand this simply so that everyone can understand it, if two children are on a merry-go-round and it's spinning, the child can't throw the ball to where the person is because of this apparent deflection. They have to throw the ball to where the child is going to be. So they have to lead them. So, if you have two kids on a merry-go-round and you have two parents who just spun them, now throwing a football back and forth, the children are going to see an apparent deflection of the path of the football from point A to point B, from point B to point A. The ball isn't actually deflecting, it's the non-inertial reference frame that's spinning underneath it that causes this apparent deflection. So this is pretty well understood, and I see that someone's posted Wikipedia of the Coriolis effect, and they can check it out for themselves and decide whether Scott Mackey is right when he says there's one reference frame in the Coriolis effect, or if I'm actually correct, where I said that there's two reference frames: an inertial and non-inertial reference frame.
Oh
Scott,
boy.
would you like to
Yeah.
respond now that I'm done?
Yeah, no kidding,
Yeah,
Scott.
I
That's
never
just
said anything about. I never.
you
I
gotta
never
just
said anything
yield
about
if you're
reference
saying that,
frames.
dude. One reference frame, that's just insanity.
I never said anything about reference frames at all. The word reference frame never came out of
Yeah,
my mouth.
I asked you, is the Earth spinning at the same speed as the atmosphere? And you said if there's no wind, then it is. So that
Yes.
would be one frame of reference.
What does that have to do with a projectile?
That's all right, Scott. Just admit that you were wrong, and we can carry on with the conversation. It's fine. Like you know, it's okay to be wrong sometimes or misspeak. You know?
No. Coming from people who are wrong all the time, I guess it must be. You get by just fine, don't you?
Oh, so you can't admit that when you're wrong.
I didn't say anything wrong.
Most
Yeah, you
narcissists
did. You
can't.
said the atmosphere moves in sync with the Earth.
It does when it's not windy.
So then how do you have a Coriolis effect if you got one reference frame?
Because the projectile and the atmosphere are in different reference frames?
Not if there's no wind. They're in the same reference frame.
No, because the projectile is going perpendicular or lateral to the atmosphere.
No, the atmosphere
Wow.
isn't moving.
It's moving with the Earth.
Yeah,
Right,
so not
so there's
moving.
one reference frame.
Nope. There's a reference frame of the projectile, and there's a reference frame of the Earth/atmosphere.
Oh
No,
my God,
you don't
man.
understand, bro.
No, I
The
understand
non-inertial
perfectly.
reference frame is
Well,
the
don't forget
spinning
the
Earth.
wind.
Oh shit.
Wind is Coriolis now.
Nope, nobody ever said wind is Coriolis. That's another thing you guys just keep messing up.
I can say whatever I want.
So I'll try to say it again.
Larry,
You do.
I'll try one more
You just
time.
say whatever you want, and then you criticize people for saying things, and then you say whatever you want. And we've got to
Whatever I
sit here and
want.
listen to you.
So let's click on it and see what it actually says. So this is Wikipedia. So whoa, they've changed this shit. There's nothing here. Is this the actual? Who posted this?
Is that wiki?
They've changed it, haven't they? Let
Look.
me look it up here. I'll look it up myself.
All right. Hey man, we're shooting through outer space millions of miles an hour. Don't you guys know that? Come on, everybody knows.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
Who posted that? Into the break. He's not. Is he flatty?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll just go ahead and post this one. Copy and paste so everybody can see it.
Pretty sure he's pretty skunked at this point.
Yeah.
In physics, the Coriolis effect is inertial or fictitious force that acts upon objects that in motion with the frame of reference that rotates with respect to an inertial frame. So what are we talking about? Talking about two reference frames right there in the first sentence. Scott, you're done. You're exposed, bro.
At the moment, you're just talking about those roundabouts. That's about it.
When did I not say there are two reference frames?
You said that if the Earth is rotating at the same speed as the wind, then it's one reference frame, right? Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
So if the Earth is experiencing no wind, how do you have a inertial reference frame?
For what?
Don't be. Now he's playing coy.
You're killing
No,
me.
you need the projectile. Are we going to introduce the projectile or not?
The projectile in this case was the airplane flying south.
No, it's not a projectile. It's a powered vehicle. It's not subject to Coriolis.
My God.
So how are you going to say that Coriolis wind is going to speed correct the airplane then?
I never said Coriolis wind would speed correct.
Yeah, you
That's just
did.
another
You
thing
said
you
it is a
misheard.
gradual increase as you go down the latitudes. I heard you.
Yes.
I heard you
We
say it.
But that has nothing to do with Coriolis.
Flight school.
It
We learned
is.
it in flight
No, it
school.
doesn't. That's just
It
you guys
has
don't
to.
understand Coriolis. No, it doesn't.
We got trained in flight school for this, bro. I mean, every day they pounded it into our heads.
Coriolis only takes effect
Yeah.
when anything is moving to a smaller radius.
Oh my
Yeah.
god!
So you got a
So
plane
when
that
it-
leaves the
If it
equator.
goes north, you're saying if a sniper shoots north, he has to take it into effect. But if he shoots south, that he doesn't have to take it into effect. Is that what you're saying, Scott?
Well, smaller or larger, change of radius.
Oh, okay, okay. So it doesn't.
Oh
affect
my
it.
god! Smaller, large.
Well, like I said, it's okay to be wrong.
I'm being wrong. I've been wrong lots of times, just not here.
Well, welcome
Never
back,
here.
man.
You've never been wrong here.
No.
You know, it's really weird that a narcissist will never admit when they're wrong. Like it's always you did something wrong. You're the one who's done me wrong. Like
Exactly, Larry.
straight up pick a fight with you, and then when you respond, right, they'll start gaslighting you and make it out like you're the aggressor.
Yep.
So it's really weird to watch this unfold like in real time.
That's why we're still
It is
here.
really
Larry.
weird. I agree.
Yeah, you're gaslighting the fuck out of everybody in the room right now.
Wrong because you're flat earthers.
Yep, you're just making up shit I didn't say in order to make yourself feel better.
Oh my god!
You making up shit. You're making up your own shit.
So much better. I
So
feel
Coriolis, it only affects if you're going north until Larry points it out 2 seconds later, and south, right? But you've never been wrong. But you're gaslighting us because that's a violation of the law of non-contradiction, right? It can't be only north, but then 2 seconds later, north and south, and I've never been wrong. Make that make sense, Scott. I'll give you like 60 seconds. Go ahead, bro. Everybody be quiet. Let Scott work that out for everybody in the room.
I'll mute.
Oh my god. Larry, would Coriolis, if the Earth were a cylinder, if the Earth were a cylinder, and we were firing
Notice he
something up
called
and
on
down the
God,
cylinder,
a God he does not believe.
would it be subject to Coriolis?
You don't believe in God.
Would it be subject to Coriolis if it were a cylinder, not a globe?
Couldn't hear you. Everybody's talking.
Okay, if the Earth were, if we were to make the argument, us globies, if we were actually cylinderies, and we were trying to argue that the Earth was a cylinder,
That's
ridiculous. It rotated around. I know it's ridiculous. I know.
No, there'd be no Coriolis effect.
Why not?
Because the Earth is a cylinder, and it's not going to have a change rate over distance. It's not going to have actually a rotation rate or a rim velocity rate over distance.
Change.
Yeah, change. That's
Okay.
the key part. Yeah.
So the key part is the projectile is changing its location to the axis, right? Its distance from the axis, either moving it closer or
From
further
the
away,
poles to
right?
the equator, not.
Yeah.
I agree.
And so all we got to do really to figure out the amount of change is figure out the different velocities at the 2 points, the different latitudes, right? And we assume that it maintains or conserves all its velocity, but of course it wouldn't, because if you're firing into the atmosphere, that atmosphere is either going to push that bullet a little bit or slow it down. If you're firing into, if you have an initial velocity, a tangential velocity of 1,000, we'll put 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and you fire it north, it's going to be firing into an atmosphere which doesn't have that same tangential velocity. And so that atmosphere is going to push on that bullet to start slowing it down, to slow down that 1,000. It's not going to completely stop it, but it is going to slow it down, right?
Yeah.
And so we're not going to experience the entire effect of Coriolis that we would expect if we were putting it in a vacuum, right?
Okay. What's your point?
The point is that the air can slow things down.
Well, no shit, Sherlock.
That's how airplanes land when they take off and land at different latitudes. Because the
So the
entire
air
way
slows down the airplane that was going 500 miles an hour when it left Canada, but
It-
now
it-
it's landing on 1,000 mile an hour, rotating, non-inertial reference frame, and you think slowing it down is helping your argument?
Yes, it'll slow it down or speed it up depending on which way you're going.
Oh, so now the atmosphere speeds it up. Okay.
Dude, you're not even trying. You're not even trying to understand any of this, are you?
Well, you said it slows it down, and then I said, "Wait a minute,
Go.
you
If
need it to go faster," and then you changed it to, "Well, now that everything I've said is true about slowing it down, it also could speed it up." Like you smuggled that. Hold on,
It
bro. You
speeds it up if
smuggled
you
that
go up.
argument.
Oh
Hold
my
on.
God, you
You
can't be this
smuggled.
stupid.
Relax,
You
bro. I'm
can't be.
speaking.
You
It'll
can't
be
be
okay
this
if I
stupid.
speak. You don't have to be so scared.
Go
I know you
ahead.
have
Go
anxiety.
ahead.
You live in
Go ahead.
California. Get you some medication. It'll be all right, Puddin'. Don't you worry about that. I'm gonna speak and it'll be okay. Right. So you smuggled in the argument after getting me to agree that yes, atmosphere can slow things down, and then you smuggled it in. It could also speed it up too, and then try to do the
Yeah,
mic
but the
drop
thing could go both
walk
ways,
off.
man.
Yes, depending on which way you're going.
All right, so
Is that
how
not
does the
not
atmosphere
obvious?
speed it up if it's not spinning in a faster rate? It's going at the same rate.
No, at the equator it goes quicker.
It's going to keep the airplane at the tangential velocity of the ground below it because it's moving at the same speed as the ground below it.
I
And so
appreciate
as you move so as you move into an
Finding it
atmosphere that's moving
frustrating, let me
faster than
get
your previous
away with
atmosphere,
your
it'll speed you
comments.
up
The
faster
air
tangentially.
slows down the
If
airplane. Like, are you
you're moving into an atmosphere
drop.
moving slower than your original tangential velocity, it will slow you down. Just depends on which way you're going. It will keep you in sync with the ground below it.
Yeah, not always with the ground below it, Scott, because if you're staying
Unless there's a wind.
What's that?
Unless there's a wind like the Gulf Stream or something.
No, not just that. Because if you're increasing your altitude, you're staying above the same area, of ground. The
That's
ground below
correct.
you is the
That's a
same.
good point. That's a
It'll
good
change.
point. Yes. That's a
That's
good
why I
point.
like percentage. Percentage, kudos to you for not really taking sides and looking at everything objectively. So percentage, I got a question for you, bro. If the earth were flat, right, wouldn't it behave exactly the way that Scott's describing it, where the atmosphere speeds it up so you don't notice any change in velocity when you land at different longitudes?
No, it wouldn't behave in the way that the atmosphere speeds it up. But you're right that you wouldn't notice any change. Just like we don't notice any change.
Right.
And they claim, oh, it's because it's just like it's perfectly fluid and it happens without you needing to do anything. Basically, the effect would be the same, which is that you don't notice anything.
Right. So
yeah,
they're claiming this is happening. So how do we find out whether there is a rim velocity at the equator that's different if we cannot notice any change?
See, this is where they say with ballistics it works, because anything that relies on the atmosphere, you wouldn't be able to notice the change. Like any hot air balloon or helium balloon or, drone or something like that, or plane. But they say ballistics, because it doesn't rely on the atmosphere, you'll be able to see the Coriolis effect at play. Except this hasn't, as far as I know, it's never been proven. Like if you were to shoot,
I'm really glad you said that, right? Because if you look at the world records of the longest confirmed kills with a sniper bullet, we're talking like over 2 miles. I think 2.3 was the Canadian, but I think he got beat out recently. But the thing about that Canadian, right? He said that he saw somebody shooting at his, men, right? And he was standing up and he aimed high and shot and got 3 out of 4 targets, confirmed kill from 2.3 miles away. He didn't say shit about calculating for Earth spin or anything like that. He just said that he aimed high.
Yep. And similarly with like cannons or whatever, like, I don't know which one it was, like whether it was Mythbusters or something like that. So one of them, like if you shoot a gun straight up in the sky, it comes down relatively, aside from just a little bit of wind and wherever the wind is going, it's not gonna deviate so much that which is what Coriolis demands. And and even like Globers, they're confused on this. Some Globers will say that no, it's supposed to deviate and then come back, like as you go up and increase your altitude, and as it increases its tangential velocity, and then when it comes back down, it goes in the opposite direction, and so there it cancels out and lands where it is. And some Globers say it's supposed to deviate on the way up and on the way down, so it should be far away from wherever it's fired, whatever. But there's no proof.
So the whole thing started because we were talking about the documents from NASA that says that they assume a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
You familiar with those?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Right. So we were saying that I think someone made the claim that airplanes are designed from the ground up to fly over a flat Earth. And this whole argument's been about the Coriolis effect and whether or not, we can actually observe the Earth acting like the globe model. And Scott just said that actually you don't notice anything. So it's as if, and I'm putting words in his mouth, it's as if you're flying over a flat stationary plane because you don't notice any velocity change on the landing strip when you fly north to south. And he gave an excuse. He said it was the Coriolis winds that gradually make you match the speed of the Earth spinning underneath you.
I did not say the Coriolis winds, but go
You
ahead.
didn't use those exact words. I just said that I'm attempting to say your argument. So if you weren't talking about the wind making you match the speed, what were you talking about?
I was not talking about Coriolis because Coriolis requires movement lateral. I mean, in terms of latitude, right? So, no, as you just move into the different latitudes winds or atmosphere, if it's not windy, it just keeps you at that speed.
So you just didn't like the fact that I
Oh,
said
did you say Coriolis requires lateral movement?
It requires latitudinal movement, right? You have to move north and south.
Oh, you have to change your latitude. You mean by latitudinal movement?
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know how to.
It's confusing
what
because
verb I
it
should
could
use.
mean traveling along the latitudinal movement.
You're right. You're right.
So
Yeah.
just don't say Coriolis winds, right?
The thing is,
Don't
why?
say winds
Like,
at all.
this is one thing I don't
Atmosphere.
understand. Why did they say that? Like, with planes traveling north and south, you can see Coriolis when planes rely on the atmosphere, and it should be kind of like imperceptible, imperceivable, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an
Well,
excuse, right? Like they're
anybody
saying
talks
that.
about
Who's the question for, me or Scott?
It
Sorry.
was for Scott, yeah, like because I
Sorry.
understand with ballistics because it doesn't rely on the atmosphere. The planes rely on
Yeah.
the atmosphere, so why
yeah,
did they say planes?
anybody talks about Coriolis in aircraft are just stupid. They should
This is a commonly brought up thing that when
Yeah.
you fly north to south. That's what they always say when you fly north to south.
They shouldn't. It's no bearing on it, right? You're right. People shouldn't talk about it. Nobody should talk about it.
Gotcha.
Okay, so it's almost as if, if none of this stuff has any bearing on it, it's almost like it doesn't exist. Like you fly the plane as if it was flying over a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth.
It would have bearing on spacecraft, Larry.
Okay, so who in here flies spacecraft that we can, determine if that's true or not?
I guess we gotta ask the astronauts, eh?
Yeah, astronauts. The astronauts.
I did not see that coming.
Yeah, here it's the first time you heard it. So yeah,
Scott, when you were saying before, like you were saying that document and Larry just brought up again, NASA.gov documents about a rigid aircraft. What are they talking about then?
What do you mean? What are they talking about with a rigid aircraft?
Yeah.
Doesn't flex at all.
Okay, what's that?
Flexing? We all know what flexing is, don't we?
What aircraft?
All aircraft flex. Every last one of them.
Okay, so what are they referring to then?
When they say they're assuming a rigid aircraft?
Yeah.
For their calculations.
It's simplifying.
So what aircraft are they talking about?
No real aircraft.
Hypothetical.
No real aircraft. So what's the point of the equations?
To give you sufficient models in order to build an actual aircraft.
I'm reading this
so it doesn't crash.
So not reality. So
I'm reading this summary.
They just did some equations on. Sorry, mate. Are you Scott or are you me? Because
No, what the equations are designed to give them sufficient specificity, sufficient. What's the word I'm looking for? Sufficient accuracy. You're really roboting for me, Timbo. Big time.
So they
We can't
based
hear anything,
all of their
Timbo, at all.
equations on exist of an aircraft that doesn't exist.
Yes, that's how they do these calculations, correct.
So they do correct calculations on an aircraft that doesn't exist.
They do correct enough calculations on aircrafts that don't exist. This is true.
How do you test that?
In a wind tunnel? In
With an
test
aircraft
pilots?
that doesn't exist.
Well, they know their calculation is good enough because these planes are not falling out of the sky.
But they're not rigid.
I know.
Yeah.
May I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm reading the summary, and it's saying the term non-rotating Earth is repeated to emphasize that the simulation simplifies the Earth's model by ignoring its rotation. This approach
Of
simplifies
course they're going to say that.
calculations, focuses on
They have to
relevant
say that.
forces for most aircraft scenarios, and clarifies the assumptions and scope of the model.
Okay.
So they
Sounds like
model,
an excuse to me.
they model how an aircraft flies over a flat, non-rotating Earth so that it can fly over a curved, rotating Earth.
Wait a
Yeah,
minute. I thought
and a
when the
rigid
military
one
trains for stuff,
on
they
a
train for the situations they're actually going to be in. Like the
yeah,
Navy
and
SEALs, like actually train underwater, right?
yeah, and non-rigid aircraft for rigid aircraft, or rigid aircraft for non-rigid aircraft too. So that's just three things. So these are for aircraft that don't exist on what they would say a flat surface that doesn't exist and is not rotating. There's three things that they're not including in the way that they should fly an airplane. Doesn't that
And
seem
then
weird to you?
and then the airplane flies well enough that it doesn't fall out of the sky by utilizing a flat, non-rotating Earth as the model.
Yeah. Yep. Even though it's not. Even though it's a rotating sphere and a flexible aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
That's great.
I don't know how you guys think this is a win for you.
Or maybe
Well,
we're
if
just
I had
flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
If I had a guy designing my houses that I build, designing them on a curved surface, but I was building them on a flat surface, I'd be fucking worried.
How much curve do you think is there in your house?
That's irrelevant, Scott. I'm talking about someone planning to do something practically and not doing it practically on what the practicality of the study says.
But their study is just getting some numbers, right? It's not even a study, it's just mathematics.
Get numbers on something that doesn't exist. Yeah, great. That's awesome.
So, if what you needed to decide was how thick your wing needed to be, right, in order to withstand the forces of a certain G turn, right? And the calculation gave you, say, 1.5 meters of thickness. And if you include all these other variables and the actual thing should be 1.50000003, do you think that's going to matter in your design?
Where'd you pull those numbers from?
It's from memory, from history. I did this stuff for 2.5 years before I changed majors.
With those numbers?
No, but that's basically what it does. Is because the thing is, if you include these numbers, they are rounding. They turn out to be rounding errors.
You just pulled some numbers out of your ass and added them in and said, hypothetically speaking.
I'm just trying to explain to you what they're doing. You don't have to believe me.
It tells me. It tells me what they're doing.
They can ignore these other factors, these other variables, because they don't
exist.
No, because they don't affect the final number.
Okay, almost like they don't exist. Yeah.
But I'm telling you what's really happening. They know they don't affect the final number in a way that's going to matter.
Tell me what's really happening because you don't know, Scott.
But I do know.
No, you don't.
This is the difference. Yes, I do.
No, you think you know. You just say,
I know.
okay, because I believe in a ball, then this is what they're doing. This is what they mean. I'm the ball interpreter. That's what I am.
No, the
So
fact I
because
saw
I live on a ball, then because NASA said they're using a flat, non-rotating plane, it actually just means that they're using a spherical ball, but they're just making the equations easier.
Did you
I
ever
am the
look at the
ball whisperer.
do you ever look at the actual equations they post in these documents, or do you guys just look at that
They
one
don't,
part and then
don't
turn
really
it
mean
off?
anything to me. If it meant
Yeah, I know.
something was structurally going to fall apart, then I'd look at it. But
Yeah, but the point
all that other
is that
bullshit's irrelevant.
if you look at the equations they're
Okay,
trying to
well,
explain
explain the
afterwards,
equation. Go ahead, Scott.
some of these are beyond my abilities. I've seen some of
So,
these
okay,
equations, and
so
they're doing some
I'm going to
linear
go and
algebra
look
that
at
I
an
can't.
equation that's beyond your ability as well.
Yes, yes,
Yeah, that's well done, mate. Yeah.
yeah. This
So
one that Larry posted.
I'm wrong because I don't understand something that you don't understand either.
Projection.
Yeah, but I understand that I
But
don't
you don't
understand.
understand because you don't understand. You can't say you understand if you don't understand.
So
Because you don't
I know.
understand.
you can't say why, right?
I know they're applying them to mathematical equations
Yeah,
and
math,
models, right?
therefore globe.
They're doing
Yeah.
some matrix algebra, which I kind of vegged over because it was in the last 2 weeks of my calculus course and it wasn't on the test, so I skipped the whole
But you
matrix
don't
algebra stuff.
understand it. That's fine. All you need to say is I don't understand it either. That's all right.
And yeah, and you
Like I was
don't
saying
either,
before,
right?
it's not that bad to be wrong. You know, like you can be wrong.
I'm not wrong. I'm not understanding. It's not wrong, right? It's not understanding.
No, well, you said you understand it, and then you said you don't understand it. So that is being wrong. That's fine.
No, I said
You don't
understand
need
why
to
they're doing
pretend that
this.
you understand it and then ridicule us for saying you don't understand when you don't understand, Scott.
I wasn't ridiculing you. I was supposed to
Weird,
point out a
dude.
fact.
It's just weird, man.
Okay.
It is weird, wouldn't you? Don't you admit?
Fine.
Don't
Fine.
you
It's
see that
weird.
it's
It's
weird?
weird. It's weird. Fine.
It
It's
is
weird.
weird.
All right.
It's weird that you're projecting what you don't understand onto everyone else. And then saying, but you don't understand. When you don't understand, isn't that weird?
No, not
It
at
is
all.
weird.
If you need it to be, we can be. It can
It's
be.
like sitting in a discussion or with your group of mates, not nodding your head, and then laughing at something you don't understand. And then when someone says, "I don't understand," you turn around to your mate and you go, "He doesn't understand. What a doofus!" But you don't understand. You're that guy. I can't believe you're that guy. You are. Now I can see it. You sitting around at a barbecue with your mates, sipping Bud Light,
Yuck.
nodding, going, yeah, look, he doesn't understand. And then you go, okay, what's the answer, Scott? And you go, I don't know. I don't understand the equation. That's weird. If my mate did that, I'd go, you're a fucking idiot. Why are you pretending to understand? Just say you don't understand. You don't need to ridicule people for don't understanding something that you don't understand.
Are we going to move past this
moronic.
anytime soon?
Yeah, I know. I'm on a bit of a rant. So.
Timbo,
Okay.
I have a question.
For me or for the room?
For Timbo, or for the room. Why would they post this, right? Publish this, if it goes against everything that they've ever said to the public?
Like what?
Like that the Earth is non-spinning. Like they NASA published this, of course.
Yeah. So what?
Why would they
lie?
Contradict everything they've previously said?
Okay, let me give you another example of this, of what's occurring, yeah? Because in celestial navigation, they imagine that it's the Earth that's stationary and that the sun is revolving the Earth, moving directly overhead. All right, so according to the globe, we know that the globe says that it's the Earth that's rotating, yeah? So, again, it's another claim like this. They say that they model it out over a flat, non-rotating plane, but then claim it's for ease of use on a sphere, which is going to have to take in many other forces and effects. So I would propose that although they're claiming a globe, they're just flying over a flat, non-rotating plane. Just like in celestial navigation, it's the Earth that isn't moving, and it really is the stars, and that's why we have to pretend that that's what's occurring in the globe model. Does that make sense?
I mean, I guess I'm just
Doesn't
not
understand.
understanding.
See, they don't understand. None of them do.
But they published this, right? Obviously saying, and you say they're saying the Earth is non-spinning, non-rotating. That goes
Because
against
none of you
everything.
understand.
That goes against everything they've ever put out to the public. Everything they've ever said.
So it's almost like they could lie to the public, but try to
seen
keep the truth hidden to themselves. Interesting.
So what you just
I
said,
get
basically says that you've seen everything they've ever put out to the public, and this one, article that we've posted contradicts that. So I would say there's a lot of
I'm just
assumptions
saying
based on what you just said.
I'm just saying I don't get the point. If they were truly saying the Earth is non-rotating, not simplifying calculations, they were truly saying the Earth is not rotating. Like, it just contradicts everything.
Okay, so mod check. If you look in the chat at 31 minutes past the hour when they're doing celestial navigation, why do they imagine that the Earth is stationary and that the sun is revolving around the Earth when that's not what they tell us is happening? Why is that in contradiction to the globe in the same way?
They just treat it that way to simplify the math in their calculations.
Right.
That doesn't mean it's actually stationary.
Are you mod check? You change your name?
Did he say something wrong?
I was having a discussion with yourself and I was waiting for an answer.
Yeah, I haven't read up on this. I'm not educated enough to respond.
That's fine. He's new. He's not going to know everything. So basically, what we're trying to say.
I was just giving an example. Sorry. Larry. I was just giving an example. You're saying, why would they say this when it's in opposition to what we know or what you believe you know? Well, here's another example of that.
So you're AJ, right?
Yeah. So sorry. Go ahead, Larry.
No, you're good, brother. You continue. Carry on.
So celestial navigation, measurement of time, by Vicky Moore, October 4th, 2016. I don't see anything about NASA.
No, but what it states is that imagine that the Earth is stationary and the sun is revolving around the Earth. Now, in the globe paradigm, we would have the Earth rotating. We'd be falling over backwards. All right. So with the NASA document, again, you were asking, why would it state the opposite? Why would it state that they're going over this non-rotating flat plane when we know that NASA tells us that it's a globe? Well, we're also told that the Earth's a globe when we're sailing, right? But we also have to imagine that it is the sun that is revolving and that the Earth's stationary. So I'm just giving you the same example, yeah?
But
So my answer would be, very simply, that this is occurring because this is reality and it needs to occur this way. Yeah.
So how do they find their
I
latitude
gave
and
you a
longitude then?
model that shows the Earth as a stationary thing. everything rotate around it or whatever. And like none of it's stationary. But, the accepted model.
Am I the only one that missed every bit of that?
I didn't hear what he said.
Okay, you need a model where the Earth is stationary.
We need a model with the Earth as stationary.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we can ask NASA, seeing as that they model the Earth as stationary for their flight plane, for their flight. What do they call it? I can't remember now.
Flight dynamics model, linearized flight dynamics.
Flight dynamics. That's the one.
Yeah, they didn't.
Sorry.
Model the
Thanks,
Earth as
Dazza.
flat. They ignored it, right?
Well, I'll have to go back and read their document, exactly what it says before I answer that. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's flat. They ignore the whole glob part, the whole spinning glob part. They ignore that.
For short-range flights or operations confined to a relatively small geographic area, the impact of the Earth's rotation is negligible. The primary forces and moments acting on the aircraft can accurately be modeled without considering the Earth's rotation.
Anybody know what a spherical cow is?
Sacred cow, probably.
A spherical cow.
No, I don't know what
What's a spherical cow? I don't know.
So it's a meme in physics where somebody asks a physicist or an engineer or someone, like, how do I get as much cattle as possible? And the physicist comes back and has a whole like big report, hundreds of pages, and the first line of the report is, assume a spherical cow of consistent mass. Right? It's a way to simplify the math so you can actually get to a functional equation, even though what you're starting with isn't exactly representative of reality. Does that make sense?
Or is it you're actually concerned about?
Kind of, but like, yeah, I do kind of assume there's this circle because I don't know how the fuck else it could work.
Yeah, well, as far as the NASA
What does that even mean?
It means it's a simplification of the math, right?
No,
Not only is it
I understand what you said. I'm just wondering what the other guy means. What does that mean?
So can I not be heard? Can I get a mic check?
I don't know how this would
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know how Earth could work without being a sphere. Obviously, this is like
It's because you've never
this is
thought
the
about
break
it.
of the
because you-
sacred thing here, but yeah.
Because you've been sitting on your couch stoned for 5 years.
I do the same bullshit though.
Go ahead, Larry.
I was just trying to ask the guy, so you're saying that when they do this, it's kind of like controlling for other variables and only focusing on the factors that you're interested in, right?
Correct.
I was asking him. I don't think he can hear me. Can you guys ask if he can hear me?
Who are you talking to?
Yeah.
The guy that was talking about the meme in physics.
Manufactotum.
Oh, that's Manufactotum. Can you hear Larry?
Yeah. I thought it was talking to the other guy.
For
So did
fuck's
I.
sake, you brought it up.
Sorry. What was the question?
Never mind.
No, someone else was talking to the other guy, and I thought you were too. Sorry.
All right, I forgive you. Just move on.
Well, I was just going to add that when they put out these documents about orbital mechanics, I don't know about this airplane thing. I assume it's kind of the same. But with orbital mechanics, if they make a model and they're going to describe this model with regards to how this object gets off the ground, anything after that, you have to put in yourself, right? So anything to do with getting a vessel from Earth to Mars, for example, you have to add those motions to the basic equations they give you for getting stuff off the ground, right? Even when they say it's an object of consistent mass, we know that's not true because as this thing starts burning fuel, its mass changes. That's it. They're just specifying what is included and what's not included, what you have to add in later.
So we fly from north to south as if the Earth isn't spinning.
That's correct. We do. And so whether or not, the flights can't determine whether the Earth is globe or flat because we feel the exact same thing in both situations. But we got to move on to something else.
Well, you assume that we wouldn't feel the Earth spinning if it's spinning, but
Correct.
we're assuming that it's flat and stationary, and everyone acts as if it's flat and stationary.
But nobody does.
So empirically, it's flat and stationary.
No.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me you don't believe in relative motion?
It's not flat. It might seem stationary, but it's definitely not flat, and it's not stationary if you look out in the world or out in the sky.
Who uses it as curved in motion?
Well, the pilot who will fly me down to New Zealand in January.
No, they don't.
Well, then it gets curved. They treat it as it's curved. Of course they do.
I don't know.
They absolutely do. Otherwise, they can't get a bearing. They can't get a heading.
So you're saying
if
they dip their nose, do they?
No.
So how do they treat it as curved?
In order to get a heading. In order to know which direction to fly.
They just point in a direction.
Yeah, no, but which direction? That's important to find out which one, not just any old direction.
Yeah. Are you saying you can't navigate on a flat surface?
You have a map that we can use to navigate on?
Yeah, there's some ones from World War II, I think, that are flat.
They wouldn't give you the right heading.
that wasn't the question anyway. The question was,
You'd
are
end
you
up in
stating that
Australia.
you can't navigate over a flat surface?
Because you
That's
say
correct.
like
Why
you
not?
say pilots use the Earth as a rotating sphere, but they don't.
They
You're
don't.
just saying because they know their headings, the map is a globe and only
No,
works on a globe. But the question was, do they use the Earth as a sphere rotating?
not rotating, but a sphere. Yes.
In what way?
Heading and direct and distance. You cannot
So they
find
say
heading or distance without being on a sphere.
it's over there, but over there 90 degrees on the other side of the ball.
Over there is radically insufficient to get you where you want to go.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But they say, okay, I'm going southwest, and my heading will be 90 degrees from where I am at the moment.
Okay, how do they figure that out?
No, I'm asking you because you're saying that they're not going to be on the same. They're not going to be on the same vertical. They're going to be on a different vertical. So as they're flying, they have to change verticals.
Yeah, the
How do
plane
they
just
do
does
that?
it all by itself.
Oh, so they don't use it as a sphere. It just automatically does it.
I told you why they use it as a sphere. Why are you ignoring that?
Because that's just it's just a baseless assertion fallacy.
What, that they have to use a sphere for a heading and a distance?
Yeah, go ahead. Show me that.
Okay, what do I compare it to?
Because your claim is because we live on a sphere, it's the only way they can navigate. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
That's how they get their heading. Yeah.
Yes.
So you're already stating that it's a sphere, and we know they're flying on a sphere because they're flying on a sphere. But they're not actually using it as a sphere or a rotating surface.
It's the only way to get a heading.
Yeah, because you think we live on a sphere. So you
Can
say
you
the
give me
only way to get a heading is if we live on a sphere,
Yes.
which is incorrect. Okay, so can you navigate on a flat horizontal surface?
No.
You can't.
Show me how.
That's amazing.
Prove me wrong.
Isn't that amazing that you say you can't navigate on a flat horizontal surface, but you can navigate on a ball?
Correct. It's the only way the math works.
It's not math.
It is math.
Okay, what's the math? What's the math?
Geometry.
In headings?
Yes. Geometry. Yes, a heading is a geometric question.
From a compass.
Well, what's the answer?
Where do you need to go?
So, at what
From
point
a
are they taking
compass?
the curvature? Sorry, go, Jim. I cut
Geometric.
you off, bro.
No, yeah, you're all right, man. It's geometric because of the compass. Is that what you say?
No.
Why is it geometric then?
Because you're moving from one point on the surface to another point on the surface, and the quickest way from those two to those 2 points is along a great circle, and that great circle will
So
have
you're just adding in a sphere again. I was talking about navigating on a flat surface.
I know
You
you
just use a
can't do that.
compass. Yeah, you just use a compass.
How do you know where? Okay, so you have a compass in your hand. What's next? I want to get from San Francisco to. I guess we're going to Auckland. What do I do to get from San Francisco to Auckland? Now that you got a compass in your hand.
You're asking the wrong person.
I know.
I'm sure you can do it.
Nobody can. No, they actually can't. I know you guys keep saying that, but nobody can do it. It can't be done. That's why no one has done it so far.
Are you
That's why
saying you
nobody knows
can't
how-
point in a direction and go?
I'm saying you can't determine the direction to go.
Why not? You determine the direction to go.
I know.
And we
I
can
have a
determine
globe.
the direction to go.
Wait,
But
is
you
that
can't,
actually
and that's
your
why nobody on the
argument?
flatter side has ever done this, because it can't
What?
be done.
Your argument is you can't
determine
It's
the
been 9 years,
direction
and you guys still
to
haven't come
go.
up with any kind of way to navigate anywhere on a flat Earth. And there's a reason for that. It can't be done. You're trying to do an impossible task.
Wait a minute. That's
I have
okay.
no idea even what that argument is.
Yeah, that's weird,
So,
man.
I don't even know what to do with that.
On
Please mute
aviation charts
reality.
and maps. On aviation charts and
No, it's
maps.
just straight up the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, me too.
Like, no. You're retarded.
No, that's why I had him muted.
No. Cute. Because I, destroy your argument, which
Are
is
you a flat
nothing.
earther? Wait, you're not a flat
Me?
earther, are you? Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I am not.
Yeah, I usually only mute globe earthers, like myself. Because
Okay.
sometimes, globe earthers are just fucking annoying.
So you think they're a splat?
Oh, God, no.
Not
It's
tracking.
definitely a globe.
You're already,
No.
you're
No,
annoying.
oh my God, calm down. I just want to ask you
I think
straight
this
up.
guy wanted to come
You
in and
think the
argue
Earth
with
is flat?
earthers. I think
No,
this
I
guy
don't.
wanted to come in and argue with flat earthers, and he heard your argument, Scott, and thought you were stupid. So he assumed that you were a flat earther.
Well, I mean, he's already been told twice by Scott that he's not. It's pretty self-evident anyway, and this guy's still asking him, "Are you a flat earther?" You're an idiot, bro.
Okay.
Okay.
Good point, dude.
All right, we're all on the same page at least. Now we can go ahead.
Oh, these guys are funny.
Cool. Go.
You go ahead. You can go ahead if you want. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, the Earth is obviously a globe.
Yeah, so you were just arguing with someone who believes the same thing as you then.
Yeah, but I'm not. God damn it, dude. I'm not trying to argue with him. He just.
Okay, so globe.
He just straight up said to me, I believe in the globe.
So now
So
you
no,
agree
I'm
with
not
him.
arguing with him.
Oh, so before you're arguing with him, and now you realize that you guys believe the same thing. What he said is not wrong anymore. That's weird as well.
Correct. When he said the correct thing, I agreed with
Like,
him.
I am a glober, and then you go, okay, everything else that you just said that I called retarded.
You got it.
You said I just heard the dumbest shit
You
in
got it,
my
dude.
life.
You got it, you ADIQ
and
retard.
now, and then he goes,
Yep.
okay,
Keep
I'm
going.
a glober. And then you go, oh, okay,
Uh-huh.
sorry, that's not
And?
the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my
And
life.
then.
Yeah, you're a fucking retard.
Oh,
That
okay.
is the definition of retard.
Sure, if you think so, dog,
Don't
that's
need to
cute
keep
and all.
talking
But
and
like
commenting
all I said was the Earth is a globe. Anybody want to argue against it?
Yes.
Okay,
Prove
go.
Go prove it.
Well,
Why?
I don't want to argue against it because I haven't heard an argument for it yet, so nothing to argue against.
Okay. So I guess let's throw out some arguments for the globe.
Well, here we go.
Every
This is
object we see in the sky is obviously spherical.
Also, not even necessarily true, but yeah, what Larry said.
No, it is necessarily true, you dumb motherfucker. But go ahead and argue against it.
There's protoplanets that are disks.
Oh my
Galaxies are disks. You ever heard of sombrero galaxy?
Name a planetary object inside of our local solar system that is not globular.
I'll
Name
post
one.
one for you. Yeah, give me just a second.
That's
All
a
right.
big leap. Now we're in a solar system. What's
Yeah,
going on,
but
man?
let's go ahead and name all the other planets: Mercury, Jupiter,
we
all
haven't
their
even got.
moons,
We haven't even gotten to the
Venus,
curved Earth part yet, dude. Jumping too
Saturn.
far ahead, man. You're jumping too far ahead. All right, we're still dealing with the sphericity of the Earth, right? So even if those things in the sky were, even if those things in the sky were spherical, right? You need to compare the surface of this, what you're on, to what those things appear to be. Do they match? Do they share any similarities?
Dumbass left. He couldn't help himself talking through you, so I muted him and he just dipped. Wasn't going to listen to another audio disaster. Had to mute him.
You want to compare what you're standing on with things in the sky? Okay, let's see if we can find any observable or measurable similarities.
Yeah, they just always like slip this in there that it's a planet. Well, planets move. I've never seen the Earth move. What's the similarity?
So, do the planets rotate around us?
Well, they seem to reset around us. I mean, they're moving and we don't seem to be, so I guess it would seem so, yeah.
Yeah, what do you observe them doing? What do you experience?
So do you think that they rotate around us, all of them, in a circle?
Well, they're moving. We're not. Yeah, me neither. But they're the thing that's moving and we're not, so.
So you're saying that we are in a solar system?
No. We'd have to move to be in a solar system. I'm saying there's no similarity that you can observe between the Earth and the planets, and there's no reason to categorize the Earth that way or to say that it's moving around the sun in a solar system. It's not what you observe or experience. You observe everything else moving, not you. Maybe if there's some evidence that goes to the contrary of what you experience, okay, fair enough, but I haven't really heard it. You just get guys like that last guy who just call you a retard.
What about constellations?
What about them?
The night sky looks different throughout the year because Earth's orbit allows us to see in different directions.
Yeah, you're just asserting that. How do you know that that's the cause of the night sky looking different throughout the year? Well, how? I mean, that's your interpretation, but how do you verify it?
Because we would see the same exact night sky if we weren't rotating around the sun.
How do you know that?
Yeah, how do you know that? What makes you say that?
Because we would be stationary. I mean,
so what? The stuff in the sky isn't.
So you're saying that stuff in the sky can't appear to change a little bit and do different things throughout, the course of a year or whatever time over a plane. Why?
So, can I talk to the new guy for a second? Would you guys mind if I interrupt?
Go for it.
All right, what's his name? What's your name, bro?
Mod check.
Mod check.
Cool. Mr. Check. So, let's do a little word association just real fast so I can kind of see where you're at. So, if you close your eyes and I say the word Earth, what do you see in your mind's eye?
Truthfully, I see a spherical ball.
Right. Okay. So the actual Earth is the dirt outside that the earthworms live in. What you're talking about is a model. So you know the difference between a model Porsche and a real Porsche. One's worth about $80,000 and the other one's worth about $8, right?
Okay.
So the real Earth is the dirt outside. You never experience a globe out there. Like when you go outside and you turn off your phone or leave it at home, you don't experience the Earth as a globe.
Do you experience it as flat?
Yeah. I mean, not perfectly flat because there's hills and valleys, so we call it a topographical plane, but we certainly don't experience it as an oblate spheroid. Nobody experiences it that way. Except for allegedly there was 24 guys that, went to the moon and back. But you can choose to believe them, but you have no primary knowledge of the Earth as a globe.
We have to understand the scale, right? Scale of the Earth. So
that's
step outside, like you're not going to be able to see.
That sounds like an
How valuable
excuse to
it
me,
is.
right? Like I don't have my homework because my dog ate it. So you wouldn't see my homework here because my dog ate it. But I actually did my homework. You just can't see it.
All I'm saying is it's extremely large.
Well, wait a minute. I thought they said boats go over the horizon. So we can't see it because the Earth's too big, but boats go over the horizon at the same time. That's a violation of the laws of logic. Specifically, the violation of the law of non-contradiction.
Who's they?
What do you mean, who's they?
I kind of quoting me on something that someone else said.
So they say the boats go over the horizon, and that proves the Earth's a globe. You ever heard that?
I've heard it.
Okay. So that can't be true. So they're lying to us there, or you're lying to us here. Like both of those can't be true at the same time.
Okay, I have a question. So
Sure.
when for globe earthers, like as a globe earther, like we believe that can't see the boats anymore because of the horizon or whatever. What do you think? Like in a like flat Earth, what do they collectively believe happens when boats disappear? Because I just want to know. Like I was just wondering.
You're asking flat earthers that question?
Yeah, like just general question.
Yeah, so you can't see forever, and things get smaller in the distance, and their resolvability decreases if you add distance. For example, if I got two bricks in front of you, you can tell that they're two bricks, but from a mile away, you're going to see it as like one pixel. You're not going to be able to differentiate the line between the two bricks, right?
Sure.
So now instead of bricks, now we got a boat in the water. So we don't have two bricks, but we got that same line, right? But now the boat is 20 miles away.
I feel like if you were to look at an image, like you wouldn't see the bottom of the boat.
Yeah, from 20 miles away, it's a really,
you could see the
really
top.
small. Yeah, because the sky's the limit, right? So if you look at a boat, right, and let's say you're in the water, and you're looking at the boat, well, the sky's the limit. So of course you're going to be able to see taller things that are further out than lower things. But when you're looking at the bottom of the boat, the water is the limit, and the water is actually a limiting factor, whereas the sky is not. So if you have a very small angle to resolve this information that's traveling through the atmosphere, it's going to be a lot harder to detect due to atmospheric scattering, because the way that light travels through the atmosphere. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
So when you see the light underwater at a pool, right, you're in the water,
Okay.
and the light right in front of you, you know that the bulb is actually really small, and the filament in that bulb is actually even smaller, that little piece of carbon.
Right.
But if you get further and further away from it, the light is going to spread out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're looking at light, just like the light from the bulb, bouncing off of the bottom of the boat, and it's heading towards your eye, but it's spreading out in the same way, because we're talking about 20 miles instead of 200 gallons, right? 20 miles of atmosphere. If it spreads out and spreads out down and bounces off the water, the surface of the water, it's not going to hit your eye with the same intensity. So there's all kinds of atmospheric conditions that you have to take into consideration. And there's multiple causes to the same thing. I'm going to post a GIF for you. So this is a time lapse of Skunk Bay. And I want you to either look at this GIF or pull up Skunk Bay time lapse on YouTube, whichever one, I don't care. But pay attention to the white, looks like a water tower on the left. It's about a fifth of the way on the left. It's
I see.
kind of right below the top line on the left side. That water tower disappears. Now the Earth isn't shrinking and getting bigger and smaller, right? This is all atmospheric conditions.
Okay.
So the Globers claim that these atmospheric conditions allow you to see further. We're claiming that they actually cause things to disappear from the bottom up. Now, does it look like this entire bay is disappearing from the bottom up? Especially right there, about a second from the end.
A little.
Right. So is curvature causing this or atmospheric conditions? It's okay if you say I don't know.
I couldn't tell you.
That's fine. I don't think it's
This
curvature
question
causing
wasn't.
this.
It wasn't like to start anything. I just wanted to understand your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has the same perspective. It's just the interpretation of the data, right? So this GIF, right? We could turn this conversation over to a Glober, right? And he could tell you what he thinks is happening right here, and it may not line up with what I said is happening, but the GIF doesn't change, right? Like the GIF is exactly the same. It's the interpretation of what is happening that might change. Or the Glober might say, yeah, it kind of looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up due to refraction.
So, as let's say, as the boat is going off in the distance, it should be fluctuating.
Yeah,
You should see some of the boat more, and it's not like gradual.
So you asked a compound question there. So the first answer is, yeah, there's going to be atmospheric turbulence that's going to cause it to look like it's fluctuating, right? But at the same time, the sails on the boat are 20, 30 feet above the surface, right?
Yeah.
So of course you'd be able to see them a lot further because that angle between the water and your eye and the sail is a lot more obtuse. It's a lot bigger angle than the acute angle of a couple of feet off of the surface where the bottom of the boat is compared to your eye and the water. That's an acute angle, right? It's very acute. So it's going to be harder to resolve it. Now I could get into the more complicated stuff, but you seem like you want to keep it on the simple, so I'm not really going to go into depth of the Rayleigh criterion and show you how the aperture works of your eye and how you increase the aperture and it increases the resolvability. But I'm pretty sure you know that if you pull out a big ass telescope, you can see things a lot clearer, right?
It was just an open-ended question. I just want to see.
Yeah, you can see things a lot better if you pull out a 15-inch telescope. So there's limits to your eyes, and light doesn't travel forever in a straight line with the same intensity from its source. So you have to understand that you have human eyes. You don't have God eyes. You don't have owl eyes. Let's see. Looks like T-Dub posted some stuff. I think this is from a video where the air temperature was the same as the water temperature. Is that right, T-Dub? Maybe T-Dub's AFK.
I keep getting disconnected for some reason.
Did you hear my question, T-Dub?
No, I'm sorry. It cut out. I cut out.
So the video that you posted, that was the one where it says that the air temperature was the same as the water temperature?
I'd have to ask Box Ops exactly about the source of that one.
Okay.
It's
sure.
just a similar one to Skunk Bay, similar observation.
Okay. Well, I did see a video not too long ago that showed the air temperature and the water temperature were exactly the same. And they were saying there's absolutely no refraction in this video. But when you looked at the video, there was all sorts of atmospheric turbulence. Like, it looked like a lot of refraction. But how could that be possible if the temperature was the same?
Right.
I wish I had that video. I don't think I have it. Getting late. Might go to bed.
I mean, people are reproducing similar effects over very short distances on kitchen countertops and things like that, so in garages, driveways. Yeah. Okay, you bring up sometimes, Larry, about they'll say that the air can act like a lens in one aspect, but not in another.
Yeah, so it's really interesting, that the Globers talk about refraction, but, people like Zanuck say that atmospheric lensing isn't a real thing. Like, the first time I actually heard Zanuck speak outside of 24/7, that's what we were arguing about, that he was saying the atmosphere doesn't act like a lens, believe it or not. And it's really interesting that he would make that argument, because pre-2019, if I would have recorded that, and I actually had to find the video of the guy who, it's a mirage. And a year later, he gets a expert in the field, and he comes on and says the atmosphere is acting like a lens. I got it from Rob Skibit's channel. And I showed Zanuck, and of course he didn't recant and say that he was wrong and blah, 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 just act like it never happened. But if the atmosphere is acting like a lens, what happens when you magnify something? Well, simulate a magnification by putting a basketball on the screen, put it in a program, and zoom in on it. Well, if you got a really tall monitor, right, and you make it to where the ceiling is the limit, it's going to disappear from the bottom up. But you'll still be able to see the top because your monitor goes all the way to the ceiling. So if the atmosphere is acting like a lens and causing atmospheric magnification, which light does tend to spread out automatically, that's the inverse square law. And then there's light attenuation, and then just the way that light acts through a lens, going to disappear from the bottom up. So I don't know how they ever use this as any kind of proof whatsoever for a globe. I don't know. It's like, I get them saying that, the astronauts went halfway to the moon and turned around and looked and they saw a globe. Like, okay. Like, if that's real, then that makes a lot of sense. But just saying that sometimes we can't see things as they actually are and things disappear from the bottom up. Therefore, globe. Like, that's a leap. So even Neil deGrasse Tyson and people like Professor Dave say that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth. And people like Jim Panda say that you can't get down low near the surface of the water because of all the refraction going on down there. But it's really weird that they say that. Because if I'm in the water's up to my armpits, and I'm looking at Habitat and Hill House 10 miles away, and I'm looking at 1 foot above the surface of the pillars, and I'm 1 foot above the surface. Well, that's going to be like almost exactly 14.7 psi because we're the same altitude above the surface of the water. They're claiming that's where most of the refraction happens. That's where the most amount of refraction is happening. Right there.
In the densest layer, or densest area.
Right, there's nowhere denser for it to move into. So if you're looking up at the top of the cranes, yeah, there's going to be a great deal of refraction there because you're looking through hundreds of layers of density tower atmosphere, right? But looking at the pillar, 1 foot above the surface, from 10 freaking miles away, that would be the least amount of refraction right there. Because is it gonna move into a denser medium? Let me guess, 14.8 psi? No, that doesn't exist. You'd have to go somewhere to like Holland or Louisiana or spelunking in a cave somewhere where it's below sea level to get atmosphere that's higher than 14.7 psi. Because the limit is the surface of the water. So you'd have to go below sea level for it to move into a denser medium and cause refraction.
Right. So it might, something traveling through it, like light, might have a more difficult time getting through it than it would if there was less of that stuff in the way. But I mean, like, for as far as a reason for it, like going in certain directions, like, yeah, what's the argument there?
Thought the rigs were hidden behind Earth curve blockage.
All the imagination. Those people that say there's multiple horizons. But they believe in observational science. Unless they can't see the curve, and then it's, well, there's, all this refraction happening between 1 foot above the surface and 1 foot above the surface, you see.
Yeah, let's just make the globe a little bit bigger and a little bit flatter.
Well, that would just ruin everything in a cascading domino effect.
Either the physical Earth curvature, right, is getting in your way of your view, or it's not.
Exactly. But the rigs are there, or they're not. You never see them, or you can't see them. If you can see them, they're there.
Nobody ever says they're not there. Just sometimes the light reaches your eye and sometimes it doesn't.
Earth calculator says they shouldn't be there.
You're not using it right.
I don't use it.
I know. That's the problem.
So you tell us all about the Earth curvature calculator then.
They've baked in all this refractive index to where they can slide it to the point to where if you hypothetically saw a mountain from 273 miles away, if you just slide the Earth curve calculator all the way over, then that's what we would expect to see on a globe. So at that point, you've made it unfalsifiable. So there was actually a photograph. At one point, it was the world record for the longest photography, Guinness Book of World Records. They did photograph Mount Conahu from 273 miles away. And looks like they backward engineered that Earth curve calculator to fit that observation. So it's unfalsifiable. So your globe model is unfalsifiable at this point. So you have an unfalsifiable model, whereas we have an empirical model. Everybody observes the Earth is flat and stationary. Nobody experiences curvature when they go outside.
Wait, you have a what? An empirical what?
An empirical observational model.
So you have a model now. Interesting.
Yeah, it's
You have
flat.
a model now.
That's been the model this whole time.
You guys have been saying forever you don't have a model. When did you have a model?
There's no one model that every flat earther is going to subscribe to. That'd be stupid. But
Okay,
one thing
but
we
do you have a
agree.
model?
Can you let me finish? When you ask a question, you let the other person talk.
Single model.
That's like journalism 101, right? Like if you actually want to know the answer, you just ask a question and then you shut
Are
the
you going to
fuck
answer
up.
it anytime soon?
Well, I'm trying to explain to you how conversations work. So, yes, we all agree on the model that the Earth is flat and stationary. It's a topographical plane. Any flat earthers here disagree with that model?
No.
So there's no curvature, no axial rotation. That's our model.
And that's as specific as it can get?
Well, if we could get, $68 million a day, I'm pretty sure that we could do a little bit better. Why don't you petition your government?
What is what?
Why don't you petition your government to redirect that NASA money to the flat earthers, and we'll give you a model. Shit, we'll give you cartoons too.
No, you won't.
Oh
I
yeah,
can give you,
for
I can give
$68
you
million
bones
a day. Oh, we'd have the best cartoons.
No, you wouldn't. You
They'd
wouldn't
be
have
the
shit.
greatest. They'd be the biggest
have
cartoons.
crap.
Oh, bro, for $68 million a day, I'll give you
You'd have
whatever you want.
you'd have exactly what you
Dude,
have
I'll
now.
give you golden toilets. Yeah, whatever you want, bro.
I don't want going to the toilets. I just want a direction to get from San
We'll
Francisco.
give you like six. Well, how much did the lunar rover cost? Wasn't it like in the millions of dollars for just a little go kart, basically?
Do you
Yeah, we'll
think
give
you
you.
can get-
We'll,
do you
we'll give
think
you
you can
like.
get-
We'll give you like a $3,000 go kart for like $1 million for sure,
do you-
bro. No
Do you
problem.
think you can get me a direction from San Francisco to Auckland?
Bro, anybody could do that with like navigational
Christchurch.
charts.
Do you
Anybody
think you
could, bro. Stop asking questions and talking over it. What's the matter with you?
Calm down,
Anybody,
man.
anybody with navigational charts from like the 1700s could do that.
So anybody with globe Earth navigational charts. Okay, I agree. Do you think you can do it from the flat Earth model? The model you said you had, you think
You
you
know
can do
that
it all,
all maps are flat, right?
but they're all built off a globe model.
So you're telling me that if I pick any city and just go to the library and get a map of that city, it's built off a globe and it's not built off of like grid coordinates. It's built off a globe, and once they made the globe of the entire Earth, then they took, that city and then put it onto a flat map.
Nice pivot there, Larry. Good job. I
I'm not
expect nothing
pivoting.
less from you.
I'm
You did.
addressing your argument. You said that
I
maps are made from a globe, and I'm
Yes.
saying no, these maps, they're made from grid coordinates.
Maybe you do
Does
lack
everything do with a
short-term
globe?
memory.
What am I
Very
forgetting?
insulted, isn't it? What are you being insulted for?
What were we talking about?
Maps?
We were talking about
Navigation?
global navigation, were we not?
No, we were talking about navigation. You're the one that rubbed globe all over it.
Yes, I wanted to get from San Francisco to Auckland. That was a question at hand. Do you think you could provide me with that if I gave you like billions of dollars on a flat
Yeah.
Earth model? Do you think you can develop your model in a way that can get me from San Francisco to Auckland? Yes or no? Simple question.
It's just a heading, bro.
I know, but do you think you can develop a model that'll give me that heading?
Just use a Gleason's map, compass heading. That's it.
It's a compass
Nothing
heading.
more.
You don't need a
Oh, really?
model.
You think if you gave me a Gleason's map, you can give me a good heading?
Dude, do you not know what navigation is? It's a heading.
I'm just okay. And how do I get it?
Bro, this is like
You're joking, aren't you?
I can't take you seriously.
You don't know how to get it, do you? You have no idea, do you? You have no clue how to get that heading, do you?
Scott, are you taking the piss or what?
You get the heading with a map, bro.
What map?
Off a
Can you do it
Gleason's
for the?
map.
Okay. Whoever's saying that Gleason's map thing, can you do it for me right now? What's the heading from San Francisco to New Zealand on the Gleason's map?
Hold on, I've got one in my back pocket.
Okay. Cool. Well, when you do get access to a Gleason's map, which I'm sure you can do eventually, tell me what the heading is. Write it down for me. DM me. Gleason's map heading San Francisco to Auckland, New Zealand.
And what will this prove? That I know how to use a Gleason's map.
No, it'll prove you'll have me killed if I follow that heading. I'll end up in the ocean somewhere.
Well, where are you expecting to go? You're going to flap
To
your arms and
Auckland.
fucking fly?
To Auckland, New Zealand.
How do you plan on getting there? There is water
in
between
an
here
airplane.
and there.
In an airplane.
That's the point.
Over the ocean
And
somewhere.
that pilot will set a course, and he'll know how far it is. in
No,
order to have
bro.
an
He's
estimate
gonna
to get
pull out his
there.
globe out of his ass, and he's gonna set it on the dash of his airplane, and he's gonna spin it around, and then calculate his heading.
No,
According to you.
he will have a navigational computer in his airplane that is based on a globe model.
No, we'll be
That is
flying
the
over
only-
a plane, right?
that
Yeah.
is the only way we would get to the right place that we wanted to go.
That's a baseless
Now,
suspicion.
well, if you got something else that'll get us there, let me know. That's what I'm asking.
It's called a heading.
I know.
It's literally
But how do you get
a
it?
heading. It's
How do
from
you
the
get it?
known locations.
How do they
and
know the location?
The cardinal directions. How do you know a location? You map it out on a flat piece of paper.
No, you don't.
Latitude.
If
Latitude,
you
mate.
did that, you wouldn't get to where you wanted to go. Not on a globe, you wouldn't. Not from San
What
Francisco
are
to
you
Auckland.
talking about, bro?
You would not get there
People
from
have
San
used
Francisco to
flat
Auckland.
maps for thousands of years, bro.
And they weren't going from San Francisco to Auckland for thousands of years, were they?
That's not my claim, is it?
It's mine. And I'm asking you, if you had all the money in the world, can you give me a map?
Dude, I can't
Based on
believe
the
you're
flat Earth.
making this argument. Like, can you
Actually, Larry, seriously, if we had all the
Why
money
not?
in the world, let's just say the money that NASA is consuming at the moment, if we had that for 1 year, fuck it, I would get out there and fly across and map the cunt for him.
No, you couldn't. You would try and you would fail.
Why not? Because
'Cause
there's
you
water
can't
in
do it.
between. It's going to be San Francisco, blue, Auckland. That's it.
Yep.
So what are you trying to prove, Scott?
That you
There's going
can't
to be
do this
fuck
on a
all.
flat map.
You're going to
You can't
have
do-
San Francisco, a big patch of water with fucking nothing in it, and then Auckland. What does that prove?
Have you ever seen a map? You know what a map is, right?
So we're going to sidestep. It's going to prove nothing.
I had to mute him. I have to address this, guys. Can you imagine if a flat earther was saying you could only use a map to get where you're going? If you were to wrap this map around a globe, you would never get there. Like, can you imagine if a flat earther made a stupid ass argument like that? That would be the dumbest
know.
fucking argument. Because you know how people get from point A to point B? A heading. It has nothing to do with the shape of your map. You just need a
Exactly.
heading and a compass and a map. Doesn't matter what shape your
If I
map
use
is.
I use the Mercator to aid me to get somewhere. All right. Does that mean that the Earth looks like the Mercator map?
Of course not. That is the stupidest shit I've ever heard. He must be drunk off his ass. Go ahead, Scott. Defend yourself. Explain to me why I can't take a globe map, right? Wrap it around a fucking football and get to where I'm going. Go ahead.
Because none of the directions work.
North is still north on a football, bro.
Yeah, I know. But which
South
way
is still
is?
south on a
I know.
football. Oh,
But
you
which
know.
way is?
You
But which
know,
way
huh?
is? But which way is Auckland from San Francisco? That's what
Probably
we need to know.
south-southwest or some shit.
Something like
No,
that,
no,
yeah.
no, but we need a little more precision than that, right? Or otherwise we die.
No, we don't die.
Yeah.
We just end up in the wrong place.
It's a big Pacific Ocean. You know where New Zealand is? There ain't much
Yeah.
around it. If you miss it, you're in
Southwest of
trouble.
fucking San Francisco.
That's why
But
you
what
need
exactly?
a map and a heading, bro.
I get that. And that map and that heading can only be made from a globe.
No, I
Bullshit.
just said that you could wrap it
Yes.
around a football. You could literally take the globe, take the map off of it, and glue it to a fucking football, and north is
can't.
still going to be north. Bro, shut up, I'm talking. North is still going to be north. South is still going to be south, and you can still get your heading. I can't believe that you don't understand this. You have to be playing dumb right now.
I'm not playing dumb. I know you're wrong. I'm telling you, you're wrong.
So
I'm
is
not telling you
north
don't get it. I'm
still
telling
north
you that you're
if you
wrong.
wrap it around a football?
Yes, north is still north.
Okay, so is south still south if you wrap it
South is
around a
still
football?
south.
Okay, so if I'm trying to get from the Little Apple, Manhattan, Kansas, to Dallas, Texas, if I go due south, am I not going to end up in fucking Dallas because it's on a fucking football? You're a fucking idiot, bro.
That's not what I said, though.
You're a fucking
Yeah.
idiot, bro. You are a
Yeah,
fucking moron.
if
Did
I
you not
said
know
that, I
that?
would be stupid. If that's what I said, then I would be a fucking idiot, like you said.
You
That's
are a
not what I
fucking
said.
idiot, bro.
That's not what I said, though. I want to get from San Francisco to Auckland. Can you do
Who
that for
gives
me?
a shit?
Yes,
I
you
know.
can.
You
Catch a
don't.
fucking
You
plane
just
like
have
everyone
to.
else does.
Do we not have nobody else but him? My God, Scott, finish your dishes, bro. Like, let somebody else chime in. Fuck's sake.
Fuck, I'll put him on mute. If anybody else wants to unmute him, feel
I'm
free.
happy to.
Yeah,
I'm happy to
thanks,
tell
man.
Larry how he's wrong.
Go
No,
ahead, manufacturer. I'd love to hear it, please.
Yeah. So you keep referring to the map. The map is flat, or the map is wrapped around the globe. The map is not the territory, right?
Agreed.
So the Gleason's map, right. So the Gleason's map, like most other maps we have, they're all based on globe territory, right? The land itself is wrapped around balls.
The
Doesn't
land
matter the map,
itself is wrapped around a ball.
in a sense, yes.
That was nonsense.
Okay, so how am I wrong?
I'm very certain you know what I mean by that.
No, I'm trying to figure it out. That's why I'm a little bit perplexed and asking, what do you mean the land itself is wrapped around a ball?
The mass of Earth is spherical.
In your model, okay, go ahead.
No, in reality.
That's in
So the
contention.
model that we
Go
made.
ahead.
Well,
Show me how I'm
I
wrong.
mean, they
Go ahead.
disagree with that, so it's not really.
Sure. So all the maps we agreed are based on a spherical Earth, right? Or they represent.
No, they're based on the terrain, right? The actual land where the dirt is.
Right? And the water.
Okay. Yeah, the surface. Yeah.
Right. Do you think how inaccurate do you think the maps that we have are?
Well, there's not a perfect map, right? So there's a
Well,
little
they
bit
all
of
have some.
inaccuracies. Yeah.
Right. I'm asking to what degree? Because all the maps have some sort of distortion.
Well, it depends on what
Those
kind
are
of map
generally
and what
accounted.
it's used for. But how am I wrong?
You have to be specific on the map that you're talking about. like how wrong is the Mercator map, how wrong is the other maps that you want to refer to. You have to refer to the map specifically, and then talk about like where the inconsistencies lie and why are they that way. It's not as easy a conversation as you might think.
Well, no, he's supposed to be telling
Even
me.
for you, Manufactotum.
He's supposed to be telling me how I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm getting there. So let's start with the Mercator map. What is inaccurate about the Mercator map?
Landmass sizes.
How they are visually represented,
The
or the
vertical
actual
lines
measurement?
don't technically line up with any of the magnetic bullshit. So you've also got to run a magnetic declination map over the top of it.
Well, we can do that, right? The magnetic declination map will have the same distortions as the Mercator map. That's
No, the magnetic declination map will show you magnetic declination.
right. But
The
where
problem with
those
maps
magnetic declinations are measured will be distorted in the same way.
The problem with maps is every single map has a very specific purpose. If you use the wrong map for the wrong purpose, you're fucked. And that's it.
So can we get to the part where I was wrong? Sorry, I'm just.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Patience
You
is
got
the
my
virtue of the
airplane
wise. So every map visually is distorted, but if you look at the scales, right, they account for that distortion to some degree, correct?
No.
No?
No.
Like they don't account for that distortion at all?
No, they're attempting to account for the discrepancies that happen within the map, but they don't. The map is not the land, so they're not able to do it a 1-for-1. It's not possible.
Not 1-for-1, but to some degree they do.
Well, but that's not what we're looking for. And of course, Larry wants to know how he was wrong in what he was saying, but we're not going to be able to get there because every time that you attempt to solidify one piece of evidence to make your point correct, we keep taking a step back. So we're not moving forward. We keep going back. So it's not correct because there's no way that you're going to be able to verify that the information that you're saying with the legend is going to match up to the correct landmass sizes, like I told you, or any of the other discrepancies that would happen to be the reason why you can't say that's correct. And then you'll never get to
no way to verify that, you say? You say there's no way to verify how accurate maps are.
Yeah, you won't be able to. It's not possible.
Really?
Really?
Well, how do we know that the maps are wrong then? If you say that there's no way to verify
the maps
one way or the other.
Like saying, how do you know the maps are wrong? Well, my question to you is when you speak of the Mercator map, how can you know that the Mercator projection is a correct map projection
compared to the other ones that are actually different?
Yep.
That's how you know they're wrong, because they're not all the same, and that's obviously a violation of the laws of logic, non-contradiction.
No,
if both of these hold on, bro. If both of these maps are true, then they both have to be exactly the same.
Lion. It's not about true or untrue. We're talking about
Lion Kamala.
So if we say that all the maps are wrong, I don't even know what that means. If we say all the maps are inaccurate, I might agree with that, but it's going to be accurate to some degree or other, right? If you say that we can't verify that any of the maps are correct, we can't verify that any of them are wrong.
Manufactotum, what are world maps useful for? World maps?
Understanding locations of countries, sizes, populations sometimes, geopolitical
Which I told
boundaries.
you all of that. Yeah, which I told you all of those things are not able to be solidified in any map projection. I already told you that.
But all the map, I know, but you're wrong. All the map projections resolve to the same object.
Can we get to the part where I'm wrong? For fuck's sake.
Yeah, he's not. He's trying to at least attempt to make it sound like he's going to solidify a point to say that these map projections, these world map projections, are correct. So therefore, he's going to want to move forward from that position. But he's not able to because every time he attempts to,
I'll give you the TLDR.
like I told him,
as soon as this guy stops talking, I'll give you the LTR. All right. Bottom line is, if you say that a flat map is the same as a map wrapped around a ball, it's not going to be the same map.
We didn't say
because
it's
of the
the same.
legend, because of the scale.
No one said that.
Larry said that.
No, I did not say
Roll
it
back the
was the
tape.
same. I said that you can get a heading from a map, whether you wrap it around a ball or whether you have it on a flat table. If the map
Then that
is
doesn't speak
accurate
at
enough.
all to the territory. Sure, but that
Bro,
doesn't speak
if
anything to the
listen,
territory then.
this is fucking
If that's what you
elementary,
said, your point was
bro.
besides the point you were discussing.
Bro, I don't understand how we're having this conversation right now. If you have a map and it's accurate enough, meaning that it's not made by a fucking crayon munching idiot, and you have it on a flat table, and you get that heading, and then you take that map and wrap it around a ball, or wrap it around a fat man, whatever, or a football, and then you take it and get a heading, you're still using the same fucking map.
I agree, Larry. The problem is, if you make a map of the globe or you make a map of the flat Earth, you can have the same shaped map and they will be different territories. You understand that?
What? That
If
don't
you
make
make a
no fucking
map
sense,
of
dude.
the flat Earth, it does. You make a map of the flat Earth, you make a map of the globe, right? They might look the same when you flatten them both out, but the legends, the scales will be different. The
All
headings
right,
will be
manufacturer,
different.
hold on 1 second. 1 second. Do you know that the orientation of all the way the continents are placed on any specific world map? Do you think that any world map has the placements like correct on every single world map that you've ever seen?
If you account for the legends and the scaling, yes. If not, no, they're all going to be different.
How did you verify the landmass orientation placement for every single landmass that's on the world map? How did you verify that?
Typically, if you want the best verification, it's probably going to come from something like satellite geodesy.
Yeah, and which satellite?
Satellite geodesy in general is a practice, not from a specific satellite.
Satellite?
No specific satellite. It's accumulation of data.
So this is
I didn't
just
say
your
none.
idea that you
That's
think
not the
some
same.
satellite's doing. Some satellite is out there taking pictures of the Earth, and that's how we verify, right? So if we're having
No, that's not what I
problems with the way,
That's not what I
if we're
said.
having,
Not
okay,
what I said.
manufacturer, if we're having problems with the way the Earth looks like on 2D maps, and none of them hold to being a 1-for-1, then how the fuck are we going to get something from a satellite? And then why don't we just use those maps that the satellite images are coming from? Why don't we just use those? Why do we fucking use Mercators and fucking all these Gauss-Peter and all these other projections? Why do we use all them other projections? Why don't we just use the one from the satellite? That would end all of the discussion. We'd have one fucking gold standard map, wouldn't we?
Sometimes we do, but
really, point to the one. Point to the gold standard.
I'm not
Manufacturer
finished
totem.
speaking.
Point to the gold. No,
Jesus
fuck that,
Christ.
dude. Point to the gold
Hold
standard
on.
map that you
Sometimes
have.
we do, but like Matrix said, different maps are used for different things.
No shit. So which one is the gold standard one
so why
that the
would you even
satellite's
ask me
taking the
that?
image of?
There's no single satellite. I said that repeatedly. It's accumulation of data.
What the fuck are you comparing?
All the time.
What the fuck are you comparing the Mercator to? If you're saying, well, we got satellite maps, yeah, which one? Which satellite? Well, we don't have now. We don't even have a single fucking satellite map, according to you.
Correct. We have several. There are many.
Really? They're all different.
No, I didn't say they're all different.
They're all the same.
They're all in the same territory.
Are they all the same or different?
Wait a minute, you just said that the different maps have different
Jesus,
territories if you wrap it on a globe and you have it flat. So
that's
you
what he said.
Yeah, he was talking about. No,
Sir,
he was
just
talking
admit-
about satellite.
Just
satellite
admit
maps.
that you just
The satellite
contradicted
maps
yourself.
are all the same.
It's okay,
He was
bro.
talking
it's all
about the
recorded.
satellite maps, Larry.
Larry,
Can you
I'll
hear
let
me?
you
Hello?
take it, man. I can't deal with Manufactotum. I can't deal with this guy. I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah. So, Manufactotum,
Ahu
did
was
you just
speaking
say
specifically
that
of the satellite maps, not
the
all the
different?
different map projections.
Let me know when you're done.
I'm done as long as you listen.
Oh, I'm listening. That's why I called you out on contradicting yourself. So, about 5 minutes ago, you said that if you have a flat map and you have another map wrapped around a ball, it's going to be different territories, right?
No, that's not
You
what I
didn't
said.
say that?
You're not
Oh,
listening. No.
I'll be back in a little bit. Let me go to the live stream. I'll see you guys in about
Okey-doke.
5 minutes. Where's this live stream to? Does anybody know the destination of the live stream?
It's Indio's channel, I think.
I don't have Indio's channel. But I love it when you guys let me do this. Like when I call you out and then you guys say that you didn't say that and I get to put it on my
Absolutely.
channel. Yeah, I love the shit. So let me look for it.
Anything keeps the conversation going, keeps me honest, I'm all for it. I mean, or I could just specify, if you like. And I thought it was clear when I said the map is not the territory. So a map of the same territory wrapped around a ball or kept flat is going to represent the same land. If you map a flat Earth and you map a globe, even if you flatten them both out, those are not going to be the same. If I was unclear about that, I'm happy to clarify. By the way, when I say an inaccurate map, and you don't have to agree with this, just so you know what I mean when I say this. When I say an inaccurate map, what I mean is something like the North Korean map that didn't have Canada and North Korea was bigger than the US. That would be an example of an inaccurate map. Projections are going to have distortions, but those are going to be essentially accounted for in the scales and legends.